This is a forbidden tome, a key that unlocks the realms of madness and truth. Indescribable, unnameable, imperceptible, unrecallable, and unexistable. The life wrung from countless struggles against death is but another lamentable prelude. In the face of such existences, humanity appears as mere specks of dust within the vast cosmos. As the world gradually intertwines, those slumbering beings slowly awaken their eyes. Chapter 1. Something is amiss. Tap, tap, tap. The dull, irregular footfalls echoed through the pitch-black corridor, shattering the silence that should have enveloped the space in darkness. A faint flicker of firelight emanated warmth in the windless passage. A group of 9 traversed this ground, long untouched for countless years. The scent of decay and the uncanny atmosphere rendered the air oppressive. The attire of this group was divided into 2 distinct styles. At the center stood 3 middle-aged men clad in white lab coats. Their sunken eyes, though weary, betrayed an unmistakable excitement and enthusiasm. Front and back, individuals donned various garbs. Yet each exuded an aura that instilled dread. Their gazes were akin to sharp blades, piercing the distant gloom. It was a gaze forged in the crucible of bloodshed and slaughter, a gaze that had wrestled with death innumerable times. Yet at the rear of this procession, there existed a figure of an entirely different demeanor. This individual lagged at the back of the group, a step's distance separating them from the others, resembling a ship that had strayed from its fleet. Shorter than all present, including the hunched researchers, this person was not to be underestimated, nor could their stature be a subject of jest. For those who had mocked him for his height were now dead. Upon the seemingly sacred silver revolver, none could fathom how many lives had been claimed by its abyss-like barrel. Though appearing youthful, this individual had been a renowned hunter for nearly 2 decades, having embarked on this path even earlier. Dressed entirely in black, he stood in stark contrast to the silver revolver at his waist. The faint light of the flames reflected off him, casting shadows of the others. This revolver was emblematic of his identity. Every celebrated hunter possessed a unique codename, and his was white revolver. The most perilous position in the group was at the front, with the second most dangerous being this rearward figure. Yet everyone understood that the individual at the forefront was, in truth, aligned with the scientists in terms of genuine prowess. He may not hold a candle to the one at the back. Though his visage was not deliberately concealed, all present found it impossible to discern his features, obscured entirely by shadows. The group's pace was slow, cautious of potential traps, but after traversing for most of the day, aside from the slightly unpleasant odor, no imminent danger had manifested. Yet, the more secure they felt, the more vigilant and wary they became. Thus, with trepidation, they arrived unscathed before a stone door. This door was adorned with peculiar symbols, distinctly not of human origin. The inscriptions appeared bizarre, resembling strands twisted and entwined. Upon sighting the stone door, the 3 researchers sheltered in the center suddenly erupted with excitement, disregarding the warnings from the 2 hunters flanking them, and bypassed the leading figure. Seemingly aware of the trio's temperament, the leader made no effort to hinder them, permitting their approach to the stone door. The trio moved in unison, stepping forward to fixate their eyes upon the door, as if attempting to unravel the meanings behind the symbols. One of them produced an ancient tome, well-thumbed and on the verge of falling apart. In stark contrast to their earlier fervor, they approached this book with utmost caution. The leader then suggested that the group take a moment to rest. Deciphering such ancient text was not a task to be completed in haste. With a collective sigh of relief, the group began to unload their burdens once they confirmed their surroundings were devoid of threats. These burdens were primarily food and water. Uncertain of the duration of their stay, they had brought as much as possible. As several new points of light appeared, the acrid scent of cheap cigarettes began to permeate the already confined space, followed by snippets of conversation. The individual known as Silver Revolver distanced himself from the others, seemingly averse to the smoke's odor. Even the seemingly stern leader had taken to smoking, though his cigarette appeared to be of superior quality. From this, one could glean the stark contrast of this person. Stepping aside, he removed his hood, revealing a mane of dark hair, not particularly long, in that moment, illuminated by the reflection of the revolver. His features became partially visible. If one were to gaze upon him then, they would undoubtedly marvel at the visage before them. What manner of face could this be? It was a countenance that seemed out of place in this era, devoid of flaws, with a hint of youthful innocence. Particularly striking were his dark eyes, deep and penetrating. A closer inspection would reveal the buried intent for violence and madness. Yet his expression was eerily serene. The youth caressed the revolver he had unconsciously grasped, gently tracing the barrel as though it were a beloved pet. Within his eyes, the revolver's reflection danced. His current state was not innate, it was a consequence of possessing this revolver. At the time, he was still a child, his family having perished by inexplicable means, an experience that propelled him onto the path of a hunter. However, for one so young, to tread the path of a hunter was akin to courting death, yet he had no alternative. During his first mission, he narrowly escaped death, fortuitously acquiring the revolver. With this uncanny weapon, he not only survived, but also grew stronger while hunting the enigmatic creatures. Yet his physical growth ceased. This was one of the prices paid for wielding the revolver. Nonetheless, in his view, this was a trivial sacrifice. The revolver seemed to sense its master reminiscing about the past. It rotated gently twice without any external force, as if engaging in a silent dialogue. Witnessing this, he uncharacteristically displayed a faint smile, one that added an enchanting beauty to his already exquisite features. Now, they existed in a symbiotic relationship, each the other's soul kin. But at that moment, a peculiar sound echoed from the direction they had come. It resembled the sound of slime slithering across the ground. Moreover, this sound appeared to be drawing ever closer to their location. Upon hearing it, the hunters, who had previously seemed somewhat relaxed, immediately became alert. The youth read on his hood and fixed his gaze upon the darkened corridor. Ahead, without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger in that direction. Drawing upon his years of experience as a hunter, he discerned that the approaching figure was certainly not a friend. It was prudent to take the initiative. The sound of gunpowder igniting reverberated throughout the space, and a brilliant flash of sparks momentarily illuminated the enemy's visage for all to see. Chapter 2. The Ambush. It was a colossal mass of flesh, composed entirely of blood and tissue, that completely filled the passageway. This grotesque entity bore no eyes, no mouth, nor any discernible organs, only a vague, pulsating mass of flesh that writhed towards their direction. The recent bullet had struck its target, leaving merely a minuscule cavity that was instantaneously filled by the surrounding tissue. The creature seemed oblivious to the attack, continuing its languid advance towards them, its flabby, tendril-like appendages slithering forth like serpents, rapidly launching an assault. The youth, sensing the gravity of the situation, retreated hastily several steps to regroup with the main body. Muttering something under his breath, perhaps lamenting his ill fortune, though the specifics remained unclear. The collective attention of the group was riveted upon the grotesque mass. Hunters had designated this creature as a flesh mound, a term that referred to a rather common type of sanguinity, typically composed of an amalgamation of unknown biological fluids and tissues. The strength of such bizarre creatures varied immensely. The weaker ones could be easily crushed by an ordinary individual, while the more formidable had been known to lay waste to entire cities. Thus, it was imperative to approach such monsters with utmost seriousness, for one could never ascertain their true strength. As the youth rejoined his comrades, the leader sprang into action, drawing 6 throwing knives from his sleeve and hurling them at 6 distinct areas of the flesh mound. However, the knives vanished into the mass as if cast into the abyss, causing no disturbance whatsoever, consumed without leaving even a trace of a wound. Yet, the leader appeared unfazed, snapping his fingers with a flourish. The resultant explosion was far greater than that of the bullets previously fired, sending a cacophony that left everyone momentarily deafened. The knives that had penetrated the flesh were, in fact, a peculiar and sinister tool known as flesh whale, specifically designed to combat sanguine creatures. Its effect was to embed itself within the mass and unleash a horrific explosion from within, wreaking havoc upon the enemy. The force of the blast sent dust swirling, obscuring the vision of all present, accompanied by a blinding flash that disoriented them. Suddenly, another bullet sliced through the air, passing by the group. The youth's voice, attempting to sound deep yet betraying his youthfulness, rang out. It's fine. Those who wish to live should remain vigilant. Until this moment, he had not spoken, so none had heard his voice before. However, they recognized it as that of the diminutive figure, the silver revolver-wielding predecessor. After all, the voice matched the stature quite well. At that juncture, the group began to slowly retreat, but before the dust had settled, the flesh mound, seemingly unaffected by the debris, accurately targeted their position and surged forward. The assembled hunters were not novices. They were all skilled individuals within their ranks. Yet, as they faced the indistinct onslaught, they managed to respond with agility. The youth positioned himself against a wall, adeptly using his revolver to pierce the encroaching tendrils. Nevertheless, the attacks seemed endless, an unyielding torrent with no sign of cessation. Amidst the sounds of battle, a piercing scream echoed, signaling dire straits for its source. Those nearby rushed to assist, only to find the unfortunate soul had been pierced by countless tendrils. Two appendages protruded from his eye sockets, his eyes dangling grotesquely, swaying with the movement of the tendrils, the blood rendering them a deeper crimson. Drops of blood, akin to the creature's saliva, stained the previously dark ground a vivid red. The first death acted as a catalyst, unleashing a more ferocious assault from the tendrils, causing more hunters to succumb swiftly. The dust had now cleared, revealing that the original 6-member hunting team had dwindled to just the youth and the leader. Before them loomed the terrifying mass, which appeared utterly unscathed, now adorned with 4 grotesque faces, those of the fallen hunters. As the youth began to seek a means of escape, a dull thud resonated from behind him. It was revealed that the 3 researchers had completed their translation of the inscriptions on the stone door, which swung open automatically upon completion. At the sound, the once violent flesh mound recoiled as if it had encountered a formidable adversary, retreating swiftly and soon vanishing from sight. The youth turned to behold the 3 researchers, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They seemed utterly oblivious to the recent threat, completely absorbed in their work, and still appeared impatient, reluctant to enter that space, which had instilled fear even in the monster they had just encountered. The youth felt compelled to urge the leader forward to clear the path. However, as he pivoted, a dark barrel emerged into view. "Proceed ahead." The man's voice was cold and devoid of any emotional inflection. "Were those individuals you killed?" The youth displayed no fear, meeting the man's gaze directly. "I do not wish to repeat myself." The man's tone grew icier. Yet, even without further words, the youth understood he had surmised correctly. He had sensed something amiss. Given the prowess of the fallen hunters, their swift demise was inexplicable, as they were seasoned survivors of countless life-and-death encounters. The man had concealed his own gunfire beneath the sound of the youth's shots, leading the hunters to instinctively assume that the youth was the perpetrator when the others fell to gunfire. The motive behind this elaborate scheme seemed clear: to transport the corpses of the slain hunters to an organization capable of extracting memories, thereby exonerating himself and shifting the blame entirely onto the youth. It was evident that the earlier explosion of the 6 throwing knives had been a deliberate ploy. Realizing the futility of resistance, the youth returned his revolver to his waist and raised both hands in surrender. The circumstances had escalated beyond his control. Although these hunters were significantly stronger than ordinary individuals, he remained merely human. Almost all hunters shared this limitation, no matter their strength. The resilience of their physical forms could never transcend the constraints of their species. With no other recourse, he resolved to comply with the directives, seeking an opportunity to escape. He then turned, raising his hands as he moved towards the stone door. Although the door stood ajar, the researcher's lantern seemed incapable of illuminating its depths, which were engulfed in an infinite darkness. Yet, as the youth stepped inside, the entire space was instantly bathed in light, and everything became clear in that singular moment. Chapter 3: The Black Bullets. This is an expansive chamber, its walls as black as the path that led him here. However, they are adorned with an intricate tapestry of densely etched characters, even more elaborate than those inscribed on the previous stone door. Strangely, numerous symbols hover in the air like silk ribbons, occupying a substantial portion of the space. Before the youth can take in the sight, he senses the cold barrel of a gun, which governs his very life, pressing against the back of his head, and the insistent voice resounds once more in his ears. With no alternative, he reluctantly steps forward towards the center, where the researchers have already entered. The moment they behold the inscriptions, their frenzy erupts uncontrollably. They nearly prostrate themselves against the walls, seemingly entranced by the text, unable to extricate themselves. Yet, the leader shows no intent to safeguard them, instead threateningly guiding the youth further into the room's depths. As he approaches, he discovers a stone platform enveloped in script, upon which rests a tome with a blood-red cover, boldly inscribed with 4 formidable characters: the Forbidden Codex. The youth, naturally bewildered, can nonetheless perceive the dramatic shift in the man's demeanor behind him. As his hand begins to tremble, he realizes this is his singular chance for escape, and he must seize it. Thus, before the man can utter another word, he swiftly lowers himself and deftly maneuvers between the man's legs, leveraging his height to position himself behind him. At that moment, he draws forth his silver revolver. The man spins around with remarkable speed, aiming his weapon back at the youth. They stand at an impasse, each pointing their firearms at the other. However, to the youth's astonishment, the man voluntarily holsters his gun, leaving him momentarily stunned. "You may leave now. You are clever. I have shown my goodwill," the man states, exuding confidence that the youth would not dare to act against him. And indeed, the youth realizes the gravity of the man's identity, should he choose to strike. Even if he were to escape, He could not evade the retribution from the formidable forces behind him. All he needs is to exit, to clear away the remnants in the corridor first, ensuring that, should the man attempt to tarnish his reputation, there would be no solid evidence to support it. Consequently, he holds his gun steadily on the man, gradually retreating towards the entrance. The man makes no move to attack again, even turning his gaze towards the tome known as the Forbidden Codex, his eyes ablaze with desire. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, the youth discovers that the stone door has sealed shut, and the researchers who had previously been studying the inscriptions nearby have vanished without a trace. An ominous premonition washes over him as he quickly scans his surroundings. Apart from the man in the distance, the entire space is devoid of life. The familiar sound of squirming reverberates as he contemplates an escape, suddenly emanating from nearby. This sound is faint, a stark contrast to the previous oppressive atmosphere. But as the grotesque flesh draws nearer, his expression momentarily freezes. Though the grotesque forms are unrecognizable, he can still discern fragments of lab coats and a pair of shattered glasses. These flesh entities emit a chorus of unsettling sounds, akin to whispers, each syllable resembling human language, yet incomprehensible when strung together, akin to garbled text that evokes discomfort. In a flash, the youth fires, successfully striking the faintly visible eye within one of the fleshly masses, the sole apparent weakness. Regrettably, though the bullet finds its mark, it merely grazes the surface. The eye bursts upon impact, yet the flesh remains intact. What luck, the youth muses, satisfied with his shot's potency. However, before he can fire a second round, the wound inexplicably heals entirely. Undeterred, he unleashes a flurry of 12 bullets. The explosive sound of gunfire resonates in unison as 12 luminous projectiles are propelled forth, bombarding the flesh entities. The ensuing shockwave rends two of the grotesque beings into countless pieces. Yet curiously, although the bullets travel at identical speeds, the damage they inflict appears random. In the next instant, the dismembered flesh begins to grow anew, each fragment rapidly coalescing back into forms the size of full-grown adults. Moreover, the number of these entities multiplies from 3 to a staggering multitude in mere moments. Faced with such a terrifying horde, the youth forces himself to remain calm. Yet an undeniable sense of fear and despair wells up within him. His gaze swiftly shifts to the man, who is desperately attempting to extract the book from the table. It appears to be embedded within the stone platform, immovable. Given that the man dares to venture into such a place, he must possess considerable reserves and confidence. With this thought, the youth begins to move swiftly, darting around the room, using the inscriptions as cover, and in an instant, he reaches the opposite side. The grotesque creatures, fixated on the man, begin to converge upon him, completely oblivious to the impending threat. Just as the flesh entities are about to envelop him, the man finally snaps back to reality, incredulously gazing at the horde, bewildered as to their origins. Now, with no escape route left, he begins to pull from his pockets various tools the youth has never seen, unleashing a barrage of destruction upon the flesh entities. For a moment, these bizarre creatures seem unable to approach him. However, as their numbers swell, the man begins to sense the gravity of the situation. Initially obscured from view, the sheer volume of the flesh entities becomes apparent as he obliterates them one by one. During this chaos, the youth desperately searches for any possible means of escape. But as the man is completely consumed by the horde, becoming one with the grotesque beings, he realizes in despair that this space is utterly sealed off. He even questions the presence of air within such a confined environment. Yet, time is of the essence, and as he caresses the revolver in his hand, facing the overwhelming mass of flesh that now engulfs nearly half the chamber, he cannot help but smile. Silver revolver. Who would have thought we would meet our end in a place like this? Do you regret following me? The youth sits in a corner, the surrounding flesh creatures seemingly becoming translucent at that moment. The familiar sound of the revolver's chamber clicking echoes. This time, it turns just once, as if resonating with the youth's inner thoughts. If given the chance, I would genuinely wish to hear you articulate the answer, but alas, there is no opportunity left. He gently caresses the muzzle of the gun and rises slowly to his feet. At the very least, let us attempt that special ability we have never utilized. The youth opens the revolver's chamber and retrieves a pitch-black bullet from his waist. Subsequently, the bullet was placed into the now empty chamber. The sound of the revolving cylinder echoed, followed by the final click of loading, as the solitary bullet completed its chambering. He did not aim the bullet at the foe before him, but rather turned it upon himself. As his finger gently squeezed the trigger, only a faint click resonated. It seemed as though the weapon had misfired. However, in the next moment, blood flowed from his orifices, accompanied by the ominous sound of shattering bones emanating from within his body. Almost instantaneously, he succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground, revealing a visage soaked in crimson. I suppose luck is not on my side after all, the young man remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Meanwhile, the revolver in his hand emitted a slight tremor, and the black bullet, which had mysteriously vanished, was nowhere to be found. Chapter 4. The Pitch-Black Cell. In the obsidian darkness of the cell, a figure gradually stirred from unconsciousness. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment and confusion. Am I not already dead? She mused, her gaze sweeping across her surroundings, her heart a tumult of emotions. This was a dimly lit space, illuminated only by a faint white light filtering from a distant corridor. She was certain that she was no longer in the space housing the so-called Forbidden Codex, but rather in a prison cell, its decor contrasting sharply with her memories. Had she survived, only to be captured by the forces behind that man, who sought to extract information from her? But why not subject her to a soul interrogation directly? With these questions lingering in her mind, she slowly rose from the cold ground, clad in nothing but a flimsy garment. It offered scant coverage to her upper body and modesty. As she stood, she engaged in a brief stretch, then cast her eyes downward, only to be struck by a thought. Have I become shorter? Her height had remained unchanged for quite some time, and with the keen senses of a hunter, she immediately perceived the alterations in her physique. The most striking aspect was an alarming weakness that enveloped her, coupled with a noticeable reduction in stature. Furthermore, her hands, though still cloaked in dust, appeared slender and youthful, the calluses earned from years of adventure now conspicuously absent. It was as if she had regressed in age. Could this be the price exacted by the black bullet? Yet, why had her hair grown longer? At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps reached her ears, distinct human footsteps accompanied by the sound of a canine creature. She resolved to feign unconsciousness once more. Lying back down upon the frigid ground, a slight opening of her eyes revealed a figure clad in the familiar garb of a dark cult. A black robe obscuring their features in shadow, accompanied by a brown dog. The dog seemed to sense her pretense of slumber, barking at her twice. What's wrong? Does this girl pose a problem? The cultist glanced at her, then looked down at the dog beside him. The creature, with remarkable agility, mimicked a human gesture by shaking its head, followed by a soft bark. Feeling as though you're being watched? Perhaps it's those offerings behind us. Don't worry. They're just ordinary people and can't escape. It appeared the cultist was conversing with the dog. Once they departed, the girl fell into deep contemplation. It wasn't the conversation between the cultist and the dog that puzzled her. After all, the actions of cultists were hardly surprising. Nor was she bewildered by how she had ended up in their clutches. What truly confounded her was the utterance of girl. While her youthful appearance and inexplicably lengthened hair might suggest a certain naivety, it was hardly enough to misidentify her gender. Unfortunately, there were no mirrors here to reveal her current visage. But just then, a sudden gust of wind swept by, sending a chill through her lower half, prompting her to instinctively reach down. She felt as though she had been petrified, frozen in place. Had she truly transformed into a girl? Was the negative effect of that black bullet so profound? After 3 minutes of internal struggle, she reluctantly accepted this reality. After all, her immediate priority was to escape from these cultists. She could not afford to underestimate the implications of the word sacrifice. Thus, she set her bare feet upon the ground and approached the iron bars crafted from steel. Raising her gaze to a luminous object, she discovered a peculiar white elongated item she had never encountered before, emanating a light that was not of the traditional flame. The radiance was exceptionally steady, devoid of flickering. At that moment, a pale blue light curtain suddenly materialized before her. The abrupt change startled her, causing her to instinctively retreat 3 steps, her body crouching low, her right hand reaching for the place where the revolver had once rested, only to find it empty. In fact, she was not far from the newly appeared light curtain, and her actions had been driven by instinct, overshadowing her awareness of her physical alterations. The curtain bore the following inscription: white electric light, nothing particularly special. Seemingly nearing the end of its lifespan, brightness somewhat dim. These words quickly conveyed themselves to her ears in a youthful voice. Oh dear, don't be so wary. We can establish a symbiotic relationship. The blue-white curtain began to glide toward her, yet she maintained her vigilance, slowly retreating. What a heartless demeanor. You even contemplated ambushing me. Couldn't we have a calm discussion instead? The voice was tinged with a hint of a sob, as though she were a heartbreaker. What exactly are you? Faced with this unfamiliar entity, she remained ever cautious, a trait that had enabled her to survive numerous perils. Me? I am the legendary all-knowing, all-seeing, the one who understands the heavens and the earth, the celestial canopy. The words celestial canopy were emphasized, bolded, and enlarged, even altering the font. Then do you know my name? She retorted with a sardonic smile. This question could hardly yield an answer, for she had never possessed a name. Not from the past to the present. Humph. Knowing the name of one's host is the most fundamental question. Your name is Bai Miao Qing. At least get my gender right before concocting a name, Bai Miao Qing replied, exasperated. Question mark. Her retort seemed to sow doubt within the celestial canopy, leading to a prolonged silence. Your name is indeed this. It then thoughtfully provided some basic information. Name, by Miao Qing. Gender, female. Beast Mastery Talent 1. Information window, celestial canopy all-knowing and all-seeing, followed by a plethora of self-aggrandizing phrases. Beast Mastery Talent 2. Forbidden Codex? Beast, none. She directly disregarded the glaring gender distinction and began to focus on other pieces of information. Beast Taming Talent? Beast Taming? What are these things? However, at that moment, she was not the only one bewildered. The all-knowing celestial dome was equally perplexed. This can't be right. How is it possible that there are things I am unaware of? Damn it, the Forbidden Codex, I've noted you down. Upon reading this passage, Bai Miaoqing finally realized that the second entry under her beast taming talent was prominently labeled with the name of the book she had previously seen on the stone platform in the center of the ruins. Chapter 5. Congratulations on your transmigration. So, have I arrived in another world? After an extensive 30-minute introduction, Bai Miaoqing finally grasped her current predicament. She had inexplicably found herself in a world dominated by the so-called beast taming, where humans awaken a special ability known as beast taming talent, allowing them to form contracts with demonic beasts and turn them into their companions for battle. Well, congratulations on your transmigration. Fireworks, JPG. But why has my gender changed? She questioned in confusion. At this point, she had largely lowered her guard, for the celestial dome, in a certain sense, was indeed a part of her. As long as they communicated gradually, she would instinctively begin to trust it. Your body originally belonged to someone from this world. However, for some reason, it seems you have been in a state of unconsciousness until now, which has led to me being in an unactivated state prior to this. Alright, I think I understand, but the most pressing question on my mind now is, how do I leave this place? Bai Miaoqing suppressed all her other inquiries and posed the most crucial question of the moment. After all, she had no idea when she might be taken away as a sacrifice. In her current body, she couldn't even contend with those demonic beasts, let alone the cultists themselves. Moreover, she was unarmed. You might want to try your other beast taming talent, the ability known as the Forbidden Codex. The key to escaping this place lies within it. The Forbidden Codex? Bai Miaoqing searched her body and then rummaged through the room. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not find that book. As she bent down, the celestial dome kindly turned away. Decency forbids looking. Host. The Forbidden Codex is not a physical entity, but exists within your mental realm. What you need to do is close your eyes and perceive it. Only then can you harness its power. In fact, this method was the standard condition for activating normal beast taming talents, with the exception of extraordinary talents like that of the celestial dome. If only you had mentioned this earlier. Bai Miaoqing said with a glance of exasperation at the celestial dome before shutting her eyes to attempt it. I mentioned it before, just like this. And then follow this path to sense the area around your chest. In her vision, the previously pitch-black space suddenly became suffused with a crimson glow. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if she had witnessed a similar sight before her transmigration. As the glow dissipated, a blood-red book materialized before her, upon which the words Forbidden Codex were boldly inscribed. However, compared to her memories of it, the codex now emanated a more mysterious aura than the previous tranquility. As her gaze fell upon the book, it began to turn its pages on its own and directly flipped to the last page. The text, which had initially appeared as distorted and bizarre symbols, was identical to the words floating in that earlier space. Yet, in the blink of an eye, those symbols transformed into comprehensible human text. It depicted a special formation, remarkably simple, which could be completed with the caster's blood. This formation was something she was relatively familiar with. She had often encountered such things when disrupting cultist rituals. Little did she know that one day, such matters would pertain to her. Truly, the wheels of fate turn in mysterious ways. The effects of this formation were clearly labeled as a summoning formation, but its specifics remained unclear. However, when she attempted to flip through the codex, she found it utterly immovable. Evidently, this book intended for her to utilize this formation, and it was her only option. When she reopened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the celestial dome. So what's the verdict? Did you glean anything? Yes. Bai Miaoqing nodded and softly replied before biting her finger. The patterns of the formation seemed etched in her mind, instilling within her the conviction that she would succeed in inscribing it if she attempted. However, the ground here was exceedingly rough, littered with sharp stones that made her fingers graze painfully against it, leaving her wounds unhealed. Instead, the blood flowed more freely, and soon, a formation the size of a palm was completed. By this time, she was drenched in sweat, and the pain caused her body to tremble slightly. Whether it was a trick of the mind or not, she felt that the pain in this body was more intense than before, and she bit down hard on her lip to suppress any cries. Following the completion of the formation, a series of incomprehensible incantations flowed from her lips, entirely involuntary. As long as she willed it, the process unfolded seamlessly. With a subtle flicker of red light, a semi-transparent jelly-like creature slowly emerged from the ground. It was a red entity resembling a slime, and within its form, there lay a deep crimson gem. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the core, akin to a heart, was actually a fluid composed of blood, seemingly in constant flux. Initially, this small creature spun in place, seemingly surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting Bai Miaoqing, it displayed no signs of fear, instead slowly slithering over to her. It even nudged against her small feet, helping to brush off the dirt and grime. She bent down and reached out to touch its jelly-like body. Soft, bouncy, and smooth. One couldn't deny the delightful sensation of touching it, and it seemed to relish the affection, extending two tiny tentacles to wrap around her fingers. It appeared to be quite friendly. Bai Miaoqing, utterly unguarded, scooped up the little jelly creature and cradled it in her arms, giving it a gentle squeeze. Aren't you being just as unguarded now? Upon reading this line, she suddenly realized that she had instinctively made such an intimate gesture toward a being she had just encountered, particularly one as peculiar as this. It was formed from your blood. Your subconscious perceives it as an extension of your own body, just as you wouldn't be wary of your hand. And its affection towards you stems from this very reason. So, how do I proceed to form a contract? Bai Miaoqing nodded, understanding the relationship, and then inquired about the method of establishing the beast contract. The method was not complicated. One simply needed to let a drop of blood fall onto the contractor's body, allowing it to merge into the other's consciousness to establish a connection. However, when Bai Miaoqing followed the celestial dome's description and let her blood drop, that single drop vanished the moment it entered the creature's body. Like a drop of water merging into the vast ocean, it vanished in an instant, becoming an integral part of the whole. Should we perhaps explore alternative methods? Bai Miaoqing was momentarily at a loss for words, utterly oblivious, yet claiming omniscience. How ironic. Just then, as if sensing her thoughts, the small slime nuzzled against her. A wave of warmth enveloped her, provoking an involuntary soft moan. The sensation was simply delightful. Has the contract been fulfilled? Let me see. Indeed, it has been completed. How peculiar that a contracted beast would take the initiative to finalize the bond. This is a first in history. At the very moment the pact was sealed, Bai Miaoqing distinctly felt a spiritual connection with the small slime, allowing her to perceive its current thoughts, seemingly conveying. It feels so comfortable in my master's embrace. I like it. Chapter 6, Little Blood. Beast 1, Unnamed. Favorite food, fresh blood from living beings, the fresher the better. Skills, transformation, ability to alter its form at will. Corrosion, its body possesses a high level of corrosiveness, capable of easily dissolving most substances, including flesh and blood. Malleability, infinite possibilities. This was the information provided by the celestial dome. As for a name, from now on, I shall call you Little Blood. She chuckled while cradling the small creature. Upon receiving its name, Little Blood radiated a sense of joy. Little Blood, could you attempt to corrode this iron railing? She inquired. Placing it atop the bar, Little Blood, understanding her intent, began to writhe, and to her astonishment, the once solid steel began to dissolve at a visible pace, shrinking from wrist size to that of a finger. With a crisp snap, the incredibly sturdy iron was digested. Wow, it can decompose so swiftly. This corrosiveness is remarkable. In merely 3 minutes, it had successfully eroded an opening large enough for her to pass through. Remarkably, whether by design or happenstance, the edges of the corroded iron were smooth, akin to being polished, ensuring Bai Miaoqing would not suffer injury upon her exit. As she emerged, her gaze instinctively fell upon a distant wall, where a cylindrical machine emitted a red light. That is a technological device known as a monitor, capable of surveilling the visible surroundings and transmitting images to a screen. However, the personnel responsible for monitoring seem rather lethargic. Is that so? Then I must hasten my departure to avoid raising any suspicions. She scanned her surroundings, seeking a suitable escape route. The area is rife with cultists. If you wish to leave, consider traversing through the ventilation ducts. This is an underground space, and the ducts are quite extensive. Your physique is perfectly suited to navigate these confined spaces. Speak of my physique again, and I may just ignore you. Bai Miaoqing retorted fiercely. Originally, she intended to issue a threat, but having previously attempted to do so, she realized it was futile, as she could not reach him. Moreover, since he was a part of her own body, inflicting harm upon him would likely result in self-injury. Thus, after much contemplation, it seemed her only option was to disregard him entirely. Yet, did this threat truly carry weight? Please don't. I recognize my mistake. I assure you it won't happen again. The ventilation shaft was situated too high for her current physical capabilities to reach. Initially, she intended to dissolve a metal rod to use as a lever for climbing. However, she overestimated her body's strength, finding it impossible to lift. And even if she managed to do so, scaling it was out of the question. What on earth is this? Even a young girl shouldn't possess such feeble physicality. Oh, this is due to a congenital defect in your body. In other words, you are a premature infant, resulting in inherent weaknesses. The celestial dome provided this answer, which left her further exasperated. Eventually, with the aid of Little Blood's extensibility, she successfully maneuvered to a height level with the ventilation duct and deftly slipped inside. Following the guidance of the celestial dome, she cautiously navigated the dark, narrow passage, moving slowly and striving to make no sound. She even refrained from breathing audibly, her ears attuned to the faint footsteps below and the subtle rhythm of her own heartbeat echoing in the confined space. Suddenly, she perceived a glimmer of light ahead, strikingly bright against the surrounding darkness. However, when she carefully peeked out, she was met with a familiar sight. Dozens of figures clad in black cultist attire encircled the perimeter of a large formation, at the center of which stood a notably powerful cultist, seemingly presiding over a sacrificial ritual. This sacrificial ceremony exhibited at least 3 grammatical errors. Observing the ritual, Bai Miaoqing instinctively blurted out, "It's nothing. While they are still unaware of our presence, let us make our exit swiftly." She shook her head, suppressing the bewildering thoughts that had emerged. For a fleeting moment, she had even contemplated jumping down to correct their mistakes. How utterly mad. Just as she was about to leave the room, a flurry of rapid footsteps began to echo in her ears. "It's over. Our escape has been discovered. They are now mobilizing the surveillance, making a frontal escape nearly impossible. Moreover, they have dispatched some contracted beasts into the duct, but fear not. With me here, there will certainly be no problem." 1 minute later. "Is this what you call no problem?" Bai Miaoqing found her hands bound behind her back, flanked by 2 cultists escorting her. Meanwhile, Little Blood had concealed itself on her person, remaining undetected. There was no choice. They blocked all exits. "I can't exactly let you phase through walls, can I?" QAQ. Their conversation transpired solely in their minds, invisible to others. At that moment, they headed toward the sacrificial chamber previously observed, evidently planning to offer her as the next sacrifice. At the entrance of that room stood 2 cultists on guard, who, upon seeing Bai Miaoqing, grinned. "We were just about to seek a new sacrifice, and you've arrived so promptly." One of the captors pushed the girl forward and continued, "This one escaped earlier. We put in considerable effort to recapture her, and upon hearing you needed someone, we brought her along." "Escaped? How is that possible? Could someone have opened the door for her?" The guard questioned, clearly skeptical, as she did not believe this frail girl could have escaped on her own. Who knows? Something red seemed to corrode the railing on the surveillance, but she certainly couldn't have hidden anything on her, lest we encounter another incident. "It's best to proceed with the sacrifice," the escort replied. Subsequently, the gatekeeper nodded, uttering no further words, and promptly opened the grand door. At the very instant the door swung open, a fierce stench of blood assailed the senses, causing even the seasoned gatekeeper, who had encountered this odor countless times before, to furrow his brow and hasten the others to escort her inside. Damn it, another failure. Just upon entering, a thunderous bellow reverberated through the air, sending a wave of dizziness crashing over Bai Miaoqing. What on earth had gone awry? The man situated at the center of the array, consumed by rage, had veins bulging from his exposed hands, yet he found no outlet for his fury. Chapter 7. Modifying the Sacrificial Array. "My lord, we have brought the offering you requested." The 2 individuals escorting Bai Miaoqing trembled as they pushed her forward, only for her to be seized by another cultist. The strength of this newcomer was evidently superior to that of her captors, rendering any notion of a frontal escape utterly fanciful. Within this confined space, the ground was littered with bones, some animal, yet the majority belonged to humans, with those of children constituting the largest portion. The walls, floor, and even the ceiling were inscribed with the patterns of an array, while the odor of decaying flesh and the blood continuously dripping from the corpses created an overwhelmingly acrid atmosphere. "Enough, you may leave now." The cultist who took possession of Bai Miaoqing waved the 2 away, leading her to a spot where a knife lay waiting. The stench of blood was most potent here, clearly indicating that this was the place designated for bloodletting and the processing of offerings. Gazing at the cleaver resting on the chopping block, Bai Miaoqing's mind raced. She understood that struggling would yield no benefit, thus she complied throughout the ordeal. However, upon reaching the knife's vicinity, she suppressed the terror swelling within her and turned to face the towering figure before her. "I comprehend the flaw within your array." Bai Miaoqing spoke with unwavering conviction. The individual before her was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of the young girl's words, regarding her with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. "You intend to summon otherworldly demons to achieve an objective, correct?" If you persist in employing this array, you shall never succeed in summoning the so-called demons, she continued. Upon hearing her words, the man's demeanor shifted, visibly stirred by her assertion. After a brief moment of contemplation, he responded, "You best not be deceiving us, otherwise your demise will be far from simple. Rest assured, I would never," Bai Miaoqing replied with indifference to his threat. Subsequently, he escorted her before the bishop and recounted her earlier dialogue. The bishop, equally incredulous, felt the frustration and rage from their prior failure surge within him once more. This girl was clearly mocking him. "I grant you 3 minutes. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall experience the excruciating torment of 1,000 insects tearing at your heart." Yet, as a bishop, he refrained from immediate wrath, choosing instead to see what trickery she could conjure. "There are 4 specific errors within your array, located here and here," Bai Miaoqing stated without ambiguity, directly identifying the flaws and proposing methods for improvement. The bishop's expression morphed from initial anger to seriousness, ultimately culminating in shock as he processed her words. Yes, precisely. It should have been this way." His demeanor grew slightly deranged as an insect resembling an ant materialized beside him. The creature was diminutive, its forelimbs resembling the scythes of a mantis. Beast mastery, scythe ant beetle. Possesses remarkable speed and cutting ability, a true assassin of the insect world. The sky above soon presented a brief introduction to this beast, albeit lacking deeper insights. "Bishop, you cannot kill me just yet." Bai Miaoqing spoke as she noticed the scythe poised at her neck, causing it to halt. "Give me a reason not to end your life," the bishop sneered, unwilling to let this individual who had humiliated him in front of his followers escape unscathed. Completing this array requires the recitation of incantations. Do you not fear that the incantations may also harbor errors? Cold sweat trickled down her back, pooling upon the small blood-smeared surface beneath her. "Then tell me the incantation now. Perhaps I shall show you mercy and allow you to depart." The bishop commanded his scythe ant beetle to retreat behind him, speaking with a tone that everyone present understood to be a futile request. However, Bai Miaoqing continued, "I am unaware of the precise incantation. I merely possess the ability to complete or modify it, identifying flaws within a complete string of incantations." Upon hearing her response, the bishop's gaze darkened, fixated on the girl's eyes as if attempting to extract the truth from her expression. All he could discern were traces of fear, a yearning for life, and a flicker of defiance, suggesting she was not lying. "Bring forth another offering." The bishop commanded with a wave of his hand, issuing yet another order. Time passed agonizingly slowly, seconds stretching into what felt like hours, as all eyes occasionally darted toward Bai Miaoqing, though most remained engrossed in modifying the array. It was not until 10 minutes later that a young man was ushered in, his eyes bloodshot and his body held tightly by 2 individuals. He writhed frantically, striving to free himself from their grasp, but it was all in vain. This was the chasm that separated ordinary individuals from beast masters. His pleas for mercy and cries of despair echoed, hoping these cultists would release him. However, they were met only with derision and insults. Ultimately, as he was forced onto the gallows and prepared for bloodletting, his cries of desperation morphed into curses and vitriol. Yet in the end, all that remained were the sounds of anguished screams, replaced by the dripping of blood and the cracking of bones. Bai Miaoqing closed her eyes, standing silently to the side, uttering nothing, doing nothing. She had endured this countless times before and bore no psychological burden. The ritual commenced, and after Bai Miaoqing pointed out their positional errors, they began the sacrificial ceremony. To prevent her from fleeing, they had deliberately summoned the gatekeepers to watch over her. Yet, with the only escape route lying before her, how could she possibly consider fleeing? The 2 gatekeepers, consumed by the anticipation of witnessing the descent of the demons, were oblivious to the girl beside them whose lips were rapidly moving, seemingly reciting something. In truth, the 3 errors she had mentioned earlier were indeed the entirety of the mistakes. She had labeled it for deliberately to alter the effect of the ritual. As the array illuminated, the hollow head, from which the bishop had extracted the eyes, suddenly erupted with a torrent of blood from its eye sockets, cascading down onto the altar below. Witnessing this spectacle, the bishop's face lit up with ecstatic joy, indicating his success. However, in the next moment, countless crimson threads surged from the ground, ensnaring and binding him tightly. At this sight, fear instinctively gripped the onlookers, causing them to recoil. And seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted, Bai Miaoqing dashed toward the unfolding chaos. In this process, she bit her own finger and pressed it against the formation, her lips moving swiftly as she chanted incantations, a series of intricate spells echoing from her. At that moment, it became evident to everyone present that this was the handiwork of the young girl. In truth, the offering for this formation was not the severed head, but rather the living being standing at its center, the very leader of the cult. Chapter 8. Sunshine? What is that? Kill her now. She is attempting to manipulate the formation. At this moment, one of the cultists shouted vehemently. The others responded with remarkable speed, various beasts appearing around them, all hurtling toward the direction of the girl. The power of these attacks was terrifying, and in her currently frail state, she was almost certain to perish from a mere touch. However, as these attacks drew near, the dense threads once again emerged from the formation. Yet this time, instead of assaulting by meowing, they enveloped her in protection. Eliminate all these cultists. Along with their beasts, these are the offerings I present to you. Bai Miaoqing's demeanor shifted from one of vulnerability to an icy resolve. Just a mere glance sent chills down the spines of the blood-stained cultists. Run, run. As one of the cultists uttered this command, the crimson threads surged forward with lightning speed, reaching him in an instant. All those standing before him, including their beasts, were pierced through in a heartbeat. In a single encounter, these individuals became mere sustenance for the blood-red threads, utterly absorbed into their being. Bai Miaoqing stepped away from the formation, leaving the room, following the path of the crimson threads that led to the passageway to the ground. To prevent any surviving cultists from escaping, she had to sprint in one direction, toward an abandoned complex surrounded by dense woods, a location that matched her recollection of where the cultists conducted their sacrifices. Perhaps due to the excessive blood used in summoning little blood, or perhaps from the harrowing trial she had just endured, fatigue and pain clouded her consciousness. As a result, she stumbled and inadvertently rolled down a small hillside, landing on the hard ground below. No, I must move quickly. This place is still unsafe, she encouraged herself, striving to force her weakened body into motion. Yet ultimately, she slowly closed her eyes, blood dripping from her forehead and blurring her left vision. Meanwhile, her right eye caught sight of a faint light approaching at an exaggerated speed, and just before her consciousness faded into silence, she heard the voice of the heavens. The high beams of a car are merely for illumination. There is nothing particularly special about them. Using high beams in such pitch darkness is truly excessive. Bai Miaoqing gradually regained consciousness, the intense light making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Nevertheless, she persevered through the stinging sensation, slowly turning her gaze toward the window. At that moment, through the hospital window, her expression appeared somewhat dazed, unable to clearly comprehend the voice from the heavens. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the pristine white room. The early spring sun still bore a chill, yet it was warm enough to thaw a block of ice. What is that? Whether it was the sudden onslaught of sunlight or another reason, a single tear cascaded down from the corner of her eye. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Even the middle-aged man who entered through the door maintained his silence upon witnessing the scene. Why does that gaze seem so complex? Is this truly the gaze of a young girl? The tranquility was shattered by the voice of the heavens. It's just ordinary sunlight. She did not turn her gaze away, but inquired once more. Sunlight. Ah, it is the most selfless existence. It brings light and warmth to the world, as well as life and hope. This time, the response did not come from the heavens, but from the middle-aged man who had just entered. His words caused the latter part of the heaven's voice to be swallowed back. Muttering softly, "How can I not articulate such grand notions? How infuriating!" After a prolonged silence, she finally withdrew her gaze and looked at the man, asking, "May I ask who you are?" "You can call me Uncle Yin. I saw you injured and unconscious by the roadside, so I brought you to the hospital. How are you feeling now?" Yin Jiejun displayed a smile he believed to be kind, addressing her. He appeared robust, with a small scar on his face. Typically, such a figure would exude a strong sense of intimidation, yet he emanated a remarkably amiable aura. Perhaps it was due to his nature or his hidden kindness. I am Bai Miaoqing," she replied slowly, her demeanor betraying a hint of fear. Yet, in truth, she was gathering intelligence on the individual before her through the heavens. Name, Yin Jiejun. Introduction, a mysterious tier beast master possessing 3 beasts. He serves as a squad leader in the law enforcement team of Haiqing, Songhai City, Yinhai County. His wife tragically perished during a sudden beast tide several years ago. Beasts, Cape Beast, Prairie Wolf, Water Spirit Monkey. Basic information related to beasts. Little Miaoqing, do you recall why you found yourself in that place? After some light pleasantries, he delved straight into the matter. I think I was captured by bad people. Then I heard screams, and then, my head hurts. As she spoke the last part, she covered her head, her expression indicating excruciating pain. All right. If you can't remember, then don't force it. Where are your family members? Yin Jiejun, seeing her distress, quickly diverted the conversation. Family? I have no family. As she spoke, she covered her head with one hand, lowering her gaze in a seemingly futile effort to suppress her tears. Is that so? Then focus on healing for now. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. With that, Yin Jiejun stood up, bid her farewell, and exited. Wow, your acting is superb. I almost believed you. There was no other choice. After all, many things were beyond my explanation, weren't they? I had to feign amnesia to avoid complications, especially since I truly knew little about this world. It would save me a great deal of trouble. She rubbed her slightly sore eyes. Meow. At that moment, the sound of a cat mewing came from beside her. When she turned her head, a red, translucent figure leapt toward her, and instinctively, she extended her arms to embrace it. It was a small, semi-transparent red cat, with a ruby embedded within its translucent body. Little blood? Why have you transformed like this? Looking down at the affectionate creature in her arms, Bai Miaoqing felt a mix of confusion and delight as she stroked its head. Yet, in this form, Little Blood did appear even cuter, didn't he it? This made her unable to resist the urge to hold it close and rub against it. What a delightful scene. Chapter 9. The Yin Siblings. How did it go? Did you manage to extract any information? As Yin Jiejun exited the ward, a somewhat languid voice greeted him. Not yet. It appears that her psyche has suffered a significant shock and disturbance, resulting in a disarray of her memories. However, it is certain that those cultists have succeeded, only to meet a fatal backlash. Yin Jiejun closed the door and spoke. She is the sole survivor of this incident, and it is likely that she will soon be targeted by those cultists. Have you devised a plan to ensure her safety? The man retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and remarked, I have conducted an investigation. There is no record of her in the official database. Yet, upon examination, aside from her slight frailty, there is nothing unusual about her. Yin Jiejun waved his hand lightly, causing the cigarette in the man's grasp to snap. This is a hospital. Be patient, he said with a hint of seriousness. All right, the man replied nonchalantly, discarding the remaining filter into a nearby trash bin. The two then made their way toward the hospital exit. This matter should reach a conclusion. Although the bodies of those cultists were not found, they are likely deceased. You can take a break now, boss, the man chuckled. I heard your eldest son is quite impressive. He not only awakened his beast mastery talent ahead of time, but also caught the attention of the military? Hearing his son's name mentioned, a smile crept onto Yin Jiejun's face, revealing a sense of relief. That little brat has finally made me proud, haha. As evening approached, golden sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gradually illuminating Bai Miaoqing's blanket and casting a new hue upon the originally pristine bedding. You've been gazing outside all day. Don't you feel weary? A languid voice resonated in her mind. The little creature, Xiao Shui, who had been resting on her lap, seemed to have sensed the dialogue. It opened its sleepy eyes and stretched its paws energetically. In my world, there is no sun, let alone sunlight. After uttering this, she finally withdrew her gaze and rubbed her slightly sore eyes. Where did this food come from? Just as she returned her attention, she noticed a cold takeout box resting on the bedside table. A nurse brought this. You were too engrossed in the sunlight to notice, the voice continued. But don't eat it yet. Dinner will be served soon. Consuming cold food could harm your health, and given your current condition, it might upset your stomach. Fine, she replied, eyeing the rather exquisite takeout. Although it lacked extravagant dishes, the fresh vegetables and seafood were enough to pique her interest. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and Yin Jiejun entered. He was no longer clad in his morning police uniform, but rather donned casual attire, appearing significantly friendlier. This time, he was accompanied by two youths, a boy and a girl, both around Bai Miaoqing's age. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the little cat in Bai Miaoqing's arms, displaying a look of curiosity and surprise. You have awakened your beast mastery talent and formed a contract? Yes, her name is Xiao Shui. She came to me through our bond, Bai Miaoqing replied with a smile, and Xiao Shui politely greeted the newcomers. What an adorable little cat. The girl behind Yin Jiejun exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of Xiao Shui. She looks like a rag doll. May I pet her? Of course, Bai Miaoqing replied, finding the girl's innocence appealing. Meng, don't be so mischievous. At that moment, the boy approached, resembling Yin Jiejun in appearance, but exhibiting a more composed demeanor than the girl. I know, she replied, though she had already cradled Xiao Shui in her arms, quickly becoming enamored with the delightful sensation. Xiao Shui didn't seem to mind being petted, especially since her owner had given her consent. Allow me to introduce. This is my daughter, Yin Ming, and he is her brother, Yin Mingyu. Yin Jiejun smiled, providing a brief introduction, and suggested that since Bai Miaoqing had nowhere to go for the time being, she could stay at their home for a while. The two children welcomed this idea enthusiastically. Hooray! Now, when Mingyu goes to school, I'll have someone to play with at home. The most delighted of all was Yin Ming. As previously mentioned, Yin Mingyu had been specially recruited early and would be residing at school for the foreseeable future, while their father, Yin Jiejun, was often away from home. She had initially thought she would be lonely at home, so having appeared to accompany her was a welcome change. Hello. Yin Mingyu politely extended his hand to Bai Miaoqing. Hello. I shall call you Mingyu along with Meng from now on, Bai Miaoqing replied, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Hee hee, when will you be discharged, Miaoqing? We will come to pick you up. Yin Mingming chimed in joyfully. I should be ready soon. I feel much better already. The three adolescents exchanged cheerful banter. Meanwhile, Yin Jiejun observed silently, somewhat exasperated. Despite the noticeable height and personality differences between the Yin siblings, they were, in fact, fraternal twins. As for the titles, he thought it best to let the children be. Did you skip lunch? You are in recovery. It's imperative to eat, Yin Jiejun noted, having spotted the untouched lunch on the bedside. I simply forgot for a moment, Bai Miaoqing confessed, feeling a tad embarrassed, recognizing it as a well-intentioned reminder. It's fine, dinner will be served soon. And I will arrange for the hospital to provide you with a larger portion this time. With that, Yin Jiejun turned to leave the room, granting them space. After Bai Miaoqing finished her meal obediently, Yin Jiejun led the two children away. Outside, dusk was settling in, and at that moment, Bai Miaoqing felt the urge to use the restroom. Following the guidance of the voice, she successfully arrived at the women's restroom. In her world, there was little concept of gendered restrooms, as such facilities were scarce, so she felt no discomfort entering the women's room. However, under the voice's insistence, she washed her hands at the sink and finally caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror. She couldn't help but think she looked quite adorable. Chapter 10, Discharge. The following afternoon, after the doctor's repeated confirmations, Bai Miaoqing was successfully discharged from the hospital. In truth, she had merely suffered from mild blood loss and abrasions from rolling down the hillside, with no serious injuries. The medical standards in this world are remarkably high. Especially with the aid of healing beasts, such minor injuries typically leave no scars. To celebrate her discharge, Yin Jiejun took the three children to a hot pot restaurant. Miaoqing, let me tell you, this hot pot restaurant has exceptionally delicious flavors, especially the shrimp paste and meat rolls, Yin Mingming remarked, swallowing in anticipation. However, when it comes to the culinary offerings of this world, Bai Miaoqing harbors little expectation, especially after experiencing the rather bland hospital fare. 10 minutes later, hey, that was the piece I set down, Yin Mingming exclaimed in indignation. I apologize, I am simply quite famished, Bai Miaoqing replied with an apologetic smile, subsequently placing the piece of meat she had extracted into Yin Mingming's bowl. Oh, never mind. You've just recovered. You should eat it. You need to nourish yourself to grow stronger, Yin Mingming remarked, pouting at the meat in her bowl. Have you never had hot pot before? Yin Mingyu inquired while savoring the duck blood in his bowl. No, this is the most delectable food I have ever encountered. I would never have dared to imagine such a delight before, Bai Miaoqing responded, not hesitating to indulge herself once more in the succulent meat. Yin Jiejun coughed lightly, signaling Yin Mingyu to refrain from further discussion. The latter quickly grasped the implication and fell silent. The meal was quite lively, and as it progressed, the elder brother, Yin Mingyu, also joined the fray for the food. It must be said, food snatched from others tastes all the more delightful. Is it just my imagination? Or does it seem that Miaoqing's reflexes and precision are rather formidable? Observing from the side, Yin Jiejun noted Bai Miaoqing's peculiar prowess. She consistently managed to react promptly to the floating food and skillfully grasp it with her chopsticks. However, it appeared that she soon became satiated and her speed diminished. Host, it seems that the individual named Yin Jiejun is paying you particular attention. It would be prudent to temper your enthusiasm. But I am still not full. Upon hearing Tianmu's reminder, Bai Miaoqing hesitated briefly but gradually slowed her pace. Fortunately, she ultimately succeeded in satiating her hunger, and the group departed feeling content. Come to my home first. Tomorrow I will take you to obtain your identification documents. Additionally, Mingming can accompany you to purchase a few outfits. It's not ideal to keep wearing Mingming's clothes, Yin Jiejun suggested. At this moment, Bai Miaoqing was clad in Yin Mingming's garments, as their body types were similar, resulting in youthful and vibrant attire. At least, that is what Tianmu remarked. Their residence was not far from the town center, though it could hardly be described as close. Fortunately, Yin Jiejun possessed a car, allowing them to travel back with ease. Upon first encountering the vehicle, Bai Miaoqing felt an overwhelming fear of the unknown, apprehensive that these swiftly moving steel contraptions might charge at her. Yet once she was seated inside, she marveled at the convenience of this invention called a car. Naturally, the journey was accompanied by Tianmu's explanations. Otherwise, she might have mistaken it for some peculiar, lifelike creature. Throughout the ride, Bai Miaoqing's gaze remained fixated on the swiftly passing scenery outside the window. This is a firework dog, known for its fondness for volcanic rocks and meat rich in fiery elements. This is a shop specializing in beast equipment, owned by the Zhang family, primarily selling beast spatial gear. This is a common spiritual herb known as Xiantai grass, which is relatively prevalent and mainly used for. Could you slow down a bit? I can hardly keep up. Due to Bai Miaoqing's persistent curiosity, Tianmu was compelled to provide explanations, resulting in an overwhelming amount of information that nearly exhausted him. Eventually, Bai Miaoqing withdrew her gaze and joined the conversation between Yin Mengmeng and Yin Mingyu. It's all right. No need to feel anxious. You will be fine. Even if you don't awaken your powers, you still have me as your brother, Yin Mingyu reassured, patting Yin Mengmeng's back. Humph, don't speak such ill omens. I am certain I will awaken my Beastmaster talent, Yin Mengmeng declared fiercely, as if rallying herself. All right, you will undoubtedly awaken. It's a pity that by then I will have already gone to school. I want to be able to witness it firsthand. Yin Mingyu lamented. The two were engaged in a discussion about Beastmaster talents, for in this world, one must first awaken their talent to become a Beastmaster and forge a contract with their beasts. The awakening period coincided with the start of the second semester of the third year of middle school, which was merely 5 days away, coinciding perfectly with Yin Mengmeng's awakening. As for Yin Mingyu, being an exception, some individuals with exceptional talents could awaken their Beastmaster abilities without any assistance, often resulting in stronger powers that attracted the attention of high schools seeking to recruit them early. Yin Mingyu's Beastmaster talent was of a Legion type, capable of enhancing all allied units within a certain range, making him highly valued by the military, leading to his early recruitment into a military-affiliated high school. No worries. I will accompany you through it, Bai Miaoqing said with a smile, trying to comfort the slightly disheartened Yin Mengmeng. Thank you, Sister Miaoqing, Yin Mengmeng replied, wrapping her arm around Bai Miaoqing's. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at their residential complex, which was officially allocated to Yin Jejun. It featured 4 rooms and a living area. While not overly spacious, it was sufficient for their needs. According to Yin Jejun, a larger house might feel rather empty. Each of the 3 had their own independent rooms. Yin Jejun's room contained a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf, resembling a makeshift study. Yin Mingyu's room was more minimalistic, furnished only with a bed and a wardrobe. In contrast, Yin Mengmeng's room was rather cluttered, filled with plush toys, as she adored the feeling of cuddling them while sleeping. As a girl, Bai Miaoqing naturally shared a room with Yin Mengmeng. After settling in briefly, Yin Mengmeng eagerly dragged Bai Miaoqing out for some shopping. The location of their complex was quite favorable. A short walk led them to the commercial street, which boasted a variety of shops and street vendors. Given that not everyone in this world could awaken their Beastmaster talents, indeed, those who did comprised less than half of the global population, it was evident that ordinary individuals were predominant, which in turn facilitated rapid technological advancement. Having just dined, the two were enticed by the delectable offerings of the vendors, deciding to purchase a few items to sample. Chapter 11, a shopping excursion. Before long, they arrived at a boutique specializing in children's clothing. Yin Mengmeng appeared to be a regular patron, as the shopkeeper greeted her with enthusiasm upon her arrival. Upon noticing Bai Miaoqing, the shopkeeper's eyes sparkled, and she circled around her, taking in her appearance. Then, turning back to Yin Mengmeng, she jested, "Little Mengmeng, where did you find this adorable little sister? With such beauty, it's hard to resist the urge to commit a crime." "I don't know. She was brought back by my father. I'm here to help her pick out clothes. Chenjia, could you please recommend something?" "Ha, certainly. Come on in. It's chilly outside, so be careful not to catch a cold," Chen Wei said with a cheerful laugh, ushering the 2 little girls into the shop. It was afternoon, and the streets were not particularly crowded. For the moment, the shop was solely occupied by the 2 of them, although it would become much livelier in the evening. How did Bai Miaoqing know this? It was quite simple. She had tried on clothes until the sun had set. She had donned nearly every piece in the women's section of the boutique. Throughout this endeavor, other customers had entered to purchase garments. Yet Chen Wei displayed a palpable lack of interest. Ultimately, although they only acquired 2 outfits, Chen Wei remained exceedingly cordial, expressing an open invitation for future visits should they wish to shop again. Moreover, she extended a generous staff discount to the 2. Little Blood, nestled in Bai Miaoqing's embrace, seemed to sense her exhaustion and inquired with concern. If necessary, Little Blood could indeed transform into a larger form to accompany Bai Miaoqing on their journey. "It's nothing. The fatigue I feel is more emotional than physical," Bai Miaoqing reassured as she stroked Little Blood's head, indicating her well-being. "Ah, how I wish I had a camera. I would have captured this moment splendidly." Upon hearing the lamentation in Tianmu's voice, Bai Miaoqing felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a playful punch. As they made their way back, they seized the opportunity to buy a portion of grilled squid from a roadside vendor to bring home for the father-son duo. That night, an utterly exhausted Bai Miaoqing merely completed a swift wash-up before collapsing onto her bed, slipping into a deep slumber. It was the most tranquil and restorative sleep she had experienced in both her past and present lives. Meanwhile, Yin Mengmeng, who had also bathed, intended to engage Bai Miaoqing in conversation upon her return, particularly regarding questions about beast taming. However, she found Bai Miaoqing already fast asleep. Notably, upon seeing Yin Mingming enter, Little Blood extended a paw in a gesture of silence, seemingly urging her not to disturb its master's rest. Nodding in understanding, Yin Mingming cautiously climbed onto the bed, gazing at Bai Miaoqing, whose peaceful countenance radiated a subtle fragrance. Even she couldn't help but feel a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Oh, how I wish to cuddle with Sister Miaoqing, but I don't want to disturb her. After a moment's contemplation, she resigned herself to embracing Little Blood instead. Oh, I envy you, Little Blood. I suppose I must settle for monopolizing my host instead. With that, Little Blood wriggled its way past Bai Miaoqing's body. 3 days swiftly passed. And on this day, Bai Miaoqing received her very first parcel, her identification documents, and a government-issued wristband. This wristband served as the primary means of communication in this world, facilitating the sending and receiving of messages, as well as electronic payments. Of course, the government did not monopolize these wristbands, while they provided the basic model. Many upgraded versions were developed by private enterprises. However, vital information such as account details and payment channels remained firmly under government control. In addition to receiving her wristband, there was another significant event. Yin Mingyu was to head to school. Due to his unique situation, the school would provide unified training for these early entrants. And the military had indicated that upon successful completion of high school training, he would be assigned a suitable beast companion. The school was still located within the city, yet on the opposite side, requiring over an hour's drive. Now that Bai Miaoqing possessed a legal resident status, she too could attend classes. Furthermore, having awakened her beast taming talent, she could directly transfer to Yin Mingming's cohort in the beast taming class. Classes were set to commence the day after tomorrow, with the awakening ceremony scheduled for the following day to facilitate class assignments. During the awakening ceremony, Yin Jiejun would be dispatched to ensure the safety of the venue, thereby preventing him from accompanying her. On the day of the awakening ceremony, parents would not be permitted to enter the awakening space. Only students could attend, leaving parents to observe from outside behind glass. However, the police, tasked with ensuring safety, could operate around the perimeter of the awakening ceremony, though regrettably, Yin Jiejun was assigned to a different school than Yin Mingming. That evening, Bai Miaoqing's school uniform arrived, and upon trying it on, she found it perfectly fitting. This school's attire for both genders was identical, lacking any skirt designs. Instead, they featured loose-fitting trousers and a warm jacket, while students had the liberty to choose their undergarments. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen, Yin Jiejun departed, needing to arrive at the school to arrange personnel and ensure everything was in order. It was only when the sun began to rise gently over the horizon that Bai Miaoqing roused Yin Mingming from her slumber. After brushing her teeth, washing up, dressing, and having breakfast, they set off for school. The school was not far from their residence, merely a 10-minute journey. Since the purpose of their visit was to awaken their beast taming talents, there was no need to bring textbooks, but they were required to wear their uniforms. They took Little Blood along, who was currently resting on Bai Miaoqing's shoulder, appearing still in a sleepy state. Little Blood was small and lightweight, enabling Bai Miaoqing to carry it effortlessly due to her superior physical condition as a beast tamer. Upon reaching the school gate, they quickly attracted the attention of their peers. Although Yin Mingming's beauty was not striking, she possessed a charming appeal that easily garnered favorable impressions. As for Bai Miaoqing, she was truly breathtaking. As Chen Wei, the boutique owner, had remarked, Bai Miaoqing was undoubtedly the most beautiful girl she had ever encountered. While lacking in extravagant vocabulary, one could discern the admiration in her tone. Chapter 12, The Awakening begins. Ah, the host is indeed quite popular, captivating both genders effortlessly. Tianmu circled around Bai Miaoqing, confirming the numerous pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Faced with such scrutiny, Bai Miaoqing felt acutely uncomfortable. Previously, during their shopping excursion, she had not noticed, as the crowd had been dense, and few had directed their gaze at her. However, now in the school environment, with a lower population density, many more people could see her. Fortunately, under Yin Mingming's guidance, they soon arrived at the classroom, where the intensity of the gazes finally diminished, albeit only slightly. She could still sense occasional glances directed her way. "Hello there, are you the new student?" A boy seated in front of her turned around and smiled warmly. "Yes." Bai Miaoqing nodded, responding politely. Upon meeting her gaze, the boy felt his heart skip a beat, and a faint blush crept across his face. To mask his embarrassment, he quickly turned back, but then felt it necessary to introduce himself. "I'm He Weifeng, the class monitor. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Thank you, I'm Bai Miaoqing." Although slightly exasperated, Bai Miaoqing replied courteously. Having spent several days in this world, she could only describe it as delightful. Compared to the anxiety-ridden days of her past life, this place felt exceedingly secure. Moreover, with Yin Mingming by her side, she gradually transformed from her previously reticent self into someone more willing to engage in conversation. As the students conversed about by Miao Qing, a discordant voice emerged from the corner of the classroom. Humph, what is so remarkable about her? It's merely a matter of having some beauty, scoffed a slender girl, her tone dripping with jealousy. Beside her stood a girl with freckles and a slightly plump figure, who chimed in, exactly. If we're talking about looks, our Huiying is far more appealing. Of course, just you wait. Today I shall awaken my beast mastery talent and trample that girl beneath my feet. The girl named Ma Huiying beamed with a self-assured smile, basking in her companion's flattery. Just then, a voice from another girl interjected, Miao Qing. Your little cat is so adorable, and it's even transparent. How fascinating. Is it your beast? Yes, indeed. This is Xiao Shui, my first beast, by Miao Qing replied, lifting Xiao Shui onto the table to divert attention. The ploy succeeded, as Xiao Shui meowed incessantly, attempting to escape the clutches of the onlookers. Even if she awakens her talent, what of it? A mere kitten as her first beast? My future achievements will undoubtedly surpass hers. Ma Huiying, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly attempted to smooth over the situation. It wasn't until the teacher entered the classroom that the chatter subsided, and everyone returned to their respective seats. Today, our class welcomes a new student, whom I presume you have all met. I shan't elaborate further. The teacher, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, announced upon confirming by Miao Qing's identity. He proceeded to explain the process of awakening their beast mastery talents. In a moment, you will gather by the door and follow me to the playground to line up, awakening one by one according to the roll call. Remember, this time, maintain decorum, otherwise, you risk disqualification from the awakening. Understood? Understood. The students chorused, realizing the significance of this event for their futures. Regardless of the veracity of the homeroom teacher's words, they knew they had to take it seriously. Thus, when the entire class assembled, the playground was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and their ranks were impeccably organized. Yet, even amidst this order, the excitement and anxiety on their faces were palpable, including that of Yin Meng Meng. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself, by Miao Qing whispered softly to Yin Meng Meng, who could only nod slightly, unable to turn around for fear of being noticed. The principal began his speech, filled with the usual encouraging platitudes that the audience had grown weary of. The applause at the end was merely a bit more fervent than usual. The roll call commenced in order of classes and student numbers. Class 1, Student 1, Kai Chunju. As the first name was called, a boy from a class at the edge of the playground stepped forward, jogging to the front of the stage where a spherical glass orb rested upon a wooden table beside the principal, reminiscent of a witch's crystal ball from a fairy tale. The awakening process was straightforward. One merely needed to place their hand on the awakening device. This crystal ball was a special artifact capable of sensing whether a person possessed any unawakened talents or the potential for awakening. Different individuals would elicit varying responses upon contact. A white light indicated an ordinary person, a blue light signified potential for awakening, a purple light suggested the presence of beast mastery talent that had yet to awaken, and a golden light meant that the talent had indeed awakened, though the beast master might be unaware. Based on the descriptions, it seemed that gold should be the rarest, followed by purple, blue, and white. However, in reality, it was the purple and blue lights that were the least common, with gold being the second most frequent, and white being the predominant hue. As Kai Chunju placed his hand on the orb, it initially glowed purple before gradually transforming into a brilliant gold, marking the successful awakening of his beast mastery talent. Naturally, his exhilaration was palpable as he fought to contain his bubbling emotions while returning to his class amidst well wishes from his peers. Before he could reach his seat, the next name was already being called. Yin Meng Meng, belonging to Class 2, had to wait until Class 1 completed their tests. However, the awakening ratios from Class 1 provided a glimpse into their overall probability. Time passed in a tense atmosphere among the students. Class 2, Student 36, Yin Meng Meng. Oh, it's my turn. Upon hearing her name called, Yin Meng Meng momentarily froze before hastily stepping forward. As she passed by Ma Huiying, she noticed the latter's dejected expression, muttering, No, no, no. How can it be white? That's impossible. Little girl, don't be nervous. Just place your hand on it, the principal said kindly, encouraging Yin Meng Meng to relax. Yes, I understand. Swallowing hard, she extended her hand towards the crystal ball, instinctively closing her eyes, unwilling to witness the outcome. Golden. Quite impressive. It wasn't until the principal's voice echoed in her ears that she dared to open her eyes. Before her lay a golden orb, partially obscured by her palm, indicating her success. Thank you, principal, she exclaimed excitedly, even unsure of what exactly she was thanking him for. Perhaps it was merely his encouragement. After the awakening, Yin Meng Meng felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. The heavy stone pressing on her heart for days finally fell away. I did it. Upon returning to the line, she couldn't help but share the good news with by Miao Qing, even though she was already aware. Congratulations. Here, let me hold Xiao Shui for a bit, Bai Miaoqing said with a smile, offering her little companion to her friend. Meow meow. Xiao Shui initially felt thrilled for Yin Mingming and showered her with blessings, but the next moment, she found herself entrusted to another. In truth, Bai Miaoqing had simply grown weary from holding Xiao Shui for so long and wished to relax. Congratulations. Though Yin Mingming couldn't see the heavens above, she still sent her blessings. As more and more students completed their awakenings, the playground grew lively, and some who had awakened their beast mastery talents began to form small groups. As the last person finished their test, the awakening ceremony drew to a close. Students, some of you have successfully awakened your beast mastery talents. However, do not let your guard down, for your journey ahead is long. The path to becoming a high school and university beast master awaits you, offering opportunities to ascend to greater heights. As for the students who have not awakened their beast master talents, do not be disheartened, for you will have opportunities to awaken again in the future. Just like our esteemed Mayor Ling Wenba, who shares the same experience as you. On the day of his awakening, he was unable to successfully awaken his Beastmaster talent. Yet a year later, he achieved it independently. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Today, this vice mayor has reached the pinnacle of the Xian stage, on the verge of entering the Earth stage. Therefore, you possess boundless potential. Do not forsake your future due to temporary setbacks and failures. The principal's words were indeed quite impactful, as Bai Miaoqing observed the once despondent youths, their eyes now glimmering with a flicker of determination upon hearing this encouragement. Yes, their lives are still long. How could they falter here? They are still children, still at an age filled with dreams for the future. With the conclusion of the awakening ceremony, tomorrow marks the commencement of the school year. However, the first day is merely an introduction, allowing students and teachers to familiarize themselves with one another. Following that is the weekend, a period allotted for these newly awakened youths to seek out their beasts or to adapt to their newfound talents. Name: Yin Mingming. Awakened talent: Unity. Unity? The celestial screen presented Yin Mingming's talent information, yet Bai Miaoqing was evidently unfamiliar with it. Unity, a special enhancement talent within the enhancement category, allowing one to merge with their beast, significantly elevating one's own strength, thus enabling participation in combat. This talent appears advantageous. It seems capable of compensating for my currently frail physique, Bai Miaoqing mused as she contemplated the panel's description. In fact, there exists a skill known as possession, which bears similar effects to this talent. It is often found in spirit-type and ghost-type beasts or monsters. Thus, you may consider contracting a similar beast in the future, which would indeed enhance your survival and combat capabilities. Indeed, that seems to be a commendable approach. I will consider it later, Bai Miaoqing nodded, indicating that she had taken note. She placed considerable importance on her physical enhancement, for in her previous life, she could only grow stronger through external means. Her own physical prowess merely passable. After all, that world was not one dominated by humanity. No matter how hard a person strove, they could only become sustenance for powerful and bizarre creatures. The primary reason humanity has managed to survive is that these formidable beings do not feast on their flesh and blood, but rather on various fears and despair, nothing more. Thus, in that realm, everyone was compelled to exist in a stifling environment, which served as a form of protection. I digress. Now that the awakening has concluded, they are free to depart. As they left, Bai Miaoqing was unsurprisingly approached by many, yet she noticed that this time, most of those who approached were individuals who had already awakened their Beastmaster talents. These individuals likely felt emboldened by their newfound abilities and were more willing to express their innermost thoughts. Unfortunately, the response they received was rejection. After all, even though she had become familiar with her body, deep down, her true identity remained that of a male. After school, the two continued to walk home. But Yin Mingming was in a state of excitement. So, do you know what talent you awakened? Bai Miaoqing asked, feigning ignorance. I'm not sure, but it's highly likely that it isn't a singular Beastmaster talent, so my options should be quite unrestricted, Yin Mingming replied. This is a common scenario for many newly awakened Beastmasters. They cannot accurately discern their talents, but can only vaguely sense them. The term limitations refers to Beastmaster talents that are elementally specific, such as fire enhancement. Beastmasters with such talents can only contract beasts possessing fire attributes. They often have a slight intuition about which beasts suit them best. Yin Mingming's talent, Unity, is indeed without restrictions, allowing her to choose her beast based on her preferences. By the way, what is your Beastmaster talent, Sister Miaoqing? It was only when they were nearing home that Yin Mingming finally calmed her excitement. As for me, I have a companion beast, Bai Miaoqing replied without hesitation. This was a phrase suggested by the celestial screen. A companion beast, as the name implies, appears during the awakening of a talent, manifesting as a beast connected to the awakener's bloodline. Xiaoxua, the companion beast, was created from her own blood, making their bond even more intimate than that of a typical companion beast. Thus, this explanation holds validity. Oh, so Xiaoxua is a companion beast? Yin Mingming glanced down at the small creature nestled in her arms. At that moment, Xiaoxua nodded affirmatively, acknowledging Bai Miaoqing's statement. You see, this is the bond of blood. There is no need for communication, yet the other can comprehend one's intentions. How impressive! I've heard that companion beasts are extraordinarily powerful and rare. It seems our entire school has none, or rather, only you possess one, Yin Mingming remarked with a smile. Upon arriving at their doorstep, they found Yin Jiejun waiting downstairs, an irrepressible smile gracing his face. Dad! Yin Mingming dashed into his embrace, eagerly sharing the news of her awakening. He already knew. At this moment, however, the celestial screen intervened to reveal the truth. Indeed, Yin Jiejun had been aware of this event long before, even without Yin Mingming informing him. Although he was not present at the scene, his friends were, and he had specially requested them to keep an eye on Yin Mingming's situation and inform him at the earliest opportunity. Yet, he still pretended to be hearing the news for the first time. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us go out for a celebratory meal this afternoon. Yin Jiejun's mood was evidently buoyant as he ushered them toward the car. After indulging in a hearty meal, the trio headed directly to the beast nurturing base. This facility is located on the outskirts of the town. After all, the land required for nurturing beasts is vast. Although it is not overcrowded at present, it is certainly livelier than usual shopping malls. Following the awakening of their beastmaster talents, there are 3 ways to obtain the first beast. One is through the official free distribution of beasts, which typically possess mediocre talents, not too good, yet not too bad, falling within a usable range. The second option is through a third-party nurturing base like this one. Naturally, this is not free, but the talents are comparatively better, albeit somewhat varied. Let us go inside and see if there is anything you like. Would you like to come in with us? Yin Jiejun asked Yin Mingming before they entered. After all, Bai Miaoqing already had her own beast, making her presence in such a place somewhat redundant, especially with the crowd. Since we're here, we might as well take a look, Bai Miaoqing shrugged nonchalantly. However, her true intention in entering was to assist Yin Mingming in selecting a beast. Beneath the celestial canopy, she possessed the remarkable ability to effortlessly discern the inherent qualities of a beast. Upon entering, Yin Mingming, without a moment's hesitation, made her way directly to the feline beast area. Hee, I've long desired this. I wish to nurture a little cat. Yin Mingming had always harbored a fondness for small creatures, and her time spent with Xiaoxua had solidified her aspirations. Yin Jiejun naturally offered no objections. On the contrary, felines were quite popular in their homeland of Huaxia. Among the revered 5 immortals of Huaxia, one was the cat immortal. Name, Shining Bell Tiger. Qualities, adult. Name, Wind Howl Leopard. Qualities, adult awakening. While Yin Mingming admired these beasts, Bai Miaoqing had already gleaned insights into them through the celestial canopy. How is the talent of these beasts classified? Bai Miaoqing inquired, as this was the first time she had encountered the term qualifications, having previously paid it no heed. Qualifications are categorized from low to high as follows: juvenile, adult, awakening, enlightenment, earth connection, divine gift. Juvenile and adult are considered the most common qualifications. Any beast, upon birth, is classified as juvenile and can reach adult status without any training. It is only from the awakening stage onward that the talent of a beast is primarily determined. For instance, the Wind Howl Leopard currently possesses adult qualifications, yet with sufficient time, it could potentially ascend to awakening. However, to progress further, external assistance is required, such as using wind-seeking grass to enhance its wind element talent. What level of qualification does Xiaoxua possess? Bai Miaoqing asked curiously. Xiaoxua's situation is somewhat peculiar. Ideally, a beast's qualification should be at least adult, yet Xiaoxua is merely juvenile. I believe this cannot serve as a reference. Alright, I think I understand now. Could you help me see if there are any beasts with commendable qualifications here? Hee, I was just waiting for you to ask. From the tone of the celestial canopy, Bai Miaoqing could distinctly sense a note of pride, clearly indicating that it had already found something. Among these beasts, I recommend 3. This beast is called the Xianming Tiger, which possesses a very faint bloodline of the earth fiend tiger lion. If nurtured well, it could potentially reach enlightenment. The celestial canopy floated before a small, entirely black creature, resembling a tiger in stature. Dreaming mentioned wanting a cat. Do any of these fit that description? Bai Miaoqing recalled Yin Mingming's earlier words, as she sought a small cat akin to Xiaoxua. Indeed. Come look at this. This is a snow-walking cat. Although typically a snow-walking cat's talent can only reach adult, this one is different. It has undergone a mutation, and a benign one at that. Hence, its potential also extends to enlightenment. and it possesses a unique ability known as symbiotic spirit. This grants it enhanced spirituality, and upon forming a contract, a bond akin to a symbiotic contract will develop between the two. This ability is the perfect choice for Yin Ming Ming, who possesses complementary talent. You must have intended to recommend it from the start, right? Bai Miaoqing cast a dubious glance at the celestial canopy. Wouldn't mentioning a few more enhance my reputation? Bai Miaoqing, uninterested in further banter, directly guided Yin Ming Ming to the snow-walking cat. This small feline was quite diminutive, causing most to overlook it. Dreaming. I surveyed the area, and I believe this one. Bai Miaoqing initially intended to elaborate on the snow-walking cat when she noticed Yin Mingming's attention had completely captured the little creature. At that moment, the snow-white kitten also directed its gaze toward her. Thus, the two engaged in a mutual stare for a full half-minute. This is the one, Yin Mingming declared with unwavering certainty. It appears my recommendation was unnecessary. Bai Miaoqing chuckled. Perhaps this is a form of resonance? Chapter 15, Little Snowball. How about trying out your beast mastery talent? As evening descended, the two sat in their pajamas within the room. Come here, little Snowball, let us see. Yin Mingming, cradling the little snow-walking cat, placed it opposite her on the bed. Little Snowball was the name Yin Mingming had chosen for the snow-walking cat. Meow. At this moment, the two had completed their contract, allowing little Snowball to comprehend Yin Mingming's intent. This was her first time utilizing her beast mastery talent, and she was still inexperienced. She placed her palm upon little Snowball's forehead and closed her eyes, attempting to sense the connection. Yet, after a considerable duration, no change occurred. Yin Mingming's method was flawed. The activation of the harmonious union requires a connection of their spirits, yet she was merely transmitting her energy to the other. However, it is of no concern. With the symbiotic spirit skill, I believe she will soon find her rhythm. As soon as the celestial canopy concluded, a subtle energy connected little Snowball and Yin Mingming. Subsequently, little Snowball vanished, and in its place, Yin Mingming sprouted a pair of snow-white cat ears and a fluffy white tail that emerged from her pajamas. When Yin Mingming opened her eyes, she noticed her pupils had transformed into vertical slits, reminiscent of a cat's gaze. She blinked, instinctively glancing toward the large mirror in the room. I've turned into a cat? Yin Mingming exclaimed in surprise, reaching out to pinch her tail and ears. Even without external assistance, she managed to wiggle her other ear, clearly indicating that these were not mere ornaments. Xiao Shui appeared equally startled by the unfolding spectacle, tentatively using its small paw to poke at the tip of Yin Mingming's white tail. So what exactly is this talent? Yin Mingming stammered in a flustered manner. The harmonious union talent is indeed a rare gift, so it was understandable that Yin Mingming was unaware of it. Bai Miaoqing pretended to activate her wristband, and after a minute, she revealed the name of the talent to her. Harmonious union? That sounds quite impressive, Yin Mingming said, still somewhat bewildered. As she continued to pinch her tail, do you feel any changes? Aside from your appearance? It seems my hearing and vision have improved, but beyond that, I don't sense much else. Perhaps my strength has increased as well? Yin Mingming rose slightly to stretch, noticing her body felt somewhat lighter. However, she couldn't ascertain the extent of the enhancement, as there were no instruments at hand for testing. Moreover, it appeared that this state, even without engaging in combat, would consume energy, so the newly minted beast master Yin Mingming could not maintain it for long. Let us get some rest. Our new homeroom teacher has already added us to a group, which includes our new classroom location. Bai Miaoqing supported the somewhat weak Yin Mingming, helping her onto the bed. Little Snowball was carried to the bed by Xiao Shui. Yin Mingming tugged at the blanket and obediently closed her eyes, falling asleep within mere moments. As for Bai Miaoqing, she leaned against the headboard, utilizing her wristband to gather information regarding the possessed beasts. During her search, she stumbled upon a novel term, mysterious realm. This concept refers to a unique space that has emerged in recent times, connecting two worlds through a spatial rift. Unfortunately, the type of beast she sought, one that could serve as a familiar and possess the ability of embodiment, was non-existent in Huaxia. Only in Hongying Kingdom does a special type of familiar known as Shikigami exist, along with another entity called heroic spirit located in the Nordic countries. However, whether it be Shikigami or heroic spirits, these beings are regarded as sacred in their respective nations. Not only is she an outsider, but even locals must undergo rigorous selection and gain their approval to become their beast masters. Therefore, obtaining one through these channels was virtually impossible for her at this moment. In fact, there is another way to acquire the embodiment skill, which is to have Xiao Shui master it. Just as Bai Miaoqing was about to concede defeat, the celestial voice provided an unexpected response. Really? She leaned closer, her excitement palpable. Of course, do you remember Xiao Shui's skill called plasticity? Yes, but I still don't quite grasp what it means. Can it master skills autonomously? She glanced at Xiao Shui nestled in her arms, who tilted her head curiously in return. Hee, this skill is quite formidable. It allows one to assimilate the skills of the beasts it consumes as its own. In other words, as long as you find a creature with the ability of embodiment, there is a chance for Xiao Shui to acquire its skills through consumption. Huh? Xiao Shui is actually that impressive? She gazed at her adorable companion in astonishment. I'm not entirely sure. This skill is unique to Xiao Shui throughout the entire world. Moreover, as I previously mentioned, although Xiao Shui's current talent is still in its juvenile stage, there is a high probability that it can continue to enhance through this skill. In that case, I must slightly alter my plans. By Miaoqing reopened the search bar. While beasts with embodiment abilities are rare, there are numerous creatures and spirits that possess such traits. Most of these beings are unable to communicate or be tamed. An hour later, however, the results revealed that none were within her capability to defeat. It was a foregone conclusion. After all, she was merely a novice beast master. It seemed she would have to proceed step by step in the future. With that, she burrowed under the covers and drifted off to sleep. One cannot deny that after Yin Mingming had warmed the bed in advance, it felt truly cozy when she lay down. Today was the day of class division, necessitating all students to arrive at school. Additionally, it was a rare day off for Yin Jejun, so when the two set out, he was still indulging in slumber. Thus, they had no choice but to walk to school. Early spring brought a chill to the air, and with today being overcast, the cold was exacerbated. Consequently, both wore 3 layers of clothing along with an undergarment. It feels like it might rain, Yin Mingming remarked anxiously, gazing up at the gloomy sky. No worries. We can have Xiao Shui make raincoats, Bai Miaoqing replied with a smile. Meow meow meow. Ha ha. The two couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Shui's puzzled, yet innocent expression. Chapter 16, The Enigmatic Realm. Upon arriving at the school, the entrance was bustling with activity. In addition to students, there were parents, breakfast vendors, and passing office workers. This created quite a congestion at the school gate, and fortunately, the two had walked, as vehicles would have faced considerable difficulty exiting. Following the route etched in her memory, Yin Mingming guided Bai Miaoqing swiftly to the designated area for Beast Master's instruction. This section was expansive, yet most of the space was occupied by a playground, as training Beast Masters requires considerable room for growth through combat. Mingming, over here. Upon entering the classroom, a girl seated at the front waved at her. Bai Miaoqing recognized her as Lu Lin, who appeared to be a close friend of Yin Mingming, having sat beside her the previous day. So, she too has awakened her Beast Master talent. Yesterday, she had only focused on Yin Mingming's situation, without concern for the awakening of others. Lu Lin had known Yin Mingming since elementary school and remained friends through middle school. Yin Mingming naturally took a seat beside her, while Bai Miaoqing settled on the other side. The desks in this classroom were individual, not connected, a unique arrangement for their Beast Master class, intended to prevent any friction between the beasts and provide them with ample space. She is your familiar, a cat no less, Lu Lin remarked, looking at the small snowball nestled in Yin Mingming's arms. Hee indeed. What about yours? I haven't seen it, Yin Mingming smiled. I haven't made my choice yet. I visited a beast training base yesterday, but didn't encounter any that I liked, Lu Lin replied with a hint of disappointment. You need to hurry. If you wait too long, the good ones will all be taken, Yin Mingming advised kindly. Yes, I plan to check out another beast training base today. This time, I absolutely must find a suitable one. While the two conversed, Bai Miaoqing hung her backpack on the hook beside her desk. The contents of her bag were simple, just 3 books and some snacks for Xiao Shui. This was typical for most students, as their courses primarily focused on practical training, resulting in fewer theoretical classes. Just as she was about to place her books in the drawer, she discovered a letter concealed within her desk, neatly sealed in an envelope. Her name was inscribed upon it, indicating it was meant for her. Someone must have anticipated that she would sit here and place the envelope in advance. She raised an eyebrow, then opened the envelope. Initially, she instinctively thought it might be a challenge letter, as that was the only type she had previously received. However, upon reading the first paragraph, she felt utterly taken aback. It turned out to be a love letter. The sender was a student from the neighboring class, inquiring if they could meet behind the teaching building after school. How absurd. At such a young age, they were already preoccupied with such matters. When I was their age, I was still focused on basic survival. Faced with this letter, Bai Miaoqing had no thoughts whatsoever. She simply crumpled it into a ball and tossed it towards the trash can. However, perhaps due to the lightness of the paper ball, it failed to make it inside, bouncing off the rim and landing outside. She stood to retrieve it, but at that moment, the teacher happened to walk in from outside the classroom. The teacher, named Wan Ru, appeared to be quite young and was also a beast master, boasting a strength level of Huang class, with interests that remained undisclosed. All right. That's enough. Bai Miaoqing interrupted the words of Tianmu behind her, having not taken the time to delve into the other person's interests. Wan Ru surveyed the crowd and chuckled, It seems everyone is present. Let us commence with a brief self-introduction, starting with me. I am Wanru, your homeroom teacher for the upcoming half semester, and also a yellow-tier beast master, primarily responsible for your beast combat course. Following this, the students were prompted to introduce themselves, beginning with Lu Lin, who sat by the window in the front row, proceeding in an S-shaped order from front to back. Bai Miaoqing paid little attention to the details shared by her classmates, if she wished to know more. The information provided by Tianmu would be far more comprehensive than their self-introductions. Thus, her gaze drifted towards the window. Was it foggy? She furrowed her brow. Initially, it had merely been overcast when she left in the morning, but now visibility was severely impaired. She could scarcely make out the adjacent teaching building just a few dozen meters away. This fog was peculiar indeed. Miaoqing, it's your turn, Yin Mingming gently reminded her. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing realized it was her turn to introduce herself. As she began, she felt the weight of all eyes upon her. However, before she could utter a word, an eerie voice reverberated through the intercom, echoing throughout the school. It was a sound they had never encountered before, and it announced the rules. Attention all teachers and students, please listen carefully. Anyone who violates the rules will bear the consequences. The rules are as follows: no loud talking in the classroom, no playing in the hallways, no whispering during class. You must remain in the classroom during class hours. Eerie events? The moment that voice reached her ears, Bai Miaoqing's pupils constricted, and memories from her previous life surged into her mind. What was happening? Who was playing tricks? The chill that permeated the classroom was palpable, a bone-deep cold. No signal. Wanru observed his wristband, noticing the signal icon displayed as disconnected. Everything unfolding was exceedingly bizarre. However, as the homeroom teacher, he could not leave without ensuring the safety of his students. A heavy, echoing footfall resonated from the corridor, accompanied by a gust of cold wind that swept through the partially open window. The lights above dimmed ominously. Who dares to play tricks? Wanru muttered, stepping forward to open the classroom door. Yet, upon doing so, he beheld nothing but the dense fog that enveloped the corridor, obscuring all sight. As if a wall had sealed off the classroom entirely. A shriek pierced the air. Several girls with weaker nerves could no longer contain their fear and, despite covering their mouths, let out cries. Chapter 17, Survived. It seems someone has violated the school rules. At the moment of her exclamation, the footsteps in the corridor ceased. In their place emerged a pale, eyeless, grotesque visage that resembled a human face, materializing from the mist. The horrific countenance was less than half a meter from Wanru, who could discern the putrid stench emanating from it through his acute sense of smell. You have violated the rules. The ghastly creature paid no heed to Wanru, instead turning its focus on the girl who had screamed, lunging towards her with alarming speed. In that instant, Wanru reacted, summoning his beast, a towering golem. Its form a dusty yellow, with skin resembling the cracked earth. The golem charged at the monstrous entity. Chaos erupted in the classroom as everyone scrambled to distance themselves from the creature. Amidst the pandemonium, Bai Miaoqing maintained an unsettling calm. She covered Yin Mingming's mouth to stifle her cries and gestured for silence. Yin Mingming, visibly terrified, clutched Bai Miaoqing's slender frame, trembling uncontrollably but striving to remain silent. The creature's strength was overwhelming, easily overpowering the golem, which struggled to retaliate. At that moment, the teacher bellowed to the trembling students at the back. Quickly exit through the back door. The classroom featured 2 doors, with the back door seldom utilized, often a subject of jest among the students for its redundancy. Yet now, this oft-mocked door became their sole hope. The nearest boy, without hesitation, flung it open and dashed into the mist, as others prepared to follow. Bai Miaoqing merely squeezed into the throng, showing no intent to escape. Just as a second student was about to exit, a shadow suddenly lunged from the fog outside, carelessly thrown in like refuse. It was a boy, attempting to speak, but rendered mute, his voice drowned out by a piercing scream. It was the corpse of the first boy who had ventured out. His body was grotesquely contorted, eyes, nose, and ears violently torn away. Blood mingled with a yellowish fluid flowed from his wounds, soaking a love letter that had failed to find its way into the trash. As most students screamed, the horrific sight and the nauseating stench of blood drove some to vomit and others to faint. Even the teachers, having never witnessed such a gruesome demise, were momentarily dazed. Seizing this moment, the ghastly creature circumnavigated the cumbersome golem and advanced toward the teacher. Bai Miaoqing said nothing but exchanged a glance with her small companion, signaling him to cover Yin Mingming's head, shielding her from sight and sound. In that instant, she lunged towards the body of the deceased classmate, her hand stirring the viscous blood pooling on the ground. No one understood her motives. Yin Mingming, held tightly in her embrace, could only inhale the intensifying metallic scent of blood, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. as the teacher's head was twisted off and the golem was utterly vanquished. Despair engulfed the students. The grotesque entity approached them, its expression growing increasingly sinister, repeating, "You have violated the rules." Just then, a blood-red membrane appeared beside Bai Miaoqing, enveloping her and Yin Mingming within its confines. The space was small, just enough for the two of them. This sudden change caught the creature's attention, prompting it to assault them. Yet the seemingly fragile membrane successfully repelled the attack amid the astonished gazes of all present. You, at this moment, did not contravene the rules. It was as if a sudden revelation had dawned upon you, prompting a cessation of hostilities as you turned to glance at the youths behind you. "No, please. I beg you, let me in. I do not wish to perish," implored a girl who stood in close proximity to Bai Miaoqing. In their eyes, entering this ethereal membrane would ensure their safety from any further assaults. Yet, in response to their desperate pleas, they were met solely with Bai Miaoqing's frigid gaze and the chilling tranquility that enveloped her. However, what did such icy indifference signify in the face of death's looming terror? They continued to pound against the barrier, akin to vengeful spirits seeking to drag the two within into their doom. Yet, they were fated to remain incapable of shattering this protective veil. Logically, a hastily erected formation should not withstand overwhelming force. Yet this time, she had employed the blood of youth. The vitality contained within the blood of the young is robust and vibrant. This is precisely why sacrificial rites often favor the blood of innocent boys and girls. As the last girl was slain, her visage contorted in fear and despair. Her nails cracked against the barrier in her futile attempts to escape. "You may resume your lessons," Bai Miaoqing remarked coldly as she dispatched the final girl. The bizarre creature, now drenched in blood, turned to the two with a smile. However, upon locking eyes with Bai Miaoqing, she reciprocated with a smile that bore profound implications. In the next instant, a sanguine light erupted, illuminating the classroom, dispelling the dim white glow above. "Ah, stop it. Please, cease at once." At that moment, the strange entity began to howl madly, its fingers plunging into its own eye sockets, emitting piercing cries of agony. In an instant, its corporeal form began to disintegrate, revealing a translucent specter that manifested within the classroom. Almost immediately, a portion of the blood on the floor surged toward the apparition, enveloping it entirely. Indeed, the formation that covered the entire classroom was a construct arranged by Bai Miaoqing through the little blood, which, due to its ability to shapeshift, could silently slip away unnoticed. The little blood no longer resembled the docile, affectionate kitten, nor the smooth, pliable slime, but had transformed into a monstrous entity, its form enshrined in viscous flesh and blood, with sanguine droplets continually cascading from its being. The bone-white remnants had morphed into its teeth, relentlessly tearing at the specter's form. The already translucent body, under the dual torment of bone and formation, gradually dissipated until it was ultimately consumed by the little blood. Chapter 18, Father and Daughter. What on earth transpired? When Yin Mingming regained her sight and hearing, the classroom lay desolate. Not a trace of the corpses or flesh remained, only a disordered classroom and lifeless stones nearby. "It's nothing. It has all concluded," Bai Miaoqing replied with detachment, while the little blood had reverted to its kitten form. One of its little paws stroked its belly, revealing a semblance of satisfaction akin to that of a creature well fed. Simultaneously, Yin Mingming glanced toward the window, noticing that the mist appeared to have dissipated. "There are 2 survivors. Hurry over." Voices filled with urgency and elation emerged from outside, as if encountering 2 living souls was a rare occurrence. "What? There are still survivors? Over there, quickly, bring them out." Another voice, tinged with greater urgency, called from a different direction. At that moment, the back door of the classroom swung open once more, revealing not a strange creature, but a human visage. Bai Miaoqing observed that the footsteps leading to this figure bore crimson imprints, soon obscured by a canine-like being. Shortly thereafter, another person rushed in, carrying several mask-like objects. Concealment masks. When worn, they temporarily obscure a person's sight, hearing, and sense of smell. It seems they do not wish for you to know what transpired outside. The two did not resist. After donning the masks, they were successfully led to the school entrance by 2 officers. Before Yin Mingming could remove her mask, she felt her body being lifted. A familiar sensation that immediately revealed the identity of her bearer. "Father." As the mask was lifted, that familiar voice reached her ears. "It's me, I'm here. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Although he spoke reassuringly, Bai Miaoqing could distinctly sense the intense emotions radiating from Yin Jiejun, his body trembling uncontrollably, his voice quaking, and tears streaming down his face. Upon learning of the peculiar incident that had invaded his daughter's school, Yin Jiejun's heart had already plummeted to despair. He had not even had the time to change out of his pajamas before riding his wolf steed at breakneck speed to reach this place. However, upon his arrival, The bizarre event had already been resolved by the mayor. He longed to enter the school to search for his daughter. Yet he realized he had forgotten to inquire about the location of Yin Mingming's new classroom, leaving him to wait anxiously at the entrance. The only news he had received was that no ordinary students had survived in the teaching building. Upon hearing this, his heart had momentarily ceased to beat, and the sky seemed to turn a pallid gray. Yet, when he learned that 2 individuals from the Beastmaster class had survived, that despair was momentarily eclipsed by a flicker of hope. When he finally laid eyes on the living Yin Mingming before him, the overwhelming surge of emotion rendered him incapable of restraining himself. What a touching scene. Indeed, Bai Miaoqing replied with a smile. The father and daughter embraced tightly, as if, in that moment, the entire world had narrowed down to just the 2 of them. Naturally, this incident could not conclude so simply. After the entire academy had been thoroughly examined, the results rendered all present speechless. Apart from Yin Mingming and Bai Miaoqing, not a single student had survived. Furthermore, some teachers and staff who remained seated, not bound by the rules, had successfully lived to the end. That day, the entire city trembled. The death of children was a profound blow to the majority of families. Indeed, one mother, unable to bear the weight of her loss, committed suicide by jumping from a building the following day. Deputy Mayor Ling Wenba took it upon himself to traverse the streets, offering condolences and compensation to the families who had lost their children, as well as providing solace. He convened a press conference to elucidate the nature of the eerie realm to those who did not comprehend it. The eerie realm is a phenomenon that has only emerged in recent years. No one knows how it manifests, and with current technology, its patterns cannot be discerned. It resembles a localized natural disaster, unpredictable and unpreventable. The sole piece of good news is that, even when it occurs, the strength of today's beast masters is sufficient to forcibly dispel the eerie realm. Yin Mingming and Yin Jiejun sat together in the living room, engaged in conversation while watching the news on television. Bai Miaoqing chose not to disturb their precious time together, especially considering that they had just endured a life-and-death crisis. At that moment, Yin Mingming was feeling quite despondent, for everyone in the school, including her friends, had perished within that sinister realm. In contrast, Bai Miaoqing perhaps was the only one in the entire city feeling a sense of relief. Newly acquired skills. Possession, the ability to attach oneself to a living being, thus controlling or enhancing them. Spirit form, the capability to traverse through certain ordinary materials, rendering the body lighter and allowing for a degree of physical damage mitigation. Indeed, he had successfully obtained the skills he had longed for, albeit at a considerable cost. Moreover, Xiao Xue's innate talent had ascended to adulthood, elevating its strength to intermediate level among mortals, and the pace of enhancement was nothing short of remarkable. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Bai Miaoqing immediately employed the possession skill. Xiao Xue then lunged toward her, gradually enveloping her, with a faint membrane appearing on the surface of its body. This sensation was truly extraordinary. She extended her hand, feeling the changes within her body. Though not as pronounced as the fusion skill of Yin Mingming, it nonetheless elevated her physical capabilities to match that of an adult of the same realm. For someone with innate deficiencies like her, this enhancement was monumental. The unexpected delight came in the form of the spirit form skill. Although, due to Xiao Xue mastering this skill, it could not completely disregard physical damage like a true specter. The ability to phase through walls was already commendable. Not to mention, the immunity to physical damage was not entirely absent, coupled with a buoyant quality. She briefly experimented by phasing through to Yin Mingyu's room, next door, and then back again. The result of this simple back and forth nearly left her exhausted, as she did not anticipate the tremendous toll on her stamina that wall phasing would demand. Upon returning to the room, both immediately relinquished the possession, and Bai Miaoqing lay down on the bed, finding a comfortable position and drifting into slumber. Chapter 19. A Simple Favor. The following day, Bai Miaoqing awoke past 10 o'clock. Despite her late rise, when she opened her eyes, Yin Mingming was still asleep. However, since it was the weekend and school had been suspended, she had no intention of waking her friend. Instead, she quietly got up and went outside to prepare breakfast. As she did so, the small snowball beside her seemed to be roused by her movements. Meow? Initially, Bai Miaoqing paid little heed, but in the next moment, the little snowball burrowed into the blankets, seemingly frightened of her. However, this reaction was understandable, as during the harrowing events of the previous day, the little creature could only shield Yin Mingming's eyes and ears. As for the small snowball, it had witnessed the entire ordeal, including Bai Miaoqing inscribing the formation and Xiao Xue fully unfurling to consume the grotesque entity. Naturally, it also observed her indifferent and cold demeanor in response to a classmate's plea for help. All these events had left a significant psychological scar on the little feline. Yet, there was little that could be done, as the circumstances had indeed been dire. Saving Yin Mingming and ensuring she was shielded from witnessing the ensuing horrors was no small feat. There was simply no energy left to attend to the little cat. Upon entering the living room, Yin Jiejun was already there, engrossed in the latest news. Now that you're awake, we should prepare, shortly. I will take you and Mingming to the Beast Master Association for registration, he stated without turning around. He knew his daughter too well, at this hour. It was nearly impossible for her to be awake, so it had to be Bai Miaoqing. All right, Bai Miaoqing nodded and proceeded to the bathroom. Also, thank you for saving Mingming, Yin Jiejun added. It was nothing. You offered me shelter, so this was merely a simple favor. Bai Miaoqing replied nonchalantly as she closed the bathroom door, the sound of running water soon following. A simple favor? As Bai Miaoqing entered the bathroom, Yin Jiejun turned off his wristband, his gaze drifting to a photograph beneath the television cabinet. In that picture, he appeared youthful, unmarked by scars. While Yin Mingming and Yin Mingyu were still mere children. Beside them stood a woman whose delicate features bore a striking resemblance to Yin Mingming. Your simple favor has, in effect, saved our family, he mused with a wry smile. Every Beast Master must report to the Beast Master Association after acquiring their beast and register their information. Bai Miaoqing had previously been unable to register due to the lack of identification, and now that she had it, school had commenced. Thus she planned to go with Yin Mingming. The registration process was relatively straightforward, requiring only the completion of basic information such as name, beast affinity, and other fundamental details. Furthermore, if one preferred their beast affinity to remain confidential, they could opt to conceal it, but falsification was strictly forbidden. Any discovery would lead to governmental prosecution. Choosing to conceal it also proved inconvenient, as one would need to periodically visit the Beast Master Association for data updates until they chose to disclose their beast affinity. After all, the unknown is often the most terrifying. Of course, this was also established to maintain order. The Beast Master Association was a grand edifice located in the city's heart, not far from the vice mayor's residence. However, upon arriving, Bai Miaoqing's attention was not drawn to the imposing building before her, but rather to the notice board of the Adventurers Association across the street. The name was one she was intimately familiar with, for in her past life, the organization of hunters was called the Adventurers Association. As for why it was not named the Hunters Association, it was because the association included not only hunters but also ordinary individuals who could undertake simple tasks to earn a living. You are currently ineligible, as this association is not open to minors. Just as she contemplated a visit there, an unwelcome reality struck her like a cold splash of water. Is there no other way besides adulthood? Bai Miaoqing entered the Beast Master Association, yet remained undeterred in her inquiry. There are alternatives. One must either achieve Xian-level strength or have a D-level stronghold as a guarantor. Upon reflection, it seemed that adulthood was indeed the simplest route. Yin Jiejun led them to the front desk, where they found a considerable crowd, necessitating a ticket for their turn. They had arrived just after 1 o'clock, yet it was not until 3:30 that their turn finally arrived. When filling out the Beast Affinity section, Bai Miaoqing indicated the companion beast she had previously discussed with Yin Mingming. Upon submitting the form to the staff, they requested both to verify their affinities. Yin Mingming's verification process was rather straightforward and could be discerned with the naked eye. However, Bai Miaoqing's companion beast required specialized equipment for testing. Naturally, all confirmations were conducted in a small black chamber, utilizing mechanical means rather than human oversight. Such measures can indeed enhance the safeguarding of personal privacy. To ascertain whether a creature is a symbiotic beast, one primarily examines the blood or bodily tissues of both entities for identical or similar genetic markers. The inclusion of bodily tissue analysis is necessitated by the fact that certain beasts lack a physical form, such as ethereal entities or elemental life forms. As for the final test results, they were unequivocally flawless, verging on perfection. The blood samples exhibited an almost perfect congruence. Were it not for the technician personally drawing the blood, one might suspect that the two droplets originated from the same individual. After thorough verification by the personnel, Bai Miaoqing's registration was duly approved. Upon her exit from the building, her wristband vibrated gently. Upon inspection, she discovered a message from the Beast Tamer Association congratulating her on her ascension to the status of a true beast tamer. Moreover, a title of Novice Beast Tamer had been appended to her name in her personal space. You two will subsequently be transferred to No. 1 High School. Allow me to escort you there for a brief visit, as it is not exceedingly far from home. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Given that it was the weekend, the school appeared rather desolate, with only a solitary guard stationed at a small booth, engrossed in watching television. We are here to complete the transfer procedures. Kindly open the gate. With that, Yin Jiejun presented the transfer documentation to the guard. After a cursory glance at the paperwork and a fleeting look at by Miaoqing and Yin Mingming, the guard granted them access without hesitation. Chapter 20, Number 1 High School. The data has been successfully uploaded to the computer. Welcome, my dear little ones, to our school. The individual responsible for the transfer data handover was a remarkably youthful woman, who greeted them with effusive warmth, especially considering they were among the mere 2 survivors of that incident, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary qualities. No one high school particularly cherishes such exceptional talents. Your class is the Beast Tamer Class 5. Here is a map of the school. You may take some time to explore and familiarize yourselves. Mei Shiwen typed a few keystrokes on the computer, and a map materialized on the wristbands of the 2 girls. Thank you very much, Yin Mingming replied courteously. Ha ha ha, you're most welcome. Such a polite young lady. Mei Shiwen waved her hand dismissively, stifling a giggle with the other. Flattered by the compliment, Yin Mingming felt a tinge of embarrassment. Name, Mei Shiwen, a seeker of various talents. Her endeavors not only grant her a sense of accomplishment, but also enhance her year-end bonus, hence her enthusiasm towards the 2 survivors of the bizarre incident. This time, it was Bai Miaoqing who had proactively requested information from Tianmu, for after all, one must be cautious of such excessive cordiality, which could often mask ulterior motives. The area of Number 1 High School was not excessively vast, merely a tad larger than their previous institution, Number 3 High School. However, this additional space was entirely designated for the Beast Tamer classes, resulting in an extensive area for their activities. Unlike other schools, this institution boasted a dedicated combat zone on the playground, where students could engage in free sparring. This practice aligns with the school's educational philosophy, which diverges from the typical blend of teaching and practical application seen in most other institutions. In this school, the prevailing belief is that true knowledge is acquired through practice, leading to a significantly reduced emphasis on theoretical classes. Of course, such an unorthodox teaching model owes much to the school nurse, a peak-level practitioner of the mystic stage specializing in healing attributes within the forest wood element, enabling most injuries to be treated within a single day. As for why such a rare mystic stage healer resides in this remote area, it is simply because she is the wife of the principal. It is worth noting that the director of the central hospital in their city is merely at the intermediate level of the mystic stage, a 2-tier difference. Although it was the weekend, the campus was not entirely devoid of life, as the middle school offered boarding services, allowing some students to remain at the school even during weekends. Consequently, a few students could be seen on the playground, engaging in activities with their beasts. In this world, sports are generally divided into 2 categories, those for ordinary individuals and those for beast tamers. The latter often test the synergy between the tamer and their beast. As Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming arrived, nearby students cast curious and awestruck glances in their direction. My goodness, who are they? Their appearance is simply exquisite, and I feel as though I have seen them somewhere before, remarked a youth who had paused his game of basketball to gaze at the 2 girls. At that moment, his companion snatched the ball from him, chuckling, still playing? What kind of person could distract you so? Just as the companion was about to tease his friend, he too fell silent, realization dawning upon him. Could it be from Number 3 High School? He pondered, recalling a news segment he had seen. Although he had only glimpsed a profile, that visage had been striking enough to linger in his memory. Number 3 High School? Is that the one? The first youth exclaimed, startled. The events surrounding Number 3 High School had become common knowledge throughout the city, undeniably a tragic incident. What else could it be? The second youth shot him a bemused look, as if he were addressing a fool. Meanwhile, as the 2 conversed, Bai Miaoqing and her companion had already slipped from their line of sight. The teaching building was not particularly large, even smaller than Number 3 High School. As they rarely needed to attend classes within a classroom, many lessons were conducted outdoors. Their visit was merely to locate their classroom and to take a brief tour before departing. They encountered no disturbances along the way, likely due to Yin Zhejun's presence, which served as a deterrent. That evening, after Yin Mingming had drifted off to sleep, Bai Miaoqing, utilizing her agility from the spirit possession, successfully descended from the 3rd floor via the plumbing system and boldly exited the community. Her destination was none other than the Adventurers Association. She would not rest until she had attempted it. Hey, Sister Miaoqing, you look a bit pale. Did you have a nightmare last night? In the early morning, Yin Mingming stretched and, upon opening her eyes, found herself gazing into Bai Miaoqing's. Bai Miaoqing nodded weakly. I'm all right, it's just a dream. Yin Mingming gently patted Bai Miaoqing's back in an attempt to comfort her. I'm fine, let us go, it's time for breakfast. Indeed, Bai Miaoqing had ventured out yesterday, but her efforts had been in vain, as she was unable to accept even the simplest of tasks. Ultimately, she had returned empty-handed. If they won't let me take on tasks, what can I do? I can always exploit my spirit's ability to phase through walls to hunt in nearby areas. Humph. She muttered under her breath during breakfast. You two should be cautious when going out lately. I've received the latest news. Due to the recent bizarre occurrences, the entire city is in disarray, allowing some unscrupulous individuals to take advantage of the situation and infiltrate the city. During their meal, Yin Jejun uttered a remark. Oh. Yin Mingming felt indifferent to this. It was merely an admonition for her to refrain from venturing out at night. As for Bai Miaoqing, it simply meant she should exercise caution when going out. That evening, she once again slipped out using the same method, this time heading straight for the city wall. With her lithe physique and superior stamina, she swiftly reached the base of the wall. However, she found numerous patrolling soldiers stationed there, making it difficult to approach the wall, let alone scale it. After wandering along the inner perimeter of the wall, she discovered that the soldiers at the city gate were fewer in number, with only a solitary guard assigned to check entries. Could this be what they call darkness beneath the lamp? Chapter 21. Hao Yongqiang. This time, she ventured out merely to survey the terrain. Once she confirmed the route, she returned without lingering. Along the way, she encountered no dangers or miscreants, and thus returned safely to her room, shedding her outer garments and diving into the warmth of her bed. As soon as her eyes fluttered shut, she quickly drifted into slumber. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yin Mingming slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the slumbering Bai Miaoqing, her expression laden with complexity. The little snowball cat let out a faint mewl, nudging her cheek against Mingming's hand. I'm not upset. I just feel so useless, Yin Mingming mused, placing her hands beneath the little snowball's forepaws and lifting it gently. Meow. The little snowball shook its head vigorously, clearly refuting its owner's sentiments. Well, at least I can still protect you, Mingming said, cradling it in her arms with a smile. Rest assured, I am fine. Just then, Bai Miaoqing unexpectedly turned over, startling Yin Mingming. However, upon closer inspection, she confirmed that Miaoqing was still asleep. Well, since Sister Miaoqing has taken the initiative to embrace me, I shall not be shy about it. She then burrowed back into the blankets, wrapping her arms around Bai Miaoqing as they both succumbed to sleep once more. The night passed without incident. The following morning marked the day they would head to their new school, and naturally, they could not afford to be late. Donning their new uniforms, the two girls walked side by side toward the first high school. Upon arriving at the school gate, they found it teeming with people, all glancing about as if awaiting someone. Could it be? Bai Miaoqing felt an ominous premonition and promptly pulled Yin Mingming aside. Let us avoid the main entrance and jump in from here. Bai Miaoqing patted the little snowball's head, signaling it to merge with her. Yin Mingming understood her intentions and, without hesitation, entered the fusion. Come, hold my hand. It's all right. I can manage on my own, Bai Miaoqing replied with a smile, as the little blood on her shoulder began to envelop her body, entering a possessed state. Wow, it turns out little blood can also merge. How impressive. This ISNT merging, its possession. Enough of that, let us hurry inside. The school's wall was not particularly high, and with a modest leap, they could easily scale it. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, a figure appeared before them. Which class are you two from? And why did you climb over the wall? The guard, clad in a security uniform, questioned them with a serious demeanor. We're from class 5. We just arrived at school, and didn't he know? Yin Mingming replied, her voice betraying her nervousness upon seeing the guard. Class 5. You must be those two transfer students. Upon hearing Yin Mingming's explanation, the guard's expression softened considerably, and he continued. All right, I understand your situation. This will be your only warning. With that, the guard surprisingly turned and walked away. In reality, he not only recognized the two girls, but was also aware that the crowd gathered at the entrance was specifically there for them. Thus, he chose to turn a blind eye to their wall-climbing escapade, even finding the two little girls rather clever. Thank you, Uncle Security, goodbye, Bai Miaoqing said, tugging at Yin Mingming's hand as they prepared to make their exit, while Mingming turned to wave farewell to the guard. Once inside, they dissolved their fusion and possession, and dashed towards their classroom. As they passed by most classrooms, they found them empty, but when they approached class 5, they glimpsed through the window, discovering it filled to capacity. Upon entering the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent, all eyes turning toward the newcomers. The homeroom teacher, standing at the podium, spoke. All right. Speak of the devil, and here they are. These two are our new transfer students. Come, ladies, please introduce yourselves briefly. The teacher was a kind-eyed, elderly gentleman, his hair graying, yet not showing signs of frailty. Although his face bore wrinkles, they could not conceal the subtle grace he exuded. His upright posture imparted an air of steadfastness. Hao Yongqiang, an esteemed educator at the first high school, was formerly a soldier, having transitioned to the education sector following an injury sustained in battle. A soldier? Is that the source of his commanding presence? For Bai Miaoqing, the term soldier was rather foreign, as her previous life had not afforded her such a position. Upon entering this world, she gradually came to understand the implications of being a soldier, largely thanks to Yin Jejun. However, she still lacked a concrete grasp of its true meaning, merely knowing that soldiers constituted the nation's armed forces. akin to organized and disciplined hunters under official jurisdiction. Hello everyone, I am Yin Mingming. I look forward to your kindness in the future. Yin Mingming beamed at them. Her smile, innocent and infectious, akin to a warm glow illuminating those around her. The classroom soon erupted into applause, transforming the previously hushed environment into one of excitement. I am Bai Miaoqing. Please take care of me as well. Bai Miaoqing's smile was more subdued, calm as a placid lake, exuding a hint of ladylike grace. After her introduction, the classroom buzzed once again until the homeroom teacher cleared his throat, signaling for quiet. All right, seeing you all so lively is perfect. Everyone rise. Let us jog a few laps on the playground to get our bodies moving. While Hao Yongxiang maintained a gentle smile, Bai Miaoqing could clearly see the students' eyes widen in alarm at this pronouncement. Although it was their first official lesson, the name Hao Yongxiang was well known among the students of the first high school. He was regarded as a true drill sergeant. Without uttering a word, the students demonstrated remarkable compliance, heading straight for the playground, where several classes were already engaged in training. Class 5, along with Yin Mingming and Bai Miaoqing, numbered exactly 24, forming 4 rows of 6. Due to her shorter stature, Bai Miaoqing found herself positioned at the edge. Once everyone was in place, Hao Yongxiang instructed them to form pairs and begin their laps. He did not specify how many laps to run. Rather, it was until he called a halt. It is important to note that this activity took place on a playground measuring 1,000 meters, where even a single lap could be quite exhausting. Naturally, it was not only the beast masters who were to run, but also their respective beasts, although the physical endurance of the beasts often surpassed that of their masters. Chapter 22. Overwhelmed with fatigue? At the outset, Bai Miaoqing resolved to diligently enhance her physical fitness, striving to compensate for her inherent shortcomings through practical efforts. Although the temperature had risen slightly with the advent of spring compared to winter, the chilly morning breeze still cut across the faces of these youths like a sharp blade. Her throat felt as if it had swallowed shards of glass, the metallic taste of blood surging up and down. Miaoqing. Bai Miaoqing gritted her teeth against the discomfort, persistently urging herself to keep pace with the others, her mind becoming increasingly foggy. Suddenly, upon hearing Yin Mingming's voice, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed forward. Thankfully, Yin Mingming reacted swiftly, catching Bai Miaoqing just in time. Yes, she had inexplicably fainted. All right, take her to the infirmary. Hao Yongxiang appeared by Yin Mingming's side, reaching out to check her pulse. After confirming her condition, he instructed Yin Mingming to escort Bai Miaoqing to the infirmary. The homeroom teacher was already aware of Bai Miaoqing's health issues, as her congenital deficiencies had been noted in her personal profile. However, he chose not to mention this, and Bai Miaoqing remained silent on the matter. This led Hao Yongxiang to regard Bai Miaoqing with newfound respect, considering that students of this age are generally rather lethargic, often finding excuses to avoid physical activity. It was indeed rare to find someone like Bai Miaoqing, who, despite her physical limitations, persisted with determination. What are you staring at? You lot, run a few more laps. Hao Yongxiang admonished the onlookers sternly. Am I fainted? When Bai Miaoqing opened her eyes, she found herself gazing at a familiar white ceiling, accompanied by a strong scent of alcohol mingling with a subtle floral fragrance. You've fainted from overexertion. But it's nothing serious. Just rest a bit. A gentle yet slightly aged female voice reached her ears. Turning her head, she noticed a white cloth barrier obscuring her view, through which she could faintly see someone seated, their head bowed, fingers tapping rhythmically on a surface, producing a crisp sound of keyboard strokes. Meanwhile, a small flower sprang up from beneath the bed, meeting Bai Miaoqing's gaze. This diminutive blossom stood only about 1 centimeter tall, its petals a delicate pink, with a pale yellow center. The floral scent she had detected earlier emanated from this tiny creature. Its roots served as feet, while its hands were represented by 2 tiny, verdant leaves, droplets of water clinging to the surface of its petals, as if it had just bathed. The sound she had heard was indeed produced by this little being, reminiscent of an infant's cooing. The name of the beast is dewdrop flower, known for its ability to produce a special dew that possesses restorative properties and replenishes stamina, making it a relatively common type among healing beasts. The dewdrop flower raised its tender leaves, delicately cradling a droplet of dew and offering it to Bai Miaoqing. Though the droplet seemed inconspicuous, the introduction revealed that the dewdrop flower only bestows its dew upon those it favors. Thus, even though Bai Miaoqing was nearly recovered, she accepted the droplet out of consideration for the flower's feelings, allowing it to touch her tongue. The taste was mildly sweet, akin to nectar, but it was fleeting. After all, it was merely a single droplet. Even if it held healing properties, Bai Miaoqing had no visible injuries, rendering any effects imperceptible. It's quite sweet, Bai Miaoqing remarked as she gently caressed the petals of the little flower, a smile gracing her lips. Sitting up, she tentatively moved her body to assess her condition. Seems the flower has taken quite a liking to you. The woman who had been seated at the table emerged from behind the white curtain, coming into by Miaoqing's view. Name, Zhao Ying, head of the infirmary at the first high school, a peak-level healer beast master, and the wife of the school principal. I'm feeling much better now. May I return to training? Bai Miaoqing inquired. Go ahead, but your body cannot endure such strenuous activity right now. You must take responsibility for your health, Zhao Ying advised earnestly. Understood, I will be cautious. She then made her way back towards the playground. The infirmary was not far from the grounds, allowing Zhao Ying to swiftly attend to any injured students. Her return coincided perfectly with the moment when everyone had completed their laps and collapsed onto the ground. Some classmates, upon seeing Bai Miaoqing return, hurriedly sat up, attempting to strike poses they deemed impressive in front of their goddess. Others inquired about her condition, and had their legs not been utterly spent, they would have rushed to her side. Bai Miaoqing reassured them that she was fine and settled beside Yin, who was sprawled out on the ground, while her small companion, Snowball, lay beside her, mirroring her position in a comically endearing manner. With everyone present, it was time for practical teaching. Who among you will be my subject for this session? Hao Yongqiang surveyed the group. Those who met his gaze instinctively averted their eyes. Teacher, I believe Bai Miaoqing should take the lead. After all, her state is currently the best among us. A student suggested, drawing the attention of the others. This individual was once the class beauty, though her status had diminished with the arrival of Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming. Previously, the class had revolved around her, but now, it seemed a form of retribution for her loss of prominence. Hao Yongqiang first glanced at the girl named Gu Jingyan before shifting his focus to Bai Miaoqing. What do you say? No problem. Don't feel pressured, all right? Hao Yongqiang expressed his surprise with a soft exclamation. I believe I need an opportunity to battle in order to improve myself, Bai Miaoqing asserted resolutely. This declaration earned her the admiration of her peers, while Gu Jingyan frowned, disdainfully muttering, Humph, what a show-off. Her words, though quiet, were overheard by Yin Mingming beside her. Teacher, may I have a brief spar with a classmate before we begin? Chapter 23, Yin Mingming's First Battle. Of course, feel free to choose your opponent. This will help you all familiarize yourselves, and I will provide feedback on your combat. Hao Yongqiang nodded, leading the group towards the arena. What are you staring at? Do you wish to challenge me? Gu Jingyan could sense that Yin Mingming was observing her intently at that moment. Despite the smile adorning her opponent's face, a palpable chill coursed through the air. I noticed your tone earlier seemed quite formidable, so I wish to seek your guidance, if you would be so kind. Yin Mingming boldly presented her challenge without any pretense. By employing the term guidance, she elevated her adversary while simultaneously placing her in a position of discomfort. However, her opponent showed no inclination to decline. In her eyes, Yin Mingming was merely an ordinary individual with a slightly more pleasing appearance, and her own lineage far surpassed that of Yin Mingming. The first beast under her command was a high-talent creature specifically sought after through a task issued by her father. At this moment, the beast rested upon her fingertip within a custom-made space resembling a ring. Beast tamers do not possess a designated area for storing their creatures. They must rely on external objects, known as beast spaces, to conveniently carry their beasts. As time has progressed, the designs of beast spaces have diversified considerably. The most common type resembles a ring, while others take the form of bracelets, which many prefer for their discreet nature. For instance, Hao Yongqiang utilized a bracelet, while others may opt for accessories resembling earrings, cards, or watches. Such accessory-type beast spaces are typically custom-made and can be quite expensive. Mew? Xiao Shui gazed at Yin Mingming, whispering softly in Bai Miaoqing's ear. Who knows? I doubt she would admit it even if I asked. The battle platform appeared deceptively simple. Merely a flat surface elevated above the ground, adorned with rudimentary patterns. However, in reality, the ground of such battle platforms is exceedingly hard, more resilient than ordinary steel, rendering it nearly impossible for youths like them to damage it. Consequently, the construction costs are exorbitant, making it feasible only for affluent institutions like their school. The combatants are required to approach the platform from opposite directions and summon their beasts before commencing the match under the referee's direction. Naturally, the referee for this duel would be their team leader, Hao Yongqiang. As Gu Jingyan took her place, she raised her right hand and gently waved it, causing the ring containing her beast to emit a soft crimson glow. Following the movement of her hand, a tail of light trailed behind her like a shooting star. Yet, as her hand came to a halt, the streak of light continued onward, morphing into a complex summoning array before her. From this array emerged a fox, resplendent in appearance, its body enveloped in vibrant red fur. It held its head high, exuding an air of arrogance, its visage etched with disdain for its opponent. Witnessing this spectacle, many students in attendance, including those from other classes, displayed expressions of awe, greatly satisfying Gu Jingyan's vanity. However, To the observing teachers, these ostentatious displays were merely superficial. Given the speed of her summoning, she would likely perish before her beast could even make an appearance in a life-or-death battle. Nevertheless, as they were still students, who among them had not experienced vanity or the desire to show off in their youth. Thus, the teachers refrained from making any critical remarks. Yan Mingming's approach was decidedly more straightforward. Lacking a beast space, Xiao Shui simply leapt from her embrace, ready to engage in battle. Beast name, Xianling Fox. Upon reaching maturity, these creatures primarily employ fire elemental attacks. This particular Xianling Fox appears to have been influenced by its owner, becoming somewhat excessively proud and dismissive, making it prone to underestimating its foes in battle. P.S. This is quite unfavorable, so please refrain from emulating such behavior. Host and Xiao Shui. Skills: Claw Strike, Fox Step, Fox Song. Realm: Ordinary Stage, High Talent, Young Awakening. Hobbies: grooming its fur and admiring its reflection. Preferred food. The above constitutes the detailed information provided by Tianmu. This is rather excessively detailed, Bai Miaoqing remarked with a wry smile as she surveyed the densely packed text. You requested a comprehensive overview this time. Such a rare opportunity to showcase. How could I let it slip by? So, do you think Mingming has a good chance of winning? Do you truly want me to divulge that? I'd rather not be labeled a spoiler. Forget it. I'll pretend I didn't ask. Hey, aren't you going to press for an answer? Bai Miaoqing, growing weary, chose to ignore the inquiry. The battle begins. With Hao Yongqiang's voice echoing, Xiao Shui and the Xianling Fox lunged towards one another. The Xianling Fox, measuring 1 meter in length, made Xiao Shui appear diminutive by comparison. At the ordinary stage, nearly all beasts struggle to harness elemental attacks, predominantly relying on physical confrontations such as claw strikes. Thus, size often plays a significant role in battles at this stage. Spirit Fire, strike her head. Let this creature learn the consequences of crossing us. The command was issued to the Xianling Fox, named Spirit Fire, who, acting on its owner's directive, raised a forepaw and brought it crashing down towards Xiao Shui's head. Should this blow land, while both were still young and not lethal, it would undoubtedly inflict considerable pain and impact the course of the ensuing battle. Xiao Shui, dart beneath its arm and strike its abdomen. Yan Mingming's voice resonated in its mind. Utilizing its nimble form, Xiao Shui successfully evaded the initial strike, extending its claws to attack the Xianling Fox's abdomen. However, when the opponent launched a second attack, Xiao Shui was not so fortunate. The sharp claws grazed Xiao Shui's cheek, staining its pristine white fur with crimson. Xiao Shui, Yan Mingming exclaimed anxiously, but the battle raged on, leaving her unable to assess her companion's injuries. Seizing the opportunity after landing a successful hit, Spirit Fire pressed its advantage, launching another assault, this time incorporating the skill Fox Song. This attack, a soundwave-based technique, paled in comparison to genuine sonic assaults, as it could not inflict mental harm on the enemy, merely causing temporary ringing in the ears. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. Following this, the activation of Fox Step propelled its speed dramatically, allowing it to close the distance to Xiao Shui in an instant and deliver a single blow, targeting the most vulnerable area. Yan Mingming could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to catch Xiao Shui, who had been sent flying. Mew. Xiao Shui's voice emerged weakly, imbued with guilt and regret for its failure. Chapter 24. A Beautiful Strike. Yan Mingming could no longer contain herself and hurriedly caught the flying Xiao Shui. Mew. Xiao Shui's voice was faint, tinged with guilt and sorrow for its failure. In fact, under normal circumstances, the disparity between the two would not be so pronounced, as they are merely at the mortal level. Even if struck, it is improbable that one would instantly lose their combat capabilities, much less be sent flying in such a manner. The reason behind this is that Gu Jingyan had surreptitiously employed her Beast Mastery talent. Her Beast Mastery talent is quite commonplace, categorized as an ordinary enhancement type, augmenting strength. Such enhancement abilities allow one's beast to instantaneously amplify its power and explosiveness, yielding a decisive strike. Is that all you've got? Do you dare challenge me with this? Gu Jingyan naturally seized the opportunity to mock her opponent, gracefully turning to embrace the cheers of the crowd. I never declared the battle over. However, Yan Mingming's emotionless voice drifted from behind her. What? Still clinging to the hope of a last-ditch effort? She turned around, her tone laced with mockery. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, the final word was swallowed back. The onlookers erupted in a chorus of gasps. How adorable. This was the collective exclamation echoing in the hearts of nearly everyone present. At that moment, Yan Mingming had entered her unified state, her snow-white cat ears tinged with a hint of crimson, and her agile tail made her appear as if she had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. Particularly, when her cat ears twitched, several male classmates instinctively clutched their hearts, observing the gazes of her peers still fixated on Yan Mingming. Gu Jingyan felt an overwhelming sense of envy gnawing at her, leaving her devoid of the will to even glance at that exquisitely porcelain-like visage. Humph, what of her unity? Two useless beings combined remain useless. The jealousy within her flared like an inferno, consuming her reason entirely. How Yongxiang narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling upon Gu Jingyan, whose mind was now clouded by jealousy. As a seasoned soldier who had truly witnessed the brutality of battle, he recognized the glint in Gu Jingyan's eyes. It signified her desire to eliminate Yin Mingming. However, since Gu Jingyan had never actually taken a life or shed blood, she could not exude the aura of malice. Yet, with his keen observational skills, he easily discerned her inner turmoil. The fight continues. Despite perceiving Gu Jingyan's intentions, Hao Yongxiang had no intention of halting the match. Firstly, he was eager to witness Yin Mingming's prowess in her unified state. Secondly, he held unwavering confidence in his own abilities, fully capable of rescuing her should unforeseen circumstances arise. In her unified form, Yin Mingming exhibited a marked increase in both speed and agility, effortlessly evading the assaults of Linghua and even launching counterattacks. Even when Gu Jingyan activated her beast mastery talent once more, she utterly failed to touch Yin Mingming's form. The outcome of the battle had become glaringly evident. Linghua bore multiple scratches from claws, blood dripping onto the ground, creating a sound akin to raindrops striking the earth. Yin Mingming emerged victorious. Upon Hao Yongxiang's declaration of the result, Yin Mingming ceased her assault, lifting her gaze towards Gu Jingyan, who stood not far away. She said nothing, simply turning to descend from the battleground. Yet, as she took her first step, her unified state automatically dissipated, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over her, causing her to stumble forward. Just before losing consciousness, she felt her body being caught by someone, and a familiar voice resonated in her ears. "We're even now." And splendidly executed too. Bai Miaoqing had already ascended the combat platform by the time Hao Yongxiang announced the battle's conclusion, allowing her to catch Yin Mingming before she fell to the ground. At that moment, Zhaoying followed suit, stepping onto the combat platform. She approached Linghua, who appeared more gravely injured compared to both Xiao Suiqiu and Yin Mingming. Its body bore numerous scratches. While none were life-threatening, Gu Jingyan's refusal to concede had delayed Linghua's treatment, exacerbating its wounds during the fight. In contrast, Xiao Suiqiu's facial injuries had largely ceased bleeding. The only remaining injury was from being knocked away, yet it was far from fatal. Enough, enough, you've all seen enough. Return to your training. The instructors from other classes began to escort their students away. It was uncertain when the area surrounding the combat platform had become populated with students from other classes, all of whom had received their teacher's tacit approval to observe the duel, effectively accumulating combat experience. Before long, only the students from Class 5 remained around the combat platform, watching Gu Jingyan depart quietly. Bai Miaoqing finally released the small stone she had picked up from the ground. Since Hao Yongxiang could sense Gu Jingyan's murderous intent, Bai Miaoqing had no reason to remain oblivious. However, she was reluctant to interfere directly in the match, thus resorting to this strategy. Should Gu Jingyan dare to harm Yin Mingming, she would intervene immediately. With the enhancement bestowed by her blood possession, her strength would suffice to disrupt Linghua's attacks. Subsequently, both were taken to the infirmary, Gu Jingyan to accompany her beast, while Yin Mingming, having exhausted her stamina, was compelled to rest within the infirmary. Time had slipped to noon, and it was time for lunch. Bai Miaoqing headed towards the cafeteria, retrieving the beast food she had prepared in advance from her pocket. This beast food was a special kind that most beasts could tolerate, though it could hardly be described as palatable. It merely served to satiate hunger. Meow, and Xiao Suiqiu clearly despised this food. For it, the most delectable fare remained fresh blood and flesh, whether from the bizarre, the demonic, or even humans, it savored all. "I can't procure fresh blood and flesh for you at the moment, so I must ask for your patience." Bai Miaoqing offered a piece of freeze-dried food to Xiao Suiqiu's mouth. Chapter 25, Comfort. After arriving at the cafeteria, Bai Miaoqing packed 2 meals before making her way to the infirmary. Upon her arrival, Yin Mingming and Xiao Suiqiu had already regained consciousness, and Linghua's bandaging was complete, leaving it in good condition. At that moment, Gu Jingyan was soothing Linghua's emotions. And when Bai Miaoqing entered, Gu Jingyan merely cast her a glance before resuming her task of grooming Linghua. Bai Miaoqing, uninterested in acknowledging her, proceeded directly to Yin Mingming. At this juncture, Yin Mingming was oblivious to Bai Miaoqing's presence, gently stroking Xiao Suiqiu, lost in thought. "What are you pondering?" Bai Miaoqing placed the packed lunchbox on the table before her, smiling. "Nothing, nothing at all. When did you arrive?" Yin Mingming jumped at Bai Miaoqing's sudden appearance. "Just now. I packed you a lunch, intending to eat once you awoke. Sorry for making you worry. It's nothing. How are you feeling now?" "I'm all right now. I can leave." Beside her, Zhaoying nodded towards Bai Miaoqing, affirming that Yin Mingming's health was indeed not in jeopardy. Thus, they departed with their lunchboxes in hand. Arriving at the edge of the playground, they settled onto the benches provided for students, basking in the warm embrace of the spring midday sun. However, during their meal, Yin Mingming consistently wore a sullen expression, as if burdened by unspoken worries, a stark contrast to her previous vivacious demeanor. Was she still troubled by the earlier confrontation? Indeed. Did she believe that her actions had led to the injury of little Snowball? Yes. Did she think that perhaps she should abandon the path of a beastmaster and simply live a normal life with little Snowball? By the time this last question was posed, Yin Mingming's face was entirely shrouded in shadow, her single ponytail cascading down her neck and resting on her shoulder. She did not respond to the final inquiry. Yet her silence served as an answer in itself. Many could only perceive the glory surrounding the title of Beastmaster, the outward brilliance it projected. But how many comprehended the burdens that these 3 words entailed? Yin Mingming had once been among such people, particularly when little Snowball first bled, when it sustained its first serious injury. In that moment, she truly contemplated relinquishing her aspirations of becoming a beastmaster to safeguard little Snowball. For the path ahead promised only greater challenges, with the very real possibility that little Snowball could perish in the process, a fate she could not bear to witness. The skill of bonding could forge a closer connection between them, fostering feelings akin to familial ties. This bond could motivate some to advance, yet it could also become a heavy shackle, one that, if mishandled, could give rise to inner demons, leading to despair. The aspiration to live as an ordinary person, in tranquil obscurity, seemed indeed a lofty ideal. Bai Miaoqing's words momentarily stunned Yin Mingming, prompting her to look up at the girl seated beside her, who, though of similar age, possessed an extraordinarily profound gaze. I have heard a tale of an adventurer who spent half his life in perilous ventures, each escapade fraught with danger, leaving him utterly exhausted. One day, he grew weary of such a life filled with anxiety and, with the money he had earned, sought a tranquil village where he resolved to spend the remainder of his days. He too longed to be an ordinary person, to lead a simple yet stable existence. Yin Mingming seemed engrossed in Bai Miaoqing's narrative, yet it was not the story itself that captivated her, but rather the manner in which Bai Miaoqing recounted it. As if she were the very protagonist of that tale, sharing her own experiences. And then, of course, misfortune struck. The entire village was mysteriously slaughtered, and the adventurer, having succumbed to a year of complacency, could do nothing to save them. He was forced to watch as the familiar faces of his neighbors were tortured to death. And in order to survive, he had no choice but to flee, ultimately returning to the life of an adventurer. Yin Mingming fell into a deep silence, lingering for what felt like an eternity, while Bai Miaoqing remained quiet, calmly gazing at the azure sky. Meanwhile, Little Blood diligently consumed the unfinished food from Bai Miaoqing's plate, relishing it far more than the freeze-dried rations. The sound of chopsticks snapping broke the tranquility between the two, as Yin Mingming opened her lunchbox and began to eat heartily, only lifting her gaze once every morsel had been devoured. At that moment, her face once again radiated a familiar smile. Let us go. We have classes this afternoon. Yes. Let us. All right. Bai Miaoqing, come up. Next, I will explain some important aspects to consider during combat. First is positioning. Many novice beastmasters make the mistake of standing still to command their beasts after summoning them. In reality, this approach merely renders you a vulnerability for your beast. Your beast must expend more effort to protect you as its master. Thus, proper positioning is crucial. Next comes the practical phase. Ideally, practical combat involves students enduring attacks, as the disparity in strength between teacher and student is significant. However, as the combat commenced, Little Blood leapt gracefully from Bai Miaoqing's shoulder to the ground, executing the movement with remarkable lightness, akin to a feather that had just fallen from a sparrow. Pay close attention to my movements during combat. Observe and learn, understood? When transitioning into teaching mode, Teacher Hao's demeanor shifted, exuding an air of gravity. These techniques were of utmost importance, pertaining to the future lives of these youth. He could not afford to be careless. Yes, the students responded in unison. Yet, seated at the back, Gu Jingyan discreetly raised her wristband, activating the recording function and directing the camera towards Bai Miaoqing. So what if someone stands up for you? Watch as I make you the laughingstock of the entire school. Her intention was simple, to publish an embarrassing moment of Bai Miaoqing on the school's official website, thereby tarnishing her reputation. Chapter 26. Teaching. The beast summoned by Hao Yongqiang was a lion with brown fur, appearing no different from an ordinary lion, albeit slightly smaller in stature. Yet, even concealed, it emanated a fearsome aura of bloodlust that Bai Miaoqing could still perceive. This was a lion that had emerged from the realm of slaughter. Beast name, Bloodthirsty Mad Lion, variant. This is a terrifying beast that revels in murder. Consumed by its obsession with killing, exhibiting almost no rationality, only a relentless desire for bloodshed. However, this bloodthirsty mad lion possesses the remarkable ability to control its murderous impulses, even developing a unique skill known as the killing form. Further attributes are indiscernible. I will restrain the mad lioness power and refrain from using any skills. Your task is to touch me without being touched by my beast. After briefly outlining the rules, the battle commenced. Initially, the mad lion remained motionless, just as Hao Yongxiang did not make any unnecessary movements. However, when Little Blood attempted to bypass the mad lion to launch an attack on Hao Yongxiang, it found itself unable to discover a suitable angle for assault. It remained perpetually within the mad lion's striking range, while Hao Yongxiang merely shifted his position slightly, evading all potential attack angles with precision. In an instant, unnoticed by both Little Blood and Bai Miaoqing, the mad lion launched an attack directly towards Bai Miaoqing. At that moment, it was nearly impossible for Little Blood to reach her in time. The speed of a beast far surpassed human reflexes. Yet just as Hao Yongxiang intended to call the mad lion to a halt, he discovered that Bai Miaoqing had moved. And it was not a retreat born of fear or panic, but rather a precise maneuver to exploit the lion's moment of vulnerability, swiftly executing a series of evasive actions. She bent low, propelled herself with her legs, and rolled seamlessly, while at that moment, Little Blood also reached the spot where she landed. The two instantly entered a state of possession, and before anyone could react, Bai Miaoqing dashed towards Hao Yongxiang. However, the lion was swifter, regaining its balance almost instantaneously and redirecting its attack towards Bai Miaoqing, perhaps driven by a fierce protective instinct. It even exhibited a hint of murderous intent as it lunged at her. This was not a conscious decision on its part, but rather an instinctive response. After all, protecting one's master is an innate reaction of any beast that has spent years in companionship. Stop! Hao Yongxiang sensed the lion's emotions and, disregarding everything else, utilized his prowess as a beast master to forcefully repel that bloodthirsty aura. Yet, while the intent dissipated, the residual pressure still bore down heavily upon Bai Miaoqing. There was no choice. This was the best outcome they could hope for girls merely in their early teens. Being enveloped by such malevolence could lead to psychological scars or even lasting mental barriers. Compared to the turmoil caused by the overwhelming aura, this was indeed the most favorable result. However, the scenario Hao Yongxiang had envisioned did not materialize. It was as if she felt nothing at all. Continuing her charge towards him, her expression betraying not a hint of change. It was as if she had not been struck by anything at all. Just then, the lion had returned to its beast master's side, shielding him from Bai Miaoqing's assault. At this juncture, Hao Yongxiang intended to declare the match null and void, as the lion's displayed speed had already surpassed the ordinary tier, thus invalidating the contest. However, before he could voice his thoughts, two piercing sounds cut through the air. Reaching his ears were those two stones. In that moment of failure, leveraging her agility and lightness, she leapt backward while deftly hurling the small stones she had prepared earlier. The angle and velocity of the stones were impeccably controlled, grazing the mane around the lion's neck and its swaying tail. To evade the stone that darted through the mane would inevitably result in a hit from the one aimed at the tail. Under normal circumstances, he could have dodged when Bai Miaoqing launched her attack, but the mane had obstructed his vision, and by the time he sensed the stone's approach, it was already too late. Ha ha ha, this is simply a prodigy. Faced with these two fierce attacks, he let out a hearty laugh. Just as the two stones were about to strike him, they were shattered into dust by the lion's roar. But this was not yet the end. When he thought everything was concluded, a flurry of fine powder suddenly cascaded from the sky. This was the dust from the shattered stones. It turned out that those two strikes were merely a ruse. The true assault originated from above. Teacher, does this count as a success for me? Observing Bai Miaoqing's innocent smile, Hao Yongxiang felt a shiver run down his spine. If the precision and timing of the two stones had astonished him, the third stone instilled only fear. This was no longer a matter of mere accuracy. This was a true monster. As for the students below, they could only perceive Bai Miaoqing as seemingly impressive, yet the depths of her prowess eluded their understanding. In the eyes of the young, they could only see what lay before them, while the deeper nuances remained challenging to comprehend. Host, you have indeed gone overboard this time. It was merely an ordinary training match. Was it necessary to take it so seriously? Well, it has been too long since I last engaged in activity. A rare opportunity, and I inadvertently. All right, you've passed this assessment. Hao Yongxiang quickly adjusted his mindset and began the one-on-one sparring session. The teacher called her aside to inquire about her situation. Your precision is remarkable. Have you trained before? Not specifically. But I think my accuracy improved after bonding with Little Blood. This statement was half-truth. Indeed, the bond heightened her precision somewhat. But the true enhancement stemmed from her increased strength, which allowed for more accurate trajectories. Ultimately, accuracy still relied on by Miaoqing's innate ability to predict. Chapter 27, Ling Wenba. Is that so? Then what about the third stone? Hao Yongxiang did not continue, instead locking eyes with Bai Miaoqing. Oh, I just tossed it out on a whim. Since I had 3 stones, I thought I might as well throw them all. Keeping them wouldn't serve any purpose. Bai Miaoqing's casual response was tinged with a hint of bashfulness, as if the previous strike had indeed been a coincidence, and her victory had taken her by surprise. All right, I understand. You may proceed with your training. Your friend is waiting for you. Ah, okay. Bai Miaoqing sprinted towards Yen Mengmeng, who, as Hao Yongxiang had mentioned, awaited her for joint practice. The bloodthirsty lion had not been retracted into the spatial realm, but instead took her place after she departed. You find her extraordinary too, don't you? Roar. And her mental fortitude is impressive. She reveals not a single flaw. Were it not for my direct engagement with her, I might have been easily deceived. Roar? Indeed, this is my concern as well. If she truly were a member of some sinister cult or an ill-intentioned infiltrator, that would spell trouble. Roar. Not yet. What she has displayed thus far is indeed that of a child. Those earlier actions are merely our conjectures. We cannot jump to conclusions. Now, keep a close watch on these children, ensuring they do not go too hard. Roar. Ah, I'm so tired. Yen Mengmeng slumped, feeling as though even raising her arms was a torment. Meanwhile, the little snowball recognized her exhaustion and refrained from leaping onto her shoulder, instead trotting obediently behind her. As for Little Blood, it remained sprawled on by Miaoqing's back, but its condition was far better than Yen Mengmeng's, not due to superior health, but because it had hardly exerted itself. During the battle, Bai Miaoqing had primarily allowed Little Blood to fight, while she practiced basic positioning like most others. However, this positioning proved ineffective for Yen Mengmeng's combat style. The reason Bai Miaoqing did not engage in possession during the fight was not solely to train Little Blood. She needed to conserve her energy for the evening's battle. Yes, she planned to venture outside the city to hunt magical beasts tonight. Upon returning home, they found Yin Jiejun absent, but a warm meal had already been prepared on the table, having been ordered from a restaurant. A small note was left behind. Heat the food before eating. I will not be home tonight. Remember not to go out. There are suspected cultists in the city. Be cautious not to get caught. You should rest for now. I'll heat the food. Observing the feeble Yen Mengmeng by her side, Bai Miaoqing ultimately decided to let her rest for a while. No, I can manage, she initially protested, believing this task was within her capabilities. However, as she attempted to rise from the plush sofa, she quickly succumbed to its softness once more. Very well, then. In the depths of night, weary from the day's exertions, Yen Mengmeng collapsed into slumber after completing her evening routine, clutching the small snowball tightly in her arms. Clearly, the day's tribulations had inflicted wounds upon her that mere words from Bai Miaoqing could not mend. Sweet dreams. This time, she found herself alone in the house. Thus she need not escape through the window, but could exit through the front door without subterfuge. The streets appeared more desolate than usual, yet the food stalls, clothing shops, and malls still bustled with a myriad of individuals. Along her route, however, she noticed several residences adorned with white banners and mourning canopies. These were the homes of victims from that bizarre incident. Their children had left behind not even a fragment of a complete body. All perished in that tragic event. Almost with every few steps, she encountered another such canopy. Within one of the canopies, Bai Miaoqing recognized a figure previously seen on television, the Deputy Mayor Ling Wenba, who was there to extend condolences to the bereaved families. Deputy Mayor Ling, it is commendable that you have come at such a late hour. It is nothing. You are the true victims of this incident. The expenses and arrangements for the funerals will be covered by our government. Thank you so much. Yenner's spirit will surely be grateful to you. This deputy mayor certainly gives off an odd impression, doesn't he? I can comprehend the funeral expenses. But when did the government take charge of the arrangements? It is indeed rather peculiar. Can you discern any concrete information? Let me see. I can only see the name. Nothing else is visible. Name: Ling Wenba, deputy mayor of Yunhai County. Strength unknown. And he seems to harbor some unspeakable secrets? Can't you see more? That shouldn't be the case. You can probe into someone at the pinnacle of the Xian level, unless he is of the earth level. Upon saying this, Bai Miaoqing fell silent, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the deputy mayor. All right, cease your observations. It would be unwise if he detects us. We have our own matters to attend to. Indeed, this was beyond our purview, and lacking any evidence, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling. She returned to the city gate, perplexed as to why, despite the chaos within the city, no additional personnel had been dispatched. Only one guard remained stationed at the entrance. Thus, she discreetly maneuvered into the guard's blind spot, successfully passing through the heavy steel city wall. After catching her breath, she ventured into the nearby woods. To brazenly slip out of the city right under my nose. This is a blatant disregard for my authority. A voice resonated from an antiquated study, imbued with a hint of anger. In the next instant, as his form flickered, the individual vanished from the room entirely. At that moment, the door swung open, and a woman attired as a secretary entered. Mayor Su, a document from the police department requires your attention. By Miaoqing, Su Qingfeng alighted upon a tree. A purple owl perched on his shoulder. This mayor clearly recognized Bai Miaoqing. After all, he had intervened during the bizarre incident at the third school, and he had kept a close watch on the two surviving students. The fact that one of them had managed to survive such an ordeal certainly raised suspicions. He felt a tad disappointed, as Yunhai County had finally produced such a prodigy. Hence, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe her intentions. If she strayed too far, he would not hesitate to intervene lethally. Fortunately, Bai Miaoqing did not wander far. After confirming that the coast was clear, she began to traverse laterally through the forest, seemingly in search of something. Chapter 28. The Confrontation. Was she planning to hunt a demon beast? Or was she aiming to meet someone? Could it be that she deliberately infiltrated the city? Su Qingfeng boldly speculated on various possibilities. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoqing finally encountered her first demon beast. Prior to this, she had only come across tamed beasts, bizarre creatures, or those cultivated in training facilities, serving as reserves for beast tamers. The wild demon beasts, however, exuded a fierce aura. Even when confronting a rabbit, this creature's first instinct upon spotting Bai Miaoqing was not to flee, but to engage her head-on. Windrunner Rabbit, a low-level demon beast of the mundane tier. Not particularly powerful, but renowned for its speed. Its muscular thighs enhance its leaping ability, enabling it to strike with its legs. In that moment, the Windrunner Rabbit charged at Bai Miaoqing, its explosive leaping force propelling it to her side in less than a second. As it adjusted its body mid-air, it prepared to kick her in the abdomen. However, before it could land its strike, Bai Miaoqing was already in motion. The wilderness was replete with stones, and while evading, she seized a small rock to target the rabbit's minuscule eye. To her astonishment, she struck true. Was that mere luck? Yet it hardly seemed so. Observing the entire encounter, Su Qingfeng displayed an expression akin to that of Hao Yongqiang. Such terrifying precision was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary mundane-tier beast tamer. The stone's force proved formidable, penetrating the eye and piercing the rabbit's brain. Within mere breaths of convulsions, it succumbed to death. All right, all of this is yours. I have no appetite for raw flesh. Gazing at the freshly deceased rabbit, Bai Miaoqing felt an overwhelming desire to consume it, nearly losing control of herself to pounce and take a bite. Once her possession ended, the small blood entity transformed into a slime-like form, enveloping the rabbit entirely. Gradually, the rabbit shriveled at an observable rate. Its innards, muscles, and blood were thoroughly devoured by the small blood, leaving behind a desiccated skin and exposed bones. These remnants were not inedible. Rather, it was a matter of preference. Now that sustenance was available, she decided to indulge herself a little. Acquired new skill, Extreme Leap. Significantly increases one's jumping height while reducing damage from falls. Is the probability truly that high? Just fortunate, really. The odds are quite low, especially when consuming a demon beast weaker than oneself. Wait, it seems someone is approaching? Someone is indeed coming. Should I alert you? The second sentence was spoken by Su Qingfeng. Beyond the city walls, there were indeed soldiers on guard, tasked with scouting for any issues in the surrounding terrain and monitoring for signs of demon beasts gathering outside. They were also vigilant for any beast tamers attempting to breach the earth level. Where is everyone? Just as he noticed someone walking toward Bai Miaoqing, she suddenly vanished from her previous position. Coo. Where? There. But there's nothing there. The owl perched upon his shoulder unfurled its wings, indicating a certain direction. As Su Qingfeng cast his gaze in that direction, he initially failed to discern the figure of Bai Miaoqing. However, upon closing his eyes and immersing his consciousness into the body of the owl, he was finally able to glimpse Bai Miaoqing's silhouette amidst the darkness. This concealed ability was indeed formidable. Even with his status as a terrestrial tier powerhouse, it was exceedingly difficult to detect her. It was not merely her physical form that was hidden. Her breath, heartbeat, the flow of blood, and even the slightest flutter of her eyelids were all meticulously controlled, allowing her to blend seamlessly into her surroundings. For Bai Miaoqing, this skill was not particularly extraordinary, as many hunters from his past life possessed similar abilities, albeit none executed them with such finesse. In a chaotic world like that, mastering the art of concealment was the most fundamental method of survival. Whether evading, assassinating, or ambushing, one required highly sophisticated stealth techniques, coupled with adequate counter-detection measures. Otherwise, one could meet a swift and unknowing demise. However, those hunters from his previous life were merely ordinary individuals, and thus their counter-detection methods were confined to the realm of mortals. In contrast, Suai Qingfeng's use of his beast-controlling abilities for concealment was indeed imperceptible, given the stark disparity in their strengths. Most he could sense was an inexplicable gaze directed towards her. After the patrolling individuals moved away from her vicinity, approximately 10 minutes later, she emerged from the shadows and continued her journey in the opposite direction. As time elapsed, roughly 2 hours later, Bai Miaoqing felt an overwhelming fatigue. Although the act of merging did not deplete the stamina of both parties as complete fusion would, the benefits were undeniably apparent. While she had not acquired any new skills, her level had successfully risen to high-tier mortal, and she was not far from reaching the pinnacle of that tier. Such a rate of advancement was indeed enviable. With ample fresh sustenance, little blood could flourish rapidly. By the time the clock struck 1 in the morning, exhaustion had begun to weigh heavily upon her, compelling her to return home to avoid jeopardizing her schooling the following day. Throughout her journey, the mayor had been left in awe by this young girl numerous times. Her combat skills, timing, and stealthy methods of dispatching foes were far beyond what one would expect from someone of her age. Yet, no matter how he scrutinized her, he could not perceive any flaws within her guise. It was far from a mere masquerade. Subsequently, Bai Miaoqing returned home without hindrance. After a brief bath, she retired to bed. In the subsequent days, Bai Miaoqing oscillated between school, home, and the outskirts of the city, with her daily sleep reduced to merely 6 hours. Under such intense training, Little Blood successfully attained the pinnacle of the mortal tier before the weekend. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoqing, subjected to this rigorous regimen, found her body succumbing to exhaustion. On Friday morning, Yin Mingming groggily awoke from her slumber, her gaze falling upon the alarm clock at her bedside. Realizing it was nearly 8 o'clock. I'm going to be late. In a flurry, Yin Mingming sprang from her bed, only to discover that Bai Miaoqing, who typically rose early, was still asleep. Miaoqing's face is so flushed. Does she have a fever? Chapter 29. Illness. Yin Mingming leaned in closer to Bai Miaoqing, recalling how her father would check her temperature by pressing their foreheads together. So hot. She truly has a fever. It was spring, the peak of flu season, compounded by overwhelming fatigue and a naturally weaker immune system. Thus, even as a beastmaster, falling ill was inevitable. Previously, she had been the one to fall sick and receive care. Now, the roles had reversed, leaving her somewhat flustered. Right, I must lower her temperature, and then find the thermometer. Speaking of cooling down, Yin Mingming promptly scooped up the little snowball beside her and placed it upon Bai Miaoqing's forehead. Little snowball, I'm counting on you for cooling her down. I need to find the thermometer and inform the teacher. Meow. Little Snowball was at a loss. It wasn't he as if there were no ice cubes in the house. Why use it for cooling? Moreover, in this weather, the icy water from the tap was certainly colder than its body temperature. Reluctantly, Little Snowball scurried to the bathroom, dampened a towel, and returned to place it on Bai Miaoqing's forehead just as Yin Mingming found the thermometer and placed it under Bai Miaoqing's tongue, simultaneously using her wristband to request a leave of absence for both herself and Bai Miaoqing, since she was the only one at home. The duty of caring for Bai Miaoqing naturally fell upon her. Mingming? Suddenly, a weak and soft voice emanated from behind her, causing Yin Mingming to feel as though she had been jolted by an electric shock, instinctively turning around. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing had awakened, her eyes appearing somewhat dazed. Especially that utterance of Mingming, delivered in a soft and mellifluous tone, made her feel as if she were about to melt away. So, this is how Bai Miaoqing behaves when she is ill? Moreover, it was not just her. Even Little Blood beside her was in an unusual state, having reverted to its slime form, yet still retaining a pair of feline ears. Mingming, I feel so cold. Could you please hold me? Bai Miaoqing implored pitifully, her voice maintaining that sweet, delicate quality. Of course. Yin Mingming nestled back under the covers. This time, Bai Miaoqing took the initiative to embrace her. Their bodies pressed closely together. Yin Mingming could even feel Bai Miaoqing's breath and her slightly elevated body temperature, perhaps due to the transfer of warmth. Her cheeks gradually flushed crimson. Bai Miaoqing exuded a delightful fragrance. Her condition did not begin to improve until the third day, that is, Sunday morning, when her consciousness gradually returned to clarity. Miaoqing, do you feel any better? Yin Mingming inquired with concern as she observed Bai Miaoqing regaining her usual demeanor. Was I sick? Upon hearing this question, Yin Mingming's heart skipped a beat. She feared Bai Miaoqing might remember something. Yes, but you appear to be much better now. She replied. What day is it today? It's Sunday now. I was unconscious for 2 days. Yes. You were unconscious for a full 2 days. I was so worried. Evidently, Bai Miaoqing was unaware of the events that had transpired during her 2 days of unconsciousness. Noticing Yin Mingming's somewhat guilty expression, Bai Miaoqing turned her gaze towards the sky, inquiring about the situation. When the host was unconscious, I also automatically shut down, so I am unaware of what occurred. Is that so? All right then. Oh, right. Miaoqing, Yesterday, the government issued an announcement regarding a competition for young Beastmasters to be held next Friday. The competition for young Beastmasters was merely the official title. There were also two colloquial names given by the public, the Baby Cup and the Resource Distribution Competition. This event was specifically designed for those who had just awakened their Beastmaster talents. Since only middle school students could participate, the viewing experience was virtually non-existent. Given that at this stage, most Beastmasters were merely of the mortal tier and lacked any particularly remarkable skills, there was little in terms of entertainment to behold. The organization of the Baby Cup is entirely contingent upon the whims of the government. In this remote town, it has been ages since the Baby Cup was last initiated. Each occasion the Baby Cup is launched signifies that the authorities have identified promising seed players worthy of development, wishing to offer them an opportunity to access resources through this means. Alternatively, it could also imply that the level of talent in Yunhai County has exceeded expectations this year, prompting a desire to stimulate their growth in this manner. What are the rewards? The first prize appears to be 5,000 yuan, along with an additional 10,000 worth of selectable resources. Such a substantial sum could indeed procure some fresh, high-quality blood food for Little Blood. I knew you would be intrigued, so I took the liberty of registering you. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. In truth, this Baby Cup is being organized specifically for Bai Miaoqing. During those few days, Mayor Swokingfeng shadowed her like a guardian, accompanying her whenever she ventured outside. This was largely due to her limited range of travel, as his primary duty was to safeguard the city gates. This also explains the sparse presence of guards at the gates. One Earth-tier powerhouse suffices. After observing for some time, he discerned that while Bai Miaoqing initially approached the competition with a genuine intent to train, by the second day, the level of combat became trivial for her. Its only purpose seemed to be to provide sustenance for her peculiar beast companion. Fresh blood food is available within the city, albeit at a higher price than ordinary fare, leading him to surmise that Bai Miaoqing must be in urgent need of resources to nurture her beast. Having confirmed that she posed no issues, he resolved to assist her by initiating the Baby Cup. Moreover, she was confident in her ability to clinch the championship. After all, her Little Blood had not only reached the pinnacle of the Earth tier, but had also successfully acquired two brand new skills. Claws. The most common offensive maneuver among beast-type demonic creatures, enhances the sharpness of one's claws. And Frenzied Beast, a skill that enhances attack power slightly after sustaining injury. A common trait among many beast-type demonic creatures. Additionally, she intended to procure a suitable weapon, as her primary combat style involved direct engagement after possessing her beast. Even with the claws skill, ordinary claws could hardly compete with blades forged from steel. In this world, the forging industry remains remarkably advanced. Although most items can now be produced through automated mechanical processes, weapons and armor are still handcrafted by skilled artisans. A quality weapon is meticulously crafted through the diligent efforts of these blacksmiths. Consequently, the profession of blacksmith has not waned in the mechanical age. Rather, with the emergence of the mystic realm and the discovery of new materials, blacksmiths have seen a resurgence in prominence. There even exists a blacksmith association, a new entity allied with the authorities. Bai Miaoqing ventured alone into a forging workshop, where, despite the outside temperature barely reaching a dozen degrees, the interior consistently maintained a warmth exceeding 30 degrees. Here, all blacksmiths donned specialized forging attire, designed to effectively insulate against external temperatures, thereby ensuring their comfort and efficiency. Yet, even so, they were drenched in sweat, the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal and the crackling of flames reverberating through the modest workshop. Along the walls, an array of completed weapons lay on display, but they were evidently crafted for the physique of adults. Even a simple longsword towered nearly to her height, and its weight was considerably more than she could manage. Thus, from the outset, she sought a dagger, which she hoped would be more suitable for her stature. However, while the length of the dagger was indeed appropriate, its weight proved to be a different matter. Weapons forged in this world are tailored to the physical capabilities of beastmasters, rendering them heavier than typical metal weapons. Although she could lift and wield the dagger upon entering her possessed state, fatigue quickly set in after just a few strikes. Carrying such a weapon would be akin to a burden. Ultimately, she departed in disappointment, yet the blacksmith's attitudes remained commendable. They did not belittle her for being a young girl or attempt to dismiss her. The underlying reason, however, was that their spirits were lifted by her presence. Occasionally, a little girl like her brightens the day, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, my daughter is about the same age. Seeing her reminds me of her. I am truly invigorated. Come on, let us put in more effort. The workshop was alive with cheerful banter, followed by the sound of even heavier hammering. During this time, she had managed to earn a modest sum by selling some beast bones and teeth. Coupled with the fact that ordinary weapons were not exorbitantly priced in this world, she ventured to explore, although the outcome left her rather disheartened. Reflecting on this, she found herself yearning for her silver revolver from her previous life. The only weapon she had ever truly favored. She wondered what had become of it since her arrival in this world. Had it also fallen victim to those monstrosities? It was then, while she was lost in nostalgia for the revolver, that the forbidden codex in her mind began to flip pages autonomously once more. This time, it paused at another summoning array, known as flesh and blood machinery. She recalled that the revolver had been classified as an anomalous apparatus rather than a so-called flesh and blood machinery. She pondered whether there might be some connection between the two. However, upon observing the extensive requirements for the summoning array and its necessary materials, she could only manage a wry smile. Was this some sort of jest? The array demanded the blood of thousands of children, the lives of hundreds, and the sacrifice of thousands of livestock, along with an exceedingly lengthy incantation. Among these stipulations, the only one she could fulfill was the incantation itself, as the words were directly imprinted in her mind, eliminating any risk of forgetting or mispronouncing them. The book contained 2 pages, and across from this array lay yet another. But before she could examine it, an eerie aura yanked her back to reality. This was an ominous presence. Was the abyss about to descend once more? Yet, upon resensing, she discovered that the aura had dissipated. Nevertheless, she was certain it was no mere illusion. There were indeed cultists engaged in constructing an array. Just as Yin Jiejun had stated, cultists had infiltrated Yunhai County and were already beginning their operations, albeit lurking in the shadows with utmost caution. In her previous life, one enduring principle had been to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Engaging in matters unrelated to oneself would ensure a longer life. In that world, nearly everyone was consumed by selfishness, for only through such means could one endure longer and thrive better. Consequently, she had no intention of delving deeply into the matter, especially since it was undeniably beyond her capabilities. In preparation for the competition in 5 days, and to prevent her health from deteriorating once more, she opted for a steady approach to her development. With the funds originally allocated for weaponry, she purchased fresh blood and flesh for her small creature, hoping to ascertain whether it could break through to the yellow rank. Regrettably, not only did it fail to achieve that breakthrough, but she also did not acquire a single new skill. Thus, the money was essentially spent on sustenance. Fortunately, 5 days would not be an excessively long wait. During this training period at school, they had made significant progress, gradually mastering the positional techniques taught by teacher Hao Yongqiang. Although still somewhat clumsy, they would refine their skills with further practice in subsequent battles. Tomorrow marked the Young Beastmaster Combat Tournament, the first competition since they had become Beastmasters. A pivotal event for their future growth. The school would register each student, and all were to gather at the school gate the following morning to head to the tournament venue for observation and combat. This was not merely about resources. It also pertained to their future development. Should any of them secure the championship, the school would reward them with additional resources for cultivating their beasts. On Thursday afternoon, after the training session concluded, Hao Yongqiang briefed everyone on the details of the Young Beastmaster Combat Tournament. Many students had already signed up, fully aware of its significance. For these newly minted Beastmasters, it was a rare opportunity that they could not afford to miss. Chapter 31, The Baby Cup. The next morning, everyone arrived promptly at the school gate, and under the guidance of their teacher, they boarded the bus in succession. After confirming that all students were on board, Hao Yongqiang signaled the driver to head towards the city center. The venue for the Baby Cup was a large Beastmaster combat arena situated in the heart of the city, spacious enough to accommodate all participants as well as parents wishing to attend. However, Yin Jiejun was still absent. Recently, the activities of cultists had surged, leaving the police overwhelmed and forcing them to spend considerable time at the precinct. The competition format was straightforward, one-on-one battles. With over 4,000 participants hailing from the junior high schools across Yunhai County, each school registered its students, and unless there were exceptional circumstances, participation was mandatory. The entire combat arena was divided into 9 sections, allowing for 9 pairs to compete simultaneously. Even so, given the sheer number of combatants, a single day would undoubtedly be insufficient. With over 4,000 participants and more than 2,000 matches to be held, the 9 platforms would require over 200 rounds. Most battles could conclude within 3 to 4 minutes. Thus, even under ideal conditions, the event would take several hours, not accounting for breaks. Therefore, only the initial phase of selection could be completed on the first day. Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming both participated on the first day, and the outcomes were predictable. Their opponent's strength was significantly inferior, and even without utilizing fusion skills, Yin Mingming easily triumphed. This was a testament to their training efforts. Bai Miaoqing's battle, however, lacked excitement. She leveraged her small creature's abilities to evade her opponent's attacks, resulting in a victory with minimal cost, though the viewing experience was considerably diminished. I won. Yin Mingming exclaimed, unable to contain her joy as she returned after defeating her foe. That was impressive. In that moment, Yin Mingming regained her confidence, gradually overcoming the fear that had plagued her since her first encounter with combat. As the day's battles concluded, only just over 2,000 participants remained from the original 4,000. The subsequent matches could indeed be completed in a single day, but to ensure the well-being of these young individuals, the competition was divided over 2 days. The following day would determine the top 100, while the final championship would take place the day after. True to its name, the Baby Cup was indeed a competition of little substance. The combat lacked any aesthetic appeal, resembling the skirmishes of elementary school children. The so-called combat techniques were in utter disarray, or rather, non-existent. After all, these students had been beastmasters for merely 2 weeks. Many concepts were still in the exploratory phase. Even with the teacher's guidance, mastering and applying these skills in actual combat required time. Some individuals understood the correct approach but faltered in execution when faced with the reality of competition, resulting in frantic commands such as "get out of the way," "attack it," utterances devoid of any strategic value. It seemed as though they believed that sheer volume would secure victory. A few students, overwhelmed by nerves, even forgot to employ their beastmaster talents, leading to their defeat. Thus, it was no surprise that Yin Mingming and Bai Miaoqing successfully advanced into the top 100. Furthermore, among the top 100 beastmasters, the majority were students from their school, as these individuals possessed significantly more combat experience, a distinct advantage over students from other institutions. By the third day, the final day of the Baby Cup, the weather was rather dismal, with a gray sky suggesting imminent rain. Fortunately, the arena's roof could be automatically closed, transforming it into an indoor venue. Bai Miaoqing enjoyed a stroke of luck, receiving a bye in the first round. However, the battles today were evidently more challenging than in the preceding days. Although Yin Mingming still emerged victorious against her opponent, she did not do so with the same ease as before. She utilized her fusion talent and sustained injuries. Thankfully, the injury was not severe, and healing beastmasters were available to treat her, ensuring her capability for future battles. A brief rest was all she required. Unfortunately, due to the demands of her fusion talent, she experienced significant stamina depletion, making the short respite insufficient. Ultimately, she succumbed to exhaustion just shy of advancing to the quarterfinals. In contrast, Bai Miaoqing had consistently employed the most energy-efficient strategies to defeat her opponents. Thus, while her adversaries were left fatigued, she maintained her optimal condition. It was at that moment that everyone recognized the exceptional prowess exhibited by this young girl. Even after all this time, they remained unaware of her beastmaster talent. Each of her battles concluded in under 2 minutes. However, those who had faced her were primarily left with a sense of frustration. In their eyes, Bai Miaoqing was merely a player of the rules, relying on cunning rather than genuine strength. In a fair fight, any of them could have bested her. "You seem to be overly modest. These individuals even look down upon you," someone remarked. "I am not here to impress them," Bai Miaoqing replied succinctly. Having lost, Yin Mingming returned to her seat, somewhat disheartened. "It's all right. Winning or losing is quite normal. What matters most is what you learn from this failure." Bai Miaoqing gently consoled her, and as her name echoed once more, it was her turn to compete next. Many claimed her abilities were lacking, that she had merely exploited loopholes in the rules to reach this point. They believed that as long as they did not fall for her tricks, defeating her would be a trivial task. Yet, when these individuals sought confirmation from the students of Class 1, all they received in return was a knowing smile. "You're absolutely right. Thus, you shall surely be able to vanquish her." Amidst this exchange, a curious rumor began to circulate among them. Whoever could conquer her would win her heart, for she had a penchant for those stronger than herself. The origin of this rumor remained elusive, yet it spread swiftly. Given by Miaoqing's striking beauty, who wouldn't yearn for her favor? Chapter 32. Have they underestimated me? It seemed as though the students' fervent desires had not gone unnoticed, or perhaps the organizers grew weary of the spectacle. During the quarterfinals, the entire arena was reconfigured, and a barrier was erected around the perimeter, ensuring no one would be ejected from the competition. In that moment, all the young contenders who had made it to the finals appeared invigorated, their gazes fervently fixed on Bai Miaoqing. What kind of looks were these? Observing their intense stares left Bai Miaoqing bewildered. Had they not exhibited animosity towards her moments ago? Why this sudden shift? Thus, the heavens whispered the rumor into Bai Miaoqing's ear. "So, they believe they have me all figured out?" Rather than feeling angered, Bai Miaoqing found the situation rather amusing. It appeared she would have to show these fellows a thing or two. As Bai Miaoqing ascended the battleground, a young man followed closely behind. She could distinctly see the uncontainable joy etched upon his face. "I can offer you a chance, if you concede now. You might preserve some dignity and avoid a humiliating defeat later." This young man, named Bai Zhongzhou, was a student from Class 2, possessing commendable talent, ranking among the top 2 in his class. No worries. I wish to test just how vast the chasm is between myself and a genius. Bai Miaoqing replied with a smile, unfazed by Bai Zhongzhou's words. Sigh. I truly do not wish to bully a girl. However, it seems I have no choice but to offend you. Xiao Shui, the little cat, could hardly contain itself. It genuinely wanted to teach this rather irritating boy a lesson. Xiao Shui had already leaped onto the battleground, while Bai Zhongzhou continued with his beast summoning. His beast space was interconnected with his wristband, and he pressed his finger against the side of it, sliding it sideways. A soft blue light shimmered between his finger and the wristband, swirling around a central point until a summoning array materialized amidst the luminous dance. One could not deny that the effect was rather impressive, prompting Bai Miaoqing to ponder whether she should acquire something similar once she had the means. Although practical combat application was dubious, it could still serve as an entertaining spectacle in such competitions. A gray wolf, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, gradually emerged from the azure space, its fierce gaze fixated on its adversary. However, this ferocity was merely superficial. Xiao Shui sensed not a hint of murderous intent or malice. It was evident that this wolf had not truly experienced battle, having perhaps only hunted small prey, like chickens. Beast name, Radiant Wild Wolf. A species known for hunting at night. Its strength reached the peak of the ordinary tier. Bai Miaoqing merely glanced at the introduction, noting that the skills listed were commonplace and familiar, a common trait of ordinary tier beasts, their skills often lacking diversity. Therefore, it was prudent to take this seriously to avoid any potential mishaps. Bai Miaoqing stepped off the dedicated battleground for beast tamers and into the arena for beast battles. The spectators were puzzled, unsure of Bai Miaoqing's intentions, except for those from Class 1, who braced themselves, knowing she was about to get serious. Not only her classmates from Class 5, but students from other classes as well were aware that during this period, Bai Miaoqing had faced numerous challenges, boasting a record of 32 wins, 1 draw, and 0 losses. The solitary draw had been a deliberate act of leniency during a practice match with Yan Mingming. Classmate, please step back. The referee began to interject, only to witness Xiao Shui leap onto Bai Miaoqing's body, enveloping her. It was as if they had entered a state of unity, their energies merging seamlessly, as though they were always meant to be one. Was this unity? No. It seemed different, perhaps resembling the possession often associated with ghost-type beasts. Speculation arose among the onlookers regarding the nature of this ability. Yet, this state of possession appeared remarkably refined, with minimal barriers. Such a phenomenon was unheard of at their age. It seemed this young lady possessed a beast talent akin to a companion beast, signifying a blood bond with the little red cat endowed with possession abilities. Oh, so this was the first instance of such an occurrence. The compatibility must indeed be quite high, perhaps exceeding 60%. Compatibility serves as a crucial metric to gauge the extent of power a beast tamer can unleash when merging with their beast. The higher the compatibility, the greater the potential strength. Achieving 50% compatibility allows for the full extent of one's strength to be realized. Furthermore, surpassing 50% compatibility grants an additional 40% boost in combat prowess for every 10% increase. Theoretically, attaining 100% compatibility would yield 300% strength, effectively tripling one's power. Although no one had yet reached such heights, it remained a theoretical concept. Only compatibility exceeding 50% bore significance. Otherwise, if the strength did not meet the standard, it would be better not to merge at all. As for Bai Miaoqing's level of compatibility, it was beyond the naked eye to discern, though it could be reasonably inferred that it was not low. Similar to the innate talent for unity, compatibility was also a factor, yet neither Yan Mingming nor her snowball had ever undergone such measurements. I didn't realize you had such a hidden card. Clearly, my prowess has made you anxious, hasn't it? Evidently, the boy opposite her remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still exuding an air of assured victory. Bai Miaoqing chose silence, maintaining her smile, although it now bore a chill. Now, not only Xiao Shui, but even she felt inclined to deliver a proper thrashing to her opponent. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of battle, both sides engaged. Despite the boy's provocative words, once the fight began, he displayed no lack of seriousness. The radiant wild wolf lunged at her with astonishing speed, surpassing most opponents she had previously encountered. Yet, in the face of such a swift assault, Bai Miaoqing remained steadfast, neither flinching nor retreating. As the forepaw of the Huiming wild wolf was about to make contact with her body, Bai Miaoqing sprang into action. However, given the proximity, evasion was nearly impossible. The wolf's paw grazed her left arm, leaving behind a trace of blood. In the next instant, all the students were momentarily blinded, witnessing a figure being hurled across the arena, skidding several meters along the ground without touching the edge of the barrier. Chapter 33. Degree of Compatibility. How could this be possible? Every eye widened in disbelief, particularly that of Ming Lingchuan, the master of the Huiming wild wolf, whose mouth seemed to gape enough to fit an egg. Even the referee stood in stunned silence for a considerable time before finally announcing the outcome of the match. Under normal circumstances, with their levels being equal, Bai Miaoqing would not have been able to achieve a one-hit kill. However, by deliberately exposing a flaw, she allowed her opponent to successfully injure her, triggering the frenzied beast skill, which not only enhanced her power, but also enabled her to maneuver to the side of the Huiming wild wolf. The weakness lies here. Simultaneously, the Tianmu assisted in identifying the creature's vulnerable spot. The combination of these abilities culminated in her remarkable feat of a single fatal blow. This was also intended to serve as a deterrent to others, dissuading them from harboring any improper thoughts. The effect was undeniably significant. As she made her way back to her seat, she could distinctly sense the gazes of those around her, now tinged with a hint of reverence. Sister Miaoqing is indeed the strongest. With more practice, you too can achieve such feats. Yes, Sister Miaoqing has become quite renowned. Just moments ago, an elderly gentleman inquired about you. But don't worry, I didn't divulge anything. What did he ask? I think he inquired about the degree of compatibility and some information regarding Xiaoxua. Degree of compatibility? I'm not sure, she replied, noting that he did not press her further before departing. Degree of compatibility refers to the level of synergy between the beast master and their beast during possession, essentially the extent of their combat effectiveness. What is my current degree of compatibility with Xiaoxua? This was the first time she had heard the term, prompting her inquiry. Naturally, it is 100%, as you and Xiaoxua are essentially one entity. What could be more compatible than one's own body? This answer did not surprise Bai Miaoqing. However, she remained unaware of the true implications of having a 100% compatibility. Currently, the highest degree of compatibility was held by a beast master from a Nordic country, achieving 85%. This was due to the fact that the beast master was a direct descendant of the spirit in question. Nevertheless, even so, compatibility had yet to surpass the 90% threshold. What is the benefit of a high degree of compatibility? A high degree of compatibility allows for greater combat power during fusion and ensures there are no discrepancies in consciousness. So this is merely the surface of high compatibility? I had assumed everyone experienced this. Certainly not. In cases of low compatibility, the beast may even manipulate the beast master. Thus, your situation is indeed unique in the world. The subsequent battles would take place in the afternoon, where the last champion would emerge from the remaining 4 participants. At noon, Yin Jiejun, rarely finding time, arrived at the competition venue and took the 2 of them out for a meal. The dining establishment was a modest noodle shop, devoid of extravagant decor and excellent service, with only a couple managing the place. Boss, 3 bowls of beef noodles, please. Meow. All right, make that 4. Xiaoxua happily buried herself in the noodles, clearly relishing the taste. Thank you for your hard work, the middle-aged woman said, placing 3 steaming bowls of beef noodles in front of Yin Jiejun and the others with a warm smile. The beef in their bowls was noticeably more generous than that in the bowls of other patrons. The 2 young ladies are in their growth phase. They need to eat more. Thank you. The 3 expressed their gratitude to the woman. Why do I feel their attitude towards us is somewhat different? Bai Miaoqing pondered, sensing that this difference was not due to her appearance, but rather connected to Yin Jiejun. Because my father is a good police officer. A police officer? Bai Miaoqing did not elaborate, quietly continuing to enjoy her bowl of noodles. The trio chatted as they ate, primarily with Yin Mingming sharing tales of her school experiences, while Yin Jiejun mostly listened. After finishing their 3 bowls, Yin Jiejun escorted the 2 back to the competition venue, offering a few simple reminders about safety before heading off to the police station. The final battle commenced in the afternoon. It was initially anticipated that the audience would dwindle, as most had been eliminated. Yet the reality was quite the opposite. The venue was completely packed, with many spectators standing to witness the match. Everyone was eager to see who would claim the title of champion in this long-awaited baby cup. As Bai Miaoqing settled into her seat, she felt a subtle vibration on her wrist, a friend request. Glancing at the name, she realized she did not recognize the individual, initially inclined to ignore it. Her attention was drawn to a line below. We can offer you a larger prize than first place. With suspicion, she accepted the request. Before she could respond, a transfer of 100,000 was sent from the other party, accompanied by a note. If you are willing to forfeit the upcoming battle, this 100,000 is yours. When she inquired about the sender's identity, they feigned ignorance, seemingly unwilling to disclose. To ensure their child gains fame, the Gu family has truly lost all sense of dignity. In the next moment, Bai Miaoqing accepted the transfer. Is this really an agreement? Who agreed? She chuckled, simultaneously deleting the friend request. Why wouldn't she accept money when it was offered so freely? These individuals seemed rather foolish to proceed with such clandestine dealings. The Cinder is from the Gu family. While not a major enterprise, they hold considerable influence in Yunhai County. As you mentioned, they are influential in Yunhai County. Such families often care deeply about their reputation. 100,000 may be trivial to them, but they likely feel humiliated. However, in their eyes, I remain unaware of their identity. Once they approach me or I learn who they are, the balance of power will shift dramatically. They surely understand the weight of 100,000 against their pride, and they will likely resort to underhanded tactics against me behind the scenes. That seems quite reasonable. All right, our match is the first one. It's time to take the stage. Chapter 34, The Finals. In the first match of the semifinals, Bai Miaoqing faced off against Song Xuejing. As the referee announced the names of the participants, both competitors ascended the martial arts platform simultaneously. Is that not the one with the surname Gu? Bai Miaoqing furrowed her brow, having initially anticipated that her opponent would be the one named Gu Mingxian. However, upon reflection, the reasoning became apparent. The opposing party, after all, needed to maintain their anonymity. Hence it was inconceivable for Gu Mingxian to actually take the stage. Otherwise, the prior subterfuge would be rendered meaningless. By allowing Song Xuejing to step forward first, it would be the natural assumption that the forces behind her were paving the way for her. Had it not been for the celestial curtain that bypassed the process and divulged the answer to her, she might have fallen prey to their ruse. This was an early stratagem. Clearly, in the entirety of the battle, Bai Miaoqing was the sole variable. Once she was eliminated, Gu Mingxuan's victory would be a foregone conclusion, all while keeping his identity concealed. Indeed, a leading enterprise could never afford to make such a rudimentary error. Bai Miaoqing concluded her battle with her customary swiftness and precision. And as the referee declared her victory, she could distinctly perceive a gaze laced with malice directed towards her. Yet, the precise source of this unsettling scrutiny remained unclear. As the majority of the audience fixated upon her, I underestimated her. Does he expect me to suffer this silent indignity? A man seated in the VIP section bore a grim expression. Beside him, a servant's wrist device displayed a series of chat messages, halting at the phrase, "What do you mean by this?" Notably, a glaring red exclamation mark indicated that he had been deleted by the other party. Indeed, as Bai Miaoqing had surmised, the Gu family could not directly confront her without arousing suspicion, but that did not imply their hands were tied. I recall that Jingyan seems to be in the same class as her, and there have been some frictions between them, correct? Yes, then why don't we? Let Jingyan teach that girl a lesson. Such matters are best resolved among peers, and you know what to do. Certainly. With that, the man disguised as a steward turned and departed with purpose. Do you think I truly fear you? This is merely an added layer of caution. An orphan without connections dares to contend with the Gu family? The man scoffed. Ultimately, as anticipated, Bai Miaoqing's opponent in the finals would indeed be the youth named Gu Mingxian. The baby cup reached its zenith with the ascent of the two competitors, and the audience began to speculate on who would emerge victorious. Prior to this, Gu Mingxian had exhibited combat prowess comparable to Bai Miaoqing's, both appearing remarkably at ease, as if they had yet to unleash their full potential. I never expected to end up battling you. Of all people, how ironic. Do we know each other? My sister is named Gu Jingyan. Ah, you are her brother. Are you seeking to vindicate her? Gu Mingxian offered no reply, instead summoning his beast companion. The conjuration was not particularly ostentatious. With a mere gesture, a flash of white light revealed a white monkey before him. This monkey, standing approximately 1.3 meters tall, was nearly as tall as Bai Miaoqing, and previous battles indicated that it excelled in agility. Beast name, Agile White Monkey. Do not be deceived by its slender physique. In addition to its agility, its true strength lies in its power. At the mortal tier, where extraordinary powers cannot be utilized, the Agile White Monkey is considered a formidable presence. Skills, great strength, monkey steps, frenzied beast. Its rank has reached the pinnacle of the mortal tier, just a step away from entering the yellow tier. However, the Agile White Monkey's dominance is confined to the mortal tier. Upon progressing to the yellow tier, it will still lack extraordinary abilities, continuing solely along the path of physical refinement unless it undergoes evolution or mutation. Gu Mingxian, the youngest son of the Gu family patriarch, possesses a beast summoning talent focused on physical enhancement, which is more comprehensive than Gu Jingyan's power enhancement. This is a rare talent within the category of comprehensive enhancement. Indeed, this presents quite a challenge. Bai Miaoqing raised an eyebrow. The Agile White Monkey's physical attributes were already impressive, and coupled with Gu Mingxuan's beast summoning talent, its physique could rival that of some yellow-tier beasts. Thus, she could not afford to underestimate her opponent, immediately entering a state of possession and summoning her utmost focus. Initially, she had contemplated easing up if Gu Mingxian proved to be lackluster, considering the financial investment he had made. However, it was now clear that such leniency was unwarranted. The battle commenced. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the finals officially began, and and the audience erupted into cheers for their favored contender, filling the arena with palpable excitement. Upon hearing the whistle, the agile white monkey surged toward Bai Miaoqing, as close combat was its forte. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoqing found herself devoid of any ranged options, unable to locate stones or similar objects. Thus, to secure victory, she too had to engage in close-quarters combat. Undoubtedly, the agile white monkey, as a beast primarily reliant on physical prowess, showcased speed that was not at all inferior to Bai Miaoqing's, with strength that seemed to overshadow her own. Nevertheless, Bai Miaoqing possessed her own advantages. It intends to strike from the left. It will pivot and kick. Target here, strike here. Thanks to her foundational combat training, complemented by the Celestial Curtain's assistance, Bai Miaoqing, who should have been at a disadvantage, managed to inflict a successful wound on the agile white monkey's chest through a series of defensive counterattacks using her claw skills. A trickle of blood oozed from the injury, staining the surrounding white fur crimson, while the monkey's eyes began to glimmer with a frenzied light. This was the harbinger of the frenzied beast activation. Indeed, as she prepared to counter the next assault, Bai Miaoqing could distinctly sense that this strike bore significantly more force than its predecessors. Had it not been for the protective layer of small blood, she had no doubt that her forearm would have fractured under the impact. Even with the block, she found herself reeling backwards several steps before regaining her footing, her arm throbbing with pain. This situation was precarious. There is still hope. Gu Mingxian just unleashed his beast summoning talent during that last strike, which is why it was so powerful. The use of such talents is limited. Given his current physical condition, he can sustain this level of power for a maximum of 1 minute. You merely need to endure for that duration. You make it sound so easy. Chapter 35. The mayor personally awards the prizes. After Bai Miaoqing was repelled, the agile white monkey seized the opportunity to pursue her relentlessly. Closing in at an accelerated pace, it reached out to grasp Bai Miaoqing's arm, aiming to bind her. Yet, it failed to succeed. Bai Miaoqing, having been pushed back, leaned backward, her hands pressing against the ground as she executed a flip, evading the monkey's grasp by twisting her body to the side. She then transitioned into a stance reminiscent of Yin Mengmeng and Little Snowball's unified combat pose. With the abilities of the spirit body and extreme leap, along with the assistance of the celestial screen for prediction, the agile white monkey found itself momentarily unable to contend with Bai Miaoqing. I shall see how long you can endure, Gu Mingxian said coldly. Though he was already feeling somewhat exhausted, his eyes narrowed, revealing a clear sign of weakness, forcing him to relinquish the enhancements on the white monkey. However, at the instant he did so, it seemed that Bai Miaoqing made an error, as she was unexpectedly caught at that moment. Even the white monkey itself was taken aback, momentarily stunned, but quickly regained its composure. It raised its hand, intending to seize her and slam her to the ground. Yet, upon lifting its hand, it discovered it was merely grasping a red, semi-transparent jelly. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing appeared behind the white monkey, the jelly coiling up its hand. She had already dispelled most of her possession, retaining only the enhancements on her hands and legs. With a swift tug and a powerful thrust of her legs backward, combined with the white monkey's innate beast mastery, which was currently experiencing a loss of strength, she successfully unbalanced her opponent, causing it to tumble backward. Instead of retreating, Bai Miaoqing advanced, instantly retracting her small blood and re-entering the possession state, then leaping onto its back, one hand gripping its neck while the other hovered perilously close to its eyes. Should the white monkey dare to make any move, she would not hesitate to strike. In this fierce battle, Bai Miaoqing emerged victorious. The ultimate champion of this juvenile Beastmaster competition is none other than Bai Miaoqing. As the baby cup concluded amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, the head of the Gu family, who had been seated in the VIP area, mysteriously vanished without a trace. Both Bai Miaoqing and Gu Mingxian collapsed onto the ground simultaneously, gasping for breath. Exhausted from their exertions, they had lost their balance and fallen. Yin Mengmeng hurriedly leaped down from the spectator seats, rushing to Bai Miaoqing's side and handing her a bottle of water. Sister Miaoqing, you were incredible. You truly claimed first place. What? Did you think I couldn't do it? No, I was just a bit worried. Indeed, Sister Miaoqing is the best. All right. There's no need to be so proud. It's just a baby cup, hardly a formal competition. As the two conversed, a voice from the side interrupted them. Mayor Su, what brings you here personally? I wanted to meet our new talent from Yunhai County. Is that not permissible? Not at all. This was Bai Miaoqing's first encounter with the mayor, having heard that he was instrumental in their escape from the eerie realm. Su Qingfeng was a middle-aged man with a somewhat fierce appearance, exuding a military aura reminiscent of teacher Hao Yongqiang, dressed in a suit. Su Qingfeng. He may have been paying attention to you earlier than you think. Unsurprisingly, the introduction was brief, comprising just a few words. And Mr. Mayor? Yin Mingming was also meeting the mayor for the first time, having only seen him on news broadcasts with Yin Jejun. Paying attention earlier. Was it since that incident in the Eerie realm? You must be by Miaoqing, correct? It's quite remarkable for a young girl to possess such combat awareness. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Mayor. Here, this is your reward, along with part of my personal sponsorship. I trust you will achieve great things in the future. With that, the mayor produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Bai Miaoqing. Wow, this mayor truly holds you in high regard. This card contains a total of 100,000 yuan, 20 times more than the championship prize. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bai Miaoqing discreetly accepted the card, concealing her elation beneath a calm exterior. Calculating her earnings, she realized she had amassed an astonishing 200,000 yuan from this competition alone. Coupled with the 10,000 yuan for nurturing beast resources, it was as if she had struck gold overnight. Little Blood will finally get to enjoy something good. You earned this for yourself. Well then, the competition has concluded, and I must take my leave. With that, Su Qingfeng made his way toward the city gate. The mayor typically resided at the city gate and seldom ventured to the city center, delegating most affairs to the deputy mayor. The mayor's role primarily involved ensuring the safety of the city. If the most basic security could not be guaranteed, discussions of order would be futile. This division of labor was common in many cities, with the mayor overseeing external matters and the deputy mayor managing internal affairs. As Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mengmeng exited the competition venue, the clicking of cameras filled the air, followed closely by a group of reporters in uniforms, microphones in hand. Approaching her, these individuals are reporters. They wish to interview you, much like what you see on television news. Little girl, Bai Miaoqing, what are your feelings after winning the competition? What are your future development plans? Will you be participating in this year's special recruitment for the 4 major domestic high schools? Faced with the overwhelming barrage of questions, Bai Miaoqing felt uncomfortable and out of place, as she was not one to seek the limelight. Celestial screen, help me find a way to slip away. It's already been planned. Return to the competition area and exit through the staff passage. Just as the reporters were about to completely encircle her, Bai Miaoqing swiftly retreated, successfully breaking free from the encirclement, and maneuvered quickly within the competition area. Little girl, please do not run in the hallway. She halted in front of a cleaning lady, an elderly woman wielding a broom, tidying up the slightly disordered floor. Grandma, may I ask if there is a designated exit for cleaning staff? I wish to leave through there. Oh, aren't you that little girl named Bai Miaoqing? Have you been surrounded by the reporters? The elderly woman seemed unfazed by the commotion, her face breaking into a warm smile. Follow me. They likely won't find you if you take this route, although it might be a bit dirty. Are you okay with that? As she led the way, she also offered a gentle reminder. Bai Miaoqing glanced at Yin Mengmeng. I'm not that delicate. Rest assured, I will manage just fine. Following the elderly woman's footsteps, the trio soon arrived at a door marked cleaning staff passage. Upon opening the door, they found a simple corridor with dormitory doors lining either side, leading to the exit at the end. The exit was situated near a garbage bin, thus the odor was less than pleasant. But thankfully, it was only a short walk to freedom. Grandma, may I ask if any other individuals have visited your dormitory recently? Others? Yes, indeed. A while back, Mayor Ling sent a few workers to improve our living conditions. Such a good mayor is hard to come by. The elderly woman spoke with evident joy. After bidding farewell to the grandmother, the 2 girls blended back into the crowd. Little Blood, did you sense that? Meow? Indeed, that grandmother exudes an eerie aura. Though it appears to be an inadvertent affliction, it seems that the deputy mayor may indeed harbor some troubling issues. Tianmu, could you mark the locations where we previously encountered the deputy mayor, as well as the areas where the aura was somewhat chaotic? Of course, that poses no problem. Map, JPG. Tianmu, unable to generate images, resorted to marking the map with characters and numbers. Nevertheless, it sufficed. The entire Yunhai County presented an almost elliptical cluster of buildings. After marking the previous points and comparing them with the formations in the Forbidden Codex, she was astonished to discover that if this Mayor Zero had indeed set up formations wherever he went, the scope of these formations would encompass the entirety of Yunhai County. Moreover, upon further contemplation, it became evident that this Mayor Zero was cunningly utilizing the pretext of comforting the populace, visiting various households under the guise of funeral arrangements to deploy his formations. This strategy not only achieved his objectives, but also allowed him to maintain the facade of a benevolent mayor, a truly multifaceted scheme. Furthermore, she had ample reason to suspect that the recent opening of the anomaly at the 3rd high school might also have been orchestrated by this Mayor Zero. Calculating, this deputy mayor was at least a formidable figure of the Earth tier. My current strength is utterly insufficient, and I possess no tangible evidence. She indeed did not disappoint me. Sua Qingfeng returned to his office, seemingly in good spirits. Had it not been for the numerous pests, today would have undoubtedly been a more perfect day. He then shifted his tone, and a colossal crimson python emerged beside him. while a sphere of flame shot toward a corner of the room. In the next instant, 3 shadowy figures appeared in the previously vacant room, encircling Sua Qingfeng. Simultaneously, the 3 summoned their beasts, totaling 9, instantly filling the entire room. What a pity, I rather liked this room. The next moment, a gigantic figure materialized beside Sua Qingfeng. A terrifying entity resembling a mountain, its form coursing with molten lava, stepping forth from the fabric of space. The heat it radiated ignited the wooden floor beneath in an instant. Following closely was a verdant figure. As it appeared, a fierce wind swept through the roofless room, and a translucent emerald barrier enveloped Sua Qingfeng. Meanwhile, the previously showcased owl silently perched on his shoulder, its dark eyes surveying the 9 figures around them. With but a glance, it instilled a sense of dread among the 9 beasts, some timid ones even taking a cautious step back. We hold the advantage in numbers. Do not let him intimidate you. Numbers? In the face of such a colossal disparity, quantity is but a jest. The enormous, volcano-like figure, its fists clenched, descended with terrifying force, creating a sonic boom akin to a meteor crashing down with unstoppable might. Quickly, scatter. Being struck means certain death. Yet even as they commanded their beasts to evade, one creature lagged, falling victim to the colossal hands. 2 anguished cries echoed, the first from the crushed creature, and the second from its master. The death of a beast inflicted considerable soul backlash upon its contracted master, and such pain was enduring, requiring rare treasures to mend the soul. While the lava giant launched its assault, the unaffected beasts did not remain idle, attacking Sua Qingfeng directly. Fiery stomp, raging glacier, water arrows, various elemental assaults surged toward him, yet they were unable to breach his seemingly fragile, yet indomitably sturdy shield. Such feeble attacks. Do you think you can penetrate my defenses? The voice did not belong to Sua Qingfeng, but rather to a diminutive figure formed of wind elements beside the barrier. The figure resembled a human, though it was no larger than an adult's palm, with 2 pairs of translucent wings behind it. The wings, seemingly decorative, remained motionless. Yet this little creature continued to hover in midair. The lava giant, guardian spirit, ethereal owl. How could a mere county mayor possess such formidable power? One of the cultist beastmasters could no longer contain himself. Among the 4 beastmasters present, 3 belonged to exceedingly rare types, which an ordinary person might never encounter in a lifetime. Where on earth did this fellow procure these beasts? The intelligence was flawed. We must retreat. Do you think you can dismantle my office and simply flee? Such fortune does not exist. With a sharp sound, 3 piercing projectiles embedded themselves into flesh simultaneously, freezing the would-be escapees in their tracks. 3 2-meter-long rebar penetrated through their necks, emerging from their thighs, effectively skewering them. Meanwhile, the owl perched on Sua Qingfeng's shoulder illuminated its eyes with a mesmerizing purple glow, which gradually dimmed. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a sound of applause resonated from behind Sua Qingfeng. It seems I have underestimated your prowess, my esteemed Mayor Sua. I had not anticipated that the one colluding with the cultists would be you, but do you believe that forcibly elevated earth-tier strength can match mine? At the edge of the shattered ceiling stood another figure clad in black cultist garb, adorned with crimson patterns, clearly of notable rank among the cultists. And the voice that spoke was unmistakably feminine. Chapter 37, The Enormous Eye. So, when did you begin serving as a lackey for the cultists? I recall your vehement disdain for them. The figure remained silent for a long moment before slowly responding. I cannot defeat you, but I have ways to retain you. Then I shall see how you intend to keep me. The lava giant seemed to receive a command, raising its hand once more to attack that figure. Yet this time, she did not flinch or evade. Instead, she boldly brandished a dagger and plunged it directly into her own heart. Wanyaoyu. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet no words emerged, blood rapidly gushing from her 7 orifices, an utterly bizarre sight. Meanwhile, the surroundings of Sua Qingfeng morphed swiftly. All sound vanished, and an impenetrable fog enveloped him without notice. This is the anomaly realm. GUH, GUH, GUH. Indeed, I am aware, once I emerge, I shall ensure they pay a grievous price for their actions. Sua Qingfeng's expression darkened unprecedentedly, his murderous intent erupting entirely, instilling terror even among the weaker aberrant creatures surrounding him. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm echoed throughout Yunhai County, akin to a released arrow piercing the tranquility of the night, striking at the once placid hearts of all. This is the warning of an impending beast tide. The beast tide arrived with startling suddenness, devoid of any prior indications of gathering. All manner of monstrous creatures seemed to have succumbed to some irresistible allure, converging towards the city with alarming swiftness. Although such a scattered assault would ostensibly diminish the threat, the city guards found themselves in a dire predicament, unable to reach Zhao Wanyao or Secretary Zhao. Even as the alarm bells reverberated throughout the city, the mayor's presence remained conspicuously absent. "Look, what is that?" cried a common citizen fleeing towards the shelter, abruptly raising a trembling hand to point towards the city gates, his eyes wide with terror. "Is that an eye?" Others, noticing his distress, instinctively turned to gaze in the same direction. To their horror, they witnessed a colossal eye, its radius possibly nearing 100 meters, hovering ominously above the city gates, seemingly fixated upon them. "Fear not. With me here, I shall ensure your safety." Yin Jiejun firmly grasped the wrists of Yin Mingming and Bai Miaoqing, propelling them towards the shelter. As newly awakened beast masters, they were not required to engage in battle, thus qualifying for entry into the refuge. Observing the panic-stricken faces of those around her, Bai Miaoqing felt her heart race. Turning her gaze skyward, she beheld the monstrous eye. The abyss. Why must it manifest at this moment? No, this is a deliberate summoning. Whereas others were engulfed in fear, Bai Miaoqing felt a heavy burden settle upon her. What is this situation? Why is the mayor trapped within that eye? Moreover, the mayor appeared to be agitated, seemingly attempting to break free from the abyss. Indeed, the only tiered combatant in the city was now confined, and at such a critical juncture. Clearly, all of this had been orchestrated. Yet, despite this realization, she wished to remain uninvolved. Survival was her utmost priority, and she saw no reason to entangle herself in these matters. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of hurried footsteps, Bai Miaoqing discerned an otherworldly sound. "Quick, get out of the way," she shouted instinctively, then grasped Yin Jiejun's hand, attempting to pull them both back. However, without the power of possession, her efforts to move Yin Jiejun were in vain. Yet Yin Jiejun seemed to sense the imminent danger. He swiftly bent down, encircled the waists of the two girls, and with a powerful leap, ascended to a nearby balcony. Just as he leapt, the ground beneath them collapsed, and hordes of rat-like creatures erupted from the sewers, wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting civilians. Soon, they clashed with the beast masters escorting the fleeing populace. In truth, Yin Jiejun and his companions were among the last to arrive at the shelter, as he had been delayed returning from the police station. Consequently, the streets were not as congested as one might expect. "I will get you to the shelter. Your father's colleagues will be there to assist you," he reassured them, still holding the two girls tightly as he raced towards safety. "But what about Dad?" Yin Mingming clutched his clothing tightly, burying her face low, obscuring her expression. "Dad wants to save the city and become a hero. I don't want Dad to be a hero. I just want him." Yin Mingming understood all too well the implications of her words and the gravity of their circumstances. Having already lost her mother, she could not bear the thought of losing her father as well. Yin Jiejun fell silent, and upon reaching an open street, he summoned his wild wolf, urging it to hasten towards the shelter. However, when he arrived near the refuge, he was met not by the anticipated steel gates and military control, but rather a scene of carnage, corpses strewn across the ground, belonging to beasts, beast masters, and innocent civilians alike. The once impenetrable gates of the shelter had been blasted open, and hordes of beasts feasted upon the remains of humanity, drawn by the stench of blood. Ugh! Yin Mingming covered her mouth, yet could not suppress the upheaval of her stomach. Such horrific sights were beyond the capacity of a young girl to endure. Among the corpses, Yin Jiejun spotted figures of cultists. Those fiends. He realized the grim reality. Cultists had disguised themselves as ordinary citizens, then detonated the explosives they carried, blowing the gates apart from within. "Miaoqing, I implore you, take Mingming and flee from here, far away." "But Dad, you're coming with us, right? Are you going to leave me like Mom did?" At that moment, Yin Mingming forced herself to stifle her unease, for the psychological anguish was far worse than any physical discomfort. Meanwhile, the beasts had evidently noticed the trio, converging upon them with lethal intent. The caution exhibited by the creatures in the wild had vanished, replaced solely by an insatiable thirst for blood and madness. Chapter 38. I merely asked you not to go. "I will take Mingming away." Bai Miaoqing's response was calm, as if she were speaking normally, yet it was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. After all, the beasts now charging at them were predominantly of the yellow and profound tiers, and for those of their mere mortal level, the only outcome would be death. "Sister Miaoqing." Yin Mingming instinctively turned, but a heavy blow struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. In that instant, Bai Miaoqing had entered a state of possession, her strength significantly amplified, enabling her to incapacitate Yin Mingming without inflicting harm. The speed and decisiveness of her actions, along with her mastery of power, left even Yin Jiejun feeling somewhat envious. "Meow?" The small snowball creature on Yin Mingming's shoulder emitted a sharp cry upon witnessing Bai Miaoqing's attack on its owner, its fur bristling in anger. "Be quiet. This is for your own good," Bai Miaoqing scolded, hoisting Yin Mingming over her shoulder while grasping the snowball. Without hesitation, she dashed in the opposite direction. "Thank you. Watching Bai Miaoqing's retreating figure, Yin Jiejun managed to smile, and at that moment, 2 more summoning circles materialized beside him. He had to buy time for their escape. Old friends, it seems today may be our final battle. The Sea Cliff Beast, Wild Wolf, and Water Spirit Monkey, those 3 beasts once spoken of by Tianmu, stood resolutely by his side. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, they exhibited no fear, no panic, no reproach. They simply stood with Yin Jiejun, ready to confront the oncoming horde. Together, the 3 beasts unleashed a vast array of beast mastery skills, erecting barriers in a valiant attempt to impede the advance of the monstrous throng. The sounds of shattering barriers and collapsing earthen walls echoed through the chaos, interspersed with the screams of the dying and the savage sounds of beasts tearing at one another. This was one of the Water Spirit Monkey's abilities, known as the Sound of Chaos, a relatively rare form of psychic attack. This assault is effective solely against beasts of a lower tier, with diminished intellect. Initially, it seemed a rather trivial skill, yet in this moment, it wielded the power to alter fate, although those formidable beasts of the Xian tier remained unaffected. The primary composition of the horde consisted predominantly of the numerous Huang tier beasts. Thus, he truly succeeded in momentarily staving off the entire tide of beasts with his solitary strength. However, this respite could only be temporary. As the defenses crumbled, the beasts would inevitably breach the barriers. To prevent any lingering repercussions, Bai Miaoqing had not struck too severely, and thus, upon reaching a place of safety, Yin Mingming had already regained consciousness. Surveying her unfamiliar surroundings, she fought back tears as she rose, intent on seeking out her father. Yet, she was firmly grasped by Bai Miaoqing, who resolutely refused to let go. "Release me. I must find my father." Her voice was laced with despair, urgency, anguish, and a heart-wrenching sorrow. "Your efforts would be futile. They would only result in further casualties. To protect you, Uncle Yin might even find himself in peril." Bai Miaoqing maintained her calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In that instant, her figure seemed to merge with the essence of her past self, the one who compelled himself to remain utterly composed in the face of any adversity. When Yin Mingming's gaze met Bai Miaoqing's, all her struggles dissipated like smoke, leaving only despair and torment in their wake. Did she not realize? Was she truly oblivious to the fact that her existence was but a burden? No. She was acutely aware. She understood better than anyone. Without her, her father would not have to confront such a multitude of beasts alone. He should be fighting alongside his comrades, significantly reducing the danger. What should I do? What should I do? Her body seemed to lose all strength and spirit, collapsing to the ground as she knelt, her hands digging into her palms, tears welling in her eyes. She had never before felt so powerless, nor had she ever yearned for strength as she did now. Suddenly, she recalled the story Bai Miaoqing had shared about adventurers. Was she not, in fact, an adventurer herself at this moment? Little Snowball approached Yin Mingming's side, sensing her emotional turmoil, yet it too could do nothing, merely placing its soft paw upon her trembling hand. "No, I only urged you not to go." A sudden whoosh echoed through the air, followed by a massive python, as thick as a bowl, crashing down from the rooftop beside them. The serpent's head appeared to have been pierced by some object, resulting in its instant demise. The aura emanating from the creature was that of the Huang tier. This python had been drawn by Yin Mingming's earlier cry and had been lurking on the eaves, poised to ambush the two. What is this? The unexpected turn of events left both Yin Mingming and Little Snowball momentarily stunned. She instinctively raised her head to meet Bai Miaoqing's unperturbed gaze. "Little Blood, have you broken through to the Huang tier?" In truth, during their flight, Bai Miaoqing had not squandered the opportunity presented by the delicacies along the roadside. She had directed Little Blood to swiftly consume the flesh and blood of these high-quality beasts. And coupled with previous accumulations, this propelled Little Blood's power past the initial stage, achieving the mid-level of the Huang tier. "Stay here. This is my promise to Uncle Yin. As for him, I shall go." With that, he leaped through the shattered window and, after a few bounds, vanished from Yin Mingming's sight. "Thank you. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 3 brand new skills. Shattered Rock Claw, an advanced replacement for Sharp Claws, possessing greater attacking power. Keen Perception, enhances one's senses, including smell, sight, hearing, taste, and touch, and even slightly augments what is termed the sixth sense. Of course, one could also refer to it as a woman's intuition. Hunting Mark allows the host to mark touched or struck enemies, enabling detection of their presence within a certain range. All skills that enhance attack power. Does this imply a fierce battle awaits? Observing the 3 newly acquired skills displayed against the backdrop of the sky, Bai Miaoqing could not suppress a wry smile. With the aid of extreme leap and spirit body, coupled with the combat prowess of the Huang tier, she could navigate the intricate and densely packed architecture of the city with relative ease. Even when encountering flying beasts, She could utilize the towering buildings and her ability to traverse through walls to evade them. Chapter 39, I Shall Stand With You. Bai Miaoqing first arrived at the site of the previously destroyed refuge, but aside from the newly added corpses of Huang-tier beasts, there was nothing else. The beasts that had once been present had vanished, yet the ground, shattered by countless footsteps, indicated a direction. She hastened towards the traces left behind. Discovering that Yin Jiejun had reached another refuge, collaborating with the soldiers tasked with its defense to eliminate the encroaching beasts. The number of beasts was sparse, likely having shed most of them during their escape. At that moment, Yin Jiejun seemed to sense Bai Miaoqing's gaze and looked up at her. The distance between them was too great, compounded by the cacophony of the battlefield, rendering verbal communication impossible. Thus, Bai Miaoqing could only nod in acknowledgement. Yin Jiejun understood her silent message, and the weight on his heart finally lifted, even prompting his beast to fight with renewed vigor. After confirming Yin Jiejun's safety, Bai Miaoqing chose not to bring Yin Mingming over. The first reason was that the area was still unsafe. The second was that she redirected her focus to the distant eyeball. Forbidden Codex. Do you possess a means to dissolve that eerie realm? This was the first time Bai Miaoqing had attempted to actively engage with the Forbidden Codex. Previously, it had merely flipped its pages at will, revealing whatever was necessary. In truth, she had only truly utilized it once, during the summoning of Little Blood. Upon posing her query, the eerily silent tome began to stir. This indicated that it could indeed hear her words and was willing to assist her. In the next moment, a formation materialized before her. A miniature array no larger than the palm of her hand. The method of use was straightforward. Inscribe this formation on her palm. Then touch it to the periphery of the eerie realm to complete the process. It was crucial to ensure that her wounds showed no signs of healing, and that bleeding remained unstaunched. Otherwise, touching it could result in her being drawn into the realm as well. Thus, she could not carve it in advance. She had to etch it on site. Following this, she returned to the office building where Yin Mingming was located. How is my father? Upon seeing Bai Miaoqing return alone, Yin Mingming's heart raced, genuinely fearful of receiving the dreaded news she did not wish to hear. Uncle Yin is fine. Not only did he successfully evade those beasts, but he has also reached another refuge, so there is no need for concern. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Yin Mingming, who had been tense until this moment, suddenly relaxed. Her face reflecting a sense of relief akin to that of Yin Jiejun just moments before. No, the real danger lay ahead. I must approach the IS location now. You must stay here and remain still. I have observed the surroundings, and for the time being, no other beasts are present. Alternatively, you may accompany me. But what transpires there remains uncertain. I will go with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Mingming chose the latter option, despite its evident peril. Very well, then. Let us not delay any further. This time, Bai Miaoqing adopted a more comfortable posture, cradling Yin Mingming in a princess carry, swiftly weaving through the cityscape. Along the way, Bai Miaoqing noted the absence of any beasts of earthly tier. Even the strongest encountered were merely high-tier profound beasts. This must be the benefit of controlling the beast's strength outside the city for so long. It neither disrupts the ecological balance nor causes catastrophic losses in times of crisis. In truth, had it not been for this incident involving Swokingfeng being schemed against by cultists, perhaps the beast tide would have posed little threat. As the two approached the city wall, they were spotted by soldiers stationed there, who issued a warning about the current danger and urged them to leave swiftly. Subsequently, Bai Miaoqing vanished among the buildings, leading the soldier who had alerted them to believe it was merely a minor occurrence. However, the next moment, a girl's voice startled him. I have a way to save the mayor. Bai Miaoqing set Yin Mingming down and directly stated her intent. The method to end this beast tide was straightforward: rescue the mayor. Bai Miaoqing's sudden appearance naturally aroused the vigilance of those around, as the girl's unexpected presence exuded an aura of strangeness. If you do not leave soon, we shall take action. I recognize her. She seems to be Bai Miaoqing, the champion of this baby cup. At this moment, someone voiced Bai Miaoqing's identity, prompting everyone to reassess the girl. Do you know where the mayor is? Bai Miaoqing remained silent, her gaze directed behind the questioner, fixed on the enormous eye still suspended not far behind the city wall. In that instant, silence enveloped them. They already knew the mayor's location, as the eye loomed directly above the mayor's office. Yet, they remained indecisive, for everything had unfolded too abruptly. They even questioned whether this suddenly appeared Bai Miaoqing might actually be a cultist, aiming to draw close to the eye. Let her try. At that moment, someone spoke up, and all eyes turned towards the voice, belonging to Deputy Mayor Ling Wenba. But, Deputy Mayor, do you have a better plan? Is there a situation worse than this? Ling Wenba's gaze shifted towards the city, his eyes betraying a sense of tragic sorrow. A hush fell over the crowd as they stepped aside for Bai Miaoqing. Thank you. You had better truly possess a solution and are not deceiving us. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly. I understand. In response to Bai Miaoqing's fearless demeanor, the deputy mayor revealed no extra expression, instead summoning a flying beast. Bai Miaoqing brushed past Ling Wenbo and mounted a bird-like beast named Giant Pigeon. Sister Miaoqing, are you really all right? Do not worry, everything will be fine. As they soared towards the eye, everyone silently prayed. Even if the possibility was only 1 in 1,000 or 10,000, they still yearned for a miracle. As for Bai Miaoqing, she appeared to be tracing something with her fingers. It was akin to how some individuals, when anxious, might write a character on their hands and then swallow it. However, only the beast Bai Miaoqing rode, along with its master, understood her actions. Is she self-harming? Chapter 40. What are you doing? Gazing at the immense eye before her, the giant pigeon instinctively succumbed to an uncontainable fear. Yet, in contrast to the bird's trepidation, Bai Miaoqing remained focused solely on her hand movements, her palm nearly soaked in blood. Had it not been for the small blood vessels remaining intact, the drops might have already fallen onto the giant pigeon below. With the final mark completed, Bai Miaoqing pressed her hand against the eye that was so close. The sensation of the eye was icy, yet due to her arm growing numb from blood loss, she could hardly feel more than that. Time ticked by. And just when everyone thought all hope was lost, a faint sound resembling glass shattering suddenly reached the ears of those 100 meters away. We did it! Someone exclaimed in excitement. However, before joy could fully blossom, a piercing sound shattered their elation as a black spike, half a meter long, shot towards Bai Miaoqing's position. Following that was a chilling and familiar voice that echoed around them. You could have lived a while longer, but who told you to meddle? Ling Wenbo, what are you doing? Sister Miaoqing. The former was a furious roar from a squad leader, his voice loud enough to recapture everyone's attention. Only Yin Mengmeng's gaze remained fixated on Bai Miaoqing. I didn't expect it. I was thinking of maintaining my disguise a bit longer, but it all fell apart because of a small child. In the face of the unfriendly stares from those around, Ling Wenbo appeared oblivious, his eyes locked on Bai Miaoqing, who was plummeting from the sky. I will kill you. At this moment, they could no longer ignore the reality. The true enemy was right beside them. The beast surrounding Ling Wenbo charged at him, but the next instant, the aura of an earthly tier powerhouse materialized at his side. It was a beast unlike any they had ever seen. Humanoid in form, yet with goat-like legs, 2 pairs of bull horns atop its head, and skin the color of blood. It resembled a demon that had crawled from the depths of hell. Kill. Go forth and slaughter. He cast aside his previous calm demeanor, unleashing the pent-up fury he had accumulated. As the battle commenced, everyone sensed something was amiss. This demon was too powerful. It was certainly not merely a newly ascended earthly tier beast. It had likely reached a high tier within that realm. All the profound beasts stood no chance against it. Unable to withstand even a single attack, some attempted to subdue Ling Wenbo directly, only to find themselves unable to even approach him. Despite their numbers, the beast tied below the city wall still required their attention. Moreover, their defense had relied primarily on Swokingfeng, making the front gate perilous after losing the mayor. Ling Wenbo. The moment the sound resonated, every individual present underwent a complete transformation in demeanor, including the previously frenzied Ling Wenbo. How could this be? I distinctly interrupted her. How is she able to re-emerge? Ling Wenbo gazed incredulously at Suo Qingfeng, who stood in the distance, seemingly suspended in the void. Indeed, the mayor had emerged. Yet, it was only Yin Mengmeng, who had been closely observing Bai Miaoqing, who understood that Bai Miaoqing was unscathed. She had intentionally descended from the back of the colossal messenger pigeon. However, Bai Miaoqing had plummeted into the ruins below, rendering her current situation invisible. Did you orchestrate Zhao Wanyao's predicament? Suo Qingfeng did not immediately engage, but posed a question that caught everyone off guard. And if so, such a convenient pawn is perfectly suited for you. Today, you shall meet your demise. How can a weary soul like you hope to overcome me? The others remained focused on combating the beast tide. Upon reaching the earth tier, beast tamers could briefly achieve aerial flight. The lava giant swung its colossal fists at the demon, and this time, its speed was exponentially greater than before. Falling star. The fist radiated a terrifying heat, the piercing sound of air displacement causing discomfort to the ears. Yet, faced with such a fearsome strike, the demon did not attempt to evade but instead charged forth. Despite the demon's entire form being roughly equivalent to the size of that fist, it astonishingly managed to intercept the forceful blow, as Ling Wenbo had observed. Suo Qingfeng was indeed utterly exhausted. In his desperate bid to escape the otherworldly realm, he had abandoned all thoughts of conserving energy and sought to break free with brute force. However, each of his attacks seemed to land upon cotton, devoid of any effect. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoqing had provided him with a solid structure he could shatter, enabling him to leverage his strength to escape, even in the absence of a sustaining formation. As for Ling Wenbo, He was not preoccupied with the battle, but continued to chant fervently with his eyes closed. This is not good. He intends to activate the formation. A soldier who had previously encountered cultists immediately recognized Ling Wenba's objective. This indicated that there was yet another formation within the city yet to be activated. Should the adversary initiate it at this moment, it would likely serve as a unique means to turn the tide in his favor. You shall not succeed. Suai Qingfeng commanded the lava giant to ensnare the demon, while he himself utilized the ethereal owl's teleportation ability to position himself beside Ling Wenba. The poised fire python gathered flames that resembled raindrops in an instant. Each individual flame seemed to lack any significant power, even struggling to illuminate, yet collectively, they enveloped Ling Wenba like a torrential downpour. The oppressive heat caused the very air around them to appear as if it might melt away. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Ling Wenba remained unfazed, showing no inclination to halt his incantation. Hiss! As the fire python flicked its tongue, emitting a sharp, sinister hiss, every flame surged toward Ling Wenba's vicinity. Each flame acted like a sharp needle, piercing toward him with ferocity. Under such a menacing assault, it was nearly impossible for him to withstand without any form of defense. However, as the flames dissipated, a pair of charred wings emerged into view, followed by their gradual unfurling before falling. Chapter 41, Silver Wheel. This was Ling Wenba's guardian beast, akin to Suai Qingfeng's protective spirit, primarily tasked with safeguarding its beast tamer. However, this guardian beast was merely of the mysterious tier, and after withstanding such an assault, its life was nearing its end. The backlash from the beast's demise filled Ling Wenba's mouth with blood as he continued to recite the incantation without pause. It was as if once he commenced the recitation, all his senses were shrouded, and his final task in this life was to complete the chant. Yet, as his guardian beast fell, the ethereal owl perched upon Suai Qingfeng's shoulder initiated its attack, unleashing a barrage of fractured space directed at the opponent. It appeared as if an earthquake had erupted in the void, threatening to rend any body struck by the fissure asunder, a display of sheer dominance. Yet, this maneuver also proved ineffective. The demon suddenly returned to Ling Wenba's side, raising its hands to meet the edge of the fissure, which instantly tore its arms into countless shreds of flesh. Portions of bloodied meat were absorbed by the rift, while others plummeted below. However, the rift could only devastate those arms. It halted before even grazing its chest. Spatial beasts were not so formidable. At that moment, the demon began to articulate human speech, its face devoid of any expression of pain despite its destruction of limbs. Just then, the lava giant launched another assault. However, before it could strike, blood-red patterns illuminated the sky above the city, mirroring the lines on the ground. A fissure in space gradually opened at the city's center, its coverage far surpassing that of the ethereal owl's full force. The scent of blood began to permeate every corner of the town. Oh, great evil god! Please accept the offerings from your devout follower. Allow this world to witness your grandeur, and let these ignorant souls feel your wrath. In that moment, Ling Wenba's body descended into madness once more, his gaze fixated upon the rift above, a portal to the world he yearned for, the realm of the divine. His hands raised high in welcome of the evil god's descent. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes, staining his entire form. His eyes appeared to dissolve as if immersed in acid, gradually melting and falling from their sockets, connected only by thin crimson threads that swayed in the wind. The flesh upon his face began to rot. His lips vanished, revealing rows of teeth. The soft tissues of his ears and nose similarly disintegrated, exposing stark, white bones beneath. Yet, even in such a state, his expression remained unchanged, as if he felt nothing at all. To him, this was the punishment for gazing upon the divine, and he embraced it as a mark of honor. Suai Qingfeng ceased his assault on Ling Wenba and turned his gaze toward the opening. Strangely, not only he, but even the ordinary survivors, felt no discomfort as they beheld the rift. They could only vaguely sense a gaze from the other side, a presence beyond description, an indescribable essence. Yet, the feared evil god did not descend. To them, the rift merely opened and then closed again. Nothing occurred, and nothing manifested. The rift seemed akin to an eye, merely blinking before returning to stillness. No, this cannot be. This cannot be. Oh, great dark deity. Are you dissatisfied with my offerings? I can prepare more, an abundance of sacrifices for your esteemed self. The most distraught of all is naturally Ling Wenba, who, after such prolonged preparation, was met with nothing but a singular, piercing gaze directed solely at him. He is bewildered, unable to comprehend. The visage that once bore semblance of humanity now twists in agony. Sister Miaoqing, are you well? I am deeply worried about you, said Yin Mingming, her concern evident as she beheld by Miaoqing, who had suddenly appeared by her side. I am quite well, or perhaps, I have never felt better. Bai Miaoqing replied with a smile, her gaze drifting toward the direction beyond the city walls. The beasts that had once advanced towards the city now fled back into the forest, driven by terror when the rift opened, and it is highly unlikely they shall return. This, perhaps, is the sole utility of those cultists? Sister Miaoqing, what is that around your waist? Ah, this? It is something I found on the way. I thought it quite handy and decided to make use of it. Beast name, Silver Wheel, a bizarre life form assembled from flesh and machinery. In truth, that rift was not merely for show, it truly summoned something. However, under Bai Miaoqing's adept modifications, the array was successfully altered into a summoning formation for the flesh and machine entities she required. Ordinarily, a formation that encompasses an entire city would be beyond her capacity to amend. Yet, do you recall the other formation that accompanied her during the summoning of the flesh and machine? That formation, known as possession, allows one to seize control of a formation they wish to dominate, enabling modifications to align with their desires. Thus, when she plummeted from the sky, the impact was mitigated by her extraordinary agility, sparing her from severe injury. She then utilized cover to reach one of the focal points of the grand array and executed the possession. Not only did she transform the array into a summoning formation for her flesh and machine entities, but she also designated all cultists and beasts as the sacrificial offerings. Furthermore, she retained the component of the formation that summoned the rift, thus not only deceiving the enemy, but also instilling dread in the beasts. It can be said that for at least the next 50 years, the beasts surrounding Yunhai County would undoubtedly refrain from trespassing again. This is the best possible outcome. Otherwise, should the enemy's plan succeed, Yunhai County could essentially be declared erased from the map of Huaxia. As the blood-red clouds dispersed, the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth. At this moment, the streets were devoid of beast carcasses and cultist figures. Only ordinary people, beast tamers, and the remains of their beasts remained. These individuals should not have been sacrificed, should they? Chapter 42. My father's name is Yin Jiejun. We have triumphed. We are alive. Long live the mayor. In that moment, witnessing the retreat of the beast tide akin to the receding of the tide, all soldiers atop the walls erupted into a chorus of cheers. Some shouted victory slogans. Others expressed their astonishment at having survived, while a few silently whispered the names of comrades who had perished. With bittersweet smiles adorned with tears, they exclaimed, Old Xia, Captain, look. We have won. We are alive. Sister Miaoqing, I am still somewhat worried about father. Shall we hurry to find him? Observing the expressions of those around her, Yin Mengming's anxiety resurfaced. All right. This time, Bai Miaoqing offered no further words. Lifting Yin Mengming into her arms once more and proceeding towards the shelter where Yin Jiejun was located. Upon arrival, they discovered a gathering of many individuals, predominantly ordinary citizens and the injured. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, there was an absence of joy on their faces. Instead, their expressions were complex and troubled. Have you seen my father? Yin Mengming tugged at the clothing of a stranger clad in military garb. The man held a paper list, seemingly tasked with accounting for the shelter's occupants. What is your father's name? I can assist you in checking, he replied, forcing a semblance of a friendly smile. My father's name is Yin Jiejun. He is a police officer. Yin Mengming's voice was soft, yet within the hushed crowd, it rippled through the air, resonating in everyone's ears. Your father. I shall take you to him. The soldier with the list began to speak, but was interrupted by another voice. It is Uncle Lon. Yes, all right, goodbye, soldier uncle. The man whom Yin Mengming referred to as Uncle Lon was a comrade of Yin Jiejun and had previously visited their home, thus they were familiar with one another. Bai Miaoqing quickly followed suit, her intuition hinting at an unspoken reality as she observed the shifting expressions of those around them. As they navigated through the crowd, her gaze fell upon the paper list, which indeed documented names, yet the top bore 4 stark, ominous characters, sacrificial personnel. Pushing through the throng, she caught sight of a figure nestled in the shadow of a building. That silhouette was all too familiar. It was her father, still standing rigid, like a sword thrust into the earth. Father! Yin Mengming rushed forward, eager to embrace the familiar figure. Yet as she drew near, she found not the welcoming smile she cherished nor the warm embrace of his strong arms. As the mist gradually dissipated, the ghastly wounds and flowing blood were refracted in the sunlight, revealing themselves to Yin Mengming's eyes. Her pace slowed, her mouth slightly agape, yet trembling with fear. Father? She yearned for a response, a reassurance. She wished for the sight before her to be merely an illusion. If only that illusion could shatter. Her father would return to her side, embracing her once more with love. But which of these scenes was the true illusion? She collapsed to the ground. Her gaze fixated on Yin Jiejun's closed eyes, no longer attempting to call out, but allowing her tears to cascade down her cheeks. Silence enveloped the crowd once more. Yet the girl's tears screamed, a soundless yet deafening cry. The man named Uncle Lon sought to offer comfort, yet his outstretched hand was grasped by another. She needed solitude, a moment to herself. Bai Miaoqing's expression returned to tranquility, yet beneath that facade, something lay concealed. Lan Danhua withdrew his hand and reached into his pocket for a cigarette. However, as he brought it to his lips, he hesitated and released the cigarette from his grip. If you were still here, you would surely disapprove of my smoking in front of your daughter, wouldn't you? Just as you did that time in the hospital. Without hesitation, you would have swatted it away. Your father is a true hero. With heavy hearts, the crowd gradually dispersed. The night crept into the sky. Yin Mingming remained seated on the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at the empty space before her. Yin Jiejun's body had already been taken away, yet she showed no inclination to depart. Tears have long been shed, leaving only a vacant expression behind. Ultimately, overwhelmed by emotions and weakened in body, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Rest well. Bai Miaoqing supported her from behind, preventing her from collapsing to the ground. Through the soldiers, she had gleaned the full story. With their strength, it was entirely feasible to defend this place. However, amidst the crowd, a cultist had infiltrated. The assailant ambushed the commander from behind and detonated the bomb strapped to him, resulting in several soldiers being grievously wounded and even some fatalities. As for Yin Jiejun, who was among the few at the Xian level, he single-handedly safeguarded the lives of thousands behind him, even managing to intimidate the beasts for a full half-hour with his murderous intent. Driven solely by sheer will, he sustained himself until the final victory arrived, but he had already lost all hope of life in the battle, exhausting everything he had. When Bai Miaoqing heard those words from the gravely injured soldier, she fell into a long silence before daring to ask a peculiar question. Why? When these individuals had no connection to him, would he sacrifice his life for them? Why? A hint of confusion crossed the soldier's face, quickly followed by a relieved smile. Because we are soldiers, protecting the people is our mission and responsibility. Soldiers? This was not the first time she had encountered the term. Yet it was only in this moment that she truly felt the weight of it. Protecting the people is indeed a heavy burden. For reasons unknown, in that fleeting moment, the injured soldier saw the weariness and acceptance reflected in the eyes of this girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13. Was this truly the gaze of a child? Bai Miaoqing lifted Yin Mingming into her arms and began walking toward the hospital. She had just received a call from the hospital. Yin Mingyu was currently there, gravely injured and unconscious. She was the only relative who could be contacted at this time. Chapter 43. Death is a form of liberation. Yin Mingming had also been admitted to the hospital due to both physical and psychological reasons, conveniently placed next to Yin Mingyu. The hospital was bustling, overwhelmed by the sheer number of injured individuals. Forbidden Codex. Do you possess a means to resurrect the deceased? Sitting beside Yin Mingming, Bai Miaoqing suddenly recalled the Forbidden Codex and inquired. The codex did not disappoint her, quickly flipping through its pages until it landed on the section regarding resurrection spells. Various means of resurrection, spiritual resurrection, corporeal revival, and the revival of the deceased, seemed plentiful, yet those who returned were no longer truly human, existing instead as mere souls or undead. Moreover, the conditions for these spells required that the soul still existed, and Yin Jiejun's soul had long since reported to the underworld. Furthermore, after spending considerable time in the previous world, he had gradually come to understand a profound truth. Death is, in fact, a form of liberation. Retrieving her consciousness from the Forbidden Codex, her gaze returned to the white revolver at her waist. The blood and flesh mechanism in this world bore no name. So Bai Miaoqing chose to retain the name of the weapon from her previous life, Silver Wheel. She drew the silver wheel from its holster, examining this familiar yet somewhat alien firearm. The appearance of the silver wheel was nearly identical to her memories, 6 chambers and a grip made of some unknown leather. Most distinctive was the barrel, which was proportionally longer than typical revolvers, designed to better fit Bai Miaoqing's hand for ease of use. As for the strangeness, aside from the absence of the familiar consciousness, what truly troubled her was the cat-like image engraved next to the barrel. This image resembled a birthmark on the body, unnoticeable from afar, but discernible upon closer inspection. Why a cat again? Bai Miaoqing had to admit that cats were undeniably adorable, but it seemed odd to feature one on her weapon. Can you hide this cat emblem? Since it was called the blood and flesh mechanism, the silver will naturally possessed its own consciousness. The familiar sound of the rotating chamber filled the air, and this time, thanks to their soul bond, she could finally understand the meaning behind the sounds. Ah, so the master does not like the cat emblem? Well, it's not that I dislike it, but it feels strange to have such an image on a weapon meant for killing. Click, click. As the chamber turned, the cat emblem gradually faded. Though it did not vanish entirely. Rather, it shifted to the grip. That could work. At least it would be out of sight during battle. Bai Miaoqing sighed. wondering when she had developed such an inexplicable fondness for cats. This feeling had only arisen after Little Blood transformed into a cat. Was it because of Little Blood? But why did Little Blood turn into a cat? Little Blood responded that it did not know either. It merely felt subconsciously that by meowing would appreciate it, and thus its form automatically shifted. Humph. In critical moments, you still have to rely on my omniscience. Tianmu interjected, its tone brimming with pride, almost begging to be asked. Bai Miaoqing played along, inquiring about the reason. Hee, this is due to your affinity for felines. Affinity for felines? This was the first time she had heard the term affinity. Indeed, affinity refers to the innate attraction you possess towards certain specific creatures or types of beings. For instance, your affinity for felines allows all feline creatures to harbor a natural fondness for you, a fondness rooted in genetic instinct. Moreover, this impression is mutual. Not only do they feel drawn to you, but you will also be influenced by this affinity, developing an attraction towards other feline creatures. Little Blood and Silver Wheel are similarly affected by the affinity within your blood, subconsciously transforming themselves into a cat or adopting cat-like elements when without a specific form. So that is how it is. Oh, I haven't yet examined Silver Wheel's abilities. Okay, leave it to me. Skill list. Precise hit. This greatly enhances the user's attack accuracy, allowing for shots to be fired exactly as envisioned. Pain of Torment. This is an unquenchable passive effect, causing all bullets fired by Silver Wheel to inflict double the pain. Bone Spike. Upon impact, a bone spike can materialize at the point of contact for both offense and defense. It seems not all bizarre creatures possess this ability. There appears to be no plasticity this time. Meow. Click. Little Blood puffed out its chest proudly, exuding an air of confidence. After all, it possessed infinite potential for growth. Meanwhile, Silver Wheel seemed quite disgruntled. Thus, a cat and a gun found themselves embroiled in a quarrel. The commotion seemed to be of such magnitude that Yin Ming, who had been unconscious, gradually stirred from her stupor. Yet, at this moment, her eyes remained devoid of any spark, as though her very soul had fled. Upon realizing she was in a hospital, she comprehended that everything was not merely a dream, but rather a stark reality. It was at this juncture that Xiao Shui and Yin Luan, in a remarkable display of synchronicity, ceased their bickering, and the room fell silent once more. Time passed, though its measure was indeterminate, until a knock resounded upon the door. Yin Mingyu entered the room in a wheelchair, already aware of Yin Zhejun's circumstances, with traces of tears still lingering at the corners of his eyes from his earlier grief. Could you grant us siblings a moment alone? He requested. Of course. Bai Miaoqing replied, rising to guide Yin Mingyu to Yin Mingming's bedside before stepping outside and gently closing the door behind her. As she emerged, Bai Miaoqing caught sight of a nurse exiting Yin Mingyu's room, a medical record in hand. Hello, may I inquire about my brother's condition? She asked. You mean Yin Mingyu, correct? His prognosis is rather grim. He has sustained multiple lacerations and is essentially paralyzed from the waist down, rendering him incapable of walking normally again. Additionally, the death of his beast companion has inflicted damage upon his soul, leaving him to lead a life as an ordinary person henceforth. As she conveyed this disheartening news, the young nurse's tone bore no hint of emotion, evidently desensitized by the frequency of such encounters. Chapter 44. Summoned by the mayor? Moreover, his injuries are severe. Further recovery necessitates a transfer to a larger hospital, or else his life may be at risk. With that final remark, the nurse departed, heading towards the next ward. The recent beast tide had nearly obliterated Yin Mingming's family. With Yin Zhejun's sacrifice, Yin Mingming's mental collapse, and Yin Mingyu's paralysis, the once warm family that had enveloped her in comfort seemed to be vanishing before her eyes. Seated on a bench outside the hospital room, Bai Miaoqing gazed vacantly at the bustling corridor. The hospital, once a sanctuary of tranquility, had devolved into a cacophony of noise. Xiao Shui lay asleep between her legs, while Yin Luan remained quietly nestled within the gun bag, their stillness contrasting sharply with the surrounding tumult. Meow, you two wish to persevere, do you not? Yes. I had grown accustomed to solitude. There was a certain freedom in being alone. In danger, I only had to think of myself, as long as I could escape. There were no burdens to bear. Meow. I suddenly grasped the reason why, despite such heavy burdens, so many are eager to enlist as soldiers. Perhaps this burden is, in fact, a form of happiness? With that thought, she activated her wristband to search for the finest hospital in the High District. Its location, naturally, was the heart of the central city, High City. However, their current whereabouts were quite distant from High City, and if they were to travel by conventional means, it would take no less than 3 days. At that moment, she received a message from the mayor, suggesting she visit him, though the specifics remained unclear. Upon exiting the hospital, she intended to head to the rendezvous point, but upon stepping outside, she spotted a figure waving at her from a distance. The individual approached and inquired, "Hello, are you Miss Bai Miaoqing? Who are you?" "I am the driver summoned by the mayor to take you there." The man in the suit replied with a smile. Indeed, it was the mayor who called for her, without deceit. "It seems he is testing you? Very well. Let us depart." Bai Miaoqing's unguarded demeanor left the driver slightly taken aback. Sua Qingfeng had deliberately withheld the information that he had dispatched himself, wishing to assess Bai Miaoqing. Initially expecting a protracted engagement, he found her compliance rather swift. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality as Bai Miaoqing had already stepped behind him and opened the car door, taking a seat inside. At that moment, the driver felt as if his mind were spinning, yet he proceeded to the driver's seat and directed the vehicle toward the mayor's temporary office. After all, his original office had been destroyed by cultists, specifically by a lava troll, but without the cultists' actions, the troll would not have been summoned. Thus, the blame lay squarely upon those cultists. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them until they arrived at their destination, whereby Miaoqing expressed her gratitude before making her way into the building. "No need for thanks. It is my duty. Allow me to guide you," he offered. "Well then, I appreciate your assistance." Once aboard the elevator, they swiftly ascended to the 12th floor of the towering building. The mayor was engaged in addressing important documents, as both Ling Wenbo and Secretary Zhao had perished, leaving the burden of these responsibilities upon him. Despite the ongoing chaos in the city, these documents demanded attention, and with the beasts having fled, most matters were delegated to the police forces. "You have accomplished a remarkable feat, saving the entirety of Yunhai County. Thus, the higher-ups have decided to reward you, allowing you to express your needs." The mayor, weary from days of document handling, more exhausting than battle itself, had no desire for pleasantries. "You delegate the decision-making to me?" This took Bai Miaoqing by surprise, yet after a brief contemplation, she arrived at her conclusion. "I wish to travel to High City to find the best doctor for my friend, and I require a place to reside for a time, along with a sum for relocation expenses." "You intend to go to High City?" "Indeed, the medical capabilities in Yunhai County are limited to heal his affliction. We must seek a superior hospital. That is quite simple." Subsequently, Sua Qingfeng retrieved a piece of paper from a nearby drawer, inscribing something upon it with a black pen before sealing it in an envelope and handing it to Bai Miaoqing. "Deliver this to the president of the Adventurers Guild in High City. He will assist you in resolving these matters. Additionally, I can act as your guarantor, allowing you to become an adventurer ahead of time." "What do you think?" "That sounds good." A low-tier powerhouse could only vouch for one individual throughout their lifetime, making this guarantee rather precious, and it was indeed what Bai Miaoqing desired. "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may return. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for a flying beast to transport you all to High City. The journey will take approximately 2 hours, so prepare accordingly." With that, he issued a dismissal, and the driver escorted Bai Miaoqing back. Meanwhile, in his office, Sua Qingfeng abruptly paused in his tasks, glancing at the watch on his wrist, whereupon a message appeared before him. "She left with me without any unnecessary conversation," the driver relayed. "Are you truly that Navi, or have you already discerned the truth?" He did not believe Bai Miaoqing to be the former. Thus, the answer clearly pointed towards the latter. Yet, how had she come to this realization? This matter concerns only him and the military personnel disguised as a driver. Beneath this message lies another one sent by the military. Although the incident in Yunhai County was instigated by cultists, the extensive damage incurred has undeniably placed a weighty responsibility upon his shoulders as the mayor. Despite having later earned merit, the repercussions of his failures overshadow his achievements, compelling him to be reassigned to face military sanctions. Goo goo goo. Haha indeed. It is time to return. Yet, it seems that Sua Qingfeng is not apprehensive about the impending punishment. Rather, an expression of anticipation flickers in his eyes. Bai Miaoqing appears to be in good spirits, as she retrieves the silver revolver from her waist, habitually polishing its surface while caressing the cylinder. Meow. Click. Xiao Shui lies nearby, exhibiting a jealous demeanor, persistently nudging Bai Miaoqing with her head, yearning for some affection. Chapter 45. Preparations for departure. Upon returning to the hospital, she notices that the door to Yen Mingming's room is slightly ajar. She steps inside, finding Yen Mingming once again asleep, while Yen Mingyu sits quietly beside her, silent. "Tomorrow, we shall set forth for Haiqing. Perhaps there lies a remedy for your ailment." Hearing this, Yen Mingyu's previously impassive expression finally shifts. He has learned from the nurse and Yen Mingming about their father's demise at the hands of those cultists. He yearns for vengeance. Yet today's examination report reveals that his soul is compromised, rendering him incapable of becoming a beastmaster, and he is left with debilitating injuries that hinder his very existence. He has nearly become a shell of his former self, with only Yen Mingming remaining by his side. Observing her vacuous expression today pains him far more than it does Bai Miaoqing. Fortunately, through their recent exchanges, he has managed to stabilize Yin Mingming's emotions. Now, with Bai Miaoqing mentioning a chance for treatment, how could he possibly let it slip away? Yet, a sudden realization dawns upon him. His afflictions stem from a damaged soul, coupled with neural disruptions and shattered bones in his lower body, rendering him paralyzed. Each facet of his condition presents formidable challenges for any potential healing. Are you using this reward of yours to treat me? It matters not. I have also obtained what I desired. Yin Mingyu's emotions are tumultuous. He longs to restore his normalcy, yet he comprehends that such a significant accolade, if wholly invested in by Miaoqing, would undoubtedly propel her ahead of many others at this critical juncture of her awakening beastmaster talent. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to a rapid pace. Is it not akin to Bai Miaoqing sacrificing her future to heal herself? Enough of this contemplation. The reward has been determined. Focus on your recovery to avoid squandering my efforts. Bai Miaoqing is resolute, denying Yin Mingyu the luxury of reconsideration, firmly establishing the course of action before taking a seat beside Yin Mingming's bed. Thank you. It's nothing. After all, your family has been gracious to me, not merely in saving my life. A smile graces Bai Miaoqing's face, though she does not finish her thought, propping her head on her hand and closing her eyes at the edge of the bed. Last night, she had not closed her eyes while attending to the hospitalization procedures for the Yin siblings, and now she finally has a chance to rest. I have a faint feeling that your decision may alter not just his fate. After Bai Miaoqing falls asleep, a figure emerges from the heavens, destined to remain unheard. The following morning, Bai Miaoqing groggily opens her eyes. She surveys her surroundings, realizing she is still in the hospital, but now lying on the bed, with no sign of the Yin siblings. This scene mirrors her first encounter with sunlight. Beside the bed lies a note. Yin Mingming has been discharged. We are preparing to return and will be back before 9. She has slept from the previous afternoon until now, revealing her exhaustion. As the door swings open, Yin Mingming and Yin Mingyu, dressed in casual attire and carrying 3 suitcases, enter. Sister Miaoqing, we are ready to depart. We have also brought your belongings. Witnessing Yin Mingming's smile return brings Bai Miaoqing a measure of relief. It seems that when it comes to heartfelt conversations, it is indeed better to let Yin Mingyu, as the elder brother, take the lead. As the trio exits the hospital, they encounter a procession of individuals in military attire, marching in unison. The foremost among them cradles black and white photographs of soldiers who perished in the recent conflict. As this formidable procession traverses the street, the previously bustling environment falls silent, leaving only the resounding cadence of their disciplined footsteps. Bai Miaoqing observes some individuals salute these soldiers, standing tall in reverence, regardless of age or gender. Through the salute, they convey their respect and admiration for these warriors, a pure, sincere greeting. Once this group departs, the street, momentarily paused, resumes its vibrant life. At this juncture, a large bird descends from the sky. This magnificent creature bears a resemblance to a giant messenger pigeon, yet it is several times larger, capable of effortlessly carrying 5 to 6 individuals upon its expansive back. Moreover, a sizable basket affixed to its neck contains provisions, some for beasts and others for humans. The bird gestures toward the group's luggage, then indicates its basket, inviting them to stow their belongings. This is a giant messenger bird, a product of the ordinary giant messenger bird mastering the skill of extreme enlargement. After placing their luggage in the basket and ascending the bird's back via its feathers, they discover a figure already seated there. Previously obscured by the bird's plumage and bulk, they had not noticed this person's presence. Gongxi Xiangnan, a soldier hailing from Haiqing, was initially dispatched to assist Yanhai County, but it appears he has come in vain. He had intended to leave yesterday, but was summoned by the mayor to provide escort for someone. The specifics remain elusive, much like their initial encounter with Sua Qingfeng. Bai Miaoqing had previously tested her abilities, even having surpassed the yellow rank. She could still not discern the precise capabilities or information of Earth rank experts, only perceiving their rank and inconsequential details. This Gongxi Xiangnan is an intermediate beastmaster of the Earth rank. The other party was merely resting with their eyes closed, showing no inclination to engage with the 3 of them, who in turn attempted to maintain a respectful distance. Bai Miaoqing placed Yin Mingyu's wheelchair into the basket, while Yin Mingming assisted her brother onto the back of the Great Trust Bird. Behind the Great Trust Bird, there were several straps designed to prevent any unfortunate falls during flight. Chapter 46, Revolver. Once the 3 of them were securely seated and fastened their safety straps, the Great Trust Pigeon gradually flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. Remarkably, during the ascent, Bai Miaoqing felt no resistance from the wind whatsoever. There wasn't even the slightest breeze. She could only sense her body rising steadily, akin to riding an elevator, yet at a significantly swifter pace. Wind resistance barrier, a unique ability that negates the wind resistance encountered during flight, thereby enhancing speed. The flight of the Great Trust Pigeon was exceptionally smooth. The passengers felt no jostling at all. By the way, Sister Miaoqing, I've been quite curious about that thing in your hand, Yin Mingming inquired. This is a revolver, Bai Miaoqing replied. A revolver? It looks similar to a gun. Indeed. Firearms exist in this world and are relatively widespread. However, they are primarily allocated for use by the police and certain specialized departments. Given that bullets propelled by gunpowder struggle to penetrate the shields of some yellow-grade guardian beasts in this world, it is almost futile against those of the grade, who show no fear of bullets. At the level, beast tamers can even disregard bullets entirely without any protection. Nonetheless, domestic regulations concerning firearms are exceedingly stringent, primarily due to the large population and significant proportion of ordinary citizens, necessitating strict controls to prevent chaos. In contrast, abroad, there is virtually no regulation. Possessing a firearm is as simple as obtaining a license from one's own country. The history of firearm development in this world is relatively brief, as for a considerable time. Their power was deemed inferior to that of beast tamers, leading to a general lack of emphasis on their advancement. It was only in recent times, with the discovery of more potent gunpowder and alternative substances, that firearms, missiles, and explosives began to emerge. Even so, these devices serve primarily as auxiliary tools to mitigate casualties in large-scale battles, with the main forces remaining the beasts and their tamers. Thus, revolvers have never truly appeared in this world. Yes, it is indeed a gun, but it is also my beast, Bai Miaoqing clarified. The matter of beasts does not need to be concealed, as it will inevitably come to light in the public eye, likely becoming her primary means of attack in the future. Moreover, she would be spending a significant amount of time with the two of them, making it an eventual revelation. Her only concern was the military personnel nearby, who had reached the level. After all, they were unfamiliar with one another. Fortunately, the individual seemed indifferent, still facing away from the trio, as if oblivious to their presence. However, should one glance at him from the front, they would see his brows furrowed, deep in thought. This shouldn't be possible. I recall that the research project on artificial mechanical beasts had not yet become widespread, and those old geezers value those metal contraptions more than their own lives. How could one possibly appear in such a place? He mused, attributing it to mere children's play. Although this form of weapon bore some resemblance to their guns, he had never encountered it before. It was unlikely that the individual had conceived and crafted it themselves. Lost in thought, he paid little heed to the surrounding situation until, bang, a faint sound of an explosion, mingled with the rush of air, erupted from behind him. He swiftly turned, only to witness a white streak of light darting beyond the wind resistance barrier, striking a small bird the size of a sparrow soaring nearby with pinpoint accuracy. At this moment, Gongxi Xiangnan could hardly marvel at Bai Miaoqing's precision, his expression grave as he regarded her. Is that truly a gun? Wow, Sister Miaoqing shoots so accurately. How could you hit that bird? Their voices harmonized in astonishment, followed by a moment of silence. Didn't I mention this before? Bai Miaoqing replied, meeting Gongxi Xiangnan's gaze without evasion. Are you aware that illegal possession of firearms is punishable by law and regulation, even if you are still a minor? I am fully aware, yet I reiterate. This is my beast. Click, click. At that moment, Silver Wheel voiced its protest with a clicking sound, unwilling to part from Bai Miaoqing. This time, it was Gongxi Xiangnan who was momentarily taken aback, before inquiring again, what is your relationship with those professors from Fenglong Academy? What professors? Then where did you obtain this gun? I found it. You found it? Yes, during a chaotic time in the city, I came across it by the roadside. Initially, I thought it resembled the guns I had seen on television and wanted it for self-defense. However, since my arm was injured at that time, blood dripped onto it. And that was how the contract was formed. Indeed, while speaking, Bai Miaoqing maintained a neutral expression, leaving him unable to discern whether she was lying. Please summon your beast. I need to verify. You do understand that illegal possession of firearms is no trivial matter in our country. Certainly. The other party produced their military identification. Bai Miaoqing had no qualms, as the red contract array materialized, connecting Bai Miaoqing and Silver Wheel's grip adorned with a brown cat's head. Gongxi Xiangnan's expression became increasingly complex. And ultimately, he turned away in silence. Sky, what is the situation with the professors he mentioned? It seems those professors are developing something called mechanical beasts, akin to your Silver Wheel, essentially infusing machinery with a soul. This research project has a broad scope, and it appears that many individuals abroad are also investigating it. With a few successful records, albeit rare. Sister Miaoqing, have you undergone specialized training before? Yes, I had some training, but primarily, it's due to Silver Wheel possessing a skill that enhances accuracy. Could I give it a try? I've never even held a gun before. Of course. Observing Yin Mingming's delightful expression, Bai Miaoqing felt a sense of satisfaction. It indicated that the latter was gradually emerging from the shadow of her father's death. As Silver Wheel fell into Yin Mingming's hands, it offered no resistance, even altering the shape of its grip to better fit her palm. She then mimicked Bai Miaoqing's earlier stance, pulling back the hammer and aiming at a few distant birds before gently squeezing the trigger. Chapter 47. It's finally over. Tonight, we have bird meat to eat, Yin Mingming exclaimed joyfully, clutching two small birds. They settled for the night in a small grove. Having flown for the better part of the day, the great trust pigeon also required some rest. Thus, based on his experience, Gongxi Xiangnan selected a relatively decent campsite. Yin Mingming, brimming with excitement, approached Yin Mingyu, proudly holding two small birds she had caught with her own hands. At this moment, Yin Mingyu was seated beside a fire pit, his physique weaker than that of Bai Miaoqing, requiring the warmth of the flames to fend off the biting cold. "Let me take care of this," Bai Miaoqing said as she walked over to Yin Mingming, accepting the two small birds from her. The wounds had penetrated the birds' chests, and blood continued to seep from the injuries. "Can you handle this, Sister Miaoqing?" "Well, I managed it alone back in the day. I'm sorry. Did I remind you of painful memories?" "Not really. I do miss my old life, but I prefer the present." With the lifeless bodies of the two birds in hand, she moved to a location farther from the camp to clean them, preventing the scent of entrails from attracting predators. Her technique was not particularly refined, and the few broken feathers proved difficult to clear, so she resorted to roasting them directly over the fire. Subsequently, she found two branches. Not whole ones, but rather those that forked at the ends, allowing her to spread the birds out for roasting. This method not only shortened the cooking time, but also ensured the birds were thoroughly cooked. As the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, the others could not help but swallow their saliva. "Shall we share the meal? You can just give us some of your rations." Bai Miaoqing waved the glossy, roasted birds at Gongxi Xiangnan, who was not far off. It must be said that even without any seasoning, the flavor of the birds was still quite delightful. The other party did not hesitate to reciprocate, tossing several compressed biscuits and a few bottles of water from a large basket to the group. He then took a bottle of a special non-alcoholic drink that bore the taste of alcohol and began to sip it. At this moment, the relationship between the two parties gradually warmed over the meal. "Your injury seems quite severe, and I must forewarn you to prepare mentally. Even in the best hospital in Haicheng, the doctor is merely a peak-tier beastmaster. She can undoubtedly treat your wounds to prevent an untimely demise. However, to regain normal mobility and re-establish your contract, it requires more than just a peak-tier beastmaster. It often necessitates a combination of various precious and rare materials." "What about a celestial tier expert? Can a celestial tier beastmaster heal my brother's leg?" "Celestial tier? There are far too few celestial tier beastmasters, and they are strategic resources, especially those specializing in healing. You may not know this, but celestial tier beastmasters are far busier than their peak tier counterparts. Why? Is our country still at war with others?" Gongxi Xiangnan realized he had perhaps spoken too much and quickly cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. "In any case, don't hold out hope for a celestial tier beastmaster. I can only say so much. Whether his injury can heal is up to fate." Early the next morning, they set off once more, and by that afternoon, they finally reached their destination. It seemed that, due to the prior beast tide, they encountered only a few ordinary animals along the way, with scarcely a trace of magical beasts. Thus, she had to practice on those common creatures, and one must admit, the feel of the silver wheel was truly remarkable. During this time, an amusing incident occurred. The jealous little blood also transformed into the shape of a revolver, eager for Bai Miaoqing to give it a try. Unfortunately, it could not even manage the most basic task of firing bullets. They then fortuitously encountered a second group heading for support, primarily consisting of personnel responsible for construction and political duties, along with some individuals replacing vacant positions such as deputy mayor. Bai Miaoqing initially thought no one would be willing to take on such a messy situation. Haicheng was a vast, modern city, and they could see the towering buildings from a distance. At the city gate, many individuals, mostly beastmasters, were coming and going. After presenting their identification and with Gongxi Xiangnan as a guarantor, the three successfully entered the city. Upon noticing the residence of the three on their identification was in Yunhai County, their expressions changed noticeably, yet they said nothing and allowed them to pass. However, Gongxi Xiangnan did not enter with them. Instead, he departed after escorting them into the city, as the military camp was not located within the urban area. Watching the three gradually disappear from sight, Gongxi Xiangnan glanced at his wristwatch and muttered softly to himself, "Should I inform those old fellows?" Ultimately, he decided against disclosing the matter of the silver wheel to the professors at Fenglong Academy, opting instead to board the giant messenger pigeon and fly toward the military camp. Once they entered Haicheng, they utilized a navigation system to meander their way to the hospital, where they settled Yan Mingyu. After paying for the examination and hospitalization fees, Yin Mingming decided to stay with her brother, leaving Bai Miaoqing to venture alone to the Adventurers Guild. Initially, she intended to walk there, taking in the differences between Haiqing and Yunhai County. But as dusk approached, she opted for a taxi to avoid running into the mayor's friend after work. However, even in the car, she could still enjoy the scenery, albeit it was a bit of a strain on Tianshu. Bai Miaoqing even felt as though Tianshu's voice had become somewhat overlapping. Upon arriving at her destination and concluding the introduction of the last building, she finally had a moment to catch her breath. This is the Adventurers Guild, the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild in Haiqing. Phew, finally done. After paying the exorbitant fare, Bai Miaoqing stepped into the bright hall. Compared to the chaotic and unpleasant environment of the Hunters Guild in her previous life, this place appeared much cleaner and more organized, with a faint fragrance of flowers and herbs wafting through the air. Chapter 48, President Ji Qiyuan. At this moment, the entire hall was bustling with activity, yet remained orderly. Some were inquiring about task information, while others were engaged in discussions with their teammates. Most individuals stood before a large luminous screen, searching for mission details. This was the method to capture tasks. The screen displayed information, and one simply needed to remember the task code to apply at the front desk. The front desk would then assess whether the individual or team possessed the capability to complete the task and provide a danger rating for it. Of course, a high danger rating did not preclude one from accepting the task. It merely served as a benevolent reminder to reduce the risk of adventurer casualties. Ultimately, the choice remained with the adventurers themselves, though failure to complete a task would incur a penalty fee calculated at 20% of the task reward. 5% of the proceeds will be allocated to the guild, while an additional 15% will be added to the rewards for the task, commonly referred to as the prize pool enhancement. Consequently, many perilous missions may not inherently offer substantial rewards. Rather, their compensation is augmented through repeated failures. Upon completion of a task, the guild retains a portion of the earnings, the amount of which is contingent upon the task's difficulty. Typically, the greater the challenge and the longer the duration of the task, the lesser the commission, designed to incentivize individuals to expedite their task completion. After all, during the escalating difficulty of the task, the guild's 5% commission suffices. Furthermore, the Adventurers Guild is an official organization, thus monetary gain is not of paramount importance. This information was provided by Tianmo. Bai Miaoqing followed the directions on the ground and arrived at the registration window to become an adventurer. The number of applicants each day is relatively modest, and when Bai Miaoqing arrived, only 2 individuals were present. Given that the threshold for application is not particularly high, requiring merely identification to verify one's status as a beastmaster, ordinary citizens face a slightly more cumbersome process involving basic assessments to ascertain their capability to complete the simplest tasks. Fortunately, the 2 individuals ahead of her were already adventurers. After presenting their identification and certification from the Beastmaster Association, they only needed to fill out basic personal information. They could also choose a code name for themselves, which reminded her of the nicknames others had given her in her previous life. She rather liked her former code name and intended to continue using it. However, the small creature beside her, Xiao Shui, was quite displeased, feeling it was unjust that the code name was designated as Silver Wheel. After a series of disputes, the code name was eventually altered to Blood Red Revolver. When it was her turn, the attendant initially paused upon seeing Bai Miaoqing, then inquired how he could assist her. She handed over the envelope written by Su Qingfeng, which he accepted and briefly glanced at the name, seal, and recipient on the envelope. He then requested her to wait a moment and hurriedly exited through a back door. After a considerable interval, he returned and directly approached her, stating that the president wished to see her. Under his guidance, she ascended to the top floor of the building and followed him to the innermost room. As the grand door slowly opened, she beheld a spacious office adorned with a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window. Before the window stood an imposing desk, behind which sat a young man who appeared to be in his 20s, albeit with streaks of white amidst his dark hair. He was engrossed in writing something, and upon their arrival, he concluded his task and handed 2 envelopes, one to Bai Miaoqing and the other to the attendant. "Please send this letter for me," he instructed. "Certainly." Once the attendant departed, the president turned his attention to Bai Miaoqing. "You must be Bai Miaoqing. That fellow Qingfeng certainly praised you highly in his letter. It's rare for him to commend a young person so effusively." He continued, "Deliver this letter to the hospital's director, and he will ensure your friend receives the best medical care, with the expenses charged to our guild. You need not worry." "Thank you, President Ji," Bai Miaoqing responded solemnly, accepting the letter and inadvertently uttering the president's surname. However, Ji Qiyuan's name was no secret, and neither party paid it much mind. Moreover, "You and your sister are welcome to stay at my home for a while. Feel free to explore the area and come back here at 10:30. I will take you there." Bai Miaoqing was taken aback by the president's invitation to reside in his home, especially since this was their first meeting. Was it due to Su Qingfeng? However, the letter only mentioned arranging accommodation for Bai Miaoqing and her companions, lacking specific details. Ji Qiyuan found Bai Miaoqing quite endearing, and since she was recommended by Su Qingfeng, he deemed her safety assured. Additionally, his residence was merely occupied by himself and his wife in a spacious villa, so accommodating 3 more individuals posed no issue. Do you think I intend to surveil you? He jested. Not at all. Your registration as an adventurer is complete. From this moment forth, you are a member of our Adventurers Guild. I have matters to attend to, so you may amuse yourself for now. With that, the president signaled her departure. Once Bai Miaoqing left, the guild president furrowed his brow in contemplation, perplexed by a sense of familiarity with her, as if she resembled someone he knew. Yet, despite his efforts to recall, the answer eluded him, and he ultimately resigned himself to the mystery. Bai Miaoqing exited the Adventurers Guild with great satisfaction. The time was still early, merely 7 o'clock, providing her with over 3 hours. She resolved to address Yan Mingyu's hospitalization before heading toward the hospital. Hai District truly lived up to its reputation as a core urban area. Its vibrancy far surpassed that of Yunhai County, with bustling streets and somewhat congested traffic, not to mention the endless array of eateries, clothing shops, and beast resources outlets. Chapter 49, Gudian. Along the way, Bai Miaoqing spotted a shop named Gudian, specializing in milk tea and pastries. This establishment primarily offered freshly made milk tea, alongside an assortment of exquisite pastries and delectable cakes. Feeling a pang of hunger, Bai Miaoqing decided to purchase some bread, intending to bring some for Yan Mingming as well. The shop was evidently quite popular, perpetually crowded, with many cakes vanishing shortly after being displayed. Utilizing her physical agility, Bai Miaoqing navigated through the throngs, but ultimately found herself empty-handed. Just as she pondered whether to attempt possession, someone noticed her petite stature. What an adorable little sister. Are you here to buy bread? A girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 halted her actions, captivated by Bai Miaoqing's charmingly conflicted expression, drawing the attention of those nearby. 10 minutes later. Thank you, everyone. Bai Miaoqing emerged from the bakery, clutching a large bag of bread and 3 cups of milk tea. She had not spent a single coin. All the bread was gifted by kind-hearted passers-by, and the 3 cups of milk tea were complimentary from the staff. However, they requested to take a photo with her, intending to display it on the shop's wall as a form of promotion. Observing the wall adorned with numerous photos, Bai Miaoqing acquiesced, deeming it a trivial matter. Thus, she exited with 3 cups of milk tea in her left hand and 2 plastic bags brimming with bread in her right. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui happily enjoyed a cream-filled pastry in its mouth, relishing the delicacies. With a playful meow, the little slime, Xiao Shui, took the end of a long, slender piece of bread and gently rubbed it against Bai Miaoqing's cheek. Ah Wu, Bai Miaoqing unabashedly bit into the end of the bread, savoring the rich aroma of milk combined with the freshly baked bread's unique grainy scent, which made her involuntarily squint in delight. She was completely oblivious to the smudge of cream that now adorned her cheek. Being a slime, Xiao Shui possessed a rather large mouth, and it effortlessly devoured the cake that appeared larger than its own head in a single gulp. It then extended its tongue to lick the fresh cream off Bai Miaoqing's cheek. This scene, imbued with childlike innocence and charm, attracted the attention of many onlookers, resulting in an impressive rate of turned heads. The hospital was not far from the Adventurers Guild, as the 2 institutions were complementary to each other. Therefore, when Bai Miaoqing handed the letter to the somewhat elderly-looking director, he readily assured her that he would arrange for Yan Mingyu's surgery promptly. As a token of gratitude, Bai Miaoqing presented a piece of bread to the amiable director. Following this, she retraced her memory's path to find Yan Mingyu's ward. The ward resembled those at the Yunhai County Hospital, predominantly clad in white, with a faint scent of flowers blended with the antiseptic aroma. Yan Mingyu occupied a private room, which contained only a single bed. Yan Mingming sat beside the bed, engaged in conversation with Yan Mingyu. Sister Miaoqing? Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Yan Mingming peeked over, her head appearing from behind a curtain that provided privacy for the patient. However, the presence of surveillance cameras in the room raised questions about the true purpose of such privacy measures. It's me. I brought you milk tea and bread. Hurry and eat while it's still warm. Bai Miaoqing cheerfully shook the bag in her hand, smiling at the head that had emerged from behind the curtain. Yay. Just in time, I'm hungry. Mingyu, let's eat together. Sure. Both girls instinctively swallowed as they beheld the assortment of pastries and breads, their appetizing aroma far surpassing that of roasted meat in the wild. While they ate, Bai Miaoqing assured them that Yan Mingyu's hospitalization issue had been resolved and that his surgery was scheduled for the following day. They expressed their gratitude once more, to which she merely smiled nonchalantly. After finishing dinner, as the clock approached 10, Bai Miaoqing remembered to inform Yin Mingming about their accommodation arrangements. Staying at the president's house? The siblings of the Yin family shared the same incredulous reaction as Bai Miaoqing, unable to believe the news. I didn't expect it either. But since he offered, and we indeed have nowhere to stay, we might as well stay there for a while. All right, see you tomorrow, brother. See you tomorrow. Once the two departed, the room was left with only Yin Mingyu. In that moment, the smile on his face gradually faded as he gazed at his legs, covered by the blanket. Will I truly recover? Who could understand Yin Mingyu's current condition better than he himself? When he had first heard Kong Shi Xiongnan suggest that a cure might be impossible, he felt an ominous premonition that his words were true. His legs had not merely been broken. They had been viciously torn apart by a beast, resulting in muscle laceration and nerve death. He could sense that his body was deteriorating day by day, as if it could collapse at any moment. Could such a body truly be healed? Staring at his arms, which had grown increasingly difficult to lift, and whose fingers felt stiff, Yin Mingyu let out a heavy sigh. We've arrived. As Ji Qiyuan parked the car beside a house, he turned to remind the two passengers in the back seat. Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming exited the vehicle, momentarily entranced by the sight of the standalone villa before them. This was an upscale community, with all the houses being individual villas. Each villa was surrounded by expansive gardens and lawns, and no two villas appeared identical, at least not on the route they had taken. Following Ji Qiyuan into the villa, they entered through the grand door to find a spacious hall that, while not extravagantly decorated, was certainly ample in size. A maid dressed in a uniform was cleaning the floor of the living room. Welcome back, Mr. Ji. Who are these two? You're home early today, At that moment, a young woman emerged from the kitchen. Her fair complexion and rosy cheeks rendered her strikingly beautiful, and even without makeup, her features were captivating. Dressed casually with an apron, she had evidently been preparing a meal and came out upon hearing the door open. Upon seeing Yin Mingming and Bai Miaoqing, her expression mirrored that of the maid, revealing a hint of confusion, as these two young girls were unfamiliar to her. However, captivated by their doll-like beauty, she couldn't help but glance at them more than once. Cough, cough. These are my friend's relatives, and they will be staying with us for a while. Auntie, hello? Both girls greeted her politely. Hello, hello? Upon learning their identities, Ji Xian's demeanor visibly softened, her smile becoming more amiable. It seemed she had misinterpreted something upon first seeing the girls, but such misunderstandings were inconsequential now. Xiaolan, please help them take their luggage to the guest room. Ji Xian instructed the maid nearby. Of course, Wei Xiaolan replied, setting down her broom and effortlessly lifting the two girls' heavy luggage with one hand before heading toward the second floor. Wei Xiaolan appeared to be a beast master as well, given her ease in handling the burdensome bags. You two must be hungry. The meal is nearly ready. Come and eat with us. Ji Xian warmly invited the girls, naturally disregarding her husband Ji Qiyuan's presence. Ji Qiyuan said nothing in response and followed them into the kitchen. During the meal, the group exchanged introductions, but both Bai Miaoqing and Ji Qiyuan tacitly avoided discussing the events that had transpired in Yunhai County. Slow down, slow down. No need to rush. If there's not enough food, I'll make more, Ji Xian exclaimed, visibly pleased as she watched the two youngsters devour their meals. One of her current hobbies was cooking, so most of the meals in the household were prepared by her. Having her culinary skills appreciated was undoubtedly a source of joy. Her cooking was indeed exceptional. Even after having eaten bread earlier, the two girls finished 2 bowls of rice before pausing. After they had finished their meal, Wei Xiaolan, who had already completed her own dinner, led the girls to their room. Only after they left did Ji Qiyuan share the situation with his wife. Is that so? No wonder I noticed something amiss in Mengming's expression earlier. I shall engage in regular conversations with her to ascertain her mental well-being. In addition to being a housewife, Ji Xian is also a psychologist. However, with Ji Qiyuan having successfully ascended to the position of president of the Adventurers Guild, she has seldom returned to her professional duties, effectively entering an early retirement. Nevertheless, given that Yin Mingming harbors psychological barriers and issues, she is quite eager to resume her former vocation. Although it is termed a guest room, the space is remarkably spacious, adorned with a grand double bed. While it is indeed a double bed, accommodating 3 individuals poses no challenge. The room's decor is rather simplistic, featuring a wardrobe, bedside table, television, writing desk, and a balcony. Adjacent to it is a washroom equipped for both toilet use and bathing. The clothing of both individuals has been neatly placed in the wardrobe, and toothbrushes and towels have been prepared for their personal grooming. After several days of travel, both are in need of a thorough cleansing. Thus, their first order of business is to take a refreshing bath. Unlike the showers at home, bathing here is done in a bathtub, though a shower is also available nearby. Initially, Bai Miaoqing intended to bathe separately from Yin Mingming, but after some insistence from Yin Mingming, they ultimately decided to bathe together. The rationale for this insistence, of course, was to witness by Meowching's bashful demeanor. Little Blood and Little Snowball joined them in the bath, much to Silverwheel's displeasure, as she felt somewhat abandoned. After 20 minutes had elapsed, the two emerged from the bathroom clad in sleepwear, with by Meowching's rosy cheeks evoking a sense of tenderness. It was uncertain whether her flush stemmed from the heat or her shyness. Ultimately, she subconsciously perceives herself as a boy, thus her wardrobe typically leans towards androgynous attire. A fact that Yin Mingming finds regrettable. The fragrances of the shower gel and shampoo are delightful, neither overpowering like certain perfumes nor too faint like floral scents. They strike a perfect balance. The double bed is incredibly soft, offering a most comfortable repose, particularly the bedding, which possesses a texture that lies between silk and fleece, providing a smooth and pleasant sensation against the skin. Exhausted, the two naturally drift into slumber. Yet, this dream is not a pleasant one. Meow. Little Snowball called out to her owner with a hint of worry. Do not fret, she will be all right, by Meowching reassured her. She reached out to grasp Yin Mingming's hands, which were tightly clenched, seemingly in distress, hoping to soothe her emotions, even if uncertain of its effectiveness. In the next moment, Yin Mingming turned, enveloping by Meowching in a tight embrace, tears glistening in her eyes as she murmured, Don't go, please. I won't leave, by Meowching replied softly, returning the embrace and whispering comforting words into Yin Mingming's ear. It seemed her words had a calming effect, as Yin Mingming's body gradually relaxed, her furrowed brow smoothing out. I hope Aunt G can heal you, she thought as Yin Mingming's eyes began to flutter shut, the room gradually returning to tranquility. Click, click. The changes in the host are indeed remarkable. It has been less than a month. The following morning, Bai Meowching and Yin Mingming had already completed their morning routines and, after indulging in the luxurious handheld pancakes prepared by Ji Zian, accompanied Ji Qiyuan as they ventured out. Their destination was, of course, the hospital, where Yin Mingyu was scheduled for surgery. They felt it best to remain by each other's side. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yin Mingyu was undergoing a more comprehensive medical examination in preparation for the surgery. Once the checkup was completed, they would proceed with the operation. Bai Meowching stood by the door, allowing the space within to be shared by the two. However, this time, she had ulterior motives. A nurse approached, holding a report, and just as the nurse was about to open the room door, Bai Meowching intercepted her. Hello, I am a family member of the patient. May I please see her report? Certainly, the nurse replied without hesitation, handing the report to Bai Meowching. Alongside the report, there were various accompanying images from ultrasounds and CT scans. Although Bai Meowching could not decipher them, Tianmu could. Chapter 51, The Choice. This situation is rather grim. Even with surgery and assistance from a low-tier expert, survival is the best outcome achievable. However, walking normally is nearly impossible, and returning to being a beastmaster is utterly out of the question. Is it truly the case that such physical injuries cannot be healed in this extraordinary world? This is not merely a physical injury. I have detected some form of toxin within the wound that obstructs the nerves, a substance that is both challenging to identify and even more difficult to treat. Is there truly no way to save him? At least, given the medical standards of this hospital, it is not feasible. Your options are limited. One is to proceed with surgery, which will result in a permanent inability to cure the condition. The other is to locate a celestial tier healing beastmaster within 2 days, which may offer a glimmer of hope. Do I possess any other options? Even if a celestial tier beastmaster exists, would there be sufficient time for them to arrive? The nurse regarded the somber-faced girl with some confusion, not believing Bai Meowching could comprehend such matters. Subsequently, Bai Meowching said nothing further, returning the report to the nurse and expressing her gratitude. It seems only one choice remains. With that, she closed her eyes once more, plunging her consciousness into the familiar darkness. Before her lay the forbidden tome. During the surgery, the surgical room was illuminated by an unsettling red light. Yin Mingming anxiously cradled Little Snowball in her arms, who remained still, quietly nestled against her. Even though Bai Meowching was already aware of the outcome, an inexplicable tension gripped her, despite the hope being exceedingly faint. As the surgery concluded, the chief surgeon emerged from the operating room to address the two waiting outside. The patient's condition has stabilized. There is no longer a risk of deterioration or life-threatening complications. What about my brother's legs? The surgeon shook his head in silence. And at that moment, Yin Mingyu, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to full-body paralysis, was wheeled out of the operating room. What followed was a month-long period of rest and observation. I understand. Thank you, doctor. This time, Yin Mingming's composure was surprisingly serene, as though she had long been mentally prepared for this outcome. Observing the facade of strength presented by the young girl, the surgeon could only shake his head before departing. Yin Mingming silently followed Yin Mingyu back to their room. As Yin Mingyu gradually regained consciousness, his legs were bound with bandages to stabilize the fractures, with numerous stitches marking his body. He was unable even to turn his head, forced to rely on opening his eyes and speaking. Yet, even with his awakening, the room remained enveloped in a profound silence. Ing, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss privately with Brother Mingyu. All right. Yin Mingming obediently exited the room, as she observed her somewhat forlorn figure. Bai Miaoqing solidified her resolve. Once the door was completely closed, Bai Miaoqing turned her gaze to Yin Mingyu. If you were granted the opportunity to rise once more and continue your journey as a beast master, would you accept? Upon hearing her words, Yin Mingyu's demeanor underwent a profound transformation. He suppressed the pain within him and turned to meet Bai Miaoqing's gaze. However, this method requires a certain sacrifice. I am willing. Do not be hasty in your agreement. It would be wise to first understand the cost. I possess a method that could restore your body entirely. But you would become a member of the undead clan, essentially a skeleton. Of course, there would not be significant changes to your appearance. You would merely cease to grow taller. Secondly, your bodily organs would fall into a state of eternal stillness. For instance, your blood would cease to circulate, and your heart would no longer beat, which would greatly impact your future existence. Thirdly, your human emotions would dissipate throughout this process until they are entirely extinguished. Of course, there are advantages as well. You would no longer require sustenance, rest, or sleep, and pain would become a distant memory. Additionally, you would be bound to the undead clan as your only companions. Do you accept? After contemplating these conditions, Yin Mingyu fell silent. The first 2 points seemed inconsequential. In his current state, what difference was there to death? Yet, the prospect of losing his emotions was something he dreaded. Currently, Yin Mingming was his only remaining blood relative. What would become of her if he were to lose his feelings? However, recalling the moment he had met Yin Mingming in the hospital, witnessing her weeping in a vulnerable state, he felt as though he had no choice. I accept. Very well, I understand. I will prepare the necessary materials for you. During this time, it would be prudent to spend time with Yin Mingming. It is best she remains unaware of this matter. Yes, I understand. He refrained from inquiring how Bai Miaoqing would transform him into an undead, nor did he question her capability to do so. If Bai Miaoqing had already repaid Yin Jiejun's life-saving grace by rescuing Yin Mingming during the bizarre incident, then their family now owed her an immeasurable debt, one that they could never repay, even if Bai Miaoqing seemed indifferent. Both Yin Mingyu and Yin Mingming silently etched this into their hearts. Really? Is it true? An excited voice from outside the door belonged to Yin Mingming, who rushed to Yin Mingyu's bedside, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Sister Miaoqing said there is a way to heal your body. Is it true? Indeed, it is true. I believe Bai Miaoqing would not deceive me. A genuine smile returned to Yin Mingyu's face, one that was no longer forced or merely comforting, but rather a true expression of joy. That's wonderful. As long as there is a way. Yin Mingming did not reach out to touch Yin Mingyu, but instead gripped the edge of the bed tightly, for reasons unknown. Even though her brother had not yet been healed, hearing the promises made by Yin Mingyu and Bai Miaoqing naturally dispelled the shadows from her heart. The atmosphere among the three became considerably lighter. Yin Mingming refrained from asking about the treatment, knowing she could offer no assistance and fearing that her inquiry might extinguish the flicker of hope that had just ignited. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing's wristband chimed, signaling a message from Jizian. You and Mingming are still students, so I've taken the liberty of handling your enrollment procedures. Since you'll be here for a while, you must not neglect your studies. After sending a reply with a no problem emoji, Bai Miaoqing informed Yin Mingming, who expressed no objections, but merely remarked, I never expected that within just a month, we would have transferred schools twice. Chapter 52, Returning to School. The following morning, the two donned their new uniforms and set off in the direction of the school. Ji Chiyuan's work hours coincided with their school schedule, and since it was on his way, he naturally accompanied them. This school, known as Haiqing No. 2 Middle School, ranked among the best in the Haiqing district. The choice of this institution was due to its proximity and Ji Chiyuan's acquaintance with the principal, as he had once attended this school himself. The two girls were assigned to the Beast Master class, and as they made their way to the classroom, they naturally garnered the attention of many around them. However, no one approached them. Following the school map on their wristbands, they easily located their designated class, Beast Master Class 6. At that moment, everyone was engaged in morning self-study. While this was the case, it bore little distinction from regular class time. The primary purpose was to allow students to exchange insights regarding their Beast Masters. As Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming entered the classroom, a brief silence enveloped the room. The teacher, who had been engrossed in a newspaper at the podium, stood and smiled, saying, Well, since everyone is quiet now, it is an opportune moment to introduce our two new classmates. Would you both care to introduce yourselves? Hello everyone. I am Yin Mingming, with Yin meaning solemn and Ming meaning dream. I am Bai Miaoqing. As Bai Miaoqing introduced herself, she suddenly felt a peculiar gaze upon her. rather than hostility. The look was imbued with curiosity and confusion. Following the source of the gaze, she discovered a young man whose face bore a hint of puzzlement. Yet his expression appeared somewhat cold. At the moment their eyes met, he promptly lowered his head again. Bai Miaoqing noted that he was seated in the front row by the window, with both his right and rear sides empty, suggesting he might not be particularly well liked in class. Yet for some reason, this young man did not give her a negative impression. White Xiaojia, a yellow-tier beastmaster. His background seems rather extraordinary. Both of you share the surname Bai. Could there be some ancestral connection? Bai Miaoqing disregarded the teasing from Tianmu and naturally took the seat to the right of White Xiaojia, while Yan Mingming settled into the vacant spot behind. Although there were other empty seats in the classroom, Bai Miaoqing specifically desired to sit here. From her side view, Bai Miaoqing noticed a small white cat, interspersed with black, perched on White Xiaojia's lap. Beast name, Songhu. Do not be deceived by its currently adorable appearance. It is a genuine killing machine, notorious for its brutality in combat. Qualification, Earth Connection. Earth Connection. This was the highest qualification Bai Miaoqing had encountered in a long time. As for her own little blood, its qualification was barely at awakening. It seemed that Songhu sensed Bai Miaoqing's gaze, for it opened its pitch-black eyes and locked onto hers. However, it seems that due to her affinity with feline creatures, the other party did not display any fierce expression. Instead, they tilted their head slightly, revealing a rather adorably silly demeanor. Kinmu, do you possess more detailed information about him? Of course I do. Beast Master Ability. Primordial Beast Transformation. Enabling the user to transform into a half-human, half-beast state for combat. This ability is akin to the fusion with Yan Mingming, similar to the possession of Little Blood, although it occupies one slot in the Beast Mastery interface. To be my own beast? It feels somewhat peculiar. That is one way to interpret it. Moreover, due to this ability, as someone with an affinity for feline creatures, you will instinctively develop a fondness for him. So that is the reason? Bai Miaoqing felt that it couldn't be that simple, yet she was at a loss as to where the issue lay. Before she could ponder further, the school bell rang, and the classroom erupted into chaos as everyone surged towards Bai Miaoqing and Yan Mingming. How familiar this scene was. However, shortly after the crowd gathered, a deafening roar of a tiger erupted in the classroom, causing everyone to hastily retreat. This roar evidently emanated from the Azure Tiger. Thank you. Bai Miaoqing smiled as she expressed her gratitude. They were too noisy, Bai Xiaojia remarked calmly, as if he were more disturbed by their noise than by her presence. The Azure Tiger looked at its master with a smirk, playfully swatting its tail against his chest. Be quiet, Bai Xiaojia admonished, vigorously ruffling the tiger's head. Bai Miaoqing couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, though she stifled her laughter. After all, the other party had aided her, and it wouldn't do to undermine him, would it? The first lesson of the morning was history. Today, we shall discuss the Xuanjia. Their history teacher was a burly man with a bald head, and upon seeing him for the first time, Bai Miaoqing thought a gang leader had come to class. The first appearance of the Xuanjia occurred 56 years ago, discovered in a desolate region of Africa. At that time, a massive earthquake struck, and the discoverer was a scholar sent to investigate the tremors. Since then, the Xuanjia has gradually manifested across the globe. The so-called Xuanjia is essentially a portal to another world, though the precise mechanism of its formation remains unknown. The worlds connected can be astonishingly diverse. It might be a primordial forest, an endless ocean, or even a realm teeming with undead life. Upon hearing the last sentence, Bai Miaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Then couldn't help but laugh. One of the crucial materials for the resurrection ritual of the undead is a complete undead crystal, which serves as the energy source for undead beings. However, after returning home yesterday and searching extensively, she found that places harboring the undead were quite rare. The main reason is that the conditions for the birth of undead creatures are rather stringent, requiring a significant accumulation of corpses over time. Nowadays, it is exceedingly rare to encounter such a vast number of corpses left unattended, as any occurrence would swiftly be cleared by the authorities. Yet now, she had finally unearthed a lead. Chapter 53, Team Formation. The day's classes concluded swiftly, with Yan Mingming heading to the hospital to accompany her brother, while Bai Miaoqing made her way directly to the Adventurer-S Guild. The Adventurer-S Guild was bustling in the afternoon, with many individuals seeking suitable tasks. In this information age, one could typically accept tasks through the official website of the Adventurers Guild, with the only necessity to visit in person being the submission of task materials. However, the task hall updates in real time, almost instantaneously, as soon as a new task appears. It shows up immediately. In contrast, the website experiences a delay of 3 to 5 seconds, so to secure desirable tasks, one must be present physically to avoid having them snatched away. Skipping over the mundane tasks, she soon arrived at the section dedicated to Xuanjia missions. Tasks of slightly higher difficulty generally required a journey into the Xuanjia, as domestic territories had been largely explored. Moreover, those beasts reaching the pinnacle of the Xuanjia typically had two choices: either to conceal themselves to avoid detection by Earth-tier powerhouses or to venture into the kingdom of beasts. As for rare materials, they were even scarcer. Unless one traveled abroad to uncharted territories, it was nearly impossible to find them. Thus, acquiring these materials essentially necessitated a visit to the Xuanjia. Among the myriad of tasks, Bai Miaoqing quickly identified her target. Task objective: collect essence bones. Quantity requirement: unlimited. Task issuer: Blacksmith Association. Task reward: 100 essence bones. Task location: level 5 Undead Xuanjia. Essence bones are a premium forging auxiliary material, which can be incorporated into weapon forging to enhance the success rate, while also serving as a binding agent for metals. The final segment contains information provided by Tianmu. Tasks with unlimited collection requirements are generally perennial fixtures on the task board, with the ultimate reward determined by the quantity of essence bones collected. Thus, such tasks do not require formal acceptance, nor do they have time constraints or penalties for non-compliance. As long as one can bring back essence bones, the timing of the return is inconsequential. Nevertheless, Bai Miaoqing still needed to inform the front desk of her intention to accept this task. To enter the Xuanjia, particularly one under official jurisdiction, a corresponding permit is required. Upon inquiring, she learned that entry into the Xuanjia necessitated specific documentation. Moreover, the application process for such permits often takes around a week, and for a girl like Bai Miaoqing, success in obtaining one was by no means guaranteed. After all, while becoming an adventurer merely required a sponsorship, the emergence of the Xuanjia was a relatively recent phenomenon over the past century, and humanity has yet to fully comprehend its nature. Thus, they would not readily permit the younger generation to enter recklessly. Even if entry were granted, it would typically require the guidance of an elder. Host, all you need to do now is to act adorably to resolve this matter. Truly, you must trust me. At that moment, Tianmu unexpectedly chimed in with such a statement, leaving Bai Miaoqing momentarily stunned. Act adorably? What kind of solution is that? And she certainly wasn't skilled at it. Fear not, you simply need to adopt a pitiful demeanor. Bai Miaoqing's heart resisted this notion. If necessary, she could always seek assistance from Ji Qiyuan, as he was the guild leader, and such matters should pose little difficulty for him. Yet her body opted to give it a try, reasoning that it wouldn't cost her anything, right? At times, one must admit that Bai Miaoqing was quite pragmatic. Couldn't they make an exception? Following Tianmu's suggestion, she furrowed her brow with a hint of grievance, fixing her gaze intently on the front desk staff's eyes. The staff member at the front desk, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, immediately expressed her inability to cope, her body trembling slightly, as though she were desperately suppressing something. Just as she was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from beside her. I am teamed up with her for a task. Here is my identification. Bai Miaoqing turned her head in the direction of the voice and was astonished to find it was Bai Xiaoza. At that moment, he had changed from his school uniform into casual attire, his expression remaining rather neutral, yet the faint flush on his cheeks hinted at his unstable emotions. Thus, the object of Tianmu's playful banter was not the front desk attendant, but rather this classmate. Was it? He indeed. See, this has resolved the issue. All right. At this point, the staff member finally regained her composure, accepting the identification and placing it into the machine while typing on the keyboard. Your name is Bai Xiaoza, correct? Thank you for coming to my rescue. Bai Miaoqing smiled. This name was something she had learned from her classmates, although she was already aware of it. It was necessary to have a reasonable source, was it not? No need to mention it. What task are you undertaking? Bai Xiaoza maintained his cool demeanor, but paired with his slightly bashful expression, he appeared rather endearing. Perhaps the charm of feline creatures was starting to exert its influence? I have accepted this one. Bai Miaoqing replied, lowering her head to search for the task information on her wristband. At that moment, Bai Xiaoza couldn't help but steal a glance at her profile. The instant he witnessed her playful demeanor, he felt his heart skip a beat. She was simply too adorable. Meow. That Songhu, following Bai Xiaoza, observed his master's demeanor with a sly grin. It then scampered over to Bai Miaoqing, circling around her while brushing its cheek and tail against her calf. Such a clingy display stood in stark contrast to the ferocious image Tianmu had painted. Your beast is quite affectionate, isn't it? Bai Miaoqing couldn't resist bending down to pet Songhu's head, which responded by eagerly nuzzling into her palm. Bai Xiaoza, bemused, could not comprehend Songhu's unusual behavior at that moment. Meow. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui was not pleased, having already felt discontented by the arrival of a silver wheel vying for affection. Now, another contender had appeared. Consequently, Xiao Shui squeezed itself between Songhu and Bai Miaoqing, wrapping its tail around its owner's leg while casting wary glances at Songhu, barely restraining itself from bristling. However, Sanghu had no intention of claiming anyone. Upon witnessing Xiao Shue's fierce possessiveness and jealousy, Sanghu merely let out a sound before returning to Bai Xiao's side, leaping into his embrace. Not to be outdone, Xiao Shui hopped back into Bai Miaoqing's arms, affectionately rubbing its cheek against hers, its tail once again coiling around her arm. Chapter 54. The Realm of the Undead. As the silver wheel emitted its discontented clicks, the staff member completed the registration and returned the identification to Bai Xiaoza. At this moment, Bai Miaoqing transmitted the location of their task to Bai Xiaoza. The Realm of the Undead? Bai Xiaoza gazed at Bai Miaoqing, somewhat perplexed by the name. The Realm of the Undead was notorious for its eerie and sinister landscapes, compounded by the presence of emotionless, bloodthirsty skeletons. Given that undead beings lacked rationality and were generally subservient to more powerful undead, a strict hierarchy rendered any attempt to forge contracts virtually impossible. This was precisely why few chose to venture into the realm of the undead. Additionally, the price of essence bones was often higher by 10% compared to resources of the same grade. Bai Miaoqing nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. Then let us proceed there. Bai Xiaoza's thoughts were straightforward. With him around, there would undoubtedly be no problems. Most importantly, this realm had essentially been fully developed, and all the undead creatures within had been recorded. The strongest among them was merely a skeletal mage of the Xian rank, whose specialty lay in summoning legions of undead. Although this made them difficult to eliminate, if they wished to escape, such a vast number of undead would find it challenging to pursue them. Furthermore, the most formidable creatures resided deep within the realm. So long as they refrained from recklessly delving into the depths, their lives would remain secure. If worst came to worst, he could always utilize his beast mastering talents. The location of the realm was situated outside the city, thus they had to take the subway to the city gate, which Bai Xiaoza informed Bai Miaoqing about. It was the first time she had learned of such a mode of transport. Previously, she had been entirely unaware of its existence, as no one had mentioned it. Hence, the two boarded the subway and swiftly arrived at the subway station by the city gate. After presenting their adventurer-esque credentials to the gatekeeper, they were permitted to proceed. Following the map and signposts, they soon located the realm's entrance. This place was not far from the city. Walking at their pace would take merely a few minutes to arrive. The realm's location appeared gloomy, devoid of human presence, with only 2 guards stationed there. In stark contrast to the throngs of people they had encountered on their journey, this area felt eerily desolate. The surroundings exuded an air of foreboding, as this had once been a cemetery. However, with the advent of the realm, the graveyard had fallen into disrepair, and many of the remains had been relocated. Nonetheless, a few forgotten tombstones still stood resolutely upon this somewhat barren land. As they stepped onto this land, the sun was nearly setting, casting only a faint glow from the mountains in the distance. A chilling wind, akin to icy silver needles, gently brushed against their exposed skin. Particularly, their ears, now slightly reddened from the cold gusts, should have felt warmer given the rising temperatures, yet here it remained as frigid as winter. Meow? Xiao Shui, ever considerate, leaped onto Bai Miaoqing's shoulder, extending its soft paws to stroke her ears, seemingly attempting to warm her. What began as a heartwarming scene, however, was undercut by Xiao Shui's apparent lack of awareness regarding the warmth of its own body. Far from providing warmth, it was fortunate that the temperature did not drop further. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the realm. The entrance resembled a rift in space, materializing seemingly out of thin air. This spatial fissure had no discernible thickness. Viewed from the side, it was virtually invisible, thinner than a sheet of paper. Yet from the front, it appeared to plunge into an unfathomable abyss, with the far end obscured in a haze, rendering it utterly indistinguishable. After presenting their Adventurer Association pass, the 2 guards simply uttered a warning to exercise caution before granting them passage. Crossing through the spatial gate of the realm felt remarkably surreal, akin to traversing a membrane formed by flowing water, allowing them to glide effortlessly through. However, the sudden change in atmospheric pressure and the disorienting sensation of crossing into another dimension left Bai Miaoqing, who was entering the realm for the first time. Struggling to adapt swiftly, leaning against a long-dead tree, its lifeless form a testament to the passage of time, I took a moment to catch my breath. In that instant, several skeletons, their heights reaching a striking 175 centimeters, began to approach the 2 of us. These skeletal figures bore an uncanny resemblance to human bones, their joints not perfectly aligned, but rather hovering in a state of slight suspension. At that moment, Xiaocang had readied herself for battle, but was halted by the now recovered Bai Miaoqing. Wait a moment, Xiaozhe, let Xiaocang rest for a bit. Allow me to hone my skills. I came here with the intention of training. Xiaocang was the name Bai Xiaoza had given to the Zhonghu, and one could not help but notice the striking similarity in naming style to someone else. Very well, I shall stand by and observe, Bai Xiaozi nodded, lifting the poised Xiaocong once more, much to her displeasure, as it left her feeling inexplicably frustrated, much like being on the brink of unleashing a powerful move, only to have it forcibly reined in. Bai Miaoqing then entered a state of possession, swiftly drawing the concealed silver wheel. Her speed was astonishing. Almost simultaneously with the weapon's emergence, the sound of gunpowder igniting erupted, accompanied by 6 distinct sounds of air being sliced through. In an instant, the skulls of the 6 skeletons shattered, their support lost as their bony structures collapsed into mere white remnants. Such was the might of the silver wheel, capable of delivering instant death to 6 high-tier ordinary foes. Beast name, Silver Wheel. Realm, mid-level yellow tier. Talent, Enlightenment. Indeed, the talent of the silver wheel surpassed even that of the current Xiaoxue. Moreover, the means of its enhancement were rather straightforward, by devouring bones, which coincidentally cleared the bones that Xiaoxue could not absorb, thus preventing any disputes over food between the 2 little creatures. In this world, where only bones prevailed, it could be considered a unique dining establishment for the silver wheel. Bai Miaoqing stepped forward, rubbing the small pile of skeletal remains with the silver wheel, which swiftly absorbed them into its barrel, disappearing without a trace. The silver wheel emitted a cheerful clicking sound. Delightful. Chapter 55. Do the undead feel pain? At that moment, Bai Xiaozi, positioned behind Bai Miaoqing, found himself momentarily entranced by her demeanor. However, his captivation was not due to her combat prowess or her ability to consume bones, but rather an inexplicable quickening of his heartbeat. He hastily turned away, covering his mouth and nose with one hand to conceal his current expression, wishing to avoid being seen by Bai Miaoqing. Meow? Xiaocong sensed her master's unusual state and inquired with concern. I don't quite understand why, but I find this version of Miaoqing incredibly adorable. Meow? Xiaocong gazed at her master in disbelief. This was the first time she had witnessed Bai Xiaozi display such an expression. Could it be that her master was developing feelings for the other? Yet, in truth, Bai Xiaozi himself was perplexed by his own emotions. He seemed to grasp why his siblings had once teased him. He felt a similar impulse towards Bai Miaoqing, but quickly suppressed it, unwilling to leave her with a perverse impression of himself. This peculiar sensation was bewildering. After all, it was only their first day meeting. Once Bai Miaoqing returned, Bai Xiaozi swiftly quelled this emotion, donning a serious expression once more. Is this your beast? You mean the silver wheel? Indeed, it is my beast. I've never seen a weapon-type beast before. May I take a look? With that, Bai Miaoqing extended the silver wheel towards him. He did not refuse. Which young man could resist the allure of firearms, even those he had never encountered before? Click, click. Is this how it communicates? Quite intriguing. I think so too. It seems to take a liking to you. After a brief examination and a simple shot, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. The sensation of firing a gun was exhilarating. Bai Xiaozi seemed to realize that his actions had deviated from his usual demeanor, so he hastily returned the weapon to her. Let us proceed a bit further inside. There should be no skeletons remaining at this entrance. All right, Bai Miaoqing replied, maintaining her possession mode as she walked alongside Bai Xiaozi. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing noticed that Bai Xiaozi's height was quite comparable to hers, and in her possessed state, he appeared to be slightly shorter. As they walked, a skeletal arm suddenly erupted from the ground. Be careful. Bai Xiaozi instinctively shielded Bai Miaoqing, despite the fact that the skeleton posed no real threat to her. It was a reflexive action. Bai Miaoqing tilted her head, dodging his protective gesture to focus on the newly emerged skeleton. Though it had risen from the earth, it bore no traces of dirt. Even the ragged remnants of its armor showed no signs of soil. This newly appeared skeleton was evidently far more formidable than the previous lesser ones they had encountered. It was not merely a bare framework, but rather adorned with several pieces of tattered, mismatched armor. One of its hands clutched a long sword, shattered in the middle and riddled with chips, reminiscent of an ancient soldier. Don't worry, Xiaozi, I'm perfectly fine, Bai Miaoqing reassured him, patting his shoulder with a smile. At that moment, Bai Xiaozi realized that his reaction had been somewhat excessive, so he cleared his throat and stepped aside. Bai Miaoqing resumed her position at the forefront. The 5 skeletons charged towards her, seemingly coordinated in their assault, with the one wielding the broken sword leading the charge, flanked by its companions in a single file formation. Yet, for Bai Miaoqing, such an attack was akin to shooting at stationary targets. Adopting a strategy of capturing the leader first, she aimed at the skull of the foremost skeleton and fired, only for it to remarkably parry the bullet with the broken sword. Astonishingly, despite being struck from the side, that seemingly dilapidated sword remained utterly unscathed, not a trace of damage, not even a scratch. However, oddly enough, although it had successfully blocked her shot, Bai Miaoqing noticed a flicker of movement within the flames of the skull's eye sockets. As the leading skeleton paused, the other 4 skeletons looked on in confusion. The leader, gripping its arm tightly with its other hand, appeared to be in pain? This revelation startled Bai Miaoqing. Weren't undead creatures supposed to be impervious to pain? Could it be that the silver wheel's torment inflicted suffering upon these skeletons as well? To confirm her hypothesis, Bai Miaoqing aimed her weapon at the ankle of one of the ordinary skeletons and fired once more. With a sound reminiscent of cracking bones echoing through the air, the skeletal figure began to roll on the ground, clutching its own fractured limbs. The mandible of its skull incessantly clashed against the upper jaw, producing a cacophony of bone-on-bone collision that seemed to resonate with a haunting wail. This sight left all present in a state of bewilderment, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Could it be that even a skeleton could feel pain? Yet, how could it possibly perceive such agony? After all, it lacked muscles, skin, nerves, and even a brain. How could it receive sensations of pain? The skeleton continued to writhe on the ground, as if enduring some inhuman torment. White Miaoqing, compassionate at heart, could not bear to witness such suffering and swiftly raised her hand to eliminate the 5 skeletal beings in an instant. These were merely peak-level mundane undead creatures, and the gap between mundane and yellow-tier entities was still considerable. Once the skeletons were dispatched, the silver wheel emitted an excited click, reveling not only in the prospect of a feast but also in its own burgeoning power, eagerly anticipating commendation from White Miaoqing. This elicited a bemused smile from her as she rubbed the wheel's surface. The silver wheel operated without the need for ammunition. It merely consumed the stamina of the beast master and the beast itself. It appeared that the projectiles of the silver wheel were rather unique. Bai Xiaozi could not help but inquire further. Indeed, those struck by the projectiles experienced an intensified sensation of pain, seemingly effective even on beings devoid of nerves. What a remarkable ability it possessed. Chapter 56. Spatial Artifacts. As the silver wheel devoured the bones, it discovered a distinctly wider fibula amidst the rubble. An object that was evidently their target, the essence bone. The silver wheel seemed particularly intrigued by this essence bone, ignoring the mundane bones entirely. Their purpose for this expedition was not initially to collect such a bone, so White Miaoqing unhesitatingly allowed the silver wheel to consume it. Although the essence bone could potentially serve as a vital component for resurrecting the undead, it did not meet the minimum requirements for their rebirth. Thus, they were compelled to venture deeper, not only in search of suitable materials, but also to engage in more rigorous training. As they progressed, the undead beings they encountered increased in number, transitioning from mundane skeletons to predominantly yellow-tier skeletons. Moreover, White Miaoqing discerned a pattern. The higher the tier of the undead, the more complete their equipment appeared. For instance, the initial mundane skeletons bore no gear whatsoever, merely tattered remnants of fabric. At the peak of the mundane tier, they exhibited damaged equipment, hinting at the semblance of soldiers. Upon reaching the yellow tier, the undead bore equipment that, while still damaged, was marginally intact. Their melee swords were no longer shattered, but rather whole, albeit with some noticeable chips along the blade. As the armor became increasingly robust, Bai Xiaozi truly grasped the terrifying precision of White Miaoqing's marksmanship. One skeleton boasted the most complete helmet, revealing only its eye sockets. Yet White Miaoqing was able to fire with pinpoint accuracy the moment she laid eyes upon it. Furthermore, her shots consistently struck the minuscule gap in the helmet, which was scarcely the size of a thumb. What was even more astonishing was her ability to maintain such precision throughout, boasting an astounding hit rate of 120%. Why the surplus of 20%? Because on several occasions, she had executed consecutive shots, 2, or even 3, in rapid succession. Nearby, a fierce tiger named Shout Song, observing White Miaoqing as though she were traversing a realm untouched by others, let out a perplexed growl. This tiger had shed its energy-conserving form, revealing its true appearance. Compared to its kitten-like guise, Shout Song exuded an air of regal authority, emanating a sharpness and aura of lethality, despite its youth. Yet, at that moment, it could only sit obediently beside Bai Xiaozi, watching the unfolding battle with White Miaoqing. White Miaoqing's agility was nothing short of terrifying. Combined with her height advantage, she effortlessly maneuvered through the somewhat cumbersome undead. As her body twisted and turned, bullets scattered like petals in the wind, enveloping the area in a cascade of firepower. Only when the last skeleton succumbed did White Miaoqing return to Bai Xiaozi's side, panting heavily, visibly fatigued from the intense confrontation. Each bullet had exacted a toll on her, and the need for strategic movement further compounded her exhaustion. Bai Xiaozi offered her a bottle of water, and without a moment's hesitation, White Miaoqing drank deeply, seemingly dropping all guard as she settled into a moment of respite. Where did this water come from? She pondered aloud, only realizing after finishing the warm water from the thermos that she recalled Bai Xiaozi entering empty-handed. Bai Xiaozi lifted his right arm, concealed beneath long sleeves, revealing a fair arm, not pale in a sickly manner, but resembling the pristine whiteness of a newborn. Around his wrist, a red thread was tied, appearing to be an ordinary coarse rope, yet strung along it was a translucent purple bead, intricately carved to resemble a cat's head. Somewhat akin to Shout's song, with a tiny white character adorning its forehead. Spatial Pearl, a spatial artifact containing an independent space, capable of connecting with the user's consciousness for swift access. Main materials: spatial fragments, stabilizers, lightwood powder, gentle floral nectar, ice grass, and exquisite forging techniques. Guardian Blood Ring possesses formidable defensive capabilities, activating automatically when the master is threatened or their life is in peril. Block Limit. Main materials: blood of 2 heavenly tier guardian beasts, a willow branch from 1,000 willow trees, and a collaboration between a sculptor and a blacksmith. These materials were unfamiliar to her, and the only one she could decipher was the blood of heavenly tier guardian beasts. Having only encountered earthly tier beasts, whose formidable strength had already left her astonished, she could hardly fathom the heavenly tier. Clearly, Bai Xiao's identity was far from ordinary. Even the celestial archives could not unveil his specific information. This is a spatial storage artifact. All my belongings are within, he explained. It's my first encounter with such an item. Brother Xiaoza, you must hail from a prominent family, right? You don't know? Upon hearing this question, Bai Xiaoza appeared somewhat perplexed, as if he found it strange that White Miaoqing was unaware of his status. Should I know? White Miaoqing scratched her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Bai Xiaoza was about to respond, he suddenly seemed to realize something, opting not to answer her question directly. Since you are unaware of my identity, why do you choose to accompany me? This question left Bai Miaoqing momentarily at a loss for words. I think you're quite a nice person, and I would like to be friends with you. This has nothing to do with your background. The answer was rather straightforward, as the majority of children are inclined to make friends for such reasons. However, Bai Xiaoze contemplated this response for quite some time, revealing an expression of deep inner conflict. Just as Bai Miaoqing was about to inquire if he was all right, Bai Xiaoze lifted his head and earnestly replied to her original question. I hail from the Bai family in the North District. The North District? That truly is quite a far-off place. I've heard that the temperature difference between the North and our South is significant. Is that true? Bai Xiaoze. Chapter 57. The Bai family. Is that really your primary concern? What else should it be? The rhetorical question caught Bai Xiaoze off guard. Upon seeing the clarity and innocence in Bai Miaoqing's eyes, he realized she was speaking the truth. In fact, Bai Miaoqing had previously been unaware of what the Bai family represented, but after the introduction by Tianmu, she had gained a rough understanding. The Bai family is one of the 5 prominent families of Huaxia, a formidable entity. However, even with this description, Bai Miaoqing still lacked a clear comprehension, having been unfamiliar with the concept of nobility in her past life. After a peculiar silence, Bai Xiaoze suddenly smiled, not a broad grin, but a shy lift at the corners of his mouth, as if he were in a good mood. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Bai Xiaoze from the Bai family in the North District, and I am Bai Miaoqing from Haicheng, Yunhai County. Bai Miaoqing mirrored his introduction. Although she felt somewhat bewildered, she couldn't help but notice that seeing Bai Xiaoze's smile uplifted her spirits considerably. During the ensuing battle, Bai Xiaoze joined in. Xiaocang displayed her terrifying combat prowess, effortlessly dispatching those of the lowly yellow rank with sheer physical strength. Amidst the fray, Bai Miaoqing feigned ignorance and inquired about Bai Xiaoze's beast taming talent. Yet, upon hearing the term beast taming, he appeared somewhat uncomfortable, stammering and failing to articulate anything, seemingly reluctant to speak on the matter. Although Bai Miaoqing reassured him that it was perfectly fine not to share, her curiosity only intensified. Could it be that the transformation into a beast rendered one peculiar? Thus, the two swiftly cleared the weak undead creatures while collecting several essence bones for their task. Naturally, the essence bones were stored within Bai Xiaoze's spatial bead, which proved to be extraordinarily convenient. Before long, they arrived at an area teeming with mid-level yellow rank foes. Here, the number of skeletons was noticeably reduced, yet their quality was significantly enhanced. Primarily, their equipment was more complete, and their cooperation had improved as well. Although Bai Miaoqing was the first to eliminate what appeared to be the leaders among them, the skeletons remained unfazed, steadfast in their formation. Be cautious. There seems to be a mastermind lurking behind these creatures, potentially of high yellow rank, or even peak. Bai Xiaoze, seated atop Xiaocang, gazed intently at the neatly arranged skeletons nearby, yet he did not discern the supposed commander. Over here, there seems to be a distinctly powerful entity among the skeletons. At the very moment Bai Xiaoze made this observation, a prompt from Tianmu echoed alongside it, indicating the direction right in front of Bai Miaoqing. Without a moment's hesitation, she fired a bullet straight ahead. The bullet swiftly grazed the shoulders and skulls of countless skeletons, coming to a precise halt in midair. Almost immediately, She noticed ripples emanating from the bullet, and with a sharp cracking sound, a skeleton clad in a splendid robe and wielding a wooden staff came into view. Had it been invisible previously? Realizing it had been exposed, the mage displayed no signs of fear, but instead fixed its gaze intently on by Miaoqing. Name: Undead Mage. It seems somewhat unusual, a high-level undead creature inhabiting this world, possessing the ability to control these undead beings. Realm: initial stage of the Profound Realm. Skills: Command, Barrier of Isolation, Undead Flame. Profound rank Skeleton? Shouldn't such beings only appear in the deepest recesses of the world? Why is one here? Both Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaozhe exchanged serious glances. After all, one was at mid-yellow rank and the other at high-yellow rank, making them no match for a profound rank skeleton, especially with so many undead surrounding them. However, just as Bai Miaoqing turned to flee, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the mage's staff. This staff does not seem to belong to this undead mage. Heart of the Undead. Undead Clan. An array of garbled text. Why is it a garbled string? This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Not only did Tianmu respond, but Bai Miaoqing also sensed the forbidden tome within her body stirring inexplicably at that moment. It lingered on the undead resurrection ritual, and at this time, the material section of the undead crystal began to glow. Rather than merely illuminating, the four characters started to emit a cold black mist, with faint black halos flickering within. This was one of the materials she sought. Bai Xiaozhe rode up to Bai Miaoqing, signaling her to hurry and mount. Yet, she remained transfixed on the distant undead mage, her eyes glimmering with determination. Xiaozhe, I must obtain that undead mage. Our current strength cannot match it. But I will return once I reach peak yellow rank. No, I want to give it a try. This is a rare opportunity. With that, Bai Miaoqing's figure flickered, raising her silver will once more. As her hand swung the wheel through the air, 12 bullets were unleashed in an instant, seemingly firing simultaneously, creating a dazzling trail in the sky. The thunderous crack of the bullets merged into a singular sound. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 skeletons before her had been slain. Her body surged forward, using the fallen undead as cover, quickly plunging into the throng of undead creatures. Xiaozong, follow closely and assist. Upon witnessing Bai Miaoqing's bold charge, Bai Xiaozhe naturally could not abandon her, patting Xiaozong to accompany Bai Miaoqing into the horde. He was astonished to discover this side of her. Observing Bai Miaoqing delving deeper into the undead ranks, Bai Xiaozhe couldn't help but reflect. Previously, she had always presented herself as a demure young lady, seemingly capable of maintaining her composure at all times. He had never witnessed her panic or fear. Tianmu speculated that Bai Miaoqing's decision stemmed from the recent expansion of her strength. Since her arrival in this world, she has experienced a relatively smooth journey. Even during the incident of the cult attacking the city, Bai Miaoqing played a significant role. Perhaps these circumstances have led to her current lack of a clear understanding of her own abilities. The information provided by the celestial canopy is merely cold data, serving only as a reference. Chapter 58, The Final Attempt. The celestial canopy's conjectures were indeed correct. However, Bai Miaoqing was not as overconfident as one might think. As previously mentioned, the ethereal beings of the arcane tier themselves do not possess particularly formidable strength. The truly troublesome adversaries are always those relentless undead hordes. Should they choose to flee, it would be nearly impossible for the opposing side to pursue them. Thus, in her perspective, this was indeed a rare opportunity to engage in combat against arcane tier foes. Confronted with the onslaught of these undead beings, Bai Miaoqing found it increasingly challenging to remain unscathed. As a blade swept past her arm, a wound was inflicted upon her. Currently, her defensive measures were lacking, resulting in her vulnerability even in her possessed state. Fortunately, her ethereal form granted her immunity to a portion of physical damage, meaning the injury she sustained was not overly detrimental. Instead, it was Bai Xiaozhe, witnessing her injury, who furrowed his brow. While he understood that her reckless charge into the undead throng would inevitably lead to injury, the knowledge was one thing. But seeing it unfold was another. Charge forth. Bai Xiaozhe's expression grew increasingly stern as he reached out to pat Xiaozong's back once more. At that moment, his emotions transmitted through their bond to Xiaozong. With a thunderous roar, Xiaozong unleashed a deafening bellow, and a faint black and red aura began to swirl around it, intent to annihilate. Righteous extermination. Both skills activated simultaneously, and a terrifying aura of slaughter radiated from it, expanding outward. With each charge, numerous undead were vanquished. Not only were the mid-tier skeletons no match for it, but even the high-tier ones among them fell before its might. The skills of intent to annihilate and righteous extermination were both enhancements, significantly boosting its combat prowess. Intent to annihilate enters a special state that allows for excessive slaughter, greatly enhancing combat ability while diminishing most negative mental effects. with the increased power related to its killing intent. Righteous extermination inflicts greater damage upon foes deemed evil by the user. With the augmentation of these two skills, Xiaocang swiftly caught up to Bai Miaoqing, and they charged together towards the undead mage. However, the undead mage stood firm, showing no signs of evasion against their assault. As a test, Bai Miaoqing fired again, unleashing 6 bullets that swiftly approached the target. Yet, this time was no different than before. The 6 bullets formed a regular hexagon, forcibly halted at a distance of about 1 meter from the undead mage, unable to advance further. Just then, the mechanism of the silver will clicked, and the 6 bullets suddenly began to expand, enormous bone spikes seemingly emerging from the void, enveloping the undead mage. These bone spikes did not completely encase the mage, but merely obscured its line of sight. Once more, Bai Miaoqing took aim and fired, but this time from 3 cleverly calculated angles. To Bai Xiao's astonishment, the 3 bullets began to curve mid-air, though the angles were not extreme. It was indeed a marvel to witness the projectiles bending in flight. In such a fantastical world, this was hardly incomprehensible, was it? Bai Miaoqing's intention was straightforward. If it could block her bullets, then she would see if it could do so while blind to their trajectory. Yet, the reality was that not only did the mage block the bullets, but it also shattered her bone spikes effortlessly. Blue-white flames ignited the spikes obstructing its path, and in an instant, they transformed into a cloud of black dust, dissipating into the atmosphere. Just as the flames extinguished, Xiaocang charged in. Its sharp claws aimed directly at the mage's skull. However, even Xiaocang's terrifying strike failed to inflict any harm. The transparent barrier enveloping the mage acted like an inflated balloon. The harder one struck, the greater the rebound force. Having failed with that blow, Xiaocang quickly reoriented itself, leveraging its elasticity to leap back towards Bai Miaoqing. Upon landing, Bai Miaoqing fired once more, eliminating the skeleton at Xiaocang's landing spot. Brother Xiaoza, I shall make one last attempt. If it fails, we shall retreat. You must hold off the other skeletons for me. With that, Bai Miaoqing leaped towards the direction of the undead mage. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance, and similarly struck at the barrier, yet to no avail. However, unlike Bai Xiaoza, she had the celestial canopy's assistance. The celestial canopy could easily identify the barrier's weak points and calculate the feasibility of breaching it. Propelled by the reaction force, she was flung backward, and in midair, she raised the silver wheel once more. This time, however, she did not aim at the undead mage, but rather at the direction she had been propelled. Instantly, a bone spike appeared where her bullets would land. Serving as a foothold, Bai Miaoqing utilized the spike to leap once again, charging toward the undead mage, and as the flames approached her, she skillfully used the spike's sudden formation as a leverage point to alter her position in midair. This extraordinary maneuver astounded Bai Xiaoza. Was this truly his peer? Even though thereby family cats were renowned for their agility, none of his contemporaries could match Bai Miaoqing's remarkable control. No, even his elder siblings might struggle to achieve such feats. Thus, Bai Miaoqing, through her successive leaps, continuously enhanced her speed until she reached the limits of her physical capabilities. And then she charged once more at the undead mage. Although her speed noticeably diminished upon contacting the barrier, she persisted in penetrating deeper. Success! A surge of elation filled Bai Miaoqing's heart. Just one more second, and her hand would reach the undead mage. A mere touch would allow Xiao Shui to unleash corrosion, inflicting considerable damage. Just as she was about to succeed, the sound of the undead mage's staff striking the ground echoed. She felt her form freeze in place. In the next moment, blue-white flames enveloped her, the terrifying heat causing Xiao Shui to instantly break free from the possession state. For to maintain it any longer would risk inflicting harm upon Bai Miaoqing's very soul. Chapter 59, Barbecued. Bai Miaoqing. With the possession state lifted and her previous exertion having drained her significantly, whether from utilizing bone spikes or executing extreme leaps, she had exhausted a considerable amount of her stamina. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, she faintly heard the voice of Bai Xiaoza. Shortly thereafter, she sensed her body being lifted by someone. Yet before she could open her eyes, her consciousness had already slipped into slumber. Why did she feel an inexplicable sense of reassurance? Upon awakening, she found herself not beneath the familiar ceiling of a hospital, but rather under the dimming sky. They had already emerged from the realm of the mysterious. The surroundings continued to shift and retreat behind them. As she struggled to sit up, she realized she was perched upon Xiaocang's back, with Bai Xiaoza seated before her. Meow. Upon sensing her awakening, Xiao Shui excitedly leaped forward, its flames extinguished, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Yinlun also yearned to embrace its master, but as merely a revolver. It could only express its concern with a series of clicking sounds. At that moment, Bai Xiaoza turned to inquire about the commotion behind him. I merely exhausted myself a bit. I'm fine now. That's good to hear. I have some restorative pills. Please take one to regain your strength. Thank you. Please refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors in the future. Had our pursuers harbored any intent to chase us, it would have been uncertain whether we could have escaped unscathed. After conducting a brief examination and confirming that Bai Miaoqing was indeed unharmed, Bai Xiaozi began to issue simple admonitions, his tone tinged with seriousness. Bai Miaoqing nodded in understanding, refraining from retorting, for had it not been for their adversaries, she might have truly found herself in danger. Of course, it was precisely because of Bai Xiaozi's presence that Bai Miaoqing dared to act so boldly. This matter was soon brushed aside in their conversation. By the time they returned to Haiqing, the clock had struck 9 in the evening. Upon completing their mission, Bai Xiaozi suggested they take a stroll. Considering she had no pressing engagements for the following day, she readily agreed. Additionally, Bai Miaoqing hoped to find the second essential material for the resurrection ritual of the deceased, an herb capable of stabilizing the spirit. Unlike the herbs that restore the spirit, the stabilizing herb merely adds a protective layer to the existing spirit, thereby guarding against psychic assaults. It is commonly employed in combat to fortify one's mental state. Thus, the two of them wandered aimlessly along the streets. Having foregone dinner, they were soon lured by the enticing aroma of a roadside barbecue stall. The rich scent of meat and spices tantalized their taste buds, drawing them into the selection area. What would you like to eat? Bai Xiaozi inquired, observing the array of skewered meats. After surveying the selection, Bai Miaoqing opted for a few promising choices, while Xiao Shui and Xiao Tsang joined in the selection process. Both little creatures chose some processed fish and squid tentacles from the edges. Bai Xiaozi selected grilled leeks and corn. Is it true that you prefer vegetarian fare? Bai Miaoqing asked, puzzled by his choices. I enjoy meat, but you picked all the meat options, so I chose some vegetables I like. You can try them later. They taste quite delightful. All right. He placed the overflowing basket beside the barbecue chef, and after settling the bill, he and Bai Miaoqing found a spot to sit. Why are there so many officers in uniform bustling about? Has something occurred? During their wait, Bai Miaoqing noticed a constant stream of police traversing the street, seemingly engaged in a particular task. This scene reminded her of the time in Yunhai County when the arrival of cultists prompted the police to become increasingly vigilant. I'm not sure. It doesn't appear to be a homicide or anything of that nature. Something has indeed happened, but the precise reason remains elusive. The celestial screen provided a rather definitive answer, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. We must unearth these deranged individuals. I do not wish for the tragedy of Yunhai County to repeat itself. Ji Qiyuan sat at his desk, the receiver of a landline phone in hand, his expression grave, tinged with anger. The voice on the other end swiftly assured him that the police would conduct a thorough search, urging him to remain at ease, should the need arise. The Adventurers Guild would extend its utmost support, and he instructed that those under his command must be well managed. I was indifferent to their previous laxity, but this matter demands serious attention. Once the call ended, Ji Qiyuan leaned back in his office chair, exhaling deeply. Perhaps it would be best to keep this situation from Meng Meng, to prevent her emotions from spiraling out of control. On his desk lay several somewhat blurred photographs alongside information from the police. The text was extensive, but the gist was clear. Cultists had re-emerged. Among the numerous letters was one that stood out, simply stating, Bai Miaoqing has accepted the task for the essence bone of the third realm of the deceased. Perhaps due to the influx of patrons at the barbecue, compounded by their extensive order, they waited quite a while before a platter of skewers finally arrived. This, however, was merely a precursor to tide Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaozi over. This marked Bai Miaoqing's inaugural experience with skewers. She had seen others indulge in them before, but due to her physical condition, Sheng Jiejun had prohibited her from partaking. Now, she finally had the opportunity to savor them. While waiting, she observed others eating and learned how to enjoy them, essentially akin to barbecuing in the wild. She bit into a piece of meat, moving her head and hands in opposite directions until the meat was entirely detached from the skewer. Though this method left her face smeared, perhaps due to psychological reasons, the barbecue seemed even more delectable this way. Thus, after consuming several skewers, both Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaozi became little messes. As Bai Miaoqing reached for a napkin, Xiao Shui obstructed her hand. Meow? Ah, this isn't quite right, is it? Meow? All right. With that, Bai Miaoqing scooped up Xiao Shui and playfully rubbed her face against its fur, swiftly erasing the grease smudges from her mouth. When she set Xiao Shui down, the little creature deftly licked its lips. Chapter 60, Many People. Witnessing this scene, Bai Xiaozi's gaze inadvertently shifted to Xiao Tsang, who had also observed. Meow? Calm down. Calm down. I harbor no such intentions. Bai Xiaozi picked up a piece of white paper and wiped the grease from his own mouth. Observing this, Bai Miaoqing couldn't help but chuckle. It seems having Xiao Shui around is indeed quite convenient. Alas, if only I had a physical form. I too would relish the opportunity to assist the host in wiping her mouth. You possess such peculiar inclinations? It's merely paper. And I'm not the only one with such thoughts. Who else? Many people. Bai Miaoqing felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. Yet she chose not to dwell excessively on the matter. Soon after, the 2 grilled fish she had ordered for Xiao Shui and Xiao Cong arrived. Xiao Cong devoured hers with great enthusiasm, while Xiao Shui seemed to express a hint of disdain. It appeared that the fish here was not particularly fresh. Xiao Shui's preference invariably leaned towards fresh flesh, while he detested anything that had been stored for too long. Clearly, even with the abundance of seasonings, Xiao Shui could not tolerate the flavor of the grilled fish, and ultimately, it was Xiao Cong who finished it off. These skewers were devoid of bones, save for the wings, but Yin Luan had no inclination to consume such processed bones. What he truly relished were bones imbued with vitality, typically those of creatures that had recently passed away or akin to undead beings, where the essence of life was concentrated within the bones. Thus, during this barbecue, neither of Bai Miaoqing's spirit beasts partook in the meal, while she herself felt thoroughly satisfied. Conversely, from another perspective, Xiao Shui did enjoy the experience of wiping Bai Miaoqing's mouth, leading to a world where only Yin Luan was left wanting. After they had their fill, the 2 decided against lingering any longer, as it was getting rather late. To allay Ji Zian's worries, Bai Miaoqing first sent a message to assure him of her safety before heading home. It was only after Bai Miaoqing's figure had disappeared that Bai Xiaozhe turned towards his temporary residence. As he rounded a street corner, a somewhat emaciated figure appeared not far from him. Uncle Chenwu, is there something you need? Young Master Xiaozhe, let us return to the Bai family. The current situation in Haicheng is rather precarious. Do you know what has transpired? The vassals are unaware, but it is certain that both the police and military in Haicheng are mobilized, seemingly in search of something. I suspect that some unsavory characters have infiltrated the city. You should return, sir. I do not wish to go back just yet. Are you still upset about your father's situation? They too have their unspoken grievances. In earlier times, Bai Xiaozhe would have nodded without hesitation. However, the first thought that now crossed his mind was that if he left, he would not see Bai Miaoqing again. Noticing Bai Xiaozhe's silence, Bai Chunwu naturally took this as tacit agreement. After all, since Bai Xiaozhe's birth, he had only met his parents once in reality, with the majority of their interactions occurring through remote communication. He understood that his parents were compelled by circumstances, yet expecting a teenager to genuinely harbor no resentment was fundamentally unrealistic. Consequently, he chose to run away from home, even blocking his family. However, it was exceedingly easy for the Bai family to locate him, so he was not surprised to see Bai Chenwu. The vassal departed first, vanishing from Bai Xiaozhe's sight in a flash. Yet, Bai Xiaozhe knew that Bai Chenwu would not truly leave. He was certainly still watching him from somewhere. Sister Miaoqing, why are you back so late? Upon hearing the door open, Yin Mengmeng, who was seated on the sofa watching television, poked her head out. Little Snowball mimicked Yin Mengmeng, curiously peeking out as well. I went out for a stroll with Xiaozhe Go and came back a bit late. Oh, is that Bai Xiaozhe from our class? Yes. Bai Miaoqing removed her outerwear and placed it in the laundry basket. The dust on her clothes had been lightly cleaned by Xiao Shui before her return. Yet there remained a gash, marred by a sharp object, that could not be restored and required stitching, a task she was unfamiliar with. So she decided to wash it first. By the way, I feel you and Bai Xiaozhe share some resemblance. Do I look that stern? I'm not referring to your demeanor. Then what do you mean? Bai Miaoqing settled beside Yin Mengmeng, as the television showcased a scientific program presenting intriguing phenomena to the audience. I can't quite articulate it, but whenever I see him, I inexplicably think of you. It feels like you both have some connection. What connection could there possibly be? All right, I'm going to take a shower now. Bai Miaoqing chuckled helplessly and retreated to her room to fetch her pajamas and a change of undergarments. As the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, Yin Mengmeng continued to ponder the question. Shuiqiu, you think so too, right? Meow? Little Snowball nodded in agreement with Yin Mengmeng's words. When Bai Miaoqing emerged from her shower, Yin Mengmeng had moved on from her earlier curiosity, and the two began discussing the events of the day. Yin Mengmeng mentioned that Yin Mingyu's condition seemed to be improving, which had lifted her spirits considerably. Bai Miaoqing smiled and expressed her delight at the news. She then recounted her experience of dining on barbecue with Bai Xiaozhe. Is Xiao Shui really that picky? Meow? I suppose that's just part of Xiao Shui's nature. It can't be helped. I actually think it's quite advantageous. In the future, Xiao Shui can help me assess the freshness of meat. Meow? Ha ha. The two engaged in light-hearted banter. Yin Mengmeng's demeanor was evidently much improved. With Yin Mingyu on the mend, her previously fragile emotional state began to stabilize. Moreover, with Ji Zian's assistance, she found herself plagued by nightmares less frequently. It's quite late. You should get some rest. If you end up with dark circles under your eyes, it won't be very pretty. At that moment, Wei Xiaolan emerged from the bathroom with a laundry basket in hand, reminding the two seated on the sofa that it was time for bed. Oh dear. Is it already that late? Time flies. We should head to sleep now. Yin Mingming tugged at Bai Miaoqing, urging her toward the bedroom. Wei Xiaolan watched their retreating figures with a smile and then proceeded to the laundry room, retrieving a sewing kit from a nearby drawer. Chapter 61. He just smiled. Didn't he? The following morning, the two arrived at the classroom punctually, with Bai Xiaozhe still occupying his usual seat in the front row by the window. You're here early. Do you live nearby? Yes, it's indeed not far from here. Bai Xiaozhe nodded, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he conversed with Bai Miaoqing. This moment caused the previously somewhat noisy classroom to fall into an instant hush. I can't believe my eyes. Bai Xiaozhe just smiled, right? Surely I'm not imagining things. He really did smile. Could it be that we all hallucinated? Clearly, he smiled. Although Bai Xiaozhe had transferred to this school midway, they had spent over 10 days together. During this time, they had not only failed to witness his smile, but he also seldom spoke, only offering terse replies when answering questions. Moreover, given his seemingly significant background, many students were hesitant to engage with him, resulting in a reluctance to sit near him. Yet here they were, witnessing the perpetually expressionless Bai Xiaozhe breaking into a smile. And what a charming smile it was. Greetings, I am a friend of Bai Miaoqing, and you may call me Mingming. At this moment, Yin Mingming approached once more, reintroducing herself, unsure if the other party had heard her self-introduction yesterday. Yes, I am aware. Bai Xiaozhe nodded, evidently having listened to their introductions the previous day. Why is it so quiet today? The homeroom teacher paused at the entrance before entering the classroom, raising his head in curiosity to glance at the class sign above. As the morning reading commenced, the sounds of conversation resumed within the classroom, albeit interspersed with some hushed whispers. The trio of Bai Miaoqing, Bai Xiaozhe, and Yin Mingming engaged in a discussion about the recent changes occurring in the city. Yesterday, President Ji did not return for dinner, and according to Aunt Ji, she seems to be exceedingly busy lately, leaving no time for meals. Yin Mingming reflected on the conversation she had with Ji Zian during dinner the previous night. I heard that there seems to be trouble in Haiqing recently, with some criminals infiltrating the city. Bai Xiaozhe recounted what Bai Chunwu had told him the day before. Upon hearing the words criminals, Yin Mingming's expression visibly shifted for an instant. This change did not escape Bai Miaoqing's notice, as she too recalled some unpleasant memories associated with that term. Consequently, she hastily redirected the conversation, suggesting, perhaps they are just some wanted fugitives. We should remain cautious. Meow, little Shueqiu gently patted Yin Mingming's back, emitting a sound of concern. I am fine. The day's classes concluded swiftly, and the three departed the school together. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaozhe parted ways with Yin Mingming. Yin Mingming's destination remained the hospital, where she would typically visit her brother after classes to share the events of the day. Although there may be dangers in the city now, this does not hinder their ability to undertake quests. After all, the perils within the city bear no relation to their adventures beyond its walls. However, when they expressed their desire to accept a quest, the response they received was, I'm sorry, but you cannot currently undertake any tasks related to the Xian realm. What? Why? I shouldn't have done anything wrong, Bai Miaoqing inquired. This is President Ji's directive. She hopes you both can take this time to rest and refrain from wandering about carelessly. Bai Miaoqing felt somewhat exasperated, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Can we at least take on some simpler tasks, like clearing beasts from around the city walls? Bai Xiaozhe asked. That should be acceptable. Let me check for you. The staff member began filtering information through a computer and soon located a task issued by the military to clear beasts and monsters from the vicinity of the city. This task had been long-standing, aimed at encouraging adventurers to assist in maintaining safety around Haiqing. The staff deemed that if they were merely active in the outskirts of the city, there should be no significant issues, and thus permitted the two to accept the quest. In truth, such tasks offered little assistance to them. Bai Xiaozhe's motivation for pursuing this particular quest was simple. He merely wished to spend time with Bai Miaoqing. Bai Miaoqing saw no harm in it either, considering it an opportunity to gather fresh ingredients for little Shui. In recent days, little Shui had been quite famished, scarcely finding any quality sustenance, making this an opportune moment for a delightful feast. Meow, little Shui excitedly called out, seemingly unable to contain its anticipation. After completing the registration and obtaining their credentials, the two boarded the subway heading towards the city gate. The subway was still teeming with people, to the extent that they could not find a place to sit, thus they stood. Host, stand to the left of Bai Xiaozhe, do not stand on the right. Huh, why? Hurry, or it will be too late. All right. In truth, as soon as Tianmu uttered the first sentence, Bai Miaoqing's body had already begun to move. A habit developed over their time together. After all, Tianmu's role extended beyond that of an encyclopedia. It could also assist in analysis and prediction during battles. As soon as Bai Miaoqing shifted her position, the subway doors opened once more, and a small group of people entered. So what is going on? Did you see that balding uncle? If you had remained where you were, You might have been ambushed by him. Ambushed? He's just an ordinary person. Why would I fear him? Not that kind of ambush. In any case, he's a creep. Just avoid him. All right, I understand. Bai Miaoqing nodded, concluding that this fellow was indeed no good. Thus, as she alighted from the train, she discreetly reached for the trigger at her waist. The silver wheel could fire bullets silently, though with diminished power, akin to a glass marble, typically causing little to no pain. However, one must not forget, these were silver wheel's bullets. With a cry akin to a pig being slaughtered, the oppressive sensation of being watched dissipated from Bai Miaoqing. Chapter 62. Kindly cooperate. So many people, and such a long queue. Upon arriving at the city gate, Bai Miaoqing could not help but express her thoughts upon seeing the winding line. The entry and exit procedures had become increasingly complex, necessitating a queue for inspection. The once open city gates were now closed, leaving only 2 side doors accessible for entry and exit. They waited for over an hour before it was finally their turn, aided by several individuals ahead of them opting to leave the line altogether. Those who chose to exit would be promptly taken by military personnel for questioning, but the majority managed to emerge unscathed from the tents. Curiosity arose among onlookers regarding the proceedings. Those emerging from the tents reported that they had been asked some simple questions, such as their reasons for going out. However, not everyone was fortunate. Bai Miaoqing noticed that 3 individuals, once taken into the tents, never reappeared. Subsequent entrants also failed to see those 3 again, leaving their whereabouts a mystery. During the inspection of the 4th suspicious individual, a conflict arose with the military, leading to an attempted escape that was swiftly thwarted, the individual failing to summon their beast in time. All those who vanished or were taken were confirmed to be cult members. Another ordinary member of the cult. Though this one seems a bit too restless to act out, it appeared that the lockdown was indeed instigated by these cultists. Bai Miaoqing sighed in exasperation. These cultists certainly were persistent. She cast a cursory glance around her, and under the scrutiny of the celestial dome, at least in the realm of her vision, there were no longer any labels of cultists. When it was their turn, they first presented their exit permits and answered a series of inquiries regarding their purpose for leaving. The military personnel then grasped a device resembling a metal detector and commenced a meticulous scan of Bai Miaoqing's body. Subsequently, he scanned Xiao Shui as well. Beep, beep. However, when examining Xiao Shui, the device suddenly emitted a deafening alarm, even more intense than when cultists were detected. I apologize for the inconvenience. Please cooperate, the officer frowned. Yet, upon removing the device, he discovered that it continued to blare incessantly, and even turning it off proved futile. Only by removing the battery that powered it did the cacophony cease. Could it be that the machine is malfunctioning? I'll fetch a new one, suggested the assistant responsible for recording names behind the officer. All right, make haste. The officer replied as the assistant rose from the computer desk and strode towards a nearby temporary warehouse. During this interval, Bai Miaoqing was under strict surveillance to prevent any attempt at escape. Fortunately, even when the assistant returned with a new detector, Bai Miaoqing remained calm, seemingly unfazed. This time, the inspection revealed no issues. The staff conducted 3 thorough checks before granting them passage. Are we fortunate or unfortunate that a malfunction occurred just when it was our turn? Bai Xiaozhe jested after they exited. I suppose it's bad luck, considering it cost us quite some time, she replied. I wonder when this cumbersome inspection process will finally conclude. The pair strolled along the small woodlands bordering the city walls, their task quite straightforward: to eliminate all visible medium to large creatures within this area. Fortune smiled upon them, as they swiftly discovered a sheep concealed in the underbrush. This creature is known as the twirling horned sheep, a low-tier beast of the mundane realm, characterized by its gentle disposition and lack of significant threat, feeding on weeds. Although it was a docile creature, its presence in Bai Miaoqing's line of sight was enough to ignite Xiao Shui's primal instincts. At that moment, if it had saliva, it would surely have been drooling. Bai Miaoqing offered the creature a swift and merciful end, ensuring it felt minimal pain, with 2 bullets swiftly piercing its skull and heart. The 1-meter-tall twirling horned sheep collapsed lifelessly. Xiao Shui, not yet having entered possession, eagerly pounced upon it. However, mindful of Bai Xiaozhe's watchful gaze, she refrained from fully revealing herself. Instead, she chose to delve into the sheep's mouth, and soon, the creature began to visibly wither as its flesh and blood were rapidly devoured, leaving only its skin and the skeletal structure beneath. This skeleton was subsequently consumed by Yin Luan, leaving behind a well-preserved hide. The integrity of this hide was astonishingly pristine, surpassing even that of professional hunters, with no visible signs of incision, save for the bullet holes that marred its fur. When Xiao Shui emerged, her form remained unchanged. But as she returned to Bai Miaoqing's shoulder, Bai Miaoqing teased, "You've gained a bit of weight." Meow. Xiao Shui lowered her head, extending her tiny paw to pat her unchanged belly, letting out a pitiful sound. Haha, I was just joking. Bai Miaoqing chuckled, ruffling Xiao Shue's head, which elicited a gentle swat of her tail against the nape of Bai Miaoqing's neck, as if she were pouting. Observing this exchange, Bai Xiaozhe thoughtfully lifted Xiao Cong and similarly petted its head. Do you enjoy this? Meow? The response was a soft meow accompanied by a faint purring sound. Aren't you a tiger? Could it be that deep down, you're actually a cat? Meow? It merely relished the affection from its owner. It didn't have a preference for where it was petted, whether on the head, belly, tail, or back. It enjoyed them all. Bai Xiaozhe stealthily maneuvered behind Bai Miaoqing, raising his hand, which had just petted Xiao Cong, to stroke his own head lightly. It seems there's nothing particularly special about it. Meow? Xiao Cong, exasperated, thought. How can one pet oneself? It's only enjoyable when someone they like does it. Its remark seemed to trigger an unpleasant memory for Bai Xiaozhe, who quickly withdrew his hand and beckoned Bai Miaoqing to continue onward. Bai Xiaozhe, your character has completely unraveled, do you realize? Although Bai Miaoqing had not witnessed the earlier exchange, the Celestial Dome had certainly taken note. Chapter 63, Wild Boar? The creatures surrounding the city were rather scarce, and after meandering for some time, they finally encountered another living being. However, it was merely a small gopher, hardly substantial in terms of meat. This time, it was Xiao Cong's turn to act. Maintaining her kitten form, she swiftly captured the little gopher with a few agile leaps. Is this the classic cat and mouse chase? When the gopher was caught, it struggled against Xiao Cong's grip, its neck held firmly in her jaws, standing upright, mouth agape as if to emit a cry. But before it could utter a sound, Xiao Cong swiftly knocked it unconscious with a single swipe of her paw. Let's call it a day for now, it's getting late. We should head back. All right. To avoid an overly gruesome scene and prevent blood from splattering onto herself, Xiao Cong opted to enlarge and swallow the gopher whole. Crunch. It was reminiscent of chicken-flavored mouse. During this outing, they had discovered only 2 creatures, both common and below the yellow tier, serving only as sustenance. However, just as they were preparing to return, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A heavy thudding of footsteps, accompanied by a chaotic crashing sound, approached them. Hrumph. It was accompanied by a wretched, pig-like shriek. The source of the commotion was a wild boar, seemingly in the throes of torment. When this creature came into view, both Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaozhe were momentarily taken aback. For this wild boar possessed 2 heads. One was the primary head, while the other protruded grotesquely from its neck. Appearing remarkably bizarre, the extraneous head bore a striking resemblance to the main head, with the sole distinction being that the side head's eyes were devoid of pupils, featuring only the sclera, giving it an eerie appearance. The boar's frenzy was evidently fueled by this additional head, as it relentlessly hurled itself against surrounding trees, seemingly in an effort to obliterate it. Yet, no matter how forcefully it collided, the extra head remained unscathed. Instead, its primary head was left bloodied and battered, the madness within its eyes surpassing all reason. The fierce-haired boar, with bristles as sharp as blades and infused with trace amounts of venom, inflicts a searing agony akin to the torment of flames upon being scratched. This particular boar appears to be enduring an intense suffering, as a second head incessantly assaults the spirit of its original form, attempting to seize control. Before the celestial screen could complete its introduction, the wild boar charged towards the 2 individuals. Bai Miaoqing, swift of eye and hand, fired a shot aimed directly at the unusually sinister boar's head. The bullet indeed struck its target. However, in a bizarre turn of events, the head seemed unscathed, while a bullet-sized skull appeared on the main head. Almost immediately, the fierce-haired boar collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before losing all motion. Through the small blood, Bai Miaoqing discerned that the boar's life force had ebbed away, indicating its demise. Yet, in an astonishing moment, the creature rose again before her eyes. This time, the primary head hung at an unnatural angle, devoid of vitality, while the newly emerged head assumed command of the body. The eerie boar emitted a chilling sound, its throat seemingly obstructed, producing a gurgled tone reminiscent of drowning, punctuated with dissonant notes. The only constant remained its insatiable desire to attack. Upon regaining its feet, it lunged once more in their direction. This time, the fierce-haired boar exhibited a discernible enhancement in strength and a newfound awareness of its adversaries. As Bai Miaoqing lifted her silver will once more and the white light flickered, the beast deftly dodged to the side. The seemingly corpulent body exhibited an astonishing agility, evading the bullet. Nevertheless, as a second, third, and fourth shot whizzed forth, the boar could not escape its fate of being struck. Its defensive capabilities had markedly improved. Bullets that should have penetrated it merely left diminutive holes the size of a pinky finger. Blood oozed from these wounds. Yet even when its heart and head were struck again, it did not succumb immediately, continuing to writhe on the ground as if yearning to rise once more. Just as Bai Miaoqing prepared to deliver a finishing blow, A faint sound of slicing air pierced the silence. The small blood, which had been perched upon by Miaoqing's shoulder, instantly entered a state of possession, prompting her to leap backward with remarkable speed, successfully evading the attack. Who goes there? During her retreat, Bai Miaoqing rapidly fired several shots in the direction of the assault. However, despite the celestial screen providing her with information and pinpointing the enemy's exact location, her shots ultimately found no mark. She had already returned to Bai Xiao's side, who stepped forward to shield her once more. His gaze fixed upon the figure in black robes that had appeared before the wild boar. The attire made the individual's identity unmistakably clear, evidently. The fierce-haired boar was a creation of these cultists. 2 fledgling yellow-tier children? My luck seems rather fortuitous. It appears the doctor will have 2 more quality specimens to work with. The cultists seemed to regard them with disdain, having already pronounced their fate from the outset. Bai Miaoqing surmised that the doctor he spoke of was likely the mastermind behind the transformation of the fierce-haired boar into its grotesque form. The Xiantier adversary posed a significant challenge. According to the information provided by the celestial screen, this gaunt figure, appearing little more than skin and bones, was unmistakably a Xiantier beastmaster. Are the guards coming? Damn it, it seems we must resolve this swiftly. I had intended to toy with them a bit longer. The man licked his parched lips, his gaze fixated intensely on Bai Miaoqing. She felt the same loathsome and nauseating stare from the subway return. I will buy you time. You must flee this place. A mere Xiantier cannot pose a threat to me. Oh, the little brat speaks boldly. I am eager to see what you can do. Whoosh. Bang. The 2 sounds resonated almost in unison, as the bullet from the silver wheel successfully struck the razor-sharp blade that had emerged from the nearby thicket. Chapter 64. The Double-Armed Demon Ape? This creature resembled a bony spur, albeit quite diminutive, roughly as thick as a sewing needle. Furthermore, the assailant had no intention of killing them, but rather aimed to capture them. Thus, the needle was directed at their ankles. How is this possible? The cultist's face contorted in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Bai Miaoqing had achieved this. Yet, Bai Miaoqing paid no heed to his expression. Instead, she whispered into Bai Xiao's ear, "The guards have heard the commotion and are approaching. Our task now is to withstand for approximately 3 minutes. Do not let his words sway you. I will cover you." Understood. Bai Xiao nodded, and Xiaocong had already transformed back into his tiger form. An unfamiliar beastmaster? You have indeed surprised me, but your resistance is futile. Comply, and, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Miaoqing, using Bai Xiao as cover, fired a shot aimed at his forehead. However, before the bullet could find its target, a figure intercepted it. Beast, double-armed demon ape? A fusion of 3 double-armed demon apes, possessing strength surpassing that of an ordinary Xiantier. This beastmaster summoned 2 such creatures, both of which could only be described as bizarre and grotesque in appearance. One had 5 arms, while the other bore a fearsome visage, its mouth grotesquely split in 2, with ribs protruding from its chest like jagged teeth. Beast, Shadow Wolf. Its body has undergone a peculiar transformation. Whether its strength has increased remains uncertain, but it certainly appears more terrifying. As for the beast lurking in the shadows, its presence was detected through the celestial screen's search. It was another modified beast, yet its power only reached the pinnacle of the yellow tier, still falling short of the Xiantier. Roar. The creature that had just absorbed Bai Miaoqing's bullet was indeed the 5-armed, double-armed demon ape. As anticipated, the bullet, while failing to penetrate its hand, elicited a sudden and intense pain that compelled it to unleash a furious roar. What is happening? Wasn't he at the doctor's intent to erase your pain receptors? Feeling the information transmitted through the contract, the cultist's face once again bore an expression of confusion. Despite not even breaking the skin, why did such a sharp pain persist? It was this intense agony that Bai Miaoqing had successfully used to incite the double-armed demon ape, which, upon receiving the command to attack from the cultist, charged at her with astonishing speed. However, it was promptly intercepted by Xiaocong, and thus a fierce struggle ensued between the tiger and the ape. Bai Xiao had intended to activate his talent to intercept the shadow wolf, but the latter seemed deterred by the previous fate of the double-armed demon ape, unwilling to risk taking a bullet from the silver wheel. Thus, under the relentless assault of Bai Miaoqing, it was indeed impossible to approach her for a time. As for the hidden Huangjia beast, it posed even less of a threat. Even though its attacks were aimed at Bai Miaoqing's blind spots, she could always strike with unerring accuracy at the flying bone needles without turning around. You be careful. I'll take care of it. Bai Xiaoza, who was nearby, initially intended to assist, but gradually his concern transformed into astonishment, and eventually he abandoned the notion entirely. Focusing intently on directing Xiaocong in battle, Xiaocong primarily relied on its foreclaws in combat, its terrifying strength capable of inflicting harm even on the modified Xuanjia double-armed demon ape. However, the opponent was, after all, a Xuanjia beast. Just a minute and a half had passed, and Xiaocong was already covered in wounds, its white fur stained with blood. In stark contrast, the adversary bore only a few minor injuries, some of which didn't even bleed, healing completely within mere seconds. Bai Miaoqing fared little better. Her opponent, utilizing its shadowy abilities, had transformed into a state that was part corporeal, part ethereal, with most bullets passing through its form. Although Bai Miaoqing successfully struck it twice, the creature was mentally prepared and thus could still endure the pain. As the enemy closed in, the lurking beast launched another attack. Faced with this pincer movement, Bai Miaoqing maintained her composure, first firing a shot behind her. It seemed as though she had given up on resisting the attacks of the shadow wolf. Yet in the next moment, she tilted her head slightly to the left, allowing a bone needle to graze her cheek and accurately hit the shadow wolf's eye. She had manipulated her bullet to alter the trajectory of the bone needle, using her head as a shield, leaving the shadow wolf no time to react. What are you doing? Such a great opportunity, and you're acting like a traitor? When we get back, just wait and see how I punish you. Chirp chirp. Any attempts to argue would have to wait until their return. Time was of the essence. Thousand-armed demon ape, you need to finish this battle quickly. Don't dawdle against a high-ranking Huangjia. In that moment, the Xuangjia beast master lost his calm. He had expected an easy victory, but was caught here instead. If he did not retreat soon, he might fail even to complete the task of bringing back the flame-haired boar. Just as he pondered his strategy, a bullet whizzed past, aimed in his direction. Despite his desperate attempt to evade, he was struck in the left shoulder. The next instant, an intense pain he had never experienced before overwhelmed his mind, causing him to collapse on the ground and roar in agony, attempting to alleviate the suffering. This pain reverberated through the Beastmaster's contract, affecting his three beasts as well. In that moment of distraction among the three beasts, Bai Miaoqing and Xiaocong sprang into action simultaneously. Bai Miaoqing successfully shot the shadow wolf in the chest, while Xiaocong drove a claw forcefully into the eye socket of the demon ape. Retreat. Withdraw. The cultist, gritting his teeth against the pain, could barely force the words out, his features contorted by agony. The three beasts quickly returned to his side, as if they had not suffered any damage moments before. Don't pursue. Bai Xiaoza patted the eager Xiaocong, knowing that if a fight broke out, they might not stand a chance against the opponent. His departure was simply due to the fact that time had run out. Just as the cultist made his exit, 5 soldiers in military uniforms emerged from the nearby grass. Chapter 65. What attention to detail. So, you encountered a cultist and exchanged blows with him, and that flame-haired boar was indeed a product of the cultists? Yes, that is correct. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaoza were seated obediently across from Ji Qiyuan, recounting everything that had transpired. Understood. For the next few days, you two should refrain from going out, remain at home. Until this matter is resolved, I will instruct the front desk to halt your task assignments. Hey, Bai Miaoqing wanted to negotiate further, as it was uncertain when this situation would come to an end. If they remained in the city, how would they resolve Xiao Shui's food issues? Would they need to rise early to stake out the meat farm? But before she could press her case, Ji Qiyuan had already ushered her out. How did the Bai family kitten end up here, and why was it playing with Miaoqing? Could it be that Miaoqing? After the two departed, Ji Qiyuan stared thoughtfully at the door for a moment before returning to his work. From the intelligence brought back by Bai Miaoqing, it appeared that these cultists were engaged in some form of flesh modification and had already made some progress, enabling the modified creatures to gain even more terrifying powers. Since it involved modification, there must be a research facility involved, which should make the search relatively straightforward. Once Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaoza left the Adventurers Guild, Bai Xiaoza suggested they head home early and skip dinner out. His implication was that he was somewhat fatigued. However, in reality, after they parted ways, Bai Xiaoza found a secluded spot and began to retch. He could not deny that the 3 modified beasts had been truly repulsive. During the battle, he had been too focused to notice, but now, reflecting on it, it was indeed revolting, and he would likely suffer nightmares that night. As for Bai Miaoqing, she seemed entirely unaffected, her demeanor unchanged, although the intense battle had indeed placed a considerable burden on her slender physique. Upon returning to Ji Qiyuan's home, she found it empty. After a brief wash-up, she retreated to the bedroom she shared with Yen Mingming. She then opened her computer and began researching information on the double-armed demon ape and the shadow wolf. The sky curtain lacked imaging capabilities, so she could only search for photos herself. Upon seeing the appearance of the double-armed demon ape, Bai Miaoqing couldn't help but marvel at the thoroughness of the cultists' modifications. Aside from the physique, there were almost no discernible similarities. Even the distinctly characteristic double arms had undergone transformation, with their fur changing from a dark purple to a blood red. Then, as she examined the photo of the creature known as the shadow wolf, Bai Miaoqing couldn't help but exclaim again, "Sky curtain. If I didn't know you wouldn't deceive me, I would suspect you randomly chose a name." If the double-armed demon ape still bore a semblance to its original form, then the shadow wolf bore no resemblance whatsoever. The extent of modification was so exaggerated. It was several times more extreme than a photo edited with beautification and artistic processing. That can't be true. Look here and here, there are actually a few similarities. The sky curtain indicated with arrows at the junction between the shadow wolf's back and tail. Is there anything special about this? The transition and curvature at the junction can be highly congruent, and these few strands of fur retain their original color. Now that is attention to detail. Of course. Subsequently, Bai Miaoqing glanced briefly at the information and in the research records below. She encountered an intriguing entry regarding the preferred spots for petting the shadow wolves and suitable food studies. Ultimately, the researcher noted at the end was attributed to the Bai family, with the name Bai still hyperlinked. Driven by curiosity, Bai Miaoqing clicked on it, revealing a strikingly handsome young man with a smile, though appearing somewhat frail. Her immediate reaction was to ponder whether this individual was the current head of the Bai family. However, as she continued to read, she realized her error. This person held a rank even higher than that of the family head. Bai Chen, a member of the Bai family from the North District, was currently one of the 5 immortals of Huaxia, specifically the cat immortal. This page served merely as an introduction to the Bai family, hence it provided little detail on this cat immortal. Following this, there was a brief introduction to the family head and primary members. Bai Miaoqing merely skimmed through these names. The Bai family, one of the 5 great clans, is internally divided into 3 houses: the dog house, the cat house, and the rat house. Externally, the 3 houses present a united and harmonious front. And due to Bai Chen's influence, the cat house subtly assumes the leading role. She mused, could it be that I am indeed a member of the Bai family? After all, I not only bear the Bai surname, but also possess an affinity for Felix. Whenever a member of the Bai family goes missing, there are always missing person notices issued, regardless of life or death. I glanced and did not find your name listed. Well, I didn't harbor much hope anyway. Bai Miaoqing continued to scroll down and indeed found a missing persons list from the Bai family, complete with names and accompanying photographs. However, after a cursory look, she did not spot her name or image among them. She then perused some additional information about the Bai family, as it was after all, the family of Bai Xiaoza, and she wished to learn more. It turned out that the Bai family's reach was remarkably extensive, spanning major fields such as business, military, politics, and education, with an excellent reputation seemingly accompanying their endeavors. The sole drawback was that their wide-ranging involvement led to a lack of specialization. Of course, this lack of specialization was relative to the other 4 families in the 5 great clans. Compared to other families, any one aspect of the Bai family could easily surpass all but the other 4 families. Meng Meng, it's time for dinner. At that moment, the voice of Wei Xiaolan echoed from the entrance. Meng Meng has yet to return. Bai Miaoqing stepped out of her room, and by this time, evening had arrived, coinciding with dinner time. Meng Meng hasn't returned yet? She usually comes back around this time, Wei Xiaolan remarked with a hint of confusion. Let me contact her. Bai Miaoqing replied, and without hesitation, she dialed Yin Meng Meng's wristband. However, before the phone could even ring, a mechanical female voice responded. The wristband you dialed is powered off. Chapter 66. The disappearance of Yin Meng Meng. The moment she heard that voice, Bai Miaoqing felt a foreboding sense of dread strike her mind. However, she swiftly composed herself and smiled at Wei Xiaolan. She might have lost track of time while chatting with Mingyu. I will go look for her. With that, Bai Miaoqing donned a new coat and departed, heading straight for the hospital. She jogged her way to the hospital, asking Tianmu to keep an eye out for any sign of Yin Meng Meng. Yet, upon reaching the hospital entrance, she still did not spot Meng Meng. Just as she was about to enter the hospital to search, Xiaoxue glanced towards a less frequented corridor. Are you saying that Yin Meng Meng headed that way? Xiaoxue nodded vigorously, indicating that it had detected not only Meng Meng's scent, but also a familiar odor, akin to that of the individual encountered earlier in the afternoon. Could it be that Meng Meng had been kidnapped by those cultists? Bai Miaoqing furrowed her brows and pursued the direction pointed out by Xiaoxue. However, upon arriving at a corner, Xiaoxue realized that Meng Meng's scent had vanished. It seems the surveillance camera here has been tampered with. Under Tianmu's guidance, Bai Miaoqing quickly discovered a surveillance camera in the corner, pierced by a bone spike. The size of this spike was considerably larger than the bone needle wielded by the cultists they had encountered earlier that afternoon. After a brief investigation of the area and confirming the absence of any lingering presence, Bai Miaoqing felt compelled to inform Ji Qiyuan of the situation. He seemed already aware, as the entire city had been under lockdown recently. The sudden destruction of a surveillance camera would naturally warrant heightened scrutiny. Just as Bai Miaoqing finished her call, police officers promptly arrived and cordoned off the area. Ji Qiyuan indicated that this matter was beyond the involvement of a mere yellow-tier beast tamer like Bai Miaoqing. She should return immediately and await further instructions. Bai Miaoqing recognized that, given her current capabilities, attempting to rescue Yin Mingming was tantamount to chasing shadows. However, there was a way to enhance her strength. Let us not forget that at the time, Xiaoshua's summoning array had another array yet to be utilized. That was a method devoid of any side effects, capable of augmenting Xiaoshua's talents and power. Yet, Bai Miaoqing had initially hesitated to employ this method. For although it bore no adverse effects, activating the array necessitated the contractor, namely, Bai Miaoqing, to endure immense suffering. The more intense the pain, the stronger the enhancement to Xiaoshua would be. Yet, to save Yin Mingming, she had no choice but to resort to this self-destructive method of enhancement. She circumvented the blockade and returned to the Adventurer's Guild. At that moment, Ji Qiyuan was already frazzled and overwhelmed. When Bai Miaoqing entered his office, he seemed oblivious to her presence, engrossed in a phone conversation while jotting down notes. Upon concluding the call, he looked up, not at all surprised to see Bai Miaoqing. "I knew you would come looking for me. I've retrieved the surveillance footage, and I've just sent it to you." "Thank you." Bai Miaoqing promptly opened the footage. Initially, it depicted a dimly lit environment, where two men dressed in casual clothes and wearing caps entered from around the corner. Shortly after they exited the camera's range, another figure appeared, stealthily trailing the two men from a concealed position. However, the next moment, the footage abruptly cut off. The tracker turned out to be none other than Yin Mingming. This indicated that Mingming had not been captured from the outset, but had instead been discovered while following them. As for the two men, they seemed to vanish entirely from subsequent footage. These individuals must have fled through an underground passage, employing some sort of device to mask their presence. "However, I should be able to locate them," Tianmu assured her. With that, Bai Miaoqing intended to turn and leave. But as she did, she discovered that the door had been shut. "I have told you, this matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Since you are here, simply remain in this place. Later, I shall arrange for someone to escort you back." Bai Miaoqing furrowed her brow, and just as she intended to force her way out, a majestic beast resembling a stag appeared within the room. Its antlers resembled two gnarled branches, adorned with leaves. Forest guardian spirit, a protective type of beast, capable of utilizing the leaves on its antlers to unleash defensive skills. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing noticed a leaf had fallen upon the grand door. Skeptical, she fired a shot, and the leaf floated gracefully to the point of impact. Though seemingly delicate, it effortlessly intercepted the bullet, which then dissipated into a cloud of vapor upon hitting the ground. She refrained from firing again and, as if conceding, walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window behind Ji Qiyuan. Sitting silently on the ground, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside. The stag did not return to its beast space, but quietly lay beside Ji Qiyuan, a leaf gradually descending onto his shoulder, merging into his body. In the next moment, the expression on the president's face noticeably improved. Time trickled away, marked only by the sound of Ji Qiyuan's pen scratching against paper and the rhythmic tapping of keys on his keyboard. In this tranquil atmosphere, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning his head, he discovered that Bai Miaoqing had vanished. 10 minutes prior, Bai Miaoqing had successfully traversed the floor using the wall-passing ability of her small blood spirit, arriving at the office of the vice president. Naturally, he was absent at that moment, allowing her to leap directly out of the floor-to-ceiling window of the vice president's office. After 15 minutes of searching, she finally located a suitable spot for arranging a formation. This was a small grove situated within the city, a place seldom visited by others, with trees providing ample cover. Indeed, an excellent choice. "Ah, tonight's fortune is quite favorable. No one has come here, cough. In any case, I am fortunate." Bai Miaoqing was too preoccupied to heed the murmurs of the heavens. Once more, she bit her finger, drawing blood to inscribe on the ground. Chapter 67. Do not despair. This formation was larger than the one she had previously employed to summon the small blood spirit, thus requiring more time to complete. The activation of the formation hinged on pain, a critical step. Bai Miaoqing placed the small blood spirit in the center of the formation, instructing it to remain still at all costs, threatening that if it moved, she would never provide it with delicious food again. Subsequently, she seized a twig, about the thickness of her pinky, and struck it against the ground, sharpening its tip. Then, under the astonished gazes of the heavens, the small blood spirit, and Yinluan, she forcefully plunged the twig into her thigh, blood gushing from the wound and pooling on the ground. The blood, as if imbued with life, transformed into tiny tadpole-like forms, flowing toward the small formation. Meow, click. No, host. While we indeed lack significant confidence in rescuing Mingming, you need not resort to self-destruction here. She offered no reply, merely biting her lip as she swiftly withdrew the twig. More blood flowed forth, revealing numerous tiny wood splinters embedded within the wound. Yet, the formation showed no signs of activation. With the existence of the forbidden tome, Bai Miaoqing was certain her inscription was flawless. Thus, The issue lay in the intensity of the pain. Therefore, she raised the twig once more, forcefully inserting it deeper into the wound, and began to twist it. Even Bai Miaoqing could not suppress a muffled groan, the agony unfathomable. Despite this, the formation merely flickered, far from fully activating. Ultimately, she abandoned the twig and slowly retrieved Yin Luan from her waist. She aimed the barrel at her left shoulder, gradually squeezing the trigger. However, the familiar sound of an explosion did not follow. Only the whirring of the chamber and the sound of the hammer striking air resonated. Click, click. Yin Luan's intention was clear. It could not bring itself to harm its master. In that moment, the heavens fell silent, as if comprehending Bai Miaoqing's intent, for they were one and the same. Yin Luan, be obedient. This is all to rescue Meng Meng. Click, click. As she uttered her final words, Bai Miaoqing's tone shifted, losing its gentleness, becoming tinged with gravity. Yin Luan recognized her anger, as she pulled the trigger once more. The sound of the bullet-piercing flesh rang in Bai Miaoqing's ears. In that instant, the excruciating pain compelled her to cry out, the flesh of her shoulder mangled by the bullet's destructive force. Her entire left arm lost sensation, yet the pain remained vividly present. The results were evident. With a single shot, the formation was nearly fully activated. Finally, enduring the near-fainting agony, Bai Miaoqing aimed once more at the top of her left foot, firing another shot. With a brilliant flash of crimson light, the formation fully activated, and the small blood spirit's aura surged within the formation, swiftly ascending to the high tier of the yellow tier. The intense suffering she endured bore fruit, as the surrounding scarlet light began to merge into the small blood spirit, further enhancing its essence. Ultimately, it stabilized at the pinnacle of the yellow tier. Peak yellow tier enlightenment. Though this method of enhancement is painful, the results are undeniably remarkable. Wait, a compatibility rate of 101%. What is the meaning of this? Logically, the maximum compatibility rate should be 100%. The highest value established since the concept of compatibility emerged. Yet, this theoretical limit has been surpassed. The heavens even questioned whether it was malfunctioning. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters, as the pain was overwhelming. Bai Miaoqing was beginning to feel disoriented. One could only imagine the severity of this torment. Yin Luan remained nearby, tirelessly soothing Bai Miaoqing's emotions while profusely apologizing for its reluctance to fire a weapon. The small blood spirit, too consumed by its newfound capabilities, hurried to Bai Miaoqing's side. Just as she was on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain, it swiftly entered a state of possession. The small blood spirit transformed into delicate threads, weaving into Bai Miaoqing's body, staunching the bleeding while also shielding her from the excessive pain. The area pierced by the bullet was filled by the small blood spirit's essence, even serving as a conduit for blood vessels and nerves, restoring color and sensation to her left hand. A trip to the hospital would be necessary for proper treatment later. However, at this moment, Bai Miaoqing had but one objective, to rescue Yin Meng Meng. At this moment, her gaze once again turned frigid, and she was once more enveloped in the demeanor reminiscent of the initial onslaught of the beast tide. She returned to the previous vantage point of the surveillance cameras, now cordoned off with warning tape. Meanwhile, Bai Miaoqing utilized her spiritual form to slip into the sewer, the noxious stench effectively filtered out by her small companion. Xiao Shui, I have pinpointed Meng Meng's location. Proceed directly in your 2 o'clock direction to reach her. Having acquired the desired information, Bai Miaoqing resurfaced. As military personnel had begun to investigate the sewer, the overpowering odor within the sewer masked the scent of the cultists, rendering it nearly impossible to track them through biological olfaction. As she made her way to the site indicated by the celestial guidance, Bai Miaoqing activated the coordinate sharing feature, dispatching her coordinates to Ji Qiyuan, accompanied by a note. I have located the cultist's lair. Follow my coordinates to find it. After sending this message, she temporarily deactivated the information reception function of her wristband. Her form moved swiftly, soon arriving at an abandoned construction site, which seemed to have been deserted for over a decade, the reasons for its stagnation shrouded in mystery. However, as she neared the area, Bai Miaoqing, through Xiao Shui's heightened perception, sensed that there were indeed life signs beneath the ruins, and the numbers were not insignificant, perhaps amounting to dozens. The entrance consisted of several frames draped with blue fabric, appearing remarkably inconspicuous, even rather rudimentary. Had Bai Miaoqing not been aware of its existence, she might have easily overlooked it. At the entrance stood 3 individuals clad in gaudy attire, their hair disheveled and vibrant, reminiscent of delinquent youths or perhaps members of the Shamate subculture. These 3 serve as the gatekeepers for the cult. Their flamboyant appearance is merely a ruse to confound others. Bai Miaoqing had no intention of entering through the front. Instead, she harnessed her spiritual abilities to burrow underground, guided by celestial insight, directly locating the research facility hidden deep beneath. Due to the considerable energy expenditure required to phase through walls, she was compelled to find an unoccupied area to emerge prematurely. This happened to be a corridor, which the celestial guidance had confirmed was devoid of surveillance, allowing her to move with relative boldness. I can sense Meng Meng's presence nearby, yet for reasons unknown, I cannot accurately pinpoint her location. It appears countermeasures have been implemented. Thus, it seems she would have to search diligently. For the area was likely not expansive. Before she could commence her search, her acute senses detected footsteps and faint murmurs from a short distance away. To avoid detection, she swiftly melded into the adjacent wall, originally intending to await the departure of the two individuals before emerging. However, she overheard their conversation. Indeed, the doctor seemed to hold her in high regard. This was hardly surprising, given that her beast taming abilities aligned perfectly with the doctor's research endeavors. Ironically, the two spoke of her as if she had delivered herself directly to them. When would they also enjoy such fortuity? Was it not akin to a pie falling from the sky? Enough of such thoughts. They were condemned to languish in this lightless underground. What pie could possibly exist? Might there be a chance that someone could sneak in, only to be? Before the last speaker could finish his thought, his voice abruptly ceased. His companion reacted instantly, yet before he could discern who it was, his head was enveloped by a translucent crimson substance. Unable to emit a sound, his consciousness plummeted into darkness. When one of them regained consciousness, he discovered that his limbs had been rendered useless, awakening in agony. He found himself in a restroom, yet it appeared dissimilar to his recollection. The previously white walls and ceiling had transformed into a hue reminiscent of flesh, as though he resided within some living organism. I ask, you respond. Utter a single extraneous word, and I shall end your life. At this moment, a chilling, sinister voice echoed in his ears. Though it sounded like that of a young girl, it sent shivers down his spine. The voice emanated from the adjacent space, and he struggled in vain to escape, only to realize that not only were his limbs incapacitated, but his very soul was fractured, evidently signaling the demise of his beast companion. This was, With a faint gunshot, a piercing and familiar scream erupted from the adjoining room. His companion's voice, who had been chatting with him moments ago. You seem to be unclear about your current predicament. I shall repeat myself. I ask, you respond. Do you comprehend? I understand. After the harrowing screams subsided, he was left with that final phrase, and silence enveloped him once more. Just as he contemplated whether to flee, the door to his stall swung open. The entrant appeared to be a girl of around 13 or 14 years, seemingly innocuous, yet upon meeting her gaze, he felt an unrelenting chill. She was shrouded in a red membrane, fused with the floor. You must have heard your companion's words. Now I inquire, where is the location of the research facility you refer to as the Dr. S? It's just past this restroom, turn right and go straight. Your accounts are inconsistent. Bai Miaoqing denied him a second chance to clarify, lifting her silver firearm and discharging another shot. The bullet, though not particularly potent, grazed his cheek, and the searing pain nearly rendered him unconscious. His incapacitated hands could not touch the wound, forcing him to resort to screaming to alleviate his suffering. Yet, in the face of his anguished cries, Bai Miaoqing remained expressionless, reiterating, I shall ask you once more. Should your answer differ from before, I will fire again. I possess ample time to torment you before anyone discovers my presence. The white light filtering through Xiao Shue's form transformed into a sanguine red, casting an eerie aura around Bai Miaoqing, enhancing her menacing presence. I will tell you. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke again. Exit here, turn left. There's an intersection, then turn right, followed by another left. Continue straight until you reach the laboratory marked with 5 characters. Experimental zone. I will verify this. With that, Bai Miaoqing closed the restroom stall door once more. After a considerable interval, she reopened the main door. Your answers still do not align. Bai Miaoqing's voice remained frigid, reminiscent of a reaper methodically rending the heart of the dying with its scythe. I speak only the truth. It was him, he deceived you. He is the one lying. I beg you, grant me a swift end. Allow me to die. In that moment, the adversary's mental defenses crumbled, and he writhed in a frenzy, his contorted limbs thrashing against the wall of the adjoining stall. Ultimately, with the crack of a gunshot, his skull was penetrated by a bullet, and he finally met his demise as he had long desired. Beside him lay only a lifeless body, already cold to the touch. After Xiao Shui and Yin Luan dealt with these corpses, the restroom gradually returned to its original state. Xiao Shui encased the entire restroom with his own flesh, effectively soundproofing it to prevent anyone from hearing their anguished cries. Following the clues provided, Bai Miaoqing stealthily evaded the patrolling cult members and made her way to the laboratory. Of course, she did not enter through the main entrance, but rather slipped in through a corner. Upon entering, she was greeted by numerous cultivation vessels designed to imprison the monstrous beasts. their forms suspended in transparent nutrient solutions, connected by countless tubes. Among these tubes, Bai Miaoqing easily spotted the figure of Xiao Shui. At that moment, he too was confined within a cultivation vessel, appearing unchanged and seemingly normal, as he had not yet undergone any transformations. As for Yin Mingming, she had not yet come to her senses. Thus, Bai Miaoqing leaped onto the beams and support columns, beginning her search within the expansive laboratory. However, before she could locate Yin Mingming, she noticed two elderly men clad in white lab coats, engaged in conversation before a machine. Their appearance reminded her of the researchers she encountered during her previous life while exploring the final secret realm. It was likely that one of them was the doctor referred to by the cultists, or perhaps both were. These were not the questions she needed to ponder. Bai Miaoqing resumed her search throughout the vast laboratory. Soon, she spotted Yin Mingming within a cage holding monstrous beasts. She was still dressed in her school uniform from the time of her departure, but lay unconscious, without any visible wounds, presumably having been knocked out directly. Not just her, but all the beasts imprisoned in the surrounding cages were in a state of unconsciousness, likely for the sake of research. Not far from these cages stood a surgical table, one significantly larger than any she had previously encountered. The instruments atop it were increasingly terrifying. In addition to scalpels, there were saws, axes, and cleavers, all still stained with blood that had not been thoroughly cleaned. Bai Miaoqing's intention was straightforward: to take advantage of the fact that the two researchers had yet to notice her. She would sneak around to the back of the cage and instruct Xiao Shui to dissolve the bars, freeing Yin Mingming. However, before she could take action, the laboratory door swung open, revealing a panicked cultist. "Doctors, we have a problem. The military has discovered our camp and is currently engaged in a skirmish with our guards. How could they have found us so quickly? This is unusual. Never mind. We can't afford to stay here any longer. We must take the data and leave. It's a shame about the research materials. Other materials can be abandoned, but we must take that one with the unique talent. As well as her beast, she is our hope for a technological breakthrough. Naturally, she's just a girl. She won't hinder anything." With that, one of the Mediterranean doctors moved toward Yin Mingming's cage, while the other, an elderly man with white hair, inserted a device resembling a USB drive into the machine before him, beginning the extraction of crucial data. Bang! Just as the Mediterranean doctor reached for the door to Yin Mingming's cage, a bullet shot towards his forehead. It turned out a little mouse had snuck in. This time, the bullet was not intercepted by a beast, but indeed struck the doctor. However, Bai Miaoqing was astonished to discover that her bullet could not penetrate the doctor's skull. Not even a wound was left. At most, he felt a slight pain. Yet, contrary to her expectations of the doctor being thrown into disarray, he merely touched the area where he had been shot, his manic expression unchanged, now accompanied by a peculiar smile. "You must be the one spoken of by the five-armed. I haven't felt pain in quite some time. The last was during my bodily modifications." But when he lifted his gaze and met Bai Miaoqing's eyes, the expression on the Mediterranean doctor's face shifted once more. His smile now infused with even more madness. "Perfect, simply perfect. This is the most exquisite material in the world. The compatibility is unparalleled, something I have never witnessed in my life. Come with me. Our blood research cult can offer you everything you desire, be it power or wealth." He resembled a child who had spotted their favorite toy, or a greedy pirate who had discovered a mountain of treasure, his eyes brimming with insatiable longing. Bai Miaoqing felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze, prompting her to conceal herself in the shadows, ensuring he did not see her. Meanwhile, he continued to speak to himself, seemingly unconcerned that Bai Miaoqing might flee. From the shadows, Bai Miaoqing seized the opportunity to fire another shot. This one aimed directly at his eye. She had assumed that the eyes would be his weak point, but the bullet, once again, failed to penetrate his eyeball. He didn't even blink. "Xiao Bai, go and capture her, but remember not to harm her." As he spoke, a completely white creature materialized beside him. This being resembled a human, but its surface was disturbingly white, lacking a nose and mouth, its face adorned only with two eye-like holes. It appeared as though a person had donned a full-body spandex suit. Amidst the white, there were also golden patterns, resembling intricate embellishments etched upon its form. The white creature nodded at the Mediterranean doctor, then suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Bai Miaoqing, who was hiding in the shadows. Its speed was so swift that she could scarcely react. Fortunately, she managed to evade its attack by leveraging her ethereal form. Beast, white faceless one. A type of beast from another world, notably common among the faceless. They are renowned for their extraordinary speed and extreme obedience. However, this particular faceless one appeared somewhat different, as if it too had undergone modifications. As Bai Miaoqing maneuvered past a supporting pillar, the white faceless one's arms suddenly transformed, a row of sharp claws protruding from its fingertips, violently striking towards the pillar. This forced Bai Miaoqing to drop directly to the ground. Indeed, it was the perfect material, so perfect, so exquisite. The doctor continuously muttered these words, his greed becoming increasingly palpable. At that moment, the elderly man with white hair approached as well. Upon seeing Bai Miaoqing, his reaction mirrored that of the Mediterranean doctor, and he too intended to summon a beast to capture her. Quickly, seize her and let us leave. The savior cult is on the verge of collapse, and I refuse to waste this doppelganger here. I understand, but if anything happens to her, I will take it out on you. I want this material more than you do. The white-haired man spoke with grave seriousness, and beside him appeared 3 beastmaster spaces, each manifesting a uniform array of white, faceless entities. The Mediterranean elder let out a cold snort and summoned forth 2 additional white, faceless beings. Thus, Bai Miaoqing found herself confronted by a total of 6 white, faceless entities, each possessing strength at the initial level of the Xian rank, and all having undergone modifications. This overwhelming situation caused a throbbing ache in her head. Silver bullets were unleashed in rapid succession, akin to the rapid fire of a submachine gun. However, when these projectiles struck their targets, they inflicted minimal damage, as if the entities were oblivious to pain, entirely disregarding the agony they should have felt. The relentless barrage of bullets soon obliterated everything in the vicinity, from shards of glass to the enormous monitor at the center. Yet, the 2 doctors seemed utterly oblivious to the chaos, their focus unwaveringly fixed on her. Chapter 70. Success. Logically, confronting 6 Xian-level white faceless beings should have left Bai Miaoqing with no avenue for resistance. However, due to the entities' exceedingly high obedience, their combat approach could only be described as tentative. They had multiple opportunities to subdue Bai Miaoqing, yet she managed to repel them by inflicting reciprocal injuries. After all, the 2 doctors had ordered her to be brought back alive, with her own strength having reached the pinnacle of the Huang rank, augmented by a high compatibility bonus. She fought with relative ease, yet she knew that this state could not be sustained for long. Once the possession state was lifted, she would instantaneously lose all ability to resist, and even maintaining consciousness would become a distant luxury, though she could have fled utilizing her spiritual abilities. Her purpose for being there was to rescue Yin Mingming. Therefore, she gambled on Ji Qiyuan arriving before her strength was entirely depleted. Yet, the harsh reality was that until the very moment before Bai Miaoqing was on the verge of exhaustion, the entrance remained shrouded in silence. Now, escape was impossible. The white, faceless beings had sealed off all her routes of retreat, and her waning strength rendered her incapable of utilizing her spiritual form to escape. Just then, a sudden sound of claws rending flesh echoed from nearby. Instinctively, all eyes turned toward the source of the noise. A blood-red yet youthful hand pierced through the chest of the Mediterranean doctor. Yet, rather than displaying shock or fear of death, his face radiated excitement. Success. Truly success. Ha ha. You are indeed a prime specimen. I eagerly await our next encounter. What will you have become? Blood gushed from the Mediterranean doctor's chest, flooding his throat and rendering his subsequent words indistinct. In the next moment, his head slumped, and he was bereft of life. Success. Truly success. In that case, there's no need for me to linger any longer. I look forward to our next meeting. Ha ha. It was none other than Yin Mingming who had pierced the Mediterranean doctor's chest. When she shattered the containers, one of them housed the small snowball. However, the other creatures released from their containers were rendered immobile. For reasons unknown, the small snowball, upon its emergence, made a beeline toward Yin Mingming, exhibiting bizarre behavior akin to that of a soulless automaton. Using its diminutive form, the small snowball successfully navigated through the iron cage, reaching the unconscious Yin Mingming. Subsequently, it unilaterally activated its fusion ability. Her eyes transformed into cat-like pupils, yet they exuded a sense of deathly intent. Meanwhile, the white-haired doctor was already commanding his 3 white, faceless beings to depart, while the Mediterranean doctor's trio continued to entangle Bai Miaoqing as if nothing had happened. However, these 3 faceless entities were evidently no match for Bai Miaoqing, especially with one preoccupied with Yin Mingming. Yet, any notion of stopping the white-haired elder from leaving was but a pipe dream. The elder was cognizant that taking Bai Miaoqing was no longer feasible, given the unpredictable variable of Yin Mingming. Moreover, reinforcements were already on their way. Just as the white-haired elder took his leave, the door swung open. Instead of Ji Qiyuan, a forest spirit appeared first. Following closely was a beast resembling a lizard, standing half a man's height, its body encased in armor. And then, a towering white bear, 3 meters tall, entered the fray. The moment these beasts stepped into the space, the white bear lunged toward Bai Miaoqing. Frost Shatterclaw, as its paw, larger than Bai Miaoqing's head, descended, the faceless entity she could not breach was effortlessly torn apart, revealing a mass of intermingled, writhing flesh. There were no organs or bones, only raw meat, and someone was sprinting toward that direction. Bai Miaoqing had no time for contemplation and quickly dashed toward the path the white-haired elder had taken. Just as the lizard-like beast was about to charge in the direction Bai Miaoqing pointed, it was suddenly attacked by Yin Mingming. The lizard intended to retaliate, but a voice halted its movements. Ji Qiyuan emerged from the shattered entrance, first casting his gaze upon Bai Miaoqing, then shifting his attention to Yin Mingming, who was still attacking the lizard. Do you have a way to restore her sanity? I do. Then I leave her to you. With that, Ji Qiyuan summoned his beasts and pursued the path the white-haired doctor had taken. Currently, Yin Mingming was merely under the temporary control of the small snowball, which had likely undergone body modifications, the specifics of which remained unknown. Thus, the solution to awakening Yin Mingming lay in knocking her unconscious and forcibly disengaging the fusion ability. Deprived of a target for her attacks, Yin Mingming immediately spotted Bai Miaoqing approaching her. However, just as she was about to strike, Yin Mingming instinctively took a step back, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. With each step Bai Miaoqing took forward, Yin Mingming retreated in kind. It was evident that the deadly aura had dissipated from her eyes, replaced by a struggle and avoidance. It seemed that, at that moment, Yin Mingming wished to evade Bai Miaoqing and to keep her at bay. Thus, she was cornered against the wall, and Bai Miaoqing successfully reached her side. She raised a hand intending to touch Yin Mingming, who kept her head bowed, uttering only faint whimpers. In the next instant, Bai Miaoqing struck Yin Mingming's neck, rendering her unconscious and simultaneously breaking the fusion state, restoring Yin Mingming to her normal self. Host, although the small snowball's condition is somewhat unstable, due to the bond of shared spirit, once Yin Mingming awakens, she should be able to regain her sanity. Moreover, this time, Mingming has indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Their previous compatibility was a mere 55%, but now it has surged directly to 80%. It appears that she has also acquired 2 new abilities, although their exact nature remains unclear. These are entirely new skills that can only be utilized in the state she just experienced. She is fine, thankfully. The reason Bai Miaoqing resorted to such a straightforward and forceful method is primarily because her stamina was nearly depleted, rendering her unable to maintain her possession state any longer. As the possession came to an end, the excruciating pain from her grievous wounds instantly engulfed her, and her consciousness was on the verge of plunging back into darkness once more. Chapter 71, Severe Injury. Doctor, how is my sister Miaoqing doing? Yin Mingming inquired anxiously as the doctor emerged from the ward. Although the patient was not in immediate danger, the doctor paused momentarily, then glanced at the report in his hand before continuing. Anemia, fractures, wound infection, persistent high fever. Such a level of injury will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time for recovery. Fortunately, the injuries are not excessively severe, and it seems that something has helped stabilize her condition, so after treatment, she should not suffer any lasting repercussions. I understand, doctor. Yin Mingming lowered her head, offered a simple word of thanks, and then entered the ward. The doctor did not elaborate further, merely sighing before departing. Once inside the ward, however, Yin Mingming began muttering softly to herself. Persistent high fever. This won't do. How can you think like that, Mingming? Sister Miaoqing has become like this because of you. You cannot take advantage of her misfortune. Surely taking a photograph should not pose any problem, right? Concern aside, one must not neglect the act of capturing memories. These 2 notions are not mutually exclusive, are they? Just as she completed her internal struggle and prepared to raise her wristband to take a photo, the ward's door swung open once more. A figure entered suddenly, and Yin Mingming instinctively concealed her wristband behind her back, like a child caught sneaking candy. Her expression tense as she glanced toward the door. The newcomer was none other than Bai Xiaozhe. Upon entering, his gaze naturally fell upon Bai Miaoqing, who lay on the hospital bed, before shifting to Yin Mingming. What are you doing here, sneaking around? And no, I wasn't doing anything. Why are you so flustered? You clearly seem guilty. Speak the truth, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Bai Xiaozhe replied coldly. Unaware of the nature of the relationship between Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming, he merely knew that the 2 appeared to be good friends. Thus, he remained highly vigilant of this individual who was alone in Bai Miaoqing's room and acting quite unnaturally. After a minute of tense standoff, Yin Mingming reluctantly divulged the truth. You wanted to take a photo of Bai Miaoqing? Upon hearing this explanation, Bai Xiaozhe found it somewhat implausible. Why would one need to be so secretive about taking a photograph, especially at this moment? Just take a look for yourself. Yin Mingming pointed toward Bai Miaoqing on the bed, urging him to see for himself. Skeptical, Bai Xiaozhe rounded the bed, only to be met with the sight of Bai Miaoqing, her complexion slightly flushed, appearing utterly defenseless, accompanied by the faint sound of her soft whimpers. In that moment, Bai Xiaozhe felt as though struck by lightning, covering his mouth and nose with one hand as he swiftly turned away. The impact is a bit too much. Suddenly, he understood Yin Mingming's hesitations. With a click, both of their wristbands simultaneously activated the camera function. Mingming? Brother Xiaojia? What are you both doing here? Upon hearing Bai Miaoqing's voice, Bai Xiaojia's reaction mirrored that of Yin Mingming just moments prior. However, Yin Mingming remained composed, knowing that Bai Miaoqing would not remember this time due to her fever. We came to visit you. Thank you, Mingming. It hurts. You're welcome. But don't move around. Your injuries haven't healed yet, and you need to rest for a while. Okay, I understand. Meow. At that moment, a similarly weak voice emerged from beneath Bai Miaoqing's blanket. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Shui slowly crawled out, snuggling against Bai Miaoqing's cheek as if seeking affection. Is this Xiao Shui? Yes. It seems that due to the bond of the contract, whenever Sister Miaoqing falls ill, Xiao Shui also becomes unwell. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. By the way, I almost forgot the important matter. Bai Xiaojia finally remembered the purpose of his visit and retrieved a ceramic vial from his wristband. As he removed the wooden cork, a rich, herbal fragrance quickly permeated the room. He then tilted the vial, pouring out a jade green, spherical pill that resembled a gem. He approached Bai Miaoqing and held the pill to her lips. Miaoqing, this is a special healing medicine from the Bai family. It works wonders for physical injuries. You should take it quickly, and then the pain will subside. Thank you, Brother Xiaojia. Bai Miaoqing obediently swallowed the pill, prompting Bai Xiaojia to press the shutter button once more, unable to contain his excitement. Was it something he could resist? As the pill was ingested, a faint, greenish aura enveloped Bai Miaoqing's body, sending tingling sensations coursing through her, causing her to let out a soft exclamation. TSK, 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 the little author is really generous. At that moment, Tianmu could not help but exclaim. With Bai Miaoqing's strength elevated to the yellow-tier beast master level, her mental prowess also experienced a significant enhancement. This allowed Tianmu to maintain an active state even while she was unconscious, effectively serving as a watchful guardian over Bai Miaoqing during her slumber. This pill is remarkably effective. At this rate, in about 3 minutes, her injuries should be mostly healed. Regrettably, this medicine is only effective against physical injuries. Sickness still requires gradual recuperation, alas. Click. Damn it. Why don't I have a camera function? After about 10 minutes, the two finally satisfiedly stowed away their wristbands. Subsequently, Bai Xiaojia began to inquire of Yin Mingming about what had transpired. Yin Mingming herself found her memories rather hazy. She only recalled that while following the cultists, she was accidentally discovered and knocked unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a hospital bed, with only vague fragments of memory from that period. Much of the information was relayed to her by Ji Qiyuan. It was then she realized that she had been rescued by Miaoqing once again. The room fell silent once more. Bai Xiaojia refrained from chastising Yin Mingming for her impulsiveness, nor did he express anger. Instead, he began to inquire about Bai Miaoqing's past. Yin Mingming pondered for a moment before recounting the story from when Yin Jiejun took her to the hospital to meet Bai Miaoqing for the first time, to the subsequent incident involving the cultists in Yunhai County, and then her capture by the cultists. Bai Xiaojia was merely a listener, as time slowly slipped away during their exchange. Chapter 72, A Bountiful Meal. Meow, meow, meow. During the exchange between Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming, the two kittens, Xiao Xueqiu and Xiao Cong, were incessantly meowing at one another, seemingly engaged in a conversation of their own, although no one paid them any heed, except for Tianmu. The matters discussed by Yin Mingming were experienced by Tianmu, rendering them somewhat mundane. Instead, it was the interaction between the two kittens that piqued its interest. Their discourse primarily revolved around topics such as physical maintenance and combat experience. In the midst of this exchange, Xiaocong demonstrated the application of murderous intent. However, when this intent was directed at Xiao Xueqiu, the latter felt nothing at all. In an attempt to salvage its pride, Xiaocong intensified the force, yet to no avail, leading to yet another setback. Why call it yet another? Because previously, Xiaocong had attempted to unleash this ability on Xiao Shui, only to receive a similar response. No sensation whatsoever from the target, who merely tilted its head in bemusement. To Xiaocong, that gaze resembled one directed at a fool, thus bruising its ego. Following suit, Xiao Xueqiu imitated Xiaocong's actions, but experienced no more than a vacant expression, devoid of any sensation. The conversation continued into the evening, and Bai Miaoqing awoke once more. After consuming the medicinal pill, she had soon succumbed to slumber again. Upon awakening this time, her condition was evidently improved. Her wounds had largely healed, and even her high fever had subsided somewhat, leaving her only with a slight warmth. Am I back in the hospital again? Bai Miaoqing grasped the edges of the quilt, her head peeking out, seemingly due to a chill. Do you feel any better? Your body should be fine now, though your head might still feel a bit woozy. Perhaps you need to rest another night. Then you should rest well. We want to disturb you, Yin Mingming said, pulling Bai Xiaozhou away as if in a hasty retreat. The sight of Bai Miaoqing's fragile appearance sparked a mischievous inclination to tease her. Yet, before they could exit the ward, Bai Miaoqing's voice called out again. Brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat barbecue. No. Your condition is too poor to indulge in greasy food. Bai Xiaozhou broke free from Yin Mingming's grasp and returned to Bai Miaoqing's side. But I really want to eat. Brother, I'll fetch you something else delicious. You are still unwell, so be obedient. All right. Seeing Bai Miaoqing's pitiful expression nearly shattered Bai Xiaozhou's heart. Especially when she called him brother, he almost yielded. Fortunately, he managed to resist, and he and Yin Mingming exited the room, leaving Bai Miaoqing alone to ponder. Slowly, she burrowed back under the covers, her stomach grumbling with hunger. Hence, she picked up Xiao Shui and brought it to her lips, sucking on it as one would a jelly. The taste was not particularly pleasant, carrying a faint fishy flavor. However, as Bai Miaoqing was still unwell, she could not discern the taste, only the texture. Why sob. Observing this scene, Tianmu felt as if its heart were melting, if it had a heart. That is, click. No, eating Xiao Shui would be akin to consuming jelly. If you put it in your mouth, it would be tantamount to self-destruction. Bai Xiaozhou left the hospital alone, instructing Yin Mingming to attend to her own matters. After departing, he wandered into an empty alleyway. Uncle Chenwu, what is it, young master? Have you decided to return to the Bai family? No, I wish to ask you to prepare a meal for the patient, the finest you can muster. Is it for that girl named Bai Miaoqing? Indeed. Understood, but young master, the special admission examination is about to commence. Are you certain you do not wish to return? I can manage the special admission on my own without the family's assistance. I naturally believe in your capabilities, but the family wishes to host a promotion banquet before the school year begins, hoping you can return to attend. All right, I understand. When Bai Xiaozhou returned to the ward, he held a large metallic white thermos in his hand, which appeared quite awkward in his grasp. Bai Miaoqing, seemingly oblivious to the sound of the door, continued to embrace Xiao Shui. Ahem, Miaoqing, I brought you something delicious. What deliciousness. Bai Xiaozhou approached the bedside and opened the thermos, instantly enveloping the room in the enticing aroma of the meal. Even with her slight nasal congestion, Bai Miaoqing could clearly detect the delicious scent. So fragrant. Bai Miaoqing felt that Xiao Shui had lost its appeal, placing it aside as she shifted to the edge of the bed. Just lie back. There's a table you can use. With that, Bai Xiaozhou pulled out a nearby folding table and began to arrange the contents of the thermos upon it. The staple was a vegetable porridge, with the white rice adorned with tenderly stewed vegetable leaves. Accompanying it were an egg soup, braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and a small portion of barbecue that Bai Miaoqing had longed for. Why were these dishes placed in quotation marks? Because they were not true meat dishes, but rather crafted using a special cooking technique to mimic the real thing. In reality, these dishes were vegetarian, each one perfectly suited for a convalescent. It was evident that Bai Chenwu had put considerable effort into this. The texture of the foam meat truly simulated that of real meat, and the flavors were largely masked, making it difficult to discern any difference. Brother, let us eat together. Oh, I'm not hungry. You can enjoy it yourself. In fact, Bai Chenwu had prepared a serving for Bai Xiaozhou as well, considering the generous portions. However, Bai Xiaozhou felt that watching Bai Miaoqing eat was a form of enjoyment in itself, was it not? Meow? Xiaocang also leaped onto the bed. It gazed at the now limp Xiao Shui and couldn't resist the urge to paw at it, feeling the soft texture. With a lack of resistance to the round form, Xiaocang began to play. Its small paws continued to knead Xiao Shui's body. Chapter 73, Delivery. Bai Miaoqing successfully consumed all the food meant for two, even finishing the bowl of vegetable porridge prepared for Bai Xiaozhou. Her belly was only slightly rounded, prompting genuine concern from Bai Xiaozhou that she might upset her stomach. After tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Bai Xiaozhou bid farewell to Bai Miaoqing. Although she tugged at his clothing, wishing for him to stay a while longer, he feared for his own fragile heart and resolutely declined her request to remain, departing with determination. Yet, as soon as he stepped out of the ward, regret washed over him. Shortly after his departure, Yin Mingming returned to the ward once more. Her arrival this time was to extend an apology to Bai Miaoqing, for it was indeed her actions that led to Bai Miaoqing's current state. It's quite all right, she reassured, and this version of Mingming reminds me of someone I once knew. Who might that be? A person of great significance to me, yet I can no longer recall her identity. Due to having overeaten, Bai Miaoqing could not lie down immediately and needed to sit for a while. With her head bowed, she continued to stroke Xiao Shui, a gentle smile adorning her face, though there was an unmistakable sadness in her expression. I'm sorry for bringing up unpleasant memories again. No worries, I'm actually feeling a bit sleepy now. Could you please turn off the light when you leave? Ah, yes, certainly. Yin Mingming stood up and switched off the light by the door. As she closed the door behind her, the room was swiftly enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moonlight streaming through the window. The following morning, Yin Mingming and Bai Xiaoza arrived almost simultaneously at the entrance of Bai Miaoqing's hospital room. Upon opening the door, they discovered that Bai Miaoqing had already awakened. Her complexion restored to normal, no longer flushed as it had been before. Clearly, her fever had subsided. A fleeting moment of disappointment crossed their faces, but it was quickly masked. What a thought to entertain. Sister Miaoqing, do you feel better now? Yes, I'm almost fully recovered. Meow. Xiao Shui had also returned to her usual self and appeared quite spirited. That is wonderful. I'll go fetch the doctor for another checkup. If all is well, you'll be able to be discharged. Just as Bai Xiaoza turned to call for the doctor, the door swung open, and a nurse in professional attire entered, carrying a report. Bai Miaoqing, I'm here to assist you with your discharge paperwork. You're fully recovered and can leave. Is the efficiency this remarkable? Yin Mingming blinked in surprise, not expecting that while they were preparing for an examination, the hospital was already readying her discharge procedures. After completing the paperwork, the three of them visited Yin Mingyu. He appeared much as Bai Miaoqing remembered him, his face graced with a gentle and refined smile. However, Bai Miaoqing could distinctly sense that his emotions were not as tranquil as they seemed. He had been aware of Yin Mingming's hospitalization as her brother, and upon inquiring, he learned that his sister had been abducted by cultists. Had it not been for Bai Miaoqing rescuing her, he might have lost his only remaining family member to those malevolent hands once more. In that moment, a surge of anger and helplessness nearly consumed him. Once they exited the ward, Bai Miaoqing suggested to Bai Xiaoza, Brother Xiaoza, we failed to conquer the spirit realm last time. Now that I have broken through to the pinnacle of the yellow tier, let us seize this opportunity to challenge it again. You've only just recovered. Shouldn't you rest a bit longer? I feel as if I'm rusting away from lying in bed for days. It's the perfect chance to stretch my legs. Very well, then let us meet at the Adventurers Guild in the afternoon. I'll return to make some preparations. All right, with that, Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming headed towards the home of Ji Qiyuan. Their primary purpose for returning was to reassure Ji Xian and Wei Xiaolon of their safety, while also savoring Aunt Ji's culinary skills. Upon returning to her room, Bai Miaoqing began to search for updates on the recent cult incident. The stronghold had been dismantled, and over a dozen cultists had been apprehended. However, the infamous white-haired doctor was conspicuously absent from the list, indicating he had likely escaped. The afternoon soon arrived, and after donning suitable attire for activity, Bai Miaoqing made her way to the Adventurers Guild. With the cult incident resolved, Ji Qiyuan had lifted the restrictions placed upon her. Furthermore, due to her significant contributions during the ordeal, he granted her elevated privileges within the guild, such as exemption from processing fees and priority in task selection. However, these were merely unilateral rewards from Ji Qiyuan, as the official authorities also offered their own accolades. The incident had not only involved the Adventurers Guild, but had posed a threat to the safety of the entire Haiqing district. Thus, the local government deemed it necessary to bestow rewards upon her. The nature of the reward consisted of resources for nurturing beast companions. Although their value was considerable, they held little significance for Bai Miaoqing, as both Xiao Shui and Yin Luan required fresh flesh and vibrant bones for their sustenance. In contrast, the materials provided by the authorities, while inherently practical for cultivation, were unsuitable for Xiao Shui. For instance, the Xiantier breaking grass, which could enhance the probability of breaking through to the Xiantier, was a particularly vital strategic resource. In every nation, such resources were generally controlled by official entities due to their high cultivation costs and the geometric increase in difficulty associated with higher quality. Consequently, these materials could not be purchased with money but were instead awarded for military merit, achievements, or through individuals like Bai Miaoqing who had made exceptional contributions to the state. As a result of its strategic nature, Bai Miaoqing was compelled to consume the resource in front of the courier, who arrived shortly after her return with the breaking grass in hand. Unfortunately, this particular grass bore no benefit for Xiao Shui. The courier did not inspect Xiao Shui's condition, respecting Bai Miaoqing's privacy. Yet, soon after the courier departed, Xiao Shui's body slightly opened, and the breaking grass was promptly expelled, appearing entirely unscathed, devoid of any sign of contact. Not only did Xiao Shui find the resource ineffective, but even Tianmu shared the sentiment. Chapter 74, Intermediate Xiantier. If you ask me, it would be far more beneficial for Xiao Shui to indulge in a piece of meat instead of this. The principle of the breaking grass is quite simple. It employs gentle energy to aid the user in breaking through their boundary restraints. While it may not fully shatter the barriers, it can loosen them and provide the user with a sense of guidance towards progression. This can assist in the subsequent advancement of beast companions to some extent. In truth, Xiao Shui does not possess any bottlenecks. Rather, it simply requires sufficient energy and specific nourishment to break through. Specific nourishment? What does that entail? I'm not sure either. I'm just reciting from the manual. At this moment, Tianmu appeared within by Miaoqing's spiritual realm, and the forbidden tome was activated. Although she could comprehend the text, its ornate language was somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, the general meaning aligned with Tianmu's explanation. She gazed at the yellow tear-breaking grass in her hand, pondering how best to utilize it. The grass appeared quite unremarkable, resembling ordinary weeds if not for its color. Its overall appearance is a resplendent emerald green, adorned with a golden halo that lends it a hint of the divine. The fragrance of this herb is reminiscent of ordinary grass, yet it evokes a refreshing sense of tranquility, which is rather marvelous. It would be a shame to waste it, and considering it is akin to a hot potato, unsellable and of little use when consumed, I suppose I shall just feed it to little Snowball later. Bai Miaoqing shook her head. The hour was growing late, and she still had a vendetta to pursue alongside Bai Xiaozi. Shortly after Bai Miaoqing departed, a petite figure stealthily entered the room. This time, Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaozi effortlessly exited the city gates, as the chaotic cult had been dismantled, restoring normalcy to the passage in and out of the city. Has little Tsang reached the pinnacle of the yellow rank? Yes, she broke through just last night. This significantly increases our chances of overcoming that foe today. Indeed, we shall surely penetrate its defenses this time. While they conversed, Bai Miaoqing reflected on how Bai Xiaozi had been exceptionally considerate towards her lately. Perhaps she should give the boundary herb to little Tsang. The guardians of the netherworld mystic realm remained the same, clad in military uniforms, standing as if they had never moved an inch. After presenting their entry credentials, they were granted passage. It is worth noting that Bai Miaoqing's personal entry permit to the mystic realm had been issued in advance. Upon entering the mystic realm, the surroundings appeared unchanged since their departure, as few ventured to this forsaken place during their absence. When they returned to the familiar location from their memories, they presumed the adversary had long since departed. Yet, bizarrely, not only was the foe still present, but at the very moment they appeared, the flames in its hollow eye sockets fixated upon them, as if it had been awaiting their arrival. Has its strength risen to the intermediate level of the mystic rank? It feels as if it is deliberately maintaining a two-tier advantage over us. Surely not. Bai Xiaozi found this possibility unsettling, but the reason eluded their understanding. This enigma left them pondering, yet the necromancer seemed disinclined to grant them the luxury of contemplation. As a horde of undead creatures erupted from the ground, charging towards the duo as before. Thus, they were compelled to abandon their speculations. This time, they did not allow the undead to encircle them. Instead, they aimed straight for the heart of the matter. Utilizing little Tsang's massive form, they carved a swift path toward the necromancer. The latter, employing the same tactic, conjured a barrier once again, blocking the bullets fired from the silver wheel. However, this time, it was not as effortless as before. The bullets embedded themselves into the barrier to a depth of approximately a decimeter. This, however, was still insufficient. Bai Miaoqing leapt from little Tsang's back, weaving through the throng of undead with greater speed. Her gaze remained fixed on the necromancer. The instant it made a move, she would retaliate instantly. Yet, even as she stood directly before it, the adversary remained motionless, prompting her to suspect that such an unusual demeanor might hint at something sinister. Thus, she refrained from closing the distance further and instead circled around the foe, using bone spikes to envelop it completely. Finally, as the last bone spike erupted from the ground, entirely encasing the necromancer, Bai Miaoqing halted her advance. Let us see how you defend against this. As her words echoed, a multitude of bone spikes sprouted from the remains of the previously vanquished skeletal undead, all lunging towards the necromancer at the center. Once the necromancer was entirely consumed by the spikes, a wave of exhaustion washed over Bai Miaoqing, causing her form to tremble before she collapsed onto the ground. The air was filled with the sounds of cracking bones as the undead creatures summoned by the necromancer rapidly disintegrated, as if bereft of support, leaving behind a carpet of bones. Click, click. Had the scales of victory tipped in their favor? As the sounds of fracturing bones intensified, a moment later, a terrifying blaze of necromantic fire incinerated all the surrounding skeletons. From within the flames, a somewhat disheveled figure gradually emerged. The necromancer's robes were charred and tattered, its body shattered by the earlier bone spikes, yet it still stood resolute. As it stepped forth from the flames, its eyes, glowing with a soul fire mirroring the surrounding inferno, fixated intently on Bai Miaoqing. You are indeed difficult to kill, Bai Miaoqing remarked with a bitter smile. Despite the relentless onslaught, the foe had managed to withstand it, albeit appearing somewhat ragged. Yet, it seems that I have still emerged victorious, right? Roar. Little Tsang's claws effortlessly pierced through the necromancer's form, as it had not reactivated its barrier, seemingly exhausted from exertion. Consequently, it was shattered with little resistance. Chapter 75, The Closure of the Soul. I have obtained it. Gazing at the prism-shaped heart of the undead in her hand, Bai Miaoqing's face lit up with a radiant smile. With this primary material secured, Only a herb with high spiritual potency remains to be acquired. Although obtaining such a herb is no trivial task, it is certainly less challenging than acquiring the heart of the undead, and at least it can be purchased. However, a peculiar incident transpired as they prepared to depart. A ghostly white flower, resembling bone, silently manifested in their path. Both were certain that this flower had not been present during their arrival. After all, encountering a flower in this world was decidedly odd and would surely leave a lasting impression. Most chilling for Bai Miaoqing was the ominous description that accompanied the flower. Closure of the soul. It is said to be a flower that obscures the eyes and souls of the gods, possessing terrifying spiritual power and the ability to block all forms of probing. No one knows from whence this flower originates, nor has anyone lived to tell the tale after employing it. Thus, an ancient adage warns that this flower is a harbinger of misfortune, a cursed plant of the deities, a symbol of ill omen. Upon seeing this flower, Bai Miaoqing distinctly sensed a subtle shift within the Forbidden Codex, reminiscent of the sensation she experienced when encountering the heart of the undead. Moreover, she felt that the heart of the undead in her grasp was resonating with the white flower, though it was merely an instinctive sensation. When Bai Miaoqing glanced at Bai Xiaoze, she noticed that his gaze seemed transfixed, unable to tear away from the flower, as if under some form of enchantment. The presence of this flower was undeniably unnatural, akin to someone reading minds and deliberately placing it here. However, this was indeed what she required. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, and she enlisted the assistance of the celestial canopy to conduct a thorough investigation, yet yielded no results. Around the flower, there appeared to be no mechanisms, as if everything was perfectly ordinary. Yet it was precisely this overwhelming normalcy that rendered Bai Miaoqing indecisive. Ultimately, it was Xiao Shui who volunteered, extending its limbs to perform the harvest. As its delicate tendrils inched closer, Bai Miaoqing's attention began to dart rapidly across the flat terrain. Even when she finally clasped the flower known as the soul's veil in her hand, an air of unreality lingered. Had she truly obtained it so easily? At that moment, Bai Xiaoze was also regaining his senses. In his perception, it felt as though he had merely blinked, and the flower was already in Bai Miaoqing's grasp. Yet in reality, she had taken a full 10 minutes to ensure the safety of her surroundings, even enlisting the celestial canopy for analysis. The result indicated a 98 safety level, with 0.1 attributed to a potential stumble over a protruding rock while she was harvesting, and another 0.1 reserved for the unpredictability of fate. After all, nothing could be entirely certain, right? Perhaps during the harvest, a spatial rift or a cosmic calamity could manifest, such as a burst of stellar radiance. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. Not only did they encounter no issues, but even as they departed, they were not confronted by a single skeleton, only witnessing the accumulation of bones upon the ground. However, these bones were inedible, leaving Yinluan with a sense of waste and regret, for the vitality within them had long since vanished, as if drained completely. The bones now bore no distinction from crumbling plaster. Yet, as the two exited this realm, the once flat ground began to swell, and the buried bones gradually reassembled. Slowly, the figure of the Lich materialized. Its form was remarkably intact, save for the disappearance of the staff it once wielded, replaced now by a crystalline orb. The ancient prophecy has chosen you. The sovereign of the departed shall descend through you. What, pray tell, does the prophecy foretell of you? Although it had long since been stripped of flesh and blood, its voice effortlessly emanated from its gaping maw, echoing ethereally and somberly, reminiscent of a weathered elder recounting an ancient tale. The flame of souls within its eyes transitioned from a bluish hue to a more eerie pure white, glimmering with an almost sentient vitality. The inquiry it posed would ultimately remain unanswered, yet it had grown accustomed to this, after contemplating the question for countless years. Gradually, its form began to dissolve into pristine dust, scattering into the surrounding air, and with it, the world beneath its feet began to disintegrate. The nether realm is vanishing? It is true, the nether realm is disappearing. Report this immediately. The two soldiers tasked with guarding the realm observed the diminishing entrance of the nether realm and promptly relayed the information. However, due to previous occurrences of the realm's closure and the fact that no one was inside at the time, coupled with the ordinary nature of this particular nether realm, it did not provoke significant alarm. The news sank like a stone into the ocean, causing little to no stir. At most, related tasks at the Adventurers Guild were rescinded. Bai Miaoqing, however, remained oblivious to this, as she had proceeded directly to the hospital where Yin Mingyu was located after parting ways with Bai Xiaoze. By now, evening had fallen, and Yin Mingming had already returned for dinner. Thus, when Bai Miaoqing arrived at Yin Mingyu's hospital room, she found him sitting alone on the bed, engrossed in his wristband. Upon noticing Bai Miaoqing's entrance, he promptly shut off the device. "What brings you here?" he asked. "I have gathered the materials. Now it awaits your final decision. Bai Miaoqing's response elicited little change in Yin Mingyu's demeanor. He remained calm, yet resolute in his reply. I am willing. Had this been earlier, he might have hesitated. However, upon learning that Yin Ming had been captured by the cultists, his resolve crystallized. To protect his sister and avenge his father, he had to proceed. All right, I understand. With that, a crackling sound of electricity followed by Miaoqing's words. The next moment, he saw Xiao Shui approaching from the direction of the surveillance. As Bai Miaoqing entered the room, she had instructed Xiao Shui to position itself by the monitor, intending to short-circuit it at the first opportunity. Chapter 76. He will be fine. Their time was limited, so as the surveillance malfunctioned, Bai Miaoqing immediately commenced inscribing the formation. However, unlike previous formations, this time the blood required for the inscription would be drawn from Yin Mingyu himself. Yet with Xiao Shui present, extracting the blood posed no difficulty. It could seamlessly withdraw blood from a person without them even realizing it. Bai Miaoqing began to inscribe the formation's patterns while Xiao Shui extracted the blood. Utilizing only her fingers, she swiftly and steadily etched the complex formation. Soon, a sophisticated array materialized within the room, featuring 3 circular discs, 2 symmetrical ones designated for placing items. While the central disc was prepared for Yin Mingyu, Bai Miaoqing retrieved the lich core and the soul's veil from Xiao Shui's body, placing them within the designated spaces. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. You sit here, I will handle the situation outside. The formation is about to activate. Bai Miaoqing indicated to Yin Mingyu to take his place at the center. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Yin Mingyu appeared somewhat weak, trembling slightly as he moved. Thank you, he managed to express as he awkwardly climbed into the central position, glancing towards Bai Miaoqing as she departed to address the situation at the door. I'm sorry, but you cannot enter right now. My brother is dealing with something inside. No, the surveillance in the room seems to be malfunctioning. If he engages in any extreme actions, we will be unable to discern the situation. It's all right. He is perfectly fine now. Please wait here for a few minutes. There will be no issues. Well, let us do as he says. Hello, Dean. At that moment, the figure approaching from the corner was none other than Dean Chun, who had previously encountered Bai Miaoqing. Her full name was Chun Ruosu, and as the dean, she held a significant standing within the hospital, prompting the others to refrain from insisting on entering the patient's room. Thank you for your understanding, Dean. It's no trouble. After all, he is your brother, and you know him better than we do. Yes, he will certainly be fine. He must be. Having spoken, she remained standing at the doorway, seemingly with no intention of departing, while she kept her head bowed, her lips moving rapidly as if silently singing a certain melody. Inside the room, after Bai Miaoqing had exited, Yin Mingyu waited for a brief moment. Soon, the dimly lit room, which had darkened due to the extinguished lights, was gradually illuminated by a red glow. This crimson light transformed into a pure white as the heart of the undead and the soul's closure intervened, instantly brightening the room as if it were daylight. However, Yin Mingyu had neither the time nor the opportunity to observe the changes around him, as his body was enduring excruciating pain. Accompanied by 2 streams of white light swirling around him, a piercing agony began to envelop him from the inside out. Unlike Bai Miaoqing, who possessed remarkable endurance for pain, he could not withstand it. Thus, he let out a harrowing scream at the very onset. Although the hospital room was well soundproofed, it was not entirely impervious, and his cries were heard by the doctors stationed at the door. This caused them considerable anxiety. Yet Bai Miaoqing steadfastly refused to yield. She understood that this was an inevitable occurrence. The intensity of pain induced by this formation was truly terrifying. A truth she grasped far better than Yin Mingyu, who was currently suffering. This process was akin to the brutal separation of flesh from bone, with nerves intermingling with the skeletal structure. Moreover, this agony could not be mitigated by unconsciousness or anesthesia, and the process was irreversible. Once commenced, it could not be halted. The only means to put an end to it would be through self-destruction, the sole way to cease the ritual's progression. Yet Bai Miaoqing knew that Yin Mingyu would never choose such a fate. As she had assured, he would certainly be fine. As his screams gradually subsided, the anxious hearts of those present remained suspended in uncertainty. It was not until Bai Miaoqing unlocked the door and secured it once more that everyone exchanged glances before departing in silence. Gazing at Yin Mingyu, who lay unconscious on the floor, Bai Miaoqing maintained a smile upon her face. She was aware that the ritual had succeeded, for beside Yin Mingyu lay a skeleton, its form comparable to his own, his physical frame, now separated, while the bones within him belonged to a genuine undead being. Thus, at present, Yin Mingyu merely appeared somewhat pale. His vital signs weakened due to pain, but he was undeniably still alive. Most importantly, when Bai Miaoqing placed her hand upon his chest, she was astonished to discover that there was a heartbeat. How could this be? Logically, Yin Mingyu, having transformed into an undead creature, should not possess the functions of breathing or a heartbeat. Yet, not only did he have those, but he even retained body heat. This seemed to be due to the heart of the undead's influence, which obscured the negative aspects of the undead reincarnation ritual during the absorption process, effectively masking them at a fundamental level. This allowed him to solely enjoy the benefits of his rebirth, seemingly resolving all issues related to bodily functions and emotions. As Tianmu articulated this, there was an air of uncertainty in their tone, yet the reality lay before them, compelling their belief. However, due to the formidable nature of the heart of the undead, he would still be bound to the undead species, exhibiting a strong aversion to other life forms. This was perhaps the best outcome achievable, and an intuitive sense lingered within by Miaoqing that the undead form seemed more suitable for her brother Mingyu. She gently carried Yin Mingyu back to bed for rest, while the skeleton was discreetly concealed beneath the bed. Upon sight of this skeletal frame, Yinluan was abuzz with excitement. Its small feline face etched with desire, even drooling at the prospect. Alas, Bai Miaoqing dismissed its wishes, for this was Yin Mingyu's companion beast, and she could not allow Yinluan to consume it. Intriguingly, though every bone of the skeleton was distinct, when Bai Miaoqing lifted it, all the bones moved in unison, as if an invisible thread connected them all. Chapter 77, The Undead Clan. Tianmu, please check on Mingyu's current condition. No problem. Species has transformed from human to undead. Beast contract has been restored from damaged to healthy. Beast space has transitioned from non-existent to an unnamed state, with the beast being that very skeleton. Additionally, his legs have healed, and he can now walk normally. Moreover, he has acquired traits that render him exempt from the need for sleep or sustenance. Oh, and his beast affinity has gained an additional attribute, termed the undead space, which seems to be a special area for housing undead beings, while his previous affinity remains intact. It appears that he has indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Observing these changes, Bai Miaoqing nodded in satisfaction, realizing her efforts had not been in vain. And she believed Yin Mingming would be delighted. It was already quite late, and with classes the following day, she had no intention of staying overnight. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall. As her close companion, Little Blood dutifully served as a raincoat, enveloping Bai Miaoqing within its protective embrace to keep her dry. Upon returning home, she found the house enveloped in silence, everyone having retreated to their rooms for the night. She had informed them of her return, alleviating their concerns. After a quick shower, she chose not to use the hairdryer so as not to disturb anyone's slumber, instead allowing Little Blood to absorb the droplets from her hair. Little Blood is indeed quite convenient. I wish I had one too. After completing her tasks, Bai Miaoqing finally returned to her room, where she noticed that Yin Mingming seemed to be asleep, while Little Snowball nestled cozily beneath the covers. However, as Bai Miaoqing cautiously slipped into bed, Yin Mingming's voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Why are you so late returning? I stopped by to check on Mingyu. It seems his condition is improving. Really? When I visited today, he seemed much the same as before. Perhaps you should go see him tomorrow. It might be different then? All right, you're tired too. Hurry and sleep. Good night. Good night. Unbeknownst to Bai Miaoqing, the boundary-breaking grass she had placed on the bedside was now missing. The following morning, the two arose as usual and, after their morning routines, headed off to school. After classes in the afternoon, Bai Miaoqing, Yin Mingming, and Bai Xiaozi visited the hospital to see Yin Mingyu. Though he still lay in the hospital bed, his complexion had markedly improved. Hey, brother, are you feeling better now? Yes, I can now walk a little more normally. Upon seeing Yin Mingming, a smile broke across Yin Mingyu's face, and he even got out of bed to take a few tentative steps, albeit somewhat unsteady, yet he could indeed walk normally. Wonderful news. My brother has finally regained his health and can walk normally again. Bai Miaoqing understands that this is primarily to avoid drawing too much attention. In truth, Yin Mingyu's leg has fully healed. He is perfectly capable of walking and jumping without any issues. He is merely pretending to be in the early stages of recovery. Subsequently, with the assistance of Yin Mingming, Yin Mingyu returned to his hospital bed. At that moment, a sound of impact resonated from beneath the bed, captivating everyone's gaze towards the floor. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Mingyu instinctively raised his hand to touch his forehead. What could be lurking beneath the bed? Bai Xiaozi was the first to react, pulling Bai Miaoqing back a couple of steps to maintain a safe distance from the bed. Don't be alarmed. Don't be alarmed. I had intended to wait until after discharge to inform you, but controlling this is proving to be quite challenging. Yin Mingyu remarked with a wry smile. Almost immediately, a skeletal figure crawled out from under the bed. It was the very skeleton Bai Miaoqing had assisted in moving there the previous day. An undead creature? Bai Xiaozi gasped in surprise, recognizing it as the very being they had encountered just yesterday. At this, he instinctively glanced at Bai Miaoqing. Do not fear. This is my familiar, he reassured. Your familiar's contract has been restored. What was peculiar, however, was that despite being a first-time witness to an undead entity, Yin Ming exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, upon learning of its connection to Yin Mingyu, she displayed an exhilarating enthusiasm. Yes, it has been restored. Perhaps it is a sign of divine favor, he said, casting a glance at Bai Miaoqing. Wonderful, wonderful. Yin Ming couldn't contain her excitement and rushed to embrace him, disregarding whether Yin Mingyu's injuries had completely healed. She repeatedly uttered these words. No one knew the turmoil that this 15-year-old girl had endured during this time. Although her spirit was more resilient than her peers, even surpassing many adults, she remained, after all, just a child, a young girl, whose facade of strength belied her underlying vulnerability and sensitivity. The room was enveloped in silence, save for Yin Ming's choked sobs, as no one dared to interrupt. Bai Miaoqing's gaze, however, remained fixated on the skeleton. Its gaze, too, was directed at her. The flames within its eye sockets were neither the blue-white she had anticipated nor purely white. Rather, they exhibited a peculiar interplay of black and white, reminiscent of the coloration of a human eye, striking in its oddity. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Beast, undead sovereign. Abilities. Undead form. Immortal with formidable regenerative capabilities, though it demands considerable energy. Undead command. A skill that requires coordination with an army, evolved from the talent of command. The strength of the undead army under his leadership is substantially enhanced. Muster. Boosts the morale of troops to augment one's own power. Summon. Can command certain unbound undead creatures. The undead creature, separated from Yin Mingyu, seems to have inherited a portion of the undead heart's bloodline. Whose heart is this indeed? Talent. Unknown. Upon reviewing these abilities, they indeed complement Yin Mingyu's original familiar talent quite well. Once Yin Ming's emotions settled, Bai Miaoqing introduced Bai Xiaozhe to Yin Mingyu. The four of them then devised a plan to team up for battles and explorations in the mystical realm once Yin Mingyu was discharged. As for the matter of Yin Mingyu and Yin Ming's Adventure Guild certification, Bai Miaoqing had already taken care of it. When Jiqi Yuan had initially proposed the reward, Bai Miaoqing had suggested securing the two a status as adventurers. Jiqi Yuan, of course, had readily agreed, as it was a simple matter for him to resolve. Chapter 78, A Fortnight's Time. A fortnight swiftly passed, during which time several experimental subjects of the cult were discovered around the city. However, these subjects exhibited remarkably weak capabilities, even inferior to their pre-modification state, appearing to be a collection of failures. The cultists themselves were nowhere to be seen. Throughout this fortnight, the four of them commenced their exploration of a new mystical realm, which significantly accelerated their growth and strength. First was Bai Miaoqing, whose minor bloodline had failed to ascend to the mystic tier but had nonetheless acquired 3 new abilities. Frost Walk increases movement speed, leaving behind a trail of fine ice and snow to further enhance velocity. Ambush, an attack-type ability, allowing for rapid strikes against designated foes, significantly enhancing speed in an instant. Hardened Skin hardens the surface of the skin to achieve greater defensive power. Meanwhile, Yinluan had also reached the pinnacle of the yellow tier. Bai Xiaozhe's Shout Song remained at the peak of the yellow tier as well, with his advancements primarily reflected in his combat style and awareness. As for Yin Ming, she had made remarkable progress, perhaps due to the resolution of her inner turmoil. Her little snowball experienced extraordinary growth, transitioning from a high-level mortal tier to a mid-level yellow tier in just half a month. While Yin Ming's progress was already formidable, it still paled in comparison to her brother Yin Mingyu. Initially, the undead sovereign. Oh no, it should now be referred to as Yinling. A name bestowed by Yin Mingyu, began with strength that barely qualified as mortal tier, possessing no abilities beyond that of an ordinary skeleton. However, through the course of their recent battles, its power skyrocketed, surpassing even Shout Song to reach the advanced yellow tier. The rapidity of this enhancement left Bai Xiaozhe utterly astounded. Not long ago, their homeroom teacher announced an upcoming special recruitment. Previously, due to Yin Mingyu's familiar talent, he had been pre-selected by the military. However, this matter had fallen by the wayside when issues arose in Yunhai County. Thus, upon returning to the 3rd year, Yin Mingyu was now eligible to participate in the special recruitment. Their class had a total of 10 slots for special recruits, with the minimum requirement being to attain the initial level of the yellow tier. To be recognized and selected by the 4 prestigious academies, one would need to achieve at least the mid-level of the yellow tier. Following that, there would be various tests. Only those who met the criteria could hope to be favored by the 4 academies. Each of the 4 academies would select only 20 individuals. It is worth noting that this selection process spanned across the entirety of the Huaxian nation, amidst hundreds of thousands of candidates. In the face of such a vast pool, merely 80 slots were available, akin to walking a tightrope among a million. Of course, these 80 slots were not fixed. They served as a rough estimate. And if sufficient qualified candidates emerged, the number could be increased. Conversely, if the requirements were not met, even reaching 20 slots might prove challenging. Historically, the lowest number of special recruits from the 4 academies amounted to a mere 52, while the highest barely exceeded 100, reaching a total of 112. In the face of such a daunting elimination rate, it is indeed somewhat arduous for Yin Mingming and Yin Mingyu, with their current abilities, to gain admission into the prestigious 4 great academies through special recruitment. However, due to Yin Mingyu's uniqueness, the prospect of being specially recruited is not entirely implausible. To date, there has yet to be a beast master who has contracted with undead creatures, which renders Yin Mingyu's existence exceedingly exceptional. In fact, upon his discharge from the hospital and registration at the Beastmaster Association, Yin Mingyu stirred quite a commotion, attracting the attention of several academies eager to recruit him. Nevertheless, he declined their offers, for with the opportunity for a fresh start, he intends to strive for the 4 great academies that he once deemed unattainable. Within a lush forest known as the Jungle Mystic Realm, Bai Miaoqing and her companions are gathered in a modest clearing, resting around a small campfire. Yin Mingyu and Bai Miaoqing each hold a stick with a piece of meat the size of a fist skewered upon it. Beside Bai Miaoqing, the little blood-red creature mimics her, holding a branch with a sizable chunk of meat comparable to its own size roasting over the fire. Once Bai Miaoqing finishes grilling her portion and hands a skewer to Bai Xiaoza, the little creature offers its own grilled meat to Bai Miaoqing, indicating that she should partake. However, she takes but a single bite before returning it, as the meat is still undercooked and lacks seasoning, presenting only the most primal flavor of roasted flesh. Nevertheless, the little creature relishes it, seemingly favoring the charred exterior and raw interior of the meat. Crunch, crunch. All right, I won't go back on my word. All these bones are yours. During this time, the one who has endured the most hardship is undoubtedly Yin Luan, as Yin Mingyu requires undead creatures for his command. The bones of the slain undead have been collected by Yin Ling. Initially, Yin Luan had thought that having an undead creature in the team would guarantee a steady food supply. Yet it has turned out that it is the most starved among them. Such is the plight of Yin Luan. Fortunately, once transformed into an undead being, the skeletons do not lose vitality. Rather, they gradually become more vigorous. Thus, the eliminated undead creatures serve as sustenance for Yin Luan, resulting in a decrease in quantity, but an enhancement in quality, leading to moments of intense hunger followed by overwhelming fullness. Brother Mingyu, Yin Luan is hungry again. Can you give him those skeletons we just eliminated? Of course, Yin Mingyu replied, waving his hand, mimicked by Yin Ling. In the next moment, several peculiar undead creatures emerged from the nearby thicket, having been dispatched earlier by Yin Mingyu for patrol. Although these skeletons bear resemblance to ordinary humans, they possess distinct differences, such as an S-shaped spine and a flatter skull with more pronounced nasal bones. They are a humanoid species known as goblins, whose appearance defies human aesthetic standards, evoking a sense of disharmony. After their transformation into undead beings, they appear somewhat improved, but only slightly. Upon seeing the 3 undead creatures, Yin Luan's eyes sparkled, and with a trio of bullets striking their skulls, the next instant, the 3 skeletons vanished. Burp. Yin Luan expressed his satisfaction with a belch. As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, Bai Miaoqing and her companions felt the weight of fatigue upon their bodies. Consequently, they retreated to their respective tents to rest. Brother, remember to turn in early tonight. Don't stay up too late. All right, I understand. You should hurry and rest, or you'll end up with dark circles under your eyes. Good night, brother. Good night. During this period, Yin Mingyu consistently returned to the tent last, ensuring the positions of the undead creatures stationed for watch were correct. The tents were divided into 2, Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming shared one, while Yin Mingyu and Bai Xiaoza occupied the other. Although the latter 2 were together, it felt no different than being alone. Each time, Yin Mingyu returned, Bai Xiaoza was typically already asleep. The following day, he would invariably find Yin Mingyu awake before him, leading him to ponder whether Yin Mingyu needed to sleep at all. Was the duration of his slumber truly sufficient? Once all 3 had returned to their tents, Yin Mingyu's gaze returned to the star-studded sky. Isn't the night sky of this mystic realm beautiful? He was unaware of how much time had passed when he suddenly heard Bai Miaoqing's voice. Indeed, I haven't seen such a night sky in a long time. Yin Mingyu was not surprised by Bai Miaoqing's presence and engaged in conversation with her naturally. How is your body adapting now? Quite well, aside from struggling to multitask when controlling Yin Ling. Everything else feels just like before. That's good to hear. You should rest early tonight. You know I no longer require rest. It's not just for your sake, but for Yin Mingming. She has been quite worried about you these past few days. I understand. I will be mindful. All right, I must sleep as well. I trust you to keep watch tonight. Okay, sleep early. Bai Miaoqing yawned, appearing genuinely fatigued. However, shortly after she returned to her tent, Yin Mingming emerged once more. Brother, I can't sleep. What's the matter? Do you have something on your mind? Yes, I'm contemplating which high school to apply to. You, Sister Miaoqing, and Brother Xiaoza all have a good chance of entering the affiliated high schools of the 4 great academies. While you'll be just fine, have confidence in yourself. Besides, you should be on the verge of breaking through to the high-level yellow rank, right? Yes, but if I get in, I'll be even more conflicted. Why is that? Brother Xiaoza and Sister Miaoqing are both aiming for Yanhuang Academy, yet I wish to attend Fenglong Academy. We had originally agreed to apply to the same academy. Why do you want to go to Fenglong Academy? Because Fenglong Academy is renowned for its research in beast mastery. Ever since the incident with the cultists, I've felt something odd about little Snowball, and I want to uncover the underlying issues. Isn't it a wonder that we are siblings? Huh. Truth be told, I don't wish to attend Yanhuang Academy either. I prefer Chaos Academy, as my future combat style aligns more closely with its philosophy. Is that so? You really need not worry. Where you choose to study is your own freedom. Besides, if we attend different academies, we have to compete for resources. That is true, but I also don't want to be separated from Sister Miaoqing. Rest assured, I've already looked into it. All 4 great academies are located in the North District, not too far apart. A subway ride takes about half an hour, so we can still meet frequently. Upon hearing Yin Mingyu's reassurances, Yin Mingming felt a wave of relief wash over her. After sharing a moment gazing at the night sky together, they each returned to their respective tents to rest. Upon returning to the tent, Yin Mingyu merely activated his wristband to begin gathering information, continuing this endeavor until the early hours of the following morning, when he finally managed to catch a brief moment of rest. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Bai Xiaoza noticed Yin Mingyu seemingly asleep and chose not to disturb him. Quietly exiting the tent instead, he happened upon Bai Miaoqing, who was already up and preparing breakfast. Do refrain from indulging in overly greasy fare this early. It is detrimental to one's health, he remarked, seizing the roasted meat from her hands. From his spatial wristband, he procured some pre-made buns and a pot filled with water. All right, I understand, Bai Xiaoza replied. Since becoming acquainted with the siblings of the Yin family, he had learned much about Bai Miaoqing, including her congenital health issues. Consequently, he had taken to monitoring her diet more closely, cognizant that they could no longer indulge in lavish meals every day. This ploy is futile. These buns are quite delectable. Do have a taste, he said, disregarding Bai Miaoqing's imploring gaze as he offered her a steamed bun, simultaneously tossing the roasted meat to Xiao Shui. Meow? Xiao Shui glanced at the roasted meat in her paws and then at Bai Miaoqing, who appeared somewhat forlorn, pondering the misfortune of the situation. Fortunately, the buns Bai Xiaoza selected were indeed delicious, and seeing Bai Miaoqing enjoying them heartily eased Xiao Shui's concern, allowing her to consume the entire piece of roasted meat. As they savored their buns, the others gradually awakened. After everyone had finished breakfast, they packed up the tent and set off once more. Their primary objective for the day was to elevate Xiao Shui's strength to the high tier of the yellow rank, thereby ensuring a better chance for her selection by the 4 esteemed academies. The principal avenues for beast enhancement were twofold: resource consumption and combat. The predominant adversaries in this forest were goblins, also known as gremlins, due to their subterranean or cave-dwelling habits and their remarkable ability to conceal themselves, as their skin often mirrored the verdant hues of grass and the earthy tones of branches. A mere plunge into the underbrush or a perch upon a branch allowed them to seamlessly merge with their surroundings. However, such rudimentary camouflage was scarcely effective against Bai Miaoqing, who, post Xiao Shui's possession, had experienced a significant enhancement in her perception of blood and her sensory faculties. Drawing upon her own life experiences, she could locate the vast majority of gremlins with ease. Thus, as they traversed the path, they encountered no ambushes from goblins, as Bai Miaoqing consistently detected them beforehand. Chapter 80. Here they come. Today, in an effort to enhance Yin Mingming's alertness, Bai Miaoqing deliberately withheld the locations of the gremlins and positioned her at the forefront of their group. Nevertheless, Bai Miaoqing remained in a state of possession, her silver wheel firmly in hand, to ensure that Yin Mingming would not face any insurmountable dangers. The goblins generally possessed only the initial tier of the yellow rank and belonged to the weakest faction within that rank. Their nature was predominantly communal. Upon sighting a single goblin, one could be certain that a whole group awaited in the wings. Although goblins were not the sole inhabitants of this forest, they were undoubtedly the most numerous and easily encountered, given their widespread and unpredictable distribution. As they continued on their path, yikes! Yin Mingming exclaimed, "Look, here they come." Upon entering the goblins' encirclement, they emerged from the thicket, hurling sharp stones in her direction. Clad in disguises woven from leaves, which also served as their clothing, the goblins sported brown skin fashioned from tree bark, resembling primitive beings. Each goblin wielded a club, roughly twice the width of their arms, as their weaponry. They exhibited no semblance of discipline, nor did they display the caution characteristic of a wolf pack during a hunt. Instead, they charged forth, shouting incomprehensible utterances while swinging their clubs. Over the past fortnight in the secret realm, Yin Mingming had grown more adept at handling combat. No longer exhibiting the panic she once did, she merely raised her left hand. As the temperature around her plummeted, and ice spikes, each as thick as her forearm, began to materialize around her. This attack, known as Ice Crystal, was one of the offensive skills acquired by Xiao Shui upon breaking into the yellow rank. The skill's effect involved condensing ice crystals for assault, the form of which could be entirely altered by the user's will. Typically, the mental capacity of yellow rank practitioners could only manifest ice spikes the size of a palm. However, she conjured spikes several times that limit, indicating that Yin Mingming's mental prowess surpassed that of her peers. The 6 ice spikes swiftly shot toward the nearest 6 goblins. Although she could not replicate by Miaoqing's precision in targeting their heads for a fatal blow, she successfully incapacitated them. Immediately thereafter, she began to move rapidly, leaving behind a trail of delicate ice crystals. This was the Ice Snow Journey, another newly acquired ability of Xiao Shui. However, in Yin Mingming's hands, this skill transcended mere mobility. As the goblins stepped onto the icy surface, their legs froze instantaneously, rendering them immobile. With the shattering of ice, the legs of the immobilized goblins were inevitably crushed, leaving them incapable of movement. The remaining goblins, witnessing this spectacle, opted to circumvent the icy ground. Yet, Yin Mingming raised her hand once more, and the shattered ice fragments began to grow like bone spurs, swiftly piercing through the horde of goblins rushing from above. Utilizing these ice crystals, she effectively separated the goblins, and with the agility characteristic of a feline, she leaped nimbly among the ice spikes. In principle, the goblins, being forest-dwelling creatures, possessed considerable agility. However, the ice spikes proved too slippery for them to scale. Conversely, Yin Mingming could embed her claws into the ice for leverage. Thus, the goblins, who initially held the numerical advantage, found themselves systematically dismantled by Yin Mingming. However, before she could eliminate the last of the goblins, a roar reminiscent of a beast echoed from nearby. A massive, muscular creature resembling a beast man emerged into view. This too was a type of goblin, albeit a mutated variant. Titan Goblin, a mutated kind among goblins, endowed with terrifying strength and destructive power. Its intelligence is inferior to that of ordinary goblins, obeying only the commands of goblin shamans. Strength, peak yellow rank. Skills, Titan Stomp, Titan Bloodline, Berserk Strike. All 3 skills pertain to close-quarters combat and were power-based. For someone like Yin Mingming, who primarily relies on ranged attacks and possesses considerable agility, this adversary turns out to be the easiest to contend with. Such an impeccable training target, of course, did not arrive of its own accord. Rather, it was Yin Mingyu who, utilizing the skeletal minions, discovered the foe and deliberately provoked it before luring it here. However, there was a slight miscalculation in the timing of the bait, resulting in Yin Mingming having to face not only this formidable behemoth, but also the remaining 20 or so ordinary goblins simultaneously. The moment the Titan Goblin arrived, it unleashed its terrifying power, obliterating all the ice spikes that had been summoned. Confronted with these colossal ice spikes capable of piercing through ordinary goblins, it needed no skills. Its raw physical strength sufficed to shatter them. Yet, Yin Mingming did not falter in the face of such a foe. Instead, she bravely pressed forward, acutely aware of her advantages and determined to amplify them. Thus, her primary objective was to eliminate the 20 or so ordinary goblins before engaging the Titan Goblin in a duel. For Yin Mingming, these ordinary goblins posed no real threat. However, she remained vigilant, constantly evading the Titan Goblin's attacks. This circumstance escalated the difficulty exponentially. From the power emitted when the Titan Goblin shattered the ice spikes, she discerned that once struck, her chances of continuing the fight would be negligible. Even if she survived, she would likely sustain severe injuries. Under immense pressure, Yin Mingming's performance was commendable. While not flawless, it was certainly noteworthy, at least according to Tianmu. Utilizing her agile movements, she narrowly dodged the Titan Goblin's fists while simultaneously employing crystalline ice to dispatch goblins. Her growth was evident to those observing. She transitioned from evading attacks to successfully injuring a goblin with nearly every strike. Though she could not achieve a single fatal blow, her progress was impressive. As the last ordinary goblin fell, the Titan Goblin was thoroughly incensed by this elusive little eel. Chapter 81, Titan Goblin. With a thunderous roar, blood-red veins began to creep across the Titan Goblin's surface, swelling like protruding blood vessels. Simultaneously, its stature expanded from approximately 3 meters to nearly 4. Its previously rotund form rapidly replaced by robust muscle, emanating an overwhelming sense of strength. Its eyes, consumed by fury, widened slightly, blood vessels beginning to creep across the whites of its eyes. This was one of its abilities, Titan Bloodline. It granted the creature a terrifying surge of power and an even more intimidating physique for a brief duration. Yet, even in the face of such an adversary, Yin Mingming maintained her composure, showing no signs of panic and seizing the opportunity to launch an attack during its transformation. The ice crystals on the ground coalesced again, forming sharp spikes that surged toward its body from all directions, attempting to pierce through it directly. However, the reality was that when her attack struck, they inflicted no damage whatsoever. They could not even breach its defenses. All the ice spikes shattered upon contact with its skin, akin to sharpened pencils falling point first to the ground. In an effortless display, the Titan Goblin raised its hand, brushing aside an ice spear as if parting grass. The entire process easily characterized as effortless. Faced with such terrifying physical prowess, Bai Miaoqing's repeated attacks were effortlessly neutralized by the Titan Goblin. Conversely, its attacks were easily evaded by Yin Mingming, resulting in a stalemate. Nevertheless, through her persistent assaults, Yin Mingming discerned a weakness in the Titan Goblin, its bloodshot eyes. Each time she targeted that area, it instinctively raised its hand to shield its eyes from her strikes. Consequently, Yin Mingming again hurled ice crystals, focusing her assault on its eyes. As expected, it raised its hand to block, but in doing so, it obscured its own vision. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yin Mingming swiftly closed the distance and clawed upward toward its eyes. However, she distinctly noticed a hint of a victorious smile on its face. Just as her hands were about to make contact with its eyes, its hand recoiled, seizing hers instead. Yet, the Titan Goblin was not the only one smiling. As it withdrew its hands, 2 ice spikes followed in quick succession, their speed surpassing all previous attacks. The Titan Goblin seemed utterly unprepared, and the 2 spikes struck its eyelids with ease. The next moment, Yin Mingming's smile froze on her face as she realized her most powerful strike had failed to pierce even its weakest eyelids. How could this be? Over the past few days, the goblins had struck her as foolish creatures, devoid of tactical coordination in battle, merely rushing and headlong. Yet, beyond this troubling realization, a more pressing concern loomed. She was now ensnared by the Titan Goblin. It grasped her as one might a chick, lifting her into the air before slamming her down toward the ground. However, just as she was about to make contact with the surface, its grip loosened, allowing Yin Mingming to exploit that moment and leap away, creating distance between them. On the Titan Goblin's hand, a wound appeared, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the injury. The pain restored the earlier anger to its previously smug expression. Meanwhile, on the ground lay a sharp protrusion of ice crystals, slightly tinged with red. Yet, compared to the Titan Goblin's injuries, Yin Mingming's wounds were far more severe. Her right side bore the brunt of a grievous blow, blood flowing steadily from the gash. The blood on the ice crystals was hers. When the Titan Goblin had slammed her down, she had cleverly maneuvered its hand to strike the ice crystals, causing it to recoil in pain and release her. However, perhaps due to her inexperience with this tactic, she miscalculated her control and ended up injuring herself in the process. Nevertheless, she had successfully freed herself and gleaned the means to inflict harm on her foe by using its own force against it. If she could create ice spikes that could withstand its blows, she could leverage its own power to injure it. She reached to touch her wounded side, and in the next instant, the ice crystals froze the injury, providing basic first aid. At that moment, the Titan Goblin charged toward her once more, fists raised. Yet this time, Yin Mingming stood her ground, appearing resolute in her intent not to move. However, just as the attack was about to strike Yin Mingming, she instantaneously activated the skill Frost Walk, narrowly evading the impending blow. Yet, the menacing force of the attack still generated a fierce wind that grazed her skin. Roar. In this instance, the roles had reversed. She sustained only a minor abrasion, while the Titan Goblin's hand was impaled by a colossal ice spike that emerged from behind her. Blood gushed forth from its wound as if it were inconsequential, splattering onto the ground with a dull thud. This blood appeared to possess peculiar qualities. In the ensuing battle, Yin Mingming adeptly inflicted wounds upon the enemy's hands and feet using this method. At this moment, the Titan Goblin had relinquished all rational thought, fixated solely on annihilating the adversary before it. Yet, when it realized it was utterly powerless against Yin Mingming, its body was already marred by numerous injuries. Just as it intended to continue its assault, it seemed to receive some kind of command, halting its aggressive stance. Roar. Ultimately, it could only emit a reluctant roar before attempting to turn and flee. You shall not escape. Witnessing the foe's impending departure, a smile graced Yin Mingming's face once more as a massive ice spike began to coalesce beside her. Previously, She had been unable to conjure such a formidable icicle. However, the near brushes with death during the recent skirmish had elevated her realm to the advanced yellow tier. This time, the target of the ice spike's assault was a wound on the adversary's back. Chapter 82, Yin Mingming's Mental Strength. With the sound of ice piercing flesh and a thunderous roar, the Titan goblin gradually succumbed before Yin Mingming. The enormous ice spike, under the influence of gravity, was slowly engulfed by the lifeless body of the creature. Well done. Yin Mingyu approached the now weakened Yin Mingming, who was panting heavily on the ground. The toll of the previous battle had been substantial. Yin Mingming was indeed gifted. Had she been a typical yellow-tier beastmaster, she would have certainly faltered under such exhaustion. Yin Mingming's mental strength seems to be 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person. How could I have overlooked this before? Hee, I'm just a bit too fatigued to move now. May I rest here for a while? You take your time to recover. We will handle the rest. The rest? I've already eliminated them all. Roar. Before Yin Mingming could finish her sentence, a series of enraged roars erupted from a distance. Subsequently, goblins began to emerge from the underbrush, swarming in overwhelming numbers, encircling them in layers. This time, these goblins did not charge mindlessly as before. Instead, they arranged themselves with strategic precision. The goblins on the perimeter held wooden shields at the forefront, while those behind wielded clubs or stones. They resembled trained soldiers, a stark contrast to the previous goblins. These are goblin warriors, following the commands of the goblin priest, exhibiting a heightened level of coordination. The goblin priest is the leader of the entire goblin tribe, possessing wisdom far surpassing that of other goblins. Serving as the brain during combat, under its leadership, the goblins exhibit formidable combat prowess and heightened synergy, making them significantly more challenging to confront. This goblin priest did not reveal itself directly, but commanded from the rear of the battlefield. In terms of numbers, I fear you not. Yin Mingyu maintained a calm demeanor as he gently waved his hand. In the next moment, a swirling vortex with a radius of 10 meters appeared beneath his feet. Revolving around him, goblin skeletons emerged from the whirlpool. Meanwhile, the creatures slain by Yin Mingming began to shed their flesh, transforming into stark white skeletons. Blue-white flames ignited within their hollow eye sockets as they approached Yin Ling, becoming its warriors. What Yin Mingyu had just utilized was a newly acquired beast mastery talent, necromantic space, after becoming a member of the undead race. This ability allowed him to store his undead minions within this space, which expanded alongside Yin Mingyu's growth. Initially, it could only harbor one undead, but as his strength increased, the capacity swiftly grew from 1 to now 30. However, the number of undead Yin Ling could command was not limited to this 30. They could be replenished infinitely during battle, as the undead clashed with the goblins. Facing a horde that outnumbered them by hundreds, if not more, these legions of the undead exhibited no fear, or rather, they were entirely oblivious to the concept of fear. Their sole purpose of existence was to obey Yin Ling's commands and engage in combat. The Titan goblin that had transformed into an undead was immensely powerful. Having lost all fluctuating emotions, it became an invaluable asset. Although it had forfeited the Titan bloodline skill, its inherent strength remained intact, allowing it to navigate through the goblin ranks with ease, each punch claiming numerous goblin lives. The fallen goblins would then metamorphose into new undead warriors, perpetuating a cycle of relentless and formidable combatants. Yin Mingyu's combat style had been witnessed by everyone during this time, yet each encounter could only be described as awe-inspiring, especially on such an expansive battlefield. However, Yin Mingming was more concerned about the whereabouts of Bai Miaoqing and Bai Xiaozhe at that moment. In the rear of the goblin army, Eek, a goblin clad in garments woven from animal hides, wielding a wooden staff, sat upon a beast resembling a bison. Adorning its head was a feathered crown, each plume representing a victory. This was not only a symbol of power, but also of status. It was the Goblin King, the very goblin priest. At that moment, listening to the frontline reports from the goblins, the goblin priest fell into contemplation. It was evident they had encountered a formidable adversary. The primary reason for leading the squad here was to investigate the Titan goblin's mysterious disappearance. Upon learning of the Titan goblin's demise, coupled with the exhaustion of the opposing side, it had planned to strike and eliminate Yin Mingming. However, the intelligence that returned spoke of the unexpected appearance of Yin Mingyu and the accompanying undead legion. Faced with such a bizarre turn of events, this cautious goblin priest chose to retreat, realizing that continuing the battle would only lead to a Pyrrhic victory, a result he was unwilling to accept. Just as the goblin priest was about to announce the retreat, a streak of white light shot forth from behind, aiming directly at the back of its head. Eek! At that moment, a goblin clad in animal skins, standing beside the goblin priest, suddenly leaped up and shielded himself with his own flesh from the incoming bullet. Upon striking the goblin, The bullet's trajectory was altered, glancing off the hide of the buffalo beneath him. The unexpected assault, coupled with the intense pain, startled the buffalo into a frenzied rampage, causing it to charge wildly. The bullet, fired by Silver Wheel, possessed a moderate force, primarily designed for stealth. Thus it failed to penetrate the goblin and reach the priest. Meanwhile, the goblins began to mobilize, encircling the fallen goblin priest protectively at their center, all of them warily gazing towards the direction from which the bullet had come. A small squad of 5 goblins advanced cautiously towards the source of the attack. However, the moment they approached the edge of the forest, a faint explosion echoed, and the skulls of the 5 goblins were instantly shattered. Chapter 83. The Ocean? Eep eep. The goblin priest pointed his staff at several more goblins. Without hesitation, those chosen formed a new squad of 20 and proceeded towards that direction. This time, however, their pace was markedly slower, and they exhibited heightened caution. A white beam of light descended once more, yet this time, the 20 goblins were evidently stronger, managing to evade most of the lethal impact. In fact, the majority succeeded in dodging the bullet entirely, with only a few sustaining minor injuries to their arms or calves. Though such wounds were trivial, the next moment, piercing screams erupted from their throats. Yow yow yow. One goblin, merely grazed and bleeding not at all, writhed on the ground in agony, its suffering so profound that it could be likened to a fate worse than death. All the goblins were momentarily stunned by this spectacle. What could possibly be the cause? Just then, a white figure emerged from behind them, pouncing forth and swiftly dispatching the goblin at the rear, before arriving behind the goblin priest. A massive tiger claw descended upon it with overwhelming force. At that very moment, the bullet came once more, targeting the goblin priest directly. In that instant, the goblin priest unleashed the might of a profound tier monster, striving to fend off the dual onslaughts. The imminent threat of death compelled it to summon even more terrifying strength. Yet, it was merely impotent rage, despite its profound tier advancement. Its physical capabilities could only be described as feeble. Confronted with the two-pronged assault, it reacted in a fit of anger, but it was all for naught. As the bullet penetrated its skull, its demise became inevitable. Only when the goblin priest collapsed did the surrounding goblins finally react. However, their response was not one of retaliation, but rather of panicked flight. Like frightened little birds, over 100 goblins scattered in an instant, vanishing without a trace. As the goblins fled, Bai Miaoqing emerged from the forest, having successfully executed the beheading mission. To her surprise, it had been remarkably simple. She had anticipated a far more arduous battle. A mage, when ambushed, could easily be taken down in one strike, provided the strength disparity was not excessive. Let us go. Mingyu should have finished his battle by now. Bai Xiaoza grasped the lifeless body of the goblin priest and headed towards Yin Mingyu and the others. Upon their arrival, not a single living goblin was in sight. Only the remains of over 100 goblin skeletons and the ground strewn with flesh stripped from their bones. Try and see if this profound tier goblin priest can be transformed into a skeleton? Let me give it a shot. Yin Mingyu took the goblin priest from Bai Xiaoza. But after a brief attempt, he shook his head. Impossible. The gap in tier is too great to allow for transformation into an undead. Then let it be. After all, this fellow is quite weak and scarcely worth the effort. Bai Miaoqing glanced at the goblin priest, then at Xiao Shui and Silver Wheel. It seemed today would provide a substantial feast. Xiao Shui and Silver Wheel evidently recognized this, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The manner in which the two little creatures gorged themselves was somewhat unsightly, prompting Bai Miaoqing to lead the trio away from the devastated clearing to avoid drawing attention. Approximately 2 minutes later, when the four returned, every last morsel of flesh and the surplus bones had been consumed. Only the contented expressions of Xiao Shui and Silver Wheel remained as they lay quietly on the ground. Xiao Shui's belly was slightly swollen, while Silver Wheel had grown a tad heavier. At that moment, Bai Miaoqing noticed a slight rustling in the nearby grass. Upon investigation, she discovered a trembling goblin. Crouched and shivering, it sat there with its hands clasped over its head, as if it had endured something exceedingly terrifying. The instant it laid eyes on Bai Miaoqing, it seemed to snap its last nerve, babbling incoherently while hastily fleeing into the distance. Clearly, this creature had unwittingly witnessed Xiao Shui and Silver Wheel devouring their meal, leading to its fright-induced madness. As a good citizen, Bai Miaoqing chose to relieve it of its distress, raised Silver Wheel, and fired a shot, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Silver Wheel, it seems you've indulged a bit too much. You're heavier now. Clack clack. All right. I won't say another word. Bai Miaoqing chuckled as she returned Silver Wheel to its holster at her waist. Her remark halted Xiao Shui, who had been about to leap onto her, as it raised its little paw to poke its belly, ultimately abandoning its urge for a hug. The mission in the forest's profound realm was thus successfully accomplished, not only advancing Yin Ming Ming to high yellow tier, but also assisting Yin Mingyu in acquiring a formidable undead combatant, the Titan Goblin Undead. That evening, they exited the forest's profound realm. The urgency of their departure was primarily due to the fact that the following day marked the commencement of the special recruitment, an initial screening to eliminate unqualified beast tamers. On the journey back, Yin Mingming shared her intention to apply to the Fenglong Academy with Bai Miaoqing, who reacted similarly to Yin Mingyu. Observing Bai Miaoqing's apparent support for her decision, Yin Mingming felt a wave of relief wash over her. What is that? As the group exited the profound realm and made their way towards the city, they came across a poster by the roadside. It was an advertisement for a beach amusement park, affixed to a large tree at the town's entrance, though such advertisements would soon be torn down. That's an amusement park. What's so strange about it? I mean the background behind it. Are you referring to the ocean? What is the ocean? Upon hearing this question, the other three gazed at Bai Miaoqing with puzzled expressions. The ocean can be understood as an immense lake composed entirely of water, so vast that its horizon eludes one's sight. The coastal city, known as High City, is among the major urban centers closest to the ocean. Thus, its inhabitants may not have necessarily seen the sea, but are certainly aware of its existence. As for the term ocean, Bai Miaoqing had never encountered it in her previous life. After all, in that world, the territory suitable for human habitation was exceedingly limited, leaving countless areas shrouded in mystery and beyond human exploration. Chapter 84, Special Admission Assessment. Shall we visit the seaside together once this special admission concludes? To avoid rekindling Bai Miaoqing's unpleasant memories, Yin Mingming refrained from asking and instead made a decision. That sounds good. It has been ages since I last visited the beach. Bai Xiaozhi mused, struggling to recall the last time he had been to the shore, which had been a family outing. Sure, Bai Miaoqing readily agreed, intrigued by the images on the poster and eager to see them in person. Upon returning home, the trio was greeted by the rich aroma of cooked meals wafting through the air. Without needing to guess, they knew that Ji Zian had anticipated their return and prepared dinner in advance. Back already? Murmured Ji Qiyuan, who was lazily perched on the sofa, watching television. Since the conclusion of the cult incident, he had felt a bit more at ease, at least managing to leave work on time. Yes, tomorrow is the special admission. Bai Xiaozhi replied. Is the special admission tomorrow? Time certainly flies. Mingyu, you will accompany me to the assessment location. Your situation is rather unique, necessitating a separate registration. All right. Given that Yin Mingyu had previously been part of a special admission process, only for that school to be destroyed during the Beast Tide, much of his transfer and admission information had been lost. Consequently, he required a guarantor to re-establish his credentials. The following morning, Yin Mingyu departed early with Ji Qiyuan, while Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming made their way to school, intending to meet up with the others before heading to the assessment venue. Upon arriving at the school, they found that the other 7 students had already gathered, leaving only the 2 of them. Others either lived nearby or had transportation, making their journey to school considerably quicker. Moreover, the anticipation surrounding the special admission had energized everyone, prompting an early rise. Once the supervising teacher completed the head count, the students boarded the bus in succession. The vehicle was relatively spacious, accommodating only the driver, the teacher, and 9 students. Bai Miaoqing and Yin Mingming settled into the window seats at the rear, while Bai Xiaozhi occupied the seat beside Bai Miaoqing, effectively sandwiching her between them. The atmosphere aboard the bus was predominantly quiet, as the students, largely from different classes, engaged in little conversation. The supervising teacher took the opportunity to brief everyone on the essential guidelines for the day. Prior to the assessment, a physical examination would be conducted to ensure that none had ingested substances aimed at temporarily enhancing their abilities. Any infractions would not only disqualify candidates from the special admission, but also bar them from prestigious institutions in the future. There had been instances of students, once promising, who resorted to such measures in hopes of gaining acceptance into the top 4 academies, only to have their ambitions dashed upon discovery. Rumors suggested that some even chose to end their lives when faced with the bleakness of their futures. The teacher spoke with vividness and flair, as though these miscreants had emerged from his own classroom. Yet, the expressions of the students indicated that they were absorbing his words. These are all exemplary students, determined to succeed based on their own merit. The teacher's thoughts were echoed by the system. Their school was in close proximity to the assessment site, which was divided according to geographic regions, with specific examination venues assigned to various schools. Upon their arrival, they found only a handful of schools present, while several buses from other institutions continued to arrive. They refrained from mingling with students from other schools, heading directly to their designated areas, determined according to the historical performance of past graduates. Their institution had consistently held the 3rd position, a standing maintained for several years, while the top 2 spots were fiercely contested by the 1st and 3rd schools. This reluctance to compete stemmed from the principal's disinterest in vying for position, rendering him akin to an old salted fish. The first and third schools operated under a resource concentration model where the most capable garnered greater advantages. In contrast, the atmosphere at the second school was decidedly more laid back. Shortly after their arrival, Yin Mingyu approached from a distance. His presence drew considerable attention. Having recently gained notoriety as the first person in the world to forge a contract with a necromantic entity. Previously, reporters had sought interviews with him, but he had remained elusive, dedicating the past month to strengthening his abilities alongside by Miaoqing and others in the mystical realm. Nonetheless, his arrival captured the interest of many teachers and students who were aware of his situation. However, Yin Mingyu paid little heed to their gazes. Walking directly to the assembly area for the second school. Is everything resolved? Yes, everything is settled, and my beast taming abilities will earn me extra points. Gaining admission to the top 4 academies is now more assured. Yin Mingming and Yin Mingyu spoke without any effort to conceal their voices, allowing those nearby to overhear their exchange. Upon learning that Yin Mingyu aimed for the top 4 academies, the teachers, particularly the supervising one, showed no surprise. They were aware that he had declined offers from various schools, including some elite institutions. This clearly indicated his lofty aspirations, with the only higher goal remaining being the top 4 academies. The top 4 academies cannot engage in pre-admission recruitment. They only accept candidates through special admissions, a tacit understanding designed to afford other schools the opportunity to attract outstanding students. However, true prodigies in beast taming invariably sought to join these prestigious institutions, thereby maintaining a delicate equilibrium in the admissions process. Chapter 85, Assessment. Yet, to the other students, his words seemed somewhat laughable. What are the 4 great academies? In Haiqing District, the core city, only 8 individuals were successfully recruited through early special admission last year. At first glance, that might seem like a considerable number, wouldn't it? However, one must bear in mind that these 8 were selected from a pool of over 100,000 candidates prior to the announcement of results. No one dared to assert their chances of being specially admitted. Listening to others speak, one might assume that special admission was a foregone conclusion. As time progressed, all participating schools gradually entered their designated areas. The entire platform began to buzz with activity. The location they occupied was an official training ground tailored for beast tamers, equipped with facilities that, while not particularly outstanding, were comprehensive in scope. Nevertheless, given that today marked the special admission examinations, a batch of machines specifically for the evaluation process was brought in. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, the assessments were poised to commence. This area hosted over 20 schools, summoning approximately 190 participants, including accompanying teachers. After all, not every school had 10 slots available. As the gates slowly swung open, 2 staff members clad in training ground uniforms emerged, wielding devices resembling portable metal detectors. Energy detection device, an apparatus capable of identifying medicinal pills and special items to ascertain whether students are cheating. A series of beeping sounds emanated from the machines, the rhythm slow, indicating only minimal energy fluctuations in the vicinity. The boys and girls lined up separately, preparing for a physical examination. Students were instructed to place any items unrelated to the examination, along with energy-emitting objects, on a nearby table or hand them over to their supervising teachers to avoid disqualification. The previously orderly lines became somewhat chaotic at that moment, as Bai Xiaoza entrusted his spatial wristband to his supervising teacher for safekeeping. The others, lacking any items to store, proceeded directly to the queue for inspection. Staff scanned each individual with the detector, allowing them entry into the spacious interior once completed. Inside, the area was quite expansive, and the combat platforms, originally meant for battles, were now adorned with a variety of machines. However, the forthcoming tests did not involve those machines just yet. After the students entered, the next step was the realm assessment. This test was straightforward. The beast tamer merely needed to touch a special energy perception device to accurately determine their level. The rationale behind not permitting beast tamers to summon their beasts for assessment, whereby the number of beasts would indicate their rank, stemmed from considerations of personal privacy. After all, some beast tamers had creatures that needed to remain confidential. Additionally, certain innate talents could allow a beast tamer to increase their beast slots, and some signature beasts might belong to twin types, enabling a beast tamer to possess 2 signature beasts at the mortal level. Thus, it was deemed more reliable to gauge a beast tamer's rank through this specialized measuring tool. The duration of this measurement was significantly simpler than that of the external energy detection devices. One merely had to place their hand upon it, and if the stone emitted a golden glow, it indicated that their strength had reached the yellow rank, albeit without specifying the exact level. While more precise measuring instruments did exist, They were prohibitively expensive and typically only available within the Beast Tamer Association, primarily for determining and assessing specific ranks. However, this sufficed for selecting candidates for special admission. Those entering had primarily completed their measurements and were now awaiting further instructions. Initially, it seemed this test would pose no issues. But suddenly the staff member seated beside the measurement stone spoke up. Mortal rank, disqualified. Would you like to apply for a leap challenge? The staff member rarely lifted his gaze, and the tester was a slightly plump young boy. To ensure that no potential talent slipped through the cracks, the authorities incorporated a unique challenge into the special admissions process. Those whose strength did not reach the yellow rank could apply for a leap challenge. If they succeeded in defeating a yellow rank beast tamer, they would be permitted to continue with subsequent evaluations. One individual, attempting to exploit connections to glide through, seemingly employed some method to elevate themselves to a pseudo-yellow rank, but the device accurately detected their true level. One must admit, this device is quite impressive. Tianmu hovered before the testing stone, circling it as if in observation. The boy, caught off guard by the unexpected outcome, found himself at a loss for words. He was now in a precarious position, left with no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, follow him to undergo the test over there. And do not obstruct the other students. The staff member gestured toward a youth clad in military attire standing nearby, exuding an almost intangible air of pressure and masculinity that made the boy's heart flutter with apprehension. Yet another attempting to navigate through murky waters. This staff member had encountered countless individuals and had seen many similar cases to that of the plump boy. It was evident that the latter was feeling guilty. Before long, it was Bai Miaoqing's turn. When she placed her hand upon the stone, it unsurprisingly radiated a golden glow, albeit slightly brighter than the previous instance. Very good. Next. This was the second time the staff member had lifted his gaze since the boy. After a cursory glance, he beckoned the next participant forward. While the measuring stone could not gauge precise levels, it could provide a rough assessment based on subtle variations in brightness. Most of those before had been at the initial level, with occasional mid-level appearances, so a sudden peak like this would naturally cause a more pronounced change in brightness. So it was with Yin Mingming and the others. True to expectations, when Yin Mingming tested after Bai Miaoqing, her hand touching the stone also ignited a bright golden glow, just slightly weaker than Bai Miaoqing's. The staff member regarded Yin Mingming with suspicion before continuing to call the next participant forward. The next was Yin Mingyu. Upon witnessing the resplendent golden light once more, the staff member's expression was clearly one of astonishment. 3 consecutive high-level candidates? It is noteworthy that the admissions criteria for the 4 great academies merely required mid-level proficiency. Those reaching high levels at this juncture were likely to have progressed steadily, essentially securing their places within the 4 great academies. Logically, having even one high-level candidate in an assessment would be remarkable, yet now 3 had appeared in quick succession, prompting him to suspect a malfunction in the stone. Consequently, he instructed Bai Xiaozi to retest. An even more dazzling golden light. It was confirmed. This detection apparatus was undoubtedly defective. Most likely, the plump boy had attempted to deceive the device using some unscrupulous means, only to be caught, resulting in the equipment's malfunction. Chapter 86. The assessment begins. You few, return here. I need to retest you. The staff member waved his hand, summoning Bai Miaoqing, Yin Mingming, and Yin Mingyu back. Simultaneously, a spare testing device was retrieved, and the 4 individuals were meticulously re-examined one by one. However, upon witnessing that there was no discernible difference in the test results, the examiner could scarcely believe his eyes. 4. This examination zone had produced 4 beast masters of the yellow tier or higher. Moreover, they all don uniforms from the same institution. Second high? Isn't that the perennial 3rd place? No matter, what's the issue? Yin Mingming observed the dazed examiner and inquired uncertainly, is there a problem? No, everything is complete. I apologize for the delay, the examiner replied, somewhat flustered. Oh, it's quite all right. Following this, the 4 individuals proceeded to gather at the designated meeting point. With the boundary tests concluded, the next phase involved the Beast Master evaluations. This would be followed by the Beast Exhibition segment, which consisted of a total of 8 tests: strength, speed, agility, mental fortitude, healing capability, support strength, reaction time, intelligence, destructive capability, and an additional practical performance test. The destructive capability encompassed, but was not limited to, physical, mental, and chemical dimensions. It was also widely acknowledged as the most challenging assessment to pass. As for the final practical test, it was merely an extra challenge, not subject to pass or fail, but rather an opportunity to accrue additional points. Most students aspiring to enter prestigious institutions would wish to undertake it. Of course, some, lacking confidence in their practical skills and fearing that they might diminish their scores, would opt to forego this opportunity. As long as a candidate completed at least 4 of the initial 8 tests and achieved passing scores, they would secure a guaranteed spot for special recruitment, after which they could indicate their desired institution. Whether that institution would find them worthy remained another matter altogether. This could be considered a mutually beneficial process, perhaps. Naturally, if one excels in every category but fails to pass at least one, there is still a possibility of receiving adjusted scores based on subsequent practical performance. The authorities are indeed earnest in their quest to discover talent. Approximately half an hour later, all 200 participants had completed their evaluations, and notably, there were no further incidents involving the slightly plump youth. Unsurprisingly, he did not make another appearance. Next, you may choose the order of your tests. You can select different beasts for different assessment categories. If one possesses a dual-type beast, they may apply for special consideration, albeit with corresponding deductions and points. Allow me to explain the operation and rules of these machines. This is the strength testing apparatus. Simply have your beast strike this point to ascertain its strength value. Each individual must test 3 times, and then the average will be calculated. The strength test machine resembles a large punching bag with mechanical components located behind it. This is the speed testing device, which will progressively increase its pace. Your task is to endure. The speed testing apparatus resembles a treadmill, albeit significantly larger than traditional models, ensuring that most speed-oriented beasts can run on it comfortably. The subsequent testing devices are similar, but in the tests for healing ability and support strength, as well as destructive performance, the Beast Master themselves will operate the testing instruments. The practical test will take place on a separate combat platform, where participants will face off against another Mystic Tier Beast Master. After the rules were elucidated, the crowd dispersed to their chosen testing locations. Bai Miaoqing opted first for the speed test. Upon stepping onto the platform, she synchronized with her beast, Little Blood. You can proceed now. Secure this to yourself. If it disconnects, the test will end. The examiner affixed a clip to Bai Miaoqing's clothing, the other end magnetically linked to the machine. Should the magnet be pulled away, the device would cease operation, and her results would be recorded. An alternative speed test involved a traditional method. Adjacent to the combat platform was a track, allowing those who preferred a more conventional measurement to choose that option, relying solely on their strengths. The machinery measures sustained speed, while the track assesses explosive speed. Of course, one could also test both for bonus points. Bai Miaoqing appeared diminutive atop the machine, as it was designed to accommodate various beasts. Once all was in readiness, the ground beneath her began to move slowly backward, and her task was to advance forward. The machine's speed escalated swiftly. Initially, she merely walked, but within 10 seconds, she was compelled to run, and after approximately 20 seconds, she found herself sprinting at full throttle. Ultimately, she could only sustain her efforts for 42 seconds before she had to conclude. As the first to test, others were unaware of what 42 seconds signified. Yet the examiner's expression suggested it was commendable. Subsequent participants indeed confirmed this. Almost no one could run under 30 seconds without being eliminated, and most confident in their speed could only manage around 35 seconds. While this appeared to be just a 7-second difference from Bai Miaoqing's score, such a gap could only be described as a chasm. She then proceeded to measure her explosive speed. Although her score was not particularly outstanding, it sufficed. By the time those who had dismounted from the speed testing machine wished to pay homage to Bai Miaoqing, she had already moved on to the reaction speed testing area and begun queuing. Next, we turned to Yin Mingming, who chose to test her mental fortitude first. This assessment was relatively swift, divided into 2 categories, mental endurance and mental capacity. The endurance measurement involved a mental impact to assess the resilience of one's mental world. The force applied was minimal, primarily gauging results based on feedback. Individuals with high mental fortitude could face such impacts without flinching, while those with lower capacities might only experience slight dizziness, quickly returning to normalcy. During her mental impact test, it could not be said that she remained entirely unperturbed. Yet she exhibited no discernible reaction. The examiner operating the machine was bewildered, as the released mental shockwaves seemed to strike a wall, failing to elicit any response whatsoever. In the subsequent mental capacity evaluation, the examiner began to question whether the machine was malfunctioning, for the score displayed was a striking 100. It is worth noting that these machines generally deduct 1 point, meaning a perfect score only reaches 99. Yet at this moment, Yin Mingming's mental prowess had compelled the machine to yield a perfect score of 100. This result was so remarkable that it was immediately uploaded to the educational department system, creating a tremendous stir. Chapter 87, 100 points. Someone achieved a perfect score in the testing. It was the mental fortitude assessment, apparently from examination center number 6 in Haiqing. Could this be a scion of a prominent family? No, it was a girl named Yin Mingming, with no notable lineage, hailing from Yinhai County. Yinhai County? Is that not the place afflicted by a beast tied and incited by cultists? Yes, indeed it is. In that moment, the staff fell momentarily silent. All right, let us resume our work. I will report this matter. At this moment, a tall and poised young woman standing before the large screen spoke, then turned and exited the room. As for Yan Mingyu, the undead creatures he had contracted would significantly enhance his score, and during the assessment, his diverse array of undead beings would secure him high ratings. For instance, during the strength and destructiveness test, he could utilize a Titan Goblin for evaluation. When it came to the speed test, he would enlist the elite warriors among the goblins to challenge. Upon reaching the mental strength assessment, the displayed figure was equally terrifying, 99 points. This was due to the unique effect of the soul closure, which conceals an individual's information, suggesting that his actual mental prowess was even more formidable than Yan Mingming's. With Yan Mingming's earlier performance as a precedent, the examiner appeared somewhat more composed upon seeing this score. Another individual with a mental strength of 99, it seems today, is abundant with prodigies, particularly from Haiching's 6th examination venue. It appears he is the elder brother of Yan Mingming. What a remarkable family situation. I have heard a saying that when the mind suffers immense shock and trauma, some individuals may crumble, becoming mere shadows of their former selves, while others manage to rise anew, achieving a higher mental state. Are you implying that this brother-sister duo is a result of that incident? Indeed, it is a possibility. I just checked, and their father perished in this incident, and their mother had long since passed away. Such a profoundly sorrowful reason. Lastly, there is Yan Mingyu, whose familiar Little Tsong truly embodies the pinnacle of beast mastery talent, exhibiting comprehensive strength. Aside from achieving a score of 0 in healing and enhancement, he excelled in all other aspects, garnering over 80 points. The exceptional performances of the Forsoon captured the attention of the chief examiner, yet he refrained from commenting, opting to wait until the competition concluded to address any matters. Among the others, there were indeed some standout performers, yet they paled in comparison to the quartet. Bai Miaoqing made a considerable impression on the examiner during the destructiveness test. This time, she chose to draw her silver wheel from her waist and fired a shot at the examiner's familiar. Upon seeing the gun's muzzle aimed at it, the creature's expression became unexpectedly grave. It was a defensive turtle-type familiar known as the Titan Giant Tortoise, which, like the Titan Goblin, possessed a rare bloodline of the Titan clan. Its colossal form and formidable defenses could be described as invincible within the same tier. Even an attack from an Earth-tier familiar would struggle to breach its defenses. Yet, astonishingly, this creature instinctively attempted to evade upon hearing the explosive sound of the bullet being discharged. When the bullet struck its head, to the astonishment of all present, the Titan Giant Tortoise, which had remained silent throughout, emitted a cry of agony. Moreover, it instinctively covered the injured area with its forelimbs. The familiar's master stood in shock, sensing the emotions emanating from their bond. Pain, excruciating pain. This was a sensation it had never before experienced. This student, what have you done? Ah, this is my familiar. It possesses a unique ability that amplifies pain. Such a statement left the crowd in awe twice over. A familiar with such a capability? Such a skill? In prior tests, Bai Miaoqing had predominantly utilized little blood, which led many to overlook the presence of the silver wheel. However, during the subsequent strength test, the silver wheel was summoned once more, achieving commendable results. Of course, all scores were kept confidential, rendering them invisible to the other students. Consequently, they could only gauge approximate results over time. Bai Miaoqing's performance in the reaction speed assessment detonated like a bombshell, resonating not only among the students. The reaction speed was measured by dodging multiple small balls with random trajectories. The longer one lasted, the more balls were introduced. Ultimately, her score was 1 minute and 22 seconds. 1 minute and 22 seconds. She exceeded the maximum score by 22 seconds? Whose familiar is this? How is it still from Haiching's 6th? What is happening? Furthermore, the three of them hailed from the same school. What? I just checked, and all three are students of Haiching No. 2 High School. And they are in the same class. Who is their teacher? Their teacher is rather unremarkable. None of the previous students he taught exhibited any particular distinction. This year's prodigies truly abound. Wasn't there also a student whose strength reached the profound tier? A 15-year-old at the profound tier. After completing all 8 tests, the 4 proceeded to the practical combat segment. At noon, the officials provided lunch, albeit the taste was rather mediocre. The meal was served in transparent plastic containers, still warm upon receipt. However, at least the meat was fresh, and the braised pork was something Little Blood particularly enjoyed. After a brief repast, they were ready to continue their challenges. Bai Miaoqing and her companions then arrived at the practical test area. At this moment, the examiner had just finished his meal and was warming up. Noticing the students approaching, he tidied his attire slightly and stepped onto the combat stage. Will you come one by one or all at once? Can we go all at once? Yes, this is also to test your teamwork abilities. But I will be exerting my full strength in this battle. By the way, I am at the pinnacle of the profound tier. The four exchanged glances, each discerning the same sentiment reflected in the other's eyes. Such a rare opportunity. A sparring partner at the pinnacle of the profound tier is indeed uncommon. Since the decision is made, then come forth. The examiner said no more, instead gesturing for the four to ascend the stage. Meanwhile, a staff member had already produced a surveillance device to record the battle. Unbeknownst to the staff member, the content being recorded was being broadcast live to another location. The battle begins. With the command given, Bai Miaoqing entered a state of possession, while the silver wheel was firmly grasped in her hand. Bai Xiaojia and Little Tsang dispelled their energy-saving states, their massive forms now visible before their opponent. Yin Mingming entered a state of unification simultaneously with Bai Miaoqing, the moisture in the air transforming into a delicate ice mist that enveloped her. Yin Mingyu, as a master of masked familiar summoning, positioned himself at the rear of the group, affording him a superior vantage point to assist his teammates on the field. With Yin Ling's emergence, the goblin undead surged forth as if they were warriors summoned from the depths of hell, their eyes glinting with a chilling light. Particularly the Titan goblin, standing at the forefront of the group, imparted a sense of weightiness. Meanwhile, the other undead encircled the examiner, partially obscuring his line of sight. Interesting. At this moment, the examiner finally retracted the disdain that had lingered in his eyes. The three summoned beasts had already materialized beside him as Bai Miaoqing and her companions sprang into action. These three beasts included the formidable heavy mountain diamond, responsible for the front line, the Skywind Sparrow, adept at long-range harassment and control, and the flame python, primarily tasked with offense. Unlike the high-level beast tamers Bai Miaoqing had previously encountered, this examiner was purely focused on combat, without even signing a guardian beast. All of his summoned creatures were combat-oriented. Fortunately, like them, the opponent lacked healing or support beasts. Otherwise, this battle would have been exponentially more challenging. The first to launch an assault were the ordinary goblin undead, serving as cannon fodder to gauge the enemy's strength. However, the attacks from the 20 goblins barely inflicted any damage on the heavy mountain diamond. With a casual swing of its robust arms, it shattered two of the undead goblins effortlessly. Yet, the remaining goblins showed no signs of retreating. Brandishing their bone clubs like reckless marauders, they charged relentlessly toward it. Astonishingly, the shattered bones began to slowly reassemble, and within less than 30 seconds, they were restored to their original forms and rejoined the fray. Just then, a searing fireball erupted from behind the heavy mountain diamond. A skill of the flame python known as flame fire, a unique, persistently high-temperature blaze. Enemies touched by it would endure prolonged burning, nearly impossible to extinguish. The fireball was expansive, and if it struck, it could incinerate the undead that were entangled with the heavy mountain diamond. Fortunately, at that moment, a massive ice shard shot forth, intercepting the flames. Though it failed to completely block the fire, it afforded the undead creatures an opportunity to evade. As the colossal ice transformed into mist, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a thin veil of water vapor, obscuring visibility for all. Yet, amidst this obscuration, a sharp sound cut through the air. A dazzling white streak whizzed past the heavy mountain titan, aimed squarely at the flame python. Although this attack was swift and shrouded by the mist, hitting the target under equal circumstances would have been easy. However, they were facing a peak-level beast tamer who had seen battle. The sound of the bullet striking the wall echoed, indicating that the shot had failed to hit the flame python. Instead, the straight trajectory of the bullet inadvertently revealed Bai Miaoqing's approximate location. Consequently, as the temperature surrounding her surged, a flame shot directly toward her position. This time, the Skywind Sparrow activated its skill, Wind and Cloud Change, summoning a fierce wind that swept across the battlefield, stirring the surrounding mist and further diminishing visibility. The winds, swirling around the flame, not only failed to extinguish it but amplified its concealment and ferocity. As the mist and dust settled, what remained visible was merely the fallen Titan goblin's skeletal remains, struggling to reassemble itself. Roar! The heavy mountain diamond let out a pained cry. A subtle gash had appeared on its left thigh, and the excruciating pain elicited a furious roar. One must admit, the torment inflicted by the silver wheel was truly insidious and impossible to withstand. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Miaoqing, positioned to the left, unleashed 6 shots in rapid succession, each bullet angled with precision. The first aimed directly at the temple, while the second and third sealed off its evasion routes on either side. The fourth struck its chest, ensuring that any attempt to lower its head would result in a hit. The fifth traced a slight arc in the air, poised to strike should the opponent fall back. As for the final 6th shot, it veered off course, seemingly not intended to hit the diamond at all. Only the examiner understood that this shot's true purpose was to prevent the other 2 summoned beasts from rushing to aid. Should those beasts respond quickly and rush to assist, they would likely be hit by this bullet with pinpoint accuracy. Such terrifying predictive ability was indeed astounding. Yet, the realm of the profound was still the realm of the profound. As the sky-wind sparrow flapped its wings, powerful currents surged forth, transforming into sharp wind blades. Wind and cloud dance. While the sky-wind sparrow couldn't directly intercept the bullets, it could certainly overwhelm through sheer numbers. Hundreds of wind blades erupted from its center, intercepting the bullets in the air while simultaneously launching a relentless barrage against all present. Bai Xiaojia and Yin Mingyu, positioned farther away, found it relatively easy to evade due to the dispersed nature of the attacks. In contrast, Yin Mingming and Bai Miaoqing, being closer, faced greater difficulty in dodging. Bai Miaoqing, leveraging her remarkable reflexes and high mobility, managed to ensure her survival. Chapter 89. Unexpected Developments. Meanwhile, although Yin Mingming benefited from the agility of her feline companion, Snowball, evading the onslaught entirely proved somewhat challenging given her current strength. Thus, she resorted to using ice crystals for assistance, managing to sustain minimal injury, with only the edges of her clothing being grazed. However, the adversary was not willing to let them escape unscathed. The heavy mountain diamond, recovering from its previous setback, charged directly toward Bai Miaoqing with a vengeance. Yet, before it could reach her, it was intercepted by Shout Song. The two engaged in a fierce clash, with Shout Song leveraging its terrifying combat prowess, managing to hold the diamond at bay, even trading blows occasionally. Most of the time, it was on the defensive, but it still found openings to counterattack. Amidst the chaos of evading the concentrated attacks, Bai Miaoqing found moments to fire at the diamond. Remarkably, her bullets utilized the cover of the wind blades, silently grazing past Shout Song's body and striking the diamond's abdomen. This caused the diamond to momentarily halt in its tracks. Seizing that instant, Shout Song, fueled by the battle fervor built up from their earlier skirmish, unleashed its deadly intent. The terrifying force of its claws pierced through the diamond's chest, crimson blood gushing from the wound. Meanwhile, the Skywind Sparrow and the Flame Python, positioned at the rear, found themselves entangled by Yin Mingyu's undead creatures. Simultaneously, having successfully evaded dozens of wind blades, Yin Mingming joined the fray against the undead and the two summoned beasts. Utilizing Frost Walk, she employed her ice spikes for surprise attacks, proving the efficacy of such unpredictable tactics. Bai Miaoqing, on the other hand, collaborated with Shout Song to engage in a fierce battle against the diamond. Through the analysis provided by the celestial canopy, Bai Miaoqing discerned that only the heavy mountain diamond was at the peak of the profound level, while the Skywind Sparrow was advanced, and the Flame Python possessed merely intra-level profound capabilities. The battlefield was thus divided into two distinct parts. At this moment, Yin Ling, who had been stationed at the rear, joined the fray. Harnessing the skill of gathering spirits, its aura began to ascend dramatically, a terrifying battle intent that could rival even that of Shout Song. Extending a hand, a goblin undead relinquished the bone staff it clutched. When held by the goblin, the staff conveyed a primitive and savage impression. Yet, in Yin Ling's grasp, it transformed entirely, exuding an air of solemnity and authority, akin to a general stepping onto the battlefield. Within this imposing presence lay an essence of regal dignity and majesty. As it swung the staff, the bony tip struck the ground, shattering upon impact and becoming even sharper. With a decisive step, it surged forward, instantly appearing before the Tianfeng Quebec. The bone staff lunged forth with blinding speed, the attack unrestrained, aimed directly at its eye. However, in midair, Yin Ling's nimbleness paled in comparison to that of the flying beast, Tianfeng K, which effortlessly evaded the assault and turned to launch a counterattack against the immobilized Yin Ling. At that moment, Yin Ming, utilizing the momentum in the air, unexpectedly closed the distance once more. Only a shattered ice crystal remained at his original position. Meanwhile, the rising fire serpent found itself ensnared within a labyrinth of ice spikes. Logically, as a creature primarily wielding fire-based attacks, it should have been impossible for it to be trapped by Yin Ming's frost-based assault. Yet, due to Yin Ming's abundant mental energy, after demolishing one ice pillar, another emerged almost instantaneously. This granted Yin Ming the opportunity to divert some of his attention to assist Yin Ling in the sky, enabling him to engage in battle with Tianfeng K. The expenditure of mental energy and the control over the ice crystals were feats beyond the capabilities of the average individual. This exemplified the advantages of high mental acuity, allowing for the execution of intricate tasks with ease. Previously, Bai Miaoqing had inquired of Yin Ming regarding matters of mental energy, but Yin Ming had responded that he was unaware of when this transformation had begun. His memory had sharpened considerably, and the consumption of his innate talents had lessened, resulting in a more fluid execution of skills. This year's special recruitment had unveiled numerous promising candidates. Observing the current plight of his summoner beast, the examiner's expression bore not the weight of concern, but rather a smile of delight and astonishment. In light of this, to accurately assess your true combat prowess and bestow upon you higher scores, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, a fourth summoning circle materialized beside the examiner. In the next moment, a three-headed lion emerged into view. Beast Tamer talent, expanded contract space. Summoned beast, three-headed lion king. The three-headed lion king, a formidable summoned beast with terrifying combat prowess. While each head possesses independent consciousness, it does not hinder its combat abilities. Strength, peak of the profound stage. Talent, enlightenment. Skills, lion's roar, tri-elemental body, fire, wind, earth, shared life and death, independent thought. With the appearance of this three-headed lion king, it was expected that the balance of battle would be shattered instantly. However, the examiner noted no change in expression among the onlookers. Indeed, he even caught a glimpse of a smile on by Miao Qing's face, as if she had anticipated this all along. The truth was, prior to the commencement of battle, Bai Miao Qing had already discerned his beast tamer talent and the existence of the three-headed lion king through the celestial canopy. Thus, she had long begun her preparations. As the three-headed lion king manifested, the bullets previously fired by Miao Qing rapidly expanded. The first to be affected was the sixth bullet, initially intended to intercept other summoned beasts. Its trajectory landed perilously close to the lion king's position. Following this, bone spikes surged forth, resembling rows of teeth sprouting from the ground, attempting to engulf it. However, to assume that such an attack could subdue a peak profound stage beast was sheer folly. A resounding roar erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered all nearby bone spikes into a cascade of falling fragments. Yet, in the next heartbeat, 12 bullets from the silver wheel were unleashed. The Lion King, however, regarded them with indifference. With a stomp of its left foot, an earthen wall erupted from the ground, impervious to the bullet's onslaught. Immediately thereafter, one of its heads turned skyward towards Yin Ling. As its jaws parted, flames began to coalesce within its maw. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind of fire surged forth, hurtling towards Yin Ling with ferocious speed.